The story begins with a bright day outside. The main character was sitting in his apartment in a large house. A loud roar was heard from it. Chu turned around with great excitement and surprise. He heard his phone ring. The guy happily ran to his phone, which was lying on the bed. The main character grabbed the device from the nightstand and answered his partner with great excitement. Chu was displeased to hear that a man from a low-interest credit center had called him. He did not want to talk to him. The guy looked at his phone with displeasure. He didn't understand why private borrowers were bothering him. Chu Tianling plugged in his phone to charge and fell onto the bed. He had been having a lot of bad luck lately. He was fired from his company and couldn't find a job anywhere else. The guy lay there and thought to himself with displeasure that even for him alone it was not easy to find food. The main character looked at a family photo. He had a younger brother who went to school. Chu very strictly decided that he would never, under any circumstances, ask for money for the family. It started raining very heavily outside. Lightning struck the building and a strong discharge through the wire hit the telephone. The main character was very scared. He saw his phone on the nightstand flash brightly. Chu jumped back in fear. He looked at the nightstand and saw smoke coming from the burnt telephone. The guy held the phone in his hands in fear. He was afraid that the device might burn out. The main character looked at the device in surprise and saw that the phone had turned on again. Chu looked at his phone with interest. He saw that his contacts and SMS were gone. There was only one chat. The main character was very scared. He realized that now no company would be able to call him. Chu looked at his device with displeasure. He thought that there was some kind of breakdown in it after the lightning strike. The main character looked thoughtfully at his device. He needed to fix his phone. Chu saw strangers on his V contact. He couldn't even see the chat records. His photo was on the avatar. The guy saw the magic coins option on his phone. He decided to try to activate them. The guy looked closely at his phone and saw a photo of furniture and other things in the room. There were different numbers next to them. The system offered the guy to exchange one of his items in the room for magic coins. The main character sold his chair from his room and received coins for it along with a discount coupon. Chu looked at his phone in surprise. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. The main character sat on the bed and looked around in surprise. He did not understand what was happening. Chu hit himself in the face with his hand and was surprised to feel that it was very painful. The main character screamed in fear that all this was not a dream but reality. Chu looked at his phone with interest. He didn't understand what kind of Immortal shopping mall this was. The main character looked at the price of the artifact in the store, and it seemed very expensive to him. Chu found an inexpensive item in the store that cost 1 magic coin. It suited him just fine. The main character realized with excitement that he now needed to earn some money somewhere. The guy looked around with displeasure. He was looking for what he could sell in the room. Suddenly an idea came to the guy's head. He thought of something and was happy. Chu opened his wallet. He had only 300 wen and no job. The guy decided to find himself 3,000 wen. Chu walked along a night alley. He realized that he could only borrow money for himself. He could no longer install other offers on his phone. The new chat would not be deleted. The main character went to an internet cafe to contact one of his friends. Chu went inside the cafe. There were customers sitting in chairs and working intently on their computers. The main character was happy because his friends agreed to help him with money. He even grabbed the monitor with his hands out of excitement. Chu stood in his apartment and looked at the mountain of furniture. He was already ready to start. The main character looked carefully at his phone, at his remaining money. He even had more than he needed. The main character decided to buy a book in a store using a discount coupon. After that, a bright glow was heard around the guy. A bright beam was directed from the phone into his head. Chu felt with great surprise, as if knowledge began to enter his head and spread throughout his brain. The guy felt as if he was completely naked. It was the art of internal alchemy, together with the transformation of qi for alemia and the attainment of immortality. The main character was sitting on the bed. He looked closely at his hands and decided to try cultivation. The main character tried to sit in a meditative pose. It was very difficult for him. Chu put his hands in front of him and a blue glow appeared in front of him. The guy remembered that in Ren Xianjue, it was written that the qi of heaven and earth should be white. He did not understand why everything around him was black. The boy jumped back in fear. He thought that all this happened because of air pollution. Chu decided that he would go to the clean environment in the Chu Mountains. The main character, after 3 hours, was able to get to the right place. He got off the bus with a backpack. Chu saw a huge tree in front of him. It became like that as a result of absorbing spiritual energy. The main character climbed up. He sat on a branch of a huge tree and looked down. Two unfamiliar girls were walking through the forest. They were talking to each other and approached a tree. The stranger told her friend that she was tired and they could sit down and rest. Her partner agreed with her. The main character studied the red-haired stranger with interest and attention. Shu noted with great excitement that the girl had very large forms. Two girls were sitting under a huge tree and talking. The stranger said that Qianqian should give a chance to the guy Guo Yu. The partner explained that Guo is a good guy, but she has no feelings for him. The girl told her friend that although she and Chen loved each other, she would leave him after she found someone else. Qian told her friend in a sly voice not to even try to convince her otherwise. Shu sat on the top branch of a tree. He thought to himself that feelings cannot be improvised. Two guys came up. One of them told the girls that they were tired and now they could all get together and go down the mountain. The girl turned around and told her friend that she was tired and didn't want to go any further. She asked what Qianqian would do. Qian was sitting near a tree. She told the guy next to her that she was also a bit tired. Suddenly, a very loud howl was heard in the forest. The school children looked ahead in fear. The girls were scared. They couldn't understand where the wolves could come from on top of the mountain. The guy looked at his companions in fear and suggested that they go down the mountain. The school children stood and were very scared. They saw a huge predator appear in front of them. The demonic predator looked at the people with burning eyes. He prepared to pounce on them. The two guys stepped back. They were scared and decided to run away. Chen looked to the side in fear and heard her friends start to quickly run away from her. Two girls were left alone. Their boyfriends went away. The main character in the tree thought with displeasure that the school children had not acted like men. The frightened girl stretched out her hand to the guys Chen Yu and Guo and shouted after them to save her and not leave her. Qian ran up to her friend Yuan Yuan and grabbed her arm. She wanted to help her get up and run. The predator came close to the girls and looked at them angrily. They both got scared. The demonic wolf came close to the people. He growled angrily at the girls. The main character looked down on Qin and Yuan from the tree. He realized that these girls could become food for the predator. Chu looked carefully from the tree at the frightened girls on Earth. He thought about how he could help them. Yuan was very scared. She clung to her friend and cried. The demonic wolf stood and looked angrily at the two girls. One of them called for help in fear. The main character clenched his hand into a fist. He didn't know if he could help the girls. Chu closed his eyes and concentrated completely. He didn't know how he could do it. The demonic predator approached the people. He looked at them sternly with burning eyes. The girl was very scared. She didn't know who could help her now. Chu frightened, I looked ahead and decided to try to rush and help the two strangers. The boy grabbed a large stick with his hand and prepared to jump down from the tree. The main character, with a loud cry and a stick in his hands, rushed down on the predator. Chu landed on the ground and assumed a fighting stance. He prepared to attack the wolf. The guy with the stick in his hands angrily told the predator that he could attack him. Chu stood calmly and looked ahead. He was preparing to fight off the predator. The demonic wolf glared at the guy and jumped forward to attack him. Chen and Yuan watched from the side, very scared, as the predator attacked the guy. The beast was flying down on the guy. Chu put a stick in front of himself to protect himself from it. The main character fell to the ground after the predator's attack. He tried to fight off the wolf. Chu shoved a stick into the evil predator's mouth so that it couldn't bite him. The frightened Chu fell to the ground. He used a basic cluster against the regiment. Lightning appeared near the guy's hand. The main character swung his hand and prepared to hit the predator with all his might. The guy hit the predator with his hand with all his might. The wolf received a strong blow and flew back from the man. The wolf jumped back angrily and looked at the man with displeasure. Chu looked at the beaten predator with displeasure and realized that he had not hit him hard enough. The protagonist realized that now was the right moment to launch the next attack. Chu pushed himself off the ground and jumped high into the air. He wanted to attack the wolf in mid-flight. The main character pounced on the demonic predator from above and prepared to finish him off. The wolf lay unconscious on the ground. The main character turned around and said in a proud voice that the beast had attacked the wrong person. Chu came up and asked the girls if everything was okay. Yuan told the guy in a frightened voice that everything was okay thanks to him. The girl fell into the guy's arms in fright. Chu leaned back in surprise. Yan lay on top and looked at the surprised guy with great fear. Chu couldn't look away. He looked at the girl in fear. Yuan jumped to her feet. She shouted in a frightened voice that she didn't mean to. Chu answered his partner in a calm voice that it was okay. The main character stepped aside and called his friends. He shouted at them with displeasure, asking them to come to his aid quickly. He was attacked by wolves. Yuan asked the guy with great excitement and interest how he ended up here. Chu felt shy. He explained to the girl with a smile that he was just passing by. Yuan told the guy that he had a good character and skills. She offered him a job at a security company. The main character was very surprised. He asked his partner again about the security company. The girl handed the guy a business card. The main character looked at it with interest. Yuan looked at the guy with a smile and suggested that he become her personal bodyguard. The beaten wolf began to come to his senses. He opened his eyes and began to whine weakly. The guy with glasses was standing in the office and holding documents in his hands. He was unhappy because he was doing paperwork. He shouldn't be doing recruitment. The worker looked through the biography of the main character. He did not understand why Shen wanted to hire Chu so much. The employee looked at the document with displeasure. He did not understand why the bodyguard could earn 30,000 a month. The main character walked into the office and waved his hand happily. He told the disgruntled employee that he would be working here from today. After a short pause, the worker told the protagonist to follow him. The security guard stood outside the CEO's office. He couldn't understand why such a young guy could win Shen Yuan's favor. The officer greeted the guard Zhou at the door and asked, "Is Director Shen inside?" The guard looked at the guy and said with surprise that even Secretary Zhao greeted him today. He asked the guest what business they had with Director Shen. The girl hadn't arrived yet. Zhao told the man that the guy wanted to meet the CEO and wanted to work as a bodyguard. The candidate's resume stated that he was fluent in Kung Fu. Zhou looked at the guy with displeasure. He didn't believe that he could master Kung Fu with such a frail body. The guard clenched his fist with all his might and prepared to hit the main character. The main character very sharply and quickly dodged back to protect himself from the guard's blow. Chu very quickly somersaulted and jumped back into the corridor to a safe distance from the man. Zhou very happily shouted to the protagonist that they could continue. The main character stood calmly and looked at the guard. He prepared to fight him off further. Zhao thought slyly that the guard Zhou has good fighting skills. The secretary thought that if the protagonist wants to get 30,000 a month, then he should try to fight off the guard's attack. The main character looked at the guard running down the corridor in surprise. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. He quickly got into a fighting stance and prepared to fight off the guard's attack. Chu grabbed the guard who ran up with his hands and stopped his attack. He didn't understand why the man was so persistent. The protagonist hit the guard in the leg with all his might, and Zhou felt a strong pain in his leg. Zhou pointed his hand at the main character in fright and shouted that he had steel plates in his leg. Chu lifted his trousers up on his leg and showed the man with a smile that he had nothing protective there. The guard got scared. He shouted at the guy that he had lost. At that moment, the boss came up from the side. Yuan walked up to her office in a business suit. She asked the protagonist and the guard what kind of noise she just heard. The guard answered the girl in a frightened voice that they were just practicing. Chu turned to the side and happily greeted CEO Shen. The girl looked at the guy silently and disapprovingly. She studied him with her eyes for a long time. The director asked the guy if he was hurt. Chu answered his partner that he was completely fine. The director was unhappy because Lao Zhou started a fight in the company. She shouted at the guy that he created difficulties for her on her first day of work. The boss shouted at the secretary with displeasure, saying that he should have prevented the fight. Shen headed to the office. She told her subordinate to go in and take Chu Tianling's ID card and make a copy of it. Zhao thought angrily to himself that the main character would not stay at work for long. The main character was in an office building in a big city. He decided to call his friend. Chu told Zhao Fenyu on the phone that he had gotten a job and received an advance payment, and now wanted to repay the debt. Fen told his friend with surprise that this was very unlike him, that he would repay the debt so quickly. The main character looked at his phone and decided to send money home. He called his father and said that he had changed his phone number. The father happily asked his son on the phone if he was able to find a job. Chu answered the man that he was able to find a job. The main character happily told his father on the phone about his new boss. Chu told his father on the phone that his boss had paid him in advance for a month. The man told his son not to forget to take care of his health. Chu told his father that he would send him 4,000 every month. His family should not save any more for the future. The main character came to his apartment. He lived in the city slums. Chu sat on the bed in a meditative pose. With the help of Qi, he kept his body in good shape and did not even need to waste time on sleep. The guy was sitting on the bed. It was late evening outside. Light was shining in other houses. Chu glanced at his phone and noticed that he only had 3,000 left. He decided to start studying Ren Xianyue. The main character remembered that in the magic book, in addition to alchemy, various methods were described to help in cultivating and strengthening the foundations of internal alchemy. The guy decided to practice 4 basic methods. Chu looked at the magical artifacts on the table. To create pills, you had to use precious medicinal materials with the help of augmented aura. The protagonist tore the piece of paper in his hands with displeasure. He could not exchange any of the magical materials. The method was useless for him. Chu looked and saw a brush with paint and magic papers in front of him. He decided to use the Reiki symbols directly. The guy's eyes lit up. He decided to use the Fuzhuan method. He would only be able to draw the most basic. The delighted Chu felt as if a gust of wind had hit him in the face. The talisman turned out to be very powerful. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that he should try something else. Chu waved his hands and magical inscriptions appeared in front of him. He successfully completed the lightning talisman. The main character looked down on the magical forest. He thought that there shouldn't be anyone in it. Chu was very happy. He launched a small lightning bolt from top to bottom into the forest. The main character looked down into the forest and saw that a fire had started inside. Chu looked down at the burning trees in fear. He decided to put it all out himself as quickly as possible. The guy was descending from a height to the ground. He was flying on a magic pentagram. Chu stretched his hands forward and activated the magic spell Hong Tao Fu. The guy looked down happily and thought to himself with relief that he had dealt with the fire. Suddenly, he felt a strong weakness in his body. His head began to spin. The main character began to fall from a great height into the forest. He thought with fear that he had overspent his spiritual powers. A week later, the main character was in his boss's office. She was talking to someone on the phone. Chu asked his girlfriend with great interest what happened after the telephone conversation. The girl jumped up from her chair and shouted to the guy that the Chuncheon Jade market would not supply them with finished jades. She suggested that the guy go to the market and find out what happened. The boss told the security guard at the entrance to follow her with the guy. Shen and his companions arrived at the city's jade market. The girl was walking through the market accompanied by her companions. People around her could not understand why she had come there. Shen entered the store. She approached the old man Gei Lao and called him by name. The girl told the seller that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Ge told the guest that she had finally arrived. He looked at her in surprise. Shen asked the seller why he stopped supplying jade. She reminded him of the good cooperation. Ji explained thoughtfully to the girl that the jade reservation sheet was completely filled by other Chuncheon jewelry stores. The man told the girl that the Chen family and the jewel merchants wanted to start a war against Jufan. Gei had no intention of confronting the Chen and Guo families. Shen asked the old man with excitement, "Is there really no surplus material?" The seller explained to the girl that there was no surplus, and there would not be any this year. The main character turned to the side and saw 2 guys with a girl. Chu was surprised to see Chen Minsheng and Li Yuanyuan standing next to him. Yuan turned to the side and shouted the names of Chen and Guo Yu. The guy looked at the girl and asked, "Why is CEO Shen here?" Chen asked Shen in surprise. "Is it possible that her bodyguards are next to her?" He told the girl in an angry voice that she doesn't understand people at all. The main character was unhappy when he heard such words from the guy. Yuan calmed her companion and said that Chen only barks but cannot bite. Chen glared angrily at Principal Shen and threatened that she would soon be out of the game. Yuan told her friend with excitement that the Chen and Shen families were not the smallest families in the city. It would be bad if their relationship reached a dead end. Shen discontentedly reminded her friend that they almost died in the mountains because of 2 guys. He very angrily told the girl that she could achieve nothing with this. She could not find Jade anywhere else and could only blame herself for this. Guo told his girlfriend that they could still agree on everything if she married him. Then there would be no problems with the family business. Shen pulled her hand out of the boy's hand. She said angrily that Guo had teamed up with the jewel merchants against her family. Guo said to the girl with displeasure that she couldn't be so heartless. He was angry because she didn't agree to marry him. The guy threatened his girlfriend that in the future she would not be able to get jade, gold, silver, and other precious things. He was sure that she would come running to him in a couple of days and beg on her knees. Guo told her partner that her suppliers would run out of gold, silver, and jade starting tomorrow. She wouldn't be able to get the material anywhere else. As a result, the bank would stop financing her. The guy threatened the girl that the creditors will soon push her against the wall. Within a year, the Jufan company will disappear from Chuncheon. The main character stood next to his boss and looked at her friend with displeasure. Guo squeezed the phone in his hands with all his might. He didn't know what he should do now. The main character thought about it. An idea suddenly came to his mind. Chu decided to himself that he could use his super chat. He decided to check the cost of various items using the chat. C approached Guo and asked if he could buy back the raw material completely. Guo answered his partner in a sly voice that he didn't understand anything at all. It's very difficult to find suitable material, and it requires a professional. Chu walked up to the guy and said that they wouldn't know anything until they tried it. The main character angrily told the guy that he himself should not rely on others. Guo was not afraid. He sternly answered his partner that until Qian agreed to his conditions, they would have no chance. Chu turned around and walked away. He told his opponent that they would see how it all ended. Shen and Zhou followed the main character. People in the market were talking among themselves. Someone said that Shen and Sun Guo had a big fight. The main character sat in front of a pile of stones and looked at them carefully. He thought that he didn't understand anything about this. Chu looked around carefully. There were people walking around the market. The main character picked up the phone and decided to try to analyze the stones with it. The chat showed that the stone was worth only 0 coins. Chu sat near the stone and continued to scan it with his phone. The machine showed the protagonist that the stone was worth only 200 yen. Chu thought to himself that he had no skills in this matter. He decided to check the other stones on the counter. Chu felt very tired. He checked more than 30 stones and still found nothing normal. The guy looked at his phone in surprise. He was happy because he saw a stone worth 30 magic coins. The protagonist holds a big stone in his hands. He thought to himself that he could help the girl Qian with it. Guo was at the market. He looked at his watch and said that almost an hour had passed. Chen told the girl that her friend had probably run away a long time ago. In his opinion, Shen was wasting her time at the market. The main character ran up from the side with a large stone. He told his friends that he had made them wait for a long time. Chen looked with displeasure at the stone in the protagonist's hands and asked, did he really think that this was good raw material? Shen looked closely at her friend and thought that he was not so good at selecting such stones yet, but he knew the prices of raw materials. The girl looked at the stone in the protagonist's hands and thought that it wasn't very good. Shen stood and looked sideways at the guy. She thought that the chances of the stone being valuable were very low, but the guy was very confident, so she hoped for the best. Guo shouted cheerfully from the side that the main character would turn out to be a layman. He suggested that everyone turn on the video recording to capture how the chump would screw up. The guests at the market stood around and chatted discontentedly. One of the guys happily shouted that tomorrow, everyone could watch Jufeng's defeat on the internet. Guo stood to the side. He silently and very slyly waved his hand in front of him. The guy pointed to the man who came in. He said that this was his uncle. He was a famous raw material master in Donghui. Guo turned to Uncle Zhang and asked him to help Miss Li choose a stone for her. The man told the boy that he would help. Zhang looked at the stone and said that it had an uneven surface and damaged edges. The inside was loose. There was no black moss or plaque on the stone. Therefore, there could not be jade inside. Guo looked slyly ahead and said in a confident voice that all this was completely impossible. Shen looked at the stone from the side. She thought with fear that there was a very small chance that there was jade inside it. The protagonist became excited. He stretched out his hand and shouted to Guo and his uncle that they could make a bet. Guo looked at his partner with distrust and asked what his conditions would be. The main character raised his hand and decided to voice the conditions to the guy. Chu said that the person who lost the bet would have to kneel down and bow slavishly 3 times. Guo looked happily at his partner and shouted that he agreed. The guy told the main character that if the jadeite from his stone was cheaper than the basalt wool, then he would be considered a loser. The main character looked sternly at the guy and said that he agreed with his terms. Guo turned around and shouted to the people around him that he had made a bet with the protagonist. He asked for someone to process the stone from Chu's hands. The guests at the market became very excited. They wanted to see the result of the dispute as soon as possible, and who would bow to whom. Shen thought with excitement that her friend was very fast and she could not stop him. Now all that was left for her was to pray and wait for the texture of the stone to be good. The main character, together with the stone, approached the master at the machine. They prepared to saw it. The master carefully brought the stone to the saw and began to saw. A bright green light appeared inside. The worker looked at the stone and shouted that there was an ice seed or sun jade inside. This is very rare to see. Shen happily thought to herself that her friend was very perceptive. She couldn't believe that all this was just luck. The guests at the market were chatting happily with each other. Someone said that Guo would be forced to bow slavishly today. The main character was very happy with his success. He was pleased because the people around him did not know about the power of his super chat. Guo was very scared. He looked at the main character and did not understand where this guy came from. People in the crowd began offering the protagonist money for his stone. One jewelry store was willing to pay 8 million. Shen stood behind and did not know what the main character should decide now. The guy had financial problems. The girl remembered with excitement that the main character had purchased the stone with money from their company. The girl stood to the side and looked closely at the jade in the guy's hands. Shen glanced at the protagonist. She wondered what he would do with the stone. People around stood next to the main character and demanded that he sell the stone to their company. The main character approached the girl with a stone. She looked at him carefully. Chu told his boss that the stone belonged to the Jufen company. He had no right to dispose of it. Chu handed the girl a stone and reminded her that he had made a big contribution to the company. He was hoping for a bonus at the end of the month. Shen happily told the guy that he would get his share. The girl was pleased because she was not mistaken about him. Guo decided to take advantage of the confusion and began to make his way through the crowd in order to quickly disappear. The main character ran up to the frightened guy from the side and grabbed him by the shoulder with his hand. Chu came up and angrily asked Guo where he had decided to run now. Guo swung his hand and knocked the protagonist's hand aside. Guo looked at the main character with displeasure and shouted at him not to bother him. The main character strictly demanded that Guo Shan bow to him. Intrigued spectators stood around. Passers-by around shouted with a smile at the guy that he had lost the bet and should bow. Guo turned to the side and angrily shouted at the people around him that his third uncle was the current mayor of Dunhui City. He demanded that the passers-by watch their words better. The people around fell silent. They looked around. No one said anything else to Guo. Guo turned around and prepared to leave. He shouted to the protagonist that reasonable people would not contradict him. Chen rushed forward to warn his friend. The main character rushed at him. Chen stretched out his hand forward to grab the main character running towards him. Chu jumped back sharply and quickly. The guy flew past him and couldn't grab him. Chu quickly reached out his hand from behind to grab the frightened Guo. Chen swung his leg and hit the main character in the back with all his might. Chen flew far back after an unsuccessful blow. The main character managed to grab the guy from the front with his hand. The fighter fell to the ground. People stood around him and laughed loudly. The main character grabbed the guy Guo by the head. He told him angrily that he would make him fulfill his promise. Chu pressed the guy's head to the ground. He angrily shouted at him not to remember his uncle. The man would not help him in any way. People around laughed loudly. The main character pressed the guy's head to the ground with all his might. Guo couldn't fight him off. A whole group of people were standing at the market. They were laughing very loudly at the guy Guo. Guo ran quickly through the market area. He turned around and shouted at the main character that he would kill him. She came up to the guy from behind and said that he was lucky today. She offered him to choose another stone. Chu answered the girl that he agreed. The main character walked past the stones. He chose the most suitable one for himself. Chu happily raised the stone above his head and thought that today was a successful day for him. The protagonist handed the stone to the master. The man put it on the machine and prepared to saw it. Chu stood to the side with his girlfriend. The girl promised the guy that if he got something valuable from the stone, he could become a raw material consultant for the company. The master checked the stone on the machine. He began to saw it carefully. The saw cut off a piece of stone and a green light appeared inside. The delighted Shen ran up to the side of the frightened protagonist and grabbed him with her hands. The girl looked at the stone from the side and shouted that it was Jade again. It was surprising to her. The main character looked at his girlfriend with excitement. She seemed like just a child to him. Shen suddenly felt very embarrassed. She turned away. The main character asked the master what kind of jade was inside the stone. The man answered the guy that he found ice jade inside the stone. It is much more precious than what was before. The main character held a jade in his hands. He told the girl that they needed to go to the company because they were attracting a lot of attention. The guard held a stone in his hands. He walked up to the trunk and put it inside the car. Zhu near the car told the protagonist that he was very lucky. Chu slyly answered the man that he could see jade inside the stones. A satisfied girl stood behind him. The man hugged the main character and said that he liked people like him. Shen stood behind and called the man in a displeased voice. The guy bowed and began to whisper something to the man. He began to suspect something. The main character was driving along a mountain road with his companions in the evening. The girl joyfully shouted to Chu that he would now be the leader. The car suddenly braked and stopped on the night road. Its tire burst. Zhou looked slyly at the main character. Everything happened as the guy expected. The girl in the back seat looked ahead in surprise. She didn't understand why the tire could explode like that. Chu told his companions to stay in the car and not go anywhere. The main character got out of the car and slammed the door. There was silence around. Suddenly, a fighter from the side pulled out a huge sword and swung it in the air. The main character stood calmly near the car. Several strangers approached him from the side. The strangers stood and smoked. They held huge blades in their hands. The main character looked ahead with a piercing and attentive gaze. He was preparing to attack the bandits. Joe very suddenly and quietly appeared behind the unsuspecting fighters. One of the bandits held a phone in his hands. He looked at the main character and shouted for his accomplices to act. The woman in the car turned around in fear. She thought with excitement that everything should be okay with the main character. The girl decided not to waste time and act quickly. She prepared to climb into the front seat. The girl got behind the wheel of the car. She commanded herself that she should help the main character. The woman behind the wheel of the car suddenly pulled back. The main character stood there, frightened, looking at her. One of the bandits with a blade was very scared when he saw a car rushing towards him. The fighter rushed to the side in fear. At that moment, the car next to him crashed into the stone. The bandit swung his huge sword. He decided to finish off the girl with it. The main character looked to the side at the guard Joe in fear. He loudly called his name. Chu ran up from behind and grabbed the bandit by the head. He shouted to the protagonist that the girl was under his supervision. One of the bandits swung his blade wide and prepared to hit the guard. Joe jumped back very sharply. The bandit missed him with his blade. The main character ran up from the side of the road. He decided to attack one of the attackers. One of the bandits looked closely as the main character ran past him. Chu ran up to the frightened fighter and lifted him up by his clothes with his hand. The fat bandit behind him swung his sword and hit the protagonist in the back with all his might. Sparks flew from the blade. The main character was able to calmly withstand a blow from behind with a large sword. The magic amulet inside the main character exploded. A fiery glow appeared around. Chu turned back sharply. One bandit quickly flew to the side and knocked the other attacker off his feet. The fighter ran up from behind and wanted to hit Chu with a blade. At that time, a guard came from the side and hit the attacker with a swing of his hand. The main character thanked the guard. He asked if everything was okay with the girl. Shen stood frightened behind and looked at the bodies of the bandits on Earth. The guard told the guy in a sly voice that his fiancée was okay. Chu was very angry when he heard such words from Joe. Chu and his companions prepared to return home. The main character walked next to his girlfriend. Shen glanced at the guy and remembered that she usually walked alone. At this time, a black car drove up from the side and stopped in front of the people. The driver got out of the car. It was the girl's father. Shen greeted him. The main character and the guard also greeted Mr. Shen. The security guard and the girl silently looked at the black car and prepared to leave. The man stood and looked at the main character silently. After that, he put his hand in his pocket to get something. Shen offered the main character $1 million and demanded that he quit his job. He decided that his daughter's problems were precisely because of Chu. The protagonist looked closely at the check in his hands. He handed it back to the man. Chu explained that he had not saved the girl for the money. The guard shouted at Mr. Shen to think again. He called the main character a real talent. The girl excitedly told her father to decide the issue of Chu's dismissal herself. Shen came close to her father and looked at him with a pleading look. The man told the girl that they would go home. Joe and the main character could be free. The car with the father and the girl drove off to the side. The guard hugged the main character. They had to get home on their own. The main character was sitting at home on a day off. He was drawing on pieces of paper with a brush. The guy happily thought that Qian was a fairy. The main character saw that the girl sent him 300,000 yuan. He decided to send the money back now. Chu went to the antique market. He decided to buy some old coins for himself to exchange them for magic coins. After the market, the main character returned home. He was holding a small bag in his hands. The main character was walking down the corridor in the building. He was throwing a bag in his hand. Chu-hee walked up to his door and saw that it was open. He couldn't remember when he had left it like that. The main character ran into the room and saw that everything around was in disarray. Several attackers with weapons ran up to the guy from behind and prepared to attack. One of the bandits swung his blade wide. Chu barely managed to dodge to the side. The main character grabbed his magical artifact and threw it forward at the attacking fighters. The bandit swung his blade wide and prepared to hit the guy from behind. An angry fighter shouted from behind the main character that he was going to die now. Chu very sharply and quickly put his hands in front of him and grabbed the bandit's blade. The protagonist angrily asked the bandit if Guo Yu had sent them here. The attacker shouted in an angry voice at the main character that Guo Xiao had already tolerated him for a long time. The main character broke the blade in the fighter's hands with very powerful blows of his hands. The bandit was very scared. The leader angrily shouted to his frightened bandits to attack the guy more boldly. The fighters, with bottles in their hands, angrily rushed forward towards the main character. Chu suddenly put his hands forward. He decided to fight off the bandits with a stick. The main character rushed forward with his weapon towards the attacking fighters. Chu, with a very powerful blow from his club, threw the attacking guy's back. The beaten and frightened fighters suddenly flew to the side and hit the wall. The bandits couldn't understand why the main character was so fast. The leader behind the main character pulled out a gun and prepared to attack the guy. The angry man pointed the gun at the guy and started shooting at him. The main character flew far to the side of the room after being shot by a man. Chu thought to himself in fear that perhaps he would just die like that. The main character was lying near the wall. He remembered that he was not a simple guy, but with amulets. Chu looked at the bandits very angrily. They didn't expect this from him. The attackers looked at the main character in fear. They couldn't believe that the guy was an ordinary person. Chu suddenly jumped up and ran forward at full speed towards the bandits. The main character swung his club with all his might and hit the bandit on the back with it from above. The beaten chieftain fell to the ground after the blow and screamed loudly. The bandits rushed to the exit. They ran away and called for help as they went. Chu remained standing near the window. The main character looked away in surprise. He remembered that the bandits wanted to kill him. Chu extended his hand to the lying leader. The man was still breathing. The main character heard sirens on the street. He realized that the police arrived very quickly. A policewoman came in with her colleague. She told the main character that someone had told them that a murder had taken place here. The main character told the woman in a stern voice that the man on the floor was still alive. The policewoman sat down on the floor and put her hand on the leader's body. She wanted to feel his pulse. Chu stood to the side and looked at the policewoman with great admiration and surprise. Suddenly, the guy felt embarrassed and covered his face with his hands. The woman turned around and told the terrified bandits that making false police calls could disrupt public order. The bandits were very scared. They shouted to the officer to help them. The woman asked the main character, "Was it really him who beat up the victims?" Chu answered the policewoman that the attackers broke into his house to rob him. He fought them off. The frightened bandits looked out the door. They shouted to the woman that the main character was not a human being at all and that bullets couldn't get to him. We turned to the side and said that 3 gangsters had gone completely wild. She told the main character that they were investigating his case. At that time, the policeman led the offenders out of the room. The main character sat to the side and watched the policewoman closely. She pulled the leader's body aside with her hands. Chu turned around embarrassedly. The policewoman told the guy that he was not so simple. The main character was sitting on his bed at home in a meditative pose. He realized that if he didn't kill Guo Yu himself, then this bandit would kill him. Chu realized that he could locate the enemy with the 1,000-mile search talisman. Then he had to think of a way to attack the opponent without leaving a trace. The main character moved his hands and launched the amulet. He activated the magic skill. The main character closed his eyes. There was a bright glow near him. The guy wanted to track the enemy's position. Chu opened his burning eyes and stared intently ahead. The main character saw Guo sitting in some establishment hugging a girl on the couch. Chu looked very carefully. He realized that Guo was in the red moon bar with the girl. The main character raised his hands up. He held a magic amulet in them. There was a glow around. The main character looked angrily ahead. He realized that he had found the guy. Chu looked angrily in front of him in the room and shouted that Guo Yu would die. There was complete silence in the city at night. The windows in the high-rise building were lit up. An unfamiliar fighter in a metal uniform flew very quickly past the house and descended from above downwards. The main character sat on the bed in a meditative pose. He thought that Iron Man should not let him down. He controlled him. Guo was inside the red moon bar. He was inside the room with a girl. The guards were standing near the entrance to the door. The girl inside shouted at the guy that he was the best. Suddenly, there was a very strong explosion. The door to the room flew out from the impact. The frightened guy turned around and looked at the entrance to the room. He didn't understand who wanted to disturb him. Guo looked at the broken door in fear. He didn't understand who dared to stop him. Suddenly, 2 guards simultaneously fell out through the holes in the wall. The metal fighter entered the room. The guy and the girl were sitting on the bed, scared. The robot stood with glowing red eyes and looked angrily at Guo Yu. The guy looked ahead very frightened. He repeated the words about the ghost to himself in a trembling voice. A robot with glowing eyes walked up to the guy and swung his hand to hit him with all his might. Guo was very scared. He was shaking with fear and did not understand who was standing in front of him. The frightened guy wanted to shout something, but he couldn't do it. Guo shouted in a trembling voice that someone wanted to kill him and he was very scared. The robot held his hand in front of him. He stopped and did not move further. Suddenly, the metal warrior began to fall apart and burn in the air. The guy and the girl sat on the bed in fear. The stranger sat on the bed and looked ahead, very frightened. The girl was shaking with fear. She couldn't even scream. Her voice didn't obey. The girl sat in the police station and told the woman in a frightened voice that she had seen a ghost. We discontentedly told the citizen that she had made it all up with her boyfriend to deceive the police. The complainant told the woman in horror that there was a video camera in the room. The bar owner used the cameras for blackmail. The police watched the video from the room. Guo was with his girlfriend on the bed. My colleague and I were standing near the monitor. They saw on the recording how someone knocked down the door to the room. The woman saw something on the monitor and shouted for the video broadcast to be stopped. The policewoman looked closely at the metal fighter in the room. She realized that the complainant had told the truth. I strictly ordered my subordinate to send the recording to the Technology Development Department. It was necessary to ensure that envy did not get anywhere else. In a big city, a TV announcer reported that a guy from the Guo family in Chuncheong had inexplicably gone crazy. The main character was watching the video recording on his laptop. He told the girl in a cheerful voice that Guo Yu was now a moron. Qian was sitting in a chair next to him and was also watching the recording attentively. Suddenly, someone shouted at the office door. The woman shouted that she was from the police and she needed to get through. A policewoman came in. She said she wanted to talk alone with the guy. Shen told the protagonist in a serious voice that she could hire a lawyer for him. Chu told his girlfriend that there was no need for that. The policewoman sat down on the chair opposite the guy. She told him that this was their second meeting. We in the chair looked at the main character and said that he should understand why she was looking for him. Chu turned around and told the policewoman that he didn't even know what was going on in her head. I showed the guy the photo in her hand. She told him that the man from his house had lost his mind when he woke up. Another similar case was discovered this morning. The woman came close to the guy and said that he was involved with both of these people and she couldn't think of it as a coincidence. The main character stood in front of the policewoman. He sternly told her to show him the evidence. Mi turned and walked away. She asked the guy why he decided that she had no evidence. The policewoman sternly asked the guy, "Did he really make sure there was no evidence?" The woman turned around sharply and attentively. She noticed something interesting in the room. The policewoman saw magical talismans with inscriptions lying on the floor. Mi remembered that she had found a piece of unburned yellow paper in Guo Yu's boyfriend's room. The woman held the artifact in front of the guy and asked where he got it from. Chu replied that he had seen such things on TV and decided to draw them himself. The woman turned around and looked at the guy with displeasure. She didn't believe him. The policewoman turned around and told the protagonist that she would come back to him. Chu smiled and told the woman that she could contact him at any time. We headed for the exit. She realized that she had to keep the guy under surveillance. The main character slyly thought to himself that he could still play with the policewoman. The main character arrived at the office. His boss asked him what happened. Chu told the girl not to worry. He was fine. Zhao looked at the guy very angrily and shouted that he would hardly laugh in prison. The boss looked at the secretary with displeasure. The girl asked the main character, "Is he still so good at picking up stones?" Chu said to his partner in a thoughtful voice that he was probably born with supernatural powers. Zhao looked at the guy angrily and said that he picked up the stones at random and was just lucky. Chu excitedly told the secretary that he could give him 10 stones. He would prove that his ability was not ordinary. Zhao turned around and told the boss that she would see for herself now. There were 10 huge stones on the table. The main character had to arrange them in order of value. Chu told the secretary and the boss that he would do it in half an hour. Half an hour later, the guy laid out all the stones neatly on the table, according to their value. He shouted to Qian that he had done everything. The boss praised the main character. Secretary Zhao shouted for Xiaoli to come in. Zhao looked at the protagonist with anger and suspicion. He didn't believe that the guy could do everything right. Xiaoli told CEO Shen that the protagonist had arranged everything in the correct order. He had done something that even a first-class master could not do. Zhao on the side was very angry and surprised. The boss offered the main character to become a consultant on the selection of raw materials. She offered him 5 million a year. Xiaoli was surprised that the main character would earn so much. Chow shouted at her boss in displeasure that the guy had placed the stones on the table at random. She shouldn't be so careless. Xian looked angrily at the secretary and reminded him not to say too much. The secretary shouted at the boss not to be deceived by the guy. He didn't like that she wanted to pay Chu 5 million. The main character looked angrily at the secretary and shouted that he could try to estimate the weight of his fist. Zhao became very angry. He rushed forward to fight the main character. The protagonist reached forward and lifted the secretary by his clothes off the ground. Chu threw the guy aside with all his might. The secretary flew back and crashed into the wall. The boss angrily told Zhao to get out of work as soon as possible. He was fired. The fired secretary looked angrily at his boss and the main character and shouted that he would take revenge on them. Zhao was walking down the street upset. He called his mother and complained that Qian Yue fired him and the main character hit him. The woman on the phone angrily said that people were tired of living if they dared to offend her son. The main character's room, which he had previously rented, was smashed by bandits. The guy was forced to move to a hotel. The guy was walking down the corridor. Staying in this place was not the best idea for him. He decided to quickly find a place to rent. Shu took out his card and prepared to open the door to his hotel room. The guy put the card to the door and after that the electronic lock opened. The door opened and someone's hand suddenly reached for the throat of the frightened protagonist. The protagonist looked into the room. He saw how an unfamiliar man grabbed him by the throat. Chu felt with fear, as if a magic talisman had burst inside him. The stranger looked at the guy angrily. He didn't understand how Chu had managed to survive. The main character suddenly extended his hand forward and grabbed the stranger's hand. Chu came close to the stranger and angrily asked who he was. The man jumped back and angrily shouted at the guy that he had offended his son. The main character angrily shouted at the stranger that he was the father of the fool Zhao. An unfamiliar woman appeared behind the main character. She was ready to hit him on the head with her fingers. The woman hit the main character on the head with her fingers from both sides. The guy's eyes lit up. The stranger stood behind the main character. She did not understand what was wrong with him. The guy suddenly stretched his hand forward and twisted his finger to the side. The woman screamed loudly and did not understand why Chu turned out to be so strong. The main character suddenly jumped up. He threw the stranger aside with a powerful kick. The woman flew back after a very powerful blow from the guy and hit her back against the wall. The stranger was wounded. She started coughing blood. The man looked at her in fear. The frightened husband called his wife. He shouted at the guy that he would kill him. The man held a sharp blade in front of him and decided to rush at the main character. Chu stood and looked at his opponent in fear. He prepared to fight off his attack. The main character managed to dodge to the side very quickly, and in time, the man in front of him waved a knife. Chu activated the magic talisman. A piece of paper with spells appeared in front of him. The stranger looked at the guy in surprise. He didn't understand who it was in front of him. Suddenly, the guy got enormous strength. He lifted a huge locker above himself. The main character swung his arms and threw a huge wardrobe at the stranger. The man with the knife was very surprised. He saw the flying cabinet and did not have time to do anything. Chu looked around the room. He realized that the killers had attacked him. An unconscious woman was sitting next to the wall. The main character glanced at the video camera on the ceiling. The manager had told him earlier that the cameras on this floor were broken. The policewoman drove up in a car and approached the hotel building where the main character lived. There were a lot of people near the entrance. Chu rode his skateboard at full speed right up to the surprised woman. After the jump, the main character found himself right in front of the policewoman. Passers-by looked at the main character and envied him because he fell on a policewoman. The woman fell to the ground. The main character fell straight on top of her. We shyly pushed the main character aside with our hand. The guy said in a dissatisfied voice that the police were now banning skateboarding. The main character pointed his finger to the woman. He slyly said that he had prepared a gift for her. In the building, in a room on the floor, sat two tied-up men and a woman. The policewoman and her subordinates entered the room. She looked at the tied-up criminals and said that they were highly wanted. The woman looked closely at the detained strangers. She realized that this was a gift from the guy. The main character came to a large building. He was looking for a room to live in. The worker at the entrance to the house greeted the guy. She wanted to show him the house. The woman looked exhausted. She smiled at the client with her last strength. Chu looked at the woman with great concern. He felt that there was something wrong with her mental state. Chu entered a large room. He stopped his choice on this room. The guy felt a very strong negative aura in the room. He asked the woman with distrust if she felt anything when she lived here. The hostess looked at the guy with distrust. She realized that he had a very great intuition. but she couldn't tell him about the ghost in the apartment. The woman excitedly told the protagonist that the dim lighting was the cause of the problems in the apartment. She was willing to lower the rent for this. The main character fell exhausted onto the bed with a lot of pillows. He was very tired after cleaning the room. Suddenly, a ghost of a flying dead girl appeared in the room. The main character was very scared. The frightened protagonist sat in a meditative pose on the bed. He rubbed his eyes. Chu looked carefully into the room again. He hoped to see the ghost again. The excited protagonist remembered that he was cultivating and could not have hallucinations. The guy realized why Miss Liu was in such a bad mental state. It was all because of the ghost in the room. The main character sat up on the bed. He decided to find a solution. The ghost was still flying in the corner of the room. The demonic girl looked at the man silently with dead eyes. Chu opened the big bag of magic papers. He decided to use the talisman against the ghost. The chief raised the magic paper in his hand. He decided to find the ghost eye talisman. The surprised protagonist extended his hand forward, and a paper talisman flew out of it. The dissatisfied Chu realized that the ghost was to blame for everything. He shouted for the ghost to stop all this. The ghost turned around with displeasure and looked at the man. There was an angry hissing around him. Chu stood in the middle of the room, and magical talismans were flying around him. He said to himself angrily that the ghost woman was very scary. The main character looked with excitement and saw the necessary paper talisman appear in front of him. The boy suddenly reached out his hand to grab the magic talisman. Victory was almost in his hands. The demonic girl suddenly reached forward and grabbed the protagonist by the neck. Chu suddenly stretched his hand forward and grabbed the magic paper. He needed it for protection. The guy held out a magical artifact called the Eye of Heaven to his head. The main character's eyes opened and lit up brightly. The talisman began to work. The main character got scared when he saw the demonic girl in front of him. Chu became very angry. He swung his hand and hit the ghost on the head with all his might. The demonic girl was in the middle of the night in a room in a large building. The magic amulet threw her to the floor. The ghost in the room huddled in a corner. The main character happily told himself that everything went well. The demonic girl stood up. A talisman was glowing on her chest. Chu asked her if she could speak. The frightened girl told the protagonist in the room that most people couldn't listen to her. The mystical partner told the protagonist that she became a ghost because of a strong feeling of resentment. Chu got into a meditative pose. He told the girl that with the help of spiritual power he could influence her resentment. He decided to use Reiki to reduce the resentment. 7. The main character breathed out a small flame from himself onto the ghost. The girl was surprised and felt warmth. The demonic stranger closed her eyes and tears began to flow. She immediately remembered everything. The girl fell to her knees in front of the guy. She remembered that she had been killed by someone and had died a horrible death. The ghost said that her name was Shui Tingting. She was a medical student. Her parents loved her very much. The demonic girl told with fear that she was forced and killed by her teacher named Ma Chunshin. The main character looked angrily ahead. He decided to himself that he would help the girl. The guy and the ghost went up to a big hotel where a university professor was located. Ma was in the room with the girl. He angrily told her that he was a teacher at the medical university. The teacher looked slyly at the student and shouted that he could use the advantage of his power. Chu stood in the next room with the ghost. He watched the man through the wall with the help of a talisman. The main character picked up a mobile phone. He recorded everything that happened in the next room. The guy was looking closely at the video recording on his phone. He decided to go into the next room. Chu swung his leg and kicked with all his might, knocking down the door to the room with the man and the girl. Ma turned around in fear and looked at the front door. Next to him was a frightened student. The main character looked angrily at the student and asked if the teacher had really forced her to do this too. The student excitedly told her boyfriend that her mother had threatened that he would not let her graduate from university. The main character told the girl that she could leave. The frightened student ran to the exit of the room. Ma came to his senses after the fright. He angrily asked the main character, "Who is he?" A demonic girl appeared from the side. She looked angrily at the man. The frightened Ma shouted in a trembling voice that he had killed Shui Tingting with his own hands. Shu recorded the man's words on his phone. He sternly told him to wait for punishment. The main character turned around and told the girl to watch as he would avenge her. The man shouted in an angry voice at the main character that his name was Ma Chunshin and he was a teacher at the medical university. The main character swung his arm and hit the man with all his might. The teacher flew far to the side. The tied man sat near the bed. The protagonist called the police. A policewoman entered the room with another officer. She picked up a piece of paper from the floor and read it carefully. Chu wrote to the policewoman that he had given her a second gift and was expecting gratitude from her. The main character was in the room with Shu. The TV reported that the attacker had been detained. The girl happily said that revenge had finally been accomplished. Zhu gradually began to acquire human features. Her grievances dissipated. Suddenly, the demonic girl turned into a young, beautiful student in red clothes. Zhu hugged the protagonist. She joyfully shouted that she would serve the master forever. The main character excitedly suggested to the girl to go and pick up some antiques. He hoped that his new she could see the difference between things. Zhu flew up to the main character. She asked with surprise, "Why does he need so many antiques?" Chu was carrying many different things in his hands. The girl looked at the table in surprise and saw various antique things lying there. Shu looked ahead with admiration and said that this is exactly the secret of her master. Chu was looking closely at the phone at this time. The main character pointed the phone at the green ring. The girl told him with admiration that he had a keen eye. Chu accidentally extended his hand to the side. He touched the girl with it. The main character turned around in surprise and looked at where he had just touched his hand. Shue was very scared. She shouted at the guy in a shameful voice that he was a pervert. Chu abruptly pulled his hand to the side and shouted at the girl that he didn't mean it. The protagonist glanced at the magic item shop. He had 50 coins and wanted to spend them. Through diligent practice, his cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the air induction stage. Zhu flew next to the protagonist and looked at him attentively. The main character was driving with his boss outside the city in a car. Shen told the guy that today they were going to Tsuishige. The company needed a lot of Jade to participate in a jewelry exhibition. Chu in the car looked back and noticed someone driving behind them. It turned out to be a police car. We were driving a black car following the main character. Suddenly, she sneezed loudly. The woman behind the wheel couldn't understand why she was sneezing for no reason. The main character and his companions arrived at the Chunshin Jade Market. People in the crowd recognized him. Chu stood near a group of stones on the ground and carefully examined them from all sides. The man on the side watched the protagonist from around the corner. He was curious about what stones Chu would choose. The main character turned around and noticed that someone was following him, but he didn't care. The master took a huge stone and brought it to the machine to cut it. The main character and the girl were watching from the side. The man on the side watched the main character closely. He decided that Chu must have some secret of his own. The master sawed the stone on a machine. Inside it was found a bright red jade. The people around were very happy when they saw the gemstone. Someone shouted that the red color was very bright and magnificent. The jade itself turned out to be elegant and transparent. The stranger looked at the stone on the machine from the side. He decided that it was all just a coincidence. The master took out a large second stone. He brought it to the machine to saw it. The worker brought the stone to the saw and began to saw off one side of it. The master looked very carefully at the workpiece on the machine. He continued to saw it. Passers-by stood to the side and watched the stone with great excitement. They wanted to see what was in the middle of it. The excited man stood with the others and looked at the results of the jade sawing. The master joyfully took the stone in his hands. Inside it was green jade. Passers-by at the market were delighted. They saw glass jade inside the stone. The girl happily hugged the main character and said that with such a stone they would definitely win at the exhibition. The man glanced at the main character from the side and decided that he was not quite an ordinary person. The stranger contacted someone on the radio and shouted for the main character to be put under surveillance. The girl on the balcony looked through the glass at the main character when he was in the hall. The stranger looked at Chu with concern. She wasn't sure that he would be okay and decided to warn him. The main character was sitting at home at his laptop. He was working tensely and attentively. Chu noticed with great surprise that he had 8 million left. He became very rich. The guy was sitting at the table. He thoughtfully said to himself that he needed to go home. He also wanted to prepare gifts for his family. It was a clear and sunny day outside. The main character was riding inside a bus along the street. Chu looked happily from the bus to the street. He didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Inside the police station, officers sat in a room and watched the video recording. The man watched a video of a magical amulet burning in a hotel room. The old man stood next to the monitor next to the policeman and watched the recording carefully. The officer on the side shouted that we need to slow this moment down. The man looked closely at the frozen frame from the video recording. He saw the amulet burning out. The officer asked the Taoist Ma, "What happened here?" The ancient master said in a thoughtful voice that the Iron Man was the result of using the amulet. The man turned around and asked the old man, Can Taoists draw such amulets? Ma told the policeman that the method of creating such amulets can only be found in ancient books. He had never found anything like that. Ma shouted with great excitement that if someone could draw such amulets, then he would beg such a person to become his teacher. The policeman thought to himself that the robot in the video was created technologically. It could not be related to Chu. The man called someone on the phone and ordered that surveillance of the main character be stopped. I looked ahead with excitement. She didn't understand why she should care about the main character. The fighter looked ahead carefully. He thought that in this situation everything was not so simple. The guy around the corner commanded someone on the phone that the mission was suspended and they needed to retreat. The main character walked past. Chu turned to the side and said in a satisfied voice that the strangers had finally left him alone. The main character returned to his home and joyfully greeted his mother. The father at the table asked his son in surprise why he had come so early. Chu explained to the man that he had accepted a good job. The boss gave him a couple of days off. The woman came up to her son and asked him if he got tired at work and how his boss treated him. Chu answered the woman that his job was fine and his boss was good. He prepared a gift for her. The boy handed his mother a box with a ribbon. He told her to open it herself and look. The delighted woman took out the jewelry from the box. It was a gold necklace. The mother looked at the gift and told the protagonist that it was very wasteful for him. Chu told the woman in a sly voice that the money was earned for the family. He didn't want to feel sorry for them. The man glanced at the guy from the side and decided that the main character had forgotten about him. Chu sat down next to his father and said that he had prepared a gift for him too. The postman knocked on the door. He said he had brought an express delivery for Mr. Chu. The postman handed the box to the man and told him to sign for receipt. The owner opened the box and was very surprised to find a new laptop inside. The main character told the man that he could now play whatever he wanted on the laptop. The father patted his son on the shoulder and said that he loved games. A boy with a backpack came from the side and opened the door. He saw his older brother. The boy joyfully shouted to his older brother that he had finally returned. The protagonist turned around and happily greeted his younger brother Tianxin. Tianxin ran up and suddenly rushed into the main character's arms. The main character bought his younger brother a new bicycle so that he could ride to school. Tianxin very happily hugged and thanked his older brother for the gift. Chu stroked the boy's head with his hand. He knew that Tianxin was late for school because of his old bicycle. Chu was sitting at the table with his family members. They were having a cheerful dinner. Very soon, a bicycle drove up to the house. At that time, the main character was collecting and washing the dishes from the table. A frightened Tianxin opened the door and said in a sad voice that he was back. The main character turned around and asked his brother, "Did someone really hit him?" Tianxin put his hand on his face. He excitedly shouted to his elder brother that he was okay. The main character sternly demanded that his younger brother tell him everything. Tianxin replied that everything was fine with him. The main character looked at the boy with displeasure and realized that he would now figure everything out himself. The guy went outside and noticed that his new bike had a flat tire. The main character in his apartment entered the room where his father was. Yu told the man that someone had beaten his younger brother. He asked him if he knew what had happened. The man told the main character that he shouldn't get involved in this. Most likely, the younger brother was beaten by Li Min, who is 1 grade older. The son asked his father about Li Min. The man replied that Li Min was the son of the local director of the metallurgical plant named Li Guoliang. That is why the schoolboy often bullies others. The main character excitedly shouted to father that Tianxin had been beaten and they couldn't just leave it like that. The man told his son in a frightened voice that it was the criminal force that was supporting the family. The main character looked angrily at his father and said that everything was clear to him. The man demanded that the boy not be too impulsive. Shu headed towards the door. He told the man that he would talk to his younger brother. The main character approached the door. He put his hand to open it and enter the room. The main character entered his brother's room. He demanded that the boy tell him everything. Tianxin, with tears in his eyes, said that Lin Ming envied his bicycle. As a result, the student beat him up and punctured the tires. The boy said to his older brother with excitement that they could not provoke me. The protagonist patted his younger brother on the head and said that he would go to school anyway. Shu took a magic amulet out of his pocket. He decided to teach Li Min a lesson for bullying his younger brother. The main character came to school. He stood for a while in front of the classroom entrance. Chu walked into the classroom in an invisible state and looked at the rich students at their desks. He thought that money really did liberate from all restrictions. The invisible protagonist walked through the school auditorium. He looked around carefully. Chu approached the schoolboy and saw that he was watching some movie on his phone. The main character looked at his phone and saw that the schoolboy was watching some movie about people being killed. Chu hit the student and he was very scared. Li Min did not understand what was happening. The teacher sternly demanded that Li Ming stand near his seat. The invisible protagonist stood attentively nearby and watched the student. The frightened schoolboy obediently jumped up and stood near his desk. The teacher shouted at the boy in an angry voice that he would have to stand until the end of the lesson. The protagonist stood behind the student. He carefully swung his leg to kick him. Li Min suddenly fell headfirst onto the desk after an invisible blow from behind. Li Min turned around and looked angrily at the student behind him. The student frightenedly made excuses and said that it was not he who did all this. The man shouted at Li Min in an angry voice that he couldn't even stand on his feet. Li Min sternly shouted at the teacher that his father could fire him only at his request. The main character looked at the guy with displeasure and realized that he had decided to be rude to his elders. Chu swung his hand sharply and hit the frightened Li in the face with all his might. The student angrily grabbed his face with his hand. He did not understand who could have hit him. Li grabbed his face with his hand. He turned around and sternly asked the students who did this. The school children sat at their desks. They looked at the student silently and with surprise. Chu came up behind the guy and grabbed his hand with his hand. He raised it up. You hit the very surprised schoolboy with his own hand with all his might in the face. The students in the class laughed out loud when they saw Li hit himself. The teacher in the class told the students to grab the guy. He decided to call Li Min's parents. The main character glanced angrily to the side. He decided to teach Li Min's father a lesson. Several students pounced on the boy from the side and twisted his arms from behind. A man entered the office. He pointed his finger to the side and demanded that the students move away from his son. Father from the side approached his beaten son and asked if everything was okay with him. The invisible protagonist stood nearby. Li Min was very surprised to see his hand rise up by itself. The student suddenly hit his surprised father on the head with all his might. The father, after a very unexpected and powerful blow from his son, leaned far back. The man got angry. He sternly asked his son why he hit him. The schoolboy was very scared. He made excuses to his father and said that it all happened by itself. The main character quietly approached the man from behind and threw him on the ground on his back. The man looked around angrily. He couldn't understand who had just tripped him. The invisible Chu pushed the guy from behind with all his might and he began to fall forward. The man was lying on the ground. He angrily asked his son opposite him, why did he want to hit him? Li Min couldn't understand why his hands went up. He shouted to father that he didn't want to harm him. Chu controlled the student's hands. The frightened boy beat the man with all his might. The father shouted to himself in fear that his son had gone crazy. The frightened student turned to the side and shouted to the school children to help him. The teacher shouted at the school children to step back. He explained to Mr. Li that no one would dare to offend him. The teacher grabbed the phone. He shouted to the man that he would call the police for him now. Mr. Li shouted in a frightened voice to the teacher to quickly call number 120. Several police cars pulled up to the school building. Sirens could be heard all around. The police ran inside and arrested the student. One of them shouted at the guy that he would go to a mental hospital. Li Min was shouting near the police car that he was not sick and did not want to go anywhere. Chu happily walked out of school and looked ahead. He told himself that this was just the beginning. The students in the class were very happy. They were happy that Li Min was no longer with them. The man brought a gift to Mr. Li at the hospital. The patient asked the guest why he was there and how his son was feeling now. The fat man smiled at the patient and told him to lie down and rest for now. He promised to sort it out himself. The invisible protagonist was watching the stranger in the corridor. He decided to watch him further. The main character angrily told himself that he wanted to take over the Li family's business. An invisible guy entered the company building with a man. The employee was sitting at the computer and was busy playing a game. The man was completely absorbed in the game process. After that, he decided to open the folders on the computer. Chu thought that the chairman of the company was not very busy. The main character watched attentively as the chairman decided to open a folder with secretaries on the computer. The chairman laughed maliciously. He looked at the computer monitor with great attention. In one of the photographs, a man was smoking a cigar. Next to him was she on the bed. In another photo, the chairman was sitting on the sofa. Next to him was a disgruntled secretary. Chu stood to the side with the chairman and watched him very displeasedly. The delighted man ran out of the office. He was dreaming about something. Chu immediately ran to the computer. The main character stuck the flash drive inside the computer. He told himself that he had a great chance. Chu heard footsteps in the hallway behind the door. He realized with fright that everything had happened very quickly. At that time, files were being loaded into the computer. After that, the steps in the corridor fell silent. The main character took out a flash drive. He said with relief that it was a false alarm. The main character decided to upload the data he received from the flash drive to the network so that everyone could see it. The man was in a nightclub at the time. There were a lot of guests inside and music was playing. The chairman was sitting at the bar and drinking with the girls. People around him began to recognize him. A man was walking down the corridor next to a beautiful girl. He was heading towards the exit. The chairman saw the policeman. He shouted at them angrily to get out of the way. The police told the man Chen that he was suspected of corruption and abuse of power. They wanted to take him away with them. The chairman swung his hand and prepared to hit the policeman. He shouted that they were slandering him. A frightened girl was standing next to him. The policeman extended his hand forward and stopped the man's hand. The policeman restrained the chairman. One of them told the man that evidence of his crimes had been uploaded to the internet. The girl ran away in fear. He was very shocked when he was arrested. He did not understand how this could be possible. The protagonist returned home to his parents. The man in the apartment excitedly told his wife that he didn't know who could be so powerful as to imprison Chen Yingxun. The man happily consumed food from the plate with chopsticks. He said that Li Min was leaving school. The woman happily replied to her partner that it was wonderful. Chu sat with chopsticks near the food. He realized that his parents had no idea that he had participated in all the stories they were talking about. The owner stood up and told his wife to dress as best she could. He added that they needed to show themselves well in the company where their son worked. Chu sat and ate at the table opposite his father. The car was driving down the street. Inside was the main character with his parents. The woman told her husband in a joyful voice that they were going to the company where their son worked. The husband answered his wife joyfully so that she would calm down. Chu was sitting in a chair in front and listening attentively to everything. Suddenly, some car drove up on the highway and blocked the bus's path. The driver stopped the bus. He couldn't understand what kind of idiot was on the road in front of him. The doors on the side of the bus opened. The driver looked ahead in fear. Suddenly, some attacker held out a weapon and pointed it at the frightened man. A bandit with a gun shouted at people to put their hands up. It was a robbery. Strangers with guns walked through the bus. The leader threatened that if anyone moved, they would immediately get a bullet. The frightened people on the bus screamed very loudly when they saw the bandits. Chu stretched his hand to the side. He shouted excitedly to his parents to stay close to him. The attacker fired a gun into the air to scare the passengers. The bandit sternly demanded that people not make noise. He threatened to shoot anyone who would not listen to him. The masked criminal sternly demanded that the passengers put their valuables in his bag. The frightened people inside the bus started throwing all their valuables into the bag. The main character looked closely at the bandits in the aisle of the bus. He decided to try to knock the gun out of them. The leader joyfully shouted to his accomplices that they were very lucky. They had a good harvest. The masked leader joyfully shouted to the other bandits that no one had dared to attack them. Chu looked at the bandits with interest. He thought that he would now let them try his strength. The leader sternly demanded that the passengers get off the bus as quickly as possible. All the people ran out of the bus into the street. The bandits were standing near the black car. The protagonist told his parents to stand and watch over his protection. The father told his son with concern that he should not be too impulsive. Chu looked angrily at the attackers from the side. He decided to teach them to be people. The main character rushed at the bandits at great speed. They were very surprised. Chu grabbed the leader by the clothes on the go and prepared to knock him out as quickly as possible. The main character used very powerful punches to send the bandits flying. After the attack from the main character, the bandits dropped their weapons and they fell to the ground. After that, the police arrived. The officer approached the leader and demanded that he not move. The police arrested the attackers. People around shouted words of gratitude for the main character. The passengers approached the man and woman and thanked them for their wonderful son. The father happily praised his son. The mother came up and hugged the main character. The main character came to his office with his parents. He wanted to show them where he worked. The parents were surprised when they walked around the building. The workers on the floor greeted the main character. They called him the manager of Chu. The guy's delighted parents stood behind him. The man and the woman looked at their son with joy. They were proud of him. Chu, accompanied by his parents, went up to the office on the 5th floor. The CEO's office was nearby. The main character came up and opened the door to the girl's office. He told her that he brought his parents here on an excursion. She stood near her table. She told the guests that their son had done a lot for their company. She wanted to thank them. The man and the woman smiled happily back at their boss. Shen invited the guests to sit down at the table. She promised to bring them tea. The parents asked the boy with interest, "What kind of relationship does he have with his boss?" The boy told his parents that he communicates with her as a boss and subordinate. The father sternly told his son that he doesn't believe him. The mother slyly told the boy that his boss could become her daughter-in-law. Shen carried brown cups on a tray. She wanted to treat the guests to tea. A man and a woman were sitting on the sofa. They told the girl how the main character saved them from robbers. Shen turned around and looked at the main character. She proudly said that this guy is very strong. She feels safe. The woman happily drank tea from a cup. She slyly told her husband that they were a good support for the guy. Inside the police department, a meeting was taking place in one of the offices. The boss was sitting at the table. He told his subordinates that the case was very hopeless and there were no leads. Several policemen walked down the corridor. They were discussing how some stranger had single-handedly dealt with 5 armed bandits. The man looked ahead attentively. He said in a thoughtful voice that he was interested. The boss jumped up and shouted for the workers from the corridor to come to him. 2 employees entered the office. They asked the captain how they could help him. The captain sternly asked his partners, what were they just talking about? The policeman said that the unknown guy was able to deal with the bandits who attacked the bus. All passengers were unharmed. The captain asked his partner if the hero's name was Chu Tianling. The policeman replied, that was exactly the guy's name. He was surprised that his boss already knew him. We were sitting at the table and happily realized that the main character had gotten involved in another case. The man said in an angry voice that Guoyu's case is very special. If there is no evidence, they will make it themselves. The girl asked the captain with great interest how he wanted to make the evidence. The policeman on the side turned around and told the chief that he could trust him with this matter. The policeman told his boss that he was detaining the guy and would beat a confession out of him. It would also be possible to arrest him directly. The captain looked sternly at his subordinate and told him not to make any mistakes. The girl jumped up and asked the boss with displeasure, "Is all this really right?" The policeman excitedly told the captain that the main character was connected to that ghost. After a short pause, the boss told his subordinate in a displeased voice to leave. We fell silent. She looked at her boss with great displeasure and thought about his words. The main character walked alone down the street. He thought to himself that he had sent his parents back home. Chu picked up the phone and saw that a policewoman had called him. He slyly asked the girl, did she really miss him? We were holding the phone in our hands. She shouted to the guy in a frightened voice that she was calling on a serious matter. The main character was walking down the street. His partner warned him to be careful. Chu told the girl not to worry about him. He promised to solve everything. The main character hung up. He angrily told himself that if the police wanted to arrest him, he would teach them how to behave properly. The guy came home. Jue flew up to him with a tray of drinks. She praised him for his good work. The main character took the glass from the tray from the girl and thanked her. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. The main character and his girlfriend turned around. Chu said, with a satisfied voice, that they had already come to him very quickly. She pressed the tray to her chest. She warned the owner with excitement that there were 2 men with bad intentions standing behind the door. Chu opened the door and looked at the guests with displeasure. He asked them what had happened. The policeman at the door sternly asked the guy how he could drive Guoyu crazy. The main character looked sternly at the police and said that it was a good thing, but they didn't have it. The policeman looked at the guy very angrily. He was angry because of his words. The officer extended his hand forward and wanted to grab the guy by the shoulder. The main character grabbed the policeman by the hand. He was scared and did not understand how this could be possible. Chu silently and with all his might twisted the policeman's hand to the side with his hand. The policeman couldn't understand where the guy got such strength from. There was another officer standing behind him. The man swung his arm with all his might and tried to pierce the main character's chest with all his might. The main character attacked the man who attacked him with bright blue lightning. The officer jumped back in fear. He remembered that he was a martial arts champion. The main character walked into his door. He told the police that they were very self-confident. Chu went inside the apartment and calmly closed the door behind him. He stood and was silent. The guy looked out the window very carefully. He realized that someone was following him. There was a captain standing on the roof with binoculars. There was a policewoman next to him. We glanced furtively to the side. She hoped that everything would be okay with the guy. The main character asked his magical girlfriend to deal with the police. Shui smiled at the guy and said that she would do everything. The protagonist turned around and watched carefully as she disappeared through the door. Zhu flew through the door and found herself in the hallway. The police continued to knock on the guy's door. Zhu put her fingers to her head and activated her magic skill. She decided to close the eyes of the intruders. A magical glow appeared around the policeman. They stared intently ahead. The policeman imagined that his wife had come to him at home and told him that he had finally returned. The man looked at his wife with joy and excitedly called her darling. The policeman hugged the woman and joyfully shouted that he missed her very much. In reality, the man stood and hugged an invisible woman. He wanted to kiss her. Zhu hovered in the hallway, looking cheerfully at the deceived man in front of her. The policemen in the corridor looked at each other in fear. They did not understand what had happened. The angry captain watched his subordinates. He couldn't understand what had happened to them. A surprised me stood next to him. I looked slyly ahead and thought that the main character was really very bad. The main character and his companion arrived at the jewelry exhibition in the city of Chuncheng. Shen got out of the car. She and the guy were heading towards the entrance. People were standing around and whispering to each other in surprise. The girl walked next to her friend. People in the crowd couldn't understand how the Shen family could come here. Shen was very unhappy when she heard the conversations around her. The guy told his girlfriend to ignore those around her. Yuan appeared on the path in the corridor with her friend. She greeted the main character and his companion. Tian told her partners in a cunning voice that their Li family had prepared very well for the exhibition. She held Jen's hand with her hand. The main character looked angrily at his partner and said that it was still unclear who would cry. Someone's footsteps were heard from the side. Zheng turned around and saw a man in glasses. It was the vice chairman of the Jewelry Association. Zheng pointed his finger at the protagonist. He said that this guy made Shoyu apologize and bow. The vice chairman came close to the main character and looked at him carefully. The man adjusted his glasses. He sternly demanded that the boy bow down to Guo Yu 100 times. Chu looked slyly at his partner and asked if he could cover the sky with just one palm. The main character walked further down the corridor. The man stood behind him and was unhappy. The main character walked past the vice chairman. The man looked at him angrily. Chu looked at his hand on the palm. He was able to get Liu Jianghua's hair. Shen said angrily to the man that it was her business and it did not concern him. The chairman demanded that the girl stay away from the guy who did not know how this world works. Suddenly, the man felt some changes in his body. He did not understand what was happening to him. Liu knelt down and looked ahead in fear. He was incontinent. The vice chairman fell to the floor. People around him stood away from him and laughed. Someone said that he was incontinent. Wen stood with her friend. They looked at the man with displeasure and disgust. Liu turned around and very angrily demanded that the guy find someone to help. Chen replied that he would do everything. The girl was holding a phone in her hands. It contained a photo of the frightened chairman. She posted this photo on the internet. Chu looked at his phone happily. He remembered that he had been able to make a pretty good curse with Liu Jianhua's hair. The man shouldn't have acted so arrogantly. People walked around the hall and waited for the exhibition to begin. It took place in 3 exhibition areas. The exhibition stands were well covered with red cloth, so no one could know what was there. The host of the exhibition, Mimi, appeared with a microphone. She told the guests to wait a little. The stalls were supposed to be open soon. One counter was open. The surprised girl screamed in fright that she might be sleeping. The guest saw a very beautiful decoration. It was a necklace of green stones. The girl near the exhibit shouted with admiration that in front of her was the best quality glass emerald. The guests were amazed by the stone that Shen showed them. Someone shouted that such jade has no equal. Yuan stood dissatisfied to the side with her friend. She could not understand. Where could Shen get the precious stone? After all, they blocked all supplies for her family. An angry Yuan shouted in a dissatisfied voice that her jade should be the best. All her glory was stolen. Suddenly, someone shot through the glass in the building with a gun. From the outside, they began to crack. An unknown masked fighter in a green uniform kicked out a window and prepared to jump inside the building. The fighter raised his weapon up and fired at the ceiling. The door opened and more soldiers ran in with weapons. The guests at the exhibition were very scared. They did not understand who could attack them now. The main character came up to his girlfriend from behind and said that he was next to her. She didn't have to be afraid. Shen thought happily to herself that she could rely on her friend. Zheng was very scared. He sat under the table and his teeth chattered with fear. The guy was very scared. He was sitting under the table and shaking very badly. Yuan was sitting under the table next to her friend. She turned around and looked at him with displeasure. She turned to the side. She looked angrily at her friend and called him scum. A fighter with a machine gun on his shoulders told the people that they had come for the jewels. They prepared to quickly take everything and leave. The stranger with the weapon demanded that people fall to the ground and put their hands behind their heads. The guests at the celebration were very scared. They realized that the attackers had weapons and that they were definitely finished. The fighter looked ahead. He noticed that someone was moving in the hall. A bullet from the gun hit one man. He was wounded in the leg and fell to the ground. The guests at the party were very scared when they saw that one person was injured. Chu was not afraid of anything, but he remembered that he had to think about other people. The main character turned to his girlfriend and wanted to tell her something. Qian looked back at him. Chu handed his girlfriend the magic amulets. They could help her. The girl stood and looked at the guy with great excitement. For her, all this was strange. The robbers inside the building split into several groups. One of the groups stood near the windows and watched the street. Another group of mercenaries with weapons stood and watched the guests of the exhibition. A small group of attacking soldiers stood near the safe and tried to get the jewelry. Chu looked closely at the attacking strangers. They acted very professionally and in a coordinated manner. A fighter ran up from the side. He shouted to his accomplices that the police were heading their way. The leader said in an angry voice that someone had called the police. They could ignore the safety of other people. The fighters stood up and held their weapons out in front of them. They took aim at the hostages. People were very scared. They decided that the attackers would now shoot at them. Several cars pulled up to the building. They were parked near the entrance to the jewelry exhibition. The captain shouted into megaphone for the attackers in the building to drop their weapons and surrender. The gunman rushed forward at the policeman and shot him. The captain stood and held a megaphone in his hands. At that moment, a bullet flew past him. The bandit raised his hand in front of him. He shouted that he still had time for fun. The hostages were very scared. The bandit looked at them very angrily. The girl was very scared. The fighter shouted at her in an angry voice that he wanted to play with her. The bandit grabbed the hostage from behind and started to harass her. She was very scared. The fighter rushed forward towards the frightened guy and grabbed him by the arm. The hostage was discontentedly fighting off the bandit who was pestering him with his hands. Shen looked ahead in fear. She was very afraid of the bandits. The main character extended his hand and placed it on the girl's shoulder. He was calming her down. The bandit stretched out his hands to the girl and shouted for her to come with him. Yuan frightenedly answered the fighter not to come near her. She turned to her boyfriend and asked Chen with displeasure, "Isn't he a real man?" The fighter came up and put his hand on the guy's head. He asked him angrily, "Isn't he a man?" He shouted in a very frightened and trembling voice at the bandit not to kill him. Yuan was very angry when she heard such words from the guy. She sternly called him trash. The girl swung her leg wide and hit the guy in the groin with all her might. Yan looked at the bandit with interest. She told him that she was ready to go with him. The girl pointed to the soldier's friend Shen and said that she would go with her. Tian angrily shouted at her partner that she wouldn't wish friends like her on her enemy. Yuan told her friend in a sly voice that she could ask her boyfriend to protect her. The main character stood and irritably clutched a piece of paper with a magical inscription in his hands. Chu rushed to protect his girlfriend. He shouted at the strangers not to touch her. It took some time for the mass sleep amulet to activate. The fighter angrily shouted at the main character to immediately stand on his feet in front of him. The soldier pointed his gun at the main character and prepared to shoot. The shadow behind him shouted at the guy not to be so impulsive. Chu turned around and reminded the girl that he was her bodyguard. He prepared to protect her. She looked sideways at the main character with great admiration. The angry stranger pulled the trigger and started shooting at the main character. Chu dodged back with a very quick and dexterous movement. The bullets flew past him. She ran up to the guy from behind and asked how he was feeling. Chu answered the girl that he was fine. The soldier with the gun angrily told the main character that he was completely fearless. The protagonist grabbed his magic talisman. He activated the mass sleep amulet. The soldier felt very tired. He quickly began to lower his head and fall asleep. The people in the hall began to feel very tired. They all wanted to sleep. Shen could no longer stand on her feet. The main character came up and took the girl in his arms. Chu put the sleeping girl on the ground. He told her that when she wakes up, everything will be over. The main character rolled up his sleeves in anger. He shouted to the bandits that he would teach them humanity. Chu hit one of the bandits in the face with a powerful blow with all his might. The main character fought off the soldiers who attacked him with very powerful blows. The beaten fighters lay on the floor after the guy's attack and couldn't get up. The main character quickly moved forward. The captain shouted into the megaphone to the people inside the building to drop their weapons. The policemen stood near the entrance to the building. No one answered them. The surprised commander could not understand why there were no signs of movement in the building. The main character stood in front of the hostages, sleeping on their feet. He joyfully told himself that he had figured everything out. Chu stepped forward and prepared to merge with the crowd. They all headed towards the exit. Gradually, the people in the crowd began to come to their senses. They could not understand when they had managed to fall asleep. One of the hostages looked to the side in surprise and saw that the soldiers were lying unconscious on the floor. Shen turned to the side. She called the main character with great excitement. Chu ran up to the girl from the side and raised his hand. He greeted her. The girl approached the main character and asked him with concern if everything was okay with him. The main character looked very proudly at his girlfriend and said that nothing could happen to such a handsome man as he. Shen looked at her friend in fear and asked him for forgiveness. The main character looked away shyly and told his girlfriend that there was nothing to worry about. The hostages regained consciousness and began to run away from the building. They saw that the robbers were unconscious. The police stood on the street and were surprised. They did not understand why the hostages ran out on their own. The captain asked the running people what had happened inside the building. The guys shouted to the policemen that the robbers had lost consciousness. Now they could be arrested. The commander thought about it. He realized that the robbers couldn't have just lost consciousness. Police officers with machine guns ran to the exit of the building. They were preparing to break in. The attackers were lying unconscious on the floor. The commander with a gun shouted to his subordinates to hurry up and detain the bandits. The policeman looked at the criminals lying down. He said thoughtfully that they had passed out while discussing something. The captain said to his subordinate in a dissatisfied voice that all this was very strange. The captain demanded that the policeman bring him a list of all the guests at the exhibition. The policeman was carrying the list of guests to his commander at full speed. The main character was also among them. The captain looked at the list in surprise. He realized that he had seen Chu there again. The main character and his companion were racing down the street in an expensive white car. Shen looked at her friend with concern and said that she was not sure about his safety. Shen was adjusting the guy's clothes. She told him that he had been shot and she wanted to check on him. Chu told his partner that he was fine and the robber hadn't hit him. Shen carefully examined her friend's body. The protagonist felt that she was very close. The driver behind the wheel looked at the passengers. He shouted with displeasure at them to sit down and control themselves. Chu suddenly felt very embarrassed along with his girlfriend. He shouted to the driver that it was not what he thought. The main character was sitting on his bed in his room early in the morning in a meditative pose. He was practicing. The guy's consciousness was completely concentrated. A bright pentagram appeared near his hands. Chu glanced to the side and looked at his hand. After taking the chi condensation pill, his cultivation had reached the 8th layer of the air induction stage. The guy suddenly opened his eyes and looked very carefully in front of him. The protagonist quickly threw on his clothes and prepared to go outside to work. Shui waved goodbye to the owner and wished him a good day. The guy arrived at the company building to his office. Suddenly, someone entered his office. A master named Ma Yiming greeted the boy and said that he was the head of the Fengwu Temple. The Taoist looked closely at the main character. He felt that the guy had a lot of spiritual energy. Chu looked at the man at the entrance and did not understand why he came here. Chu greeted the cultivator with a joyful voice. He invited the old man to sit down. Ma looked at the guy and said that he had reached the late stage of the air capture stage. He wanted to learn from him. The protagonist looked at the old man and realized that he had appreciated him. He answered the Taoist that he would think about his proposal. Ma folded his hands in front of him. He told the protagonist that he wanted to cultivate next to him. Chu smiled at the old man and said that he could cultivate nearby as much as he wanted. The Taoist folded his hands in front of the guy and said that he would come to him when he was ready. The next day, in the office building, the old man entered the girl's room. Shen asked the guest who he wanted to meet. Ma told the girl in a joyful voice that he was Mr. Chu's personal secretary. Shen was very surprised when she heard from the master that he worked as a secretary. Ma answered his partner that he wanted to go and work. The old man entered the main character's office and greeted him. Chu answered the secretary that there was no work for him yet, and he could begin cultivation. Ma sat down in a meditative pose on the sofa and completely immersed himself in cultivation. Chu looked at his secretary with great surprise and interest. He thought that the old man seemed to have opened a door to a new world. The main character was getting ready to leave work in the evening. The old man handed him a business card. Ma Yiming was the leader of the Taoist Association. The main character told the old man that his friend was into collecting antiques. The Taoist told the guy that he understood everything and that he could rely on him. late in the evening, the protagonist returned home. He had many antique things in his haul. Shu joyfully told the owner that all his things were treasures. The main character sold things on the phone and got money. He decided to add friends. Chu looked closely at the phone and studied what kind of people were nearby. The maid shouted in a joyful voice that her master was very smart. Chu asked the owner who could add him as a friend. Chu said in a thoughtful voice that someone from the Immortals could add him as a friend. The fairy would definitely reject the request. The main character looked at his phone in surprise and saw that the fairy Chen had agreed to add him as a friend. Shu looked ahead with great admiration. She shouted that it was all beautiful. A magical fairy in purple clothes appeared. She had a rabbit in her hands. The fairy turned around and asked who disturbed her. The main character and his maid looked at the magical guest in surprise. Shu asked the fairy with great excitement. "Can't she see him now?" Chang'e asked the people with displeasure. How dare they enter Guanghan Palace without permission? This was a serious crime. Marshal Tianpeng was disgraced. The main character told his girlfriend with excitement that the Immortals do not know what chat is and they do not have mobile phones. Shui answered the guy with excitement. That this is quite possible. Chu looked closely at the phone. He decided that he could make it so that everyone could see it. The main character looked at the fairy with the rabbit in front of him with surprise. He decided to make her see him. Chu stretched out his hand forward and it came right through the space to the fairy. Chanya stood and saw with great surprise how a hand appeared in space right in front of her. Chu continued to stretch his hand out in front of him. He decided to catch the fairy. Chanya looked at him with displeasure. The maid put her hand on the boy's head. She told him that his forehead was hot. Chu answered the girl that he was fine. Chu held his hand in front of him. He decided to go completely through the bright barrier. The guy continued to push his hand further and further in front of him. The main character suddenly appeared in the fairy tale space. The fairy looked at him in surprise. Chani asked the guy in surprise where he even came from. She noted to herself that the guest was dressed strangely. The protagonist proudly told the fairy that he could come here whenever he wanted. He did not want to reveal his origin to her. Changye asked the guest with displeasure if he knew where the Guanhan Palace was. At this time, some stranger ran up from behind with an axe to hit the main character. The man in ancient clothing was surprised to see his axe fly past the main character. The warrior looked at the guy in surprise. He decided that the main character was a saint. Chu looked at the man with interest. The warrior swung his axe and prepared to hit the guy again. The man shouted that his name was Wugan and he didn't want to lose to a petty thief. Chu watched with interest as the stranger tried to hit him with an axe. The guy was just a projection and not even a shadow. Wu shouted in an angry voice that he did not want to give up. Chu looked at him with interest to the side. The main character waved his hand to the fairy. He said that her friend lacked brains. He said that he would come another time. The girl stood in front of the angry warrior. The main character suddenly disappeared into the portal. Wu couldn't figure out where the guy came from and how he could disappear without a trace. Chang'e remembered the main character. Zhu flew up to the guy in the room and said that he was somehow able to add the fairy Chang'e as a friend. Chu looked at his phone in surprise. He noticed that he had sent requests to many people, but only the fairy had been added to his. Chu looked at his phone. He couldn't understand how the fairy could approve of adding him as a friend. A surprised maid sat next to him. Suddenly, an idea came to the guy's head. He decided to look at the moments with the fairy in his phone and see if there were any clues. The guy was looking through the photos in the fairy's menu. The maid told the guy that these moments in the menu were added by the chat itself. Chu turned around and told the girl that she was very smart. The main character looked at his phone and said that if the immortal doesn't want to make friends, then he won't be able to be added. Chu said that the fairy had a very sad and cold day every day, so he was able to add her. The main character told the maid that he wanted to get ready to go to bed. It was late evening outside. A police car pulled up. Someone shouted into a megaphone at the main character to come out. Chu was very surprised. He sat on the bed and looked out into the street and saw the police there. The policeman shouted at the guy to come out with his hands up. Police officers in cars with flashing lights stood on the street near the house. The captain shouted into megaphone for the main character to come out. He was surrounded. The man wanted the guy to give him his mutated phone. The main character looked attentively at the street near the window. He realized that the policeman had figured him out. Chu, frightened, retreated to the wall inside his apartment. He realized that he had not foreseen all this, and he needed to come up with something now. The main character looked carefully in front of him in the room. He was looking for something to help himself. Chu looked closely and saw that he didn't even have a weapon in the room. After a short pause, the guy ran to the side. He managed to make a decision. The guy grabbed a small white slipper in his hands. He decided to use it as a weapon. The man ran into the room and put a gun to the protagonist's head. He demanded that the guy not move. Chu decided with excitement to himself that this was already the end for him. The employee showed his subordinate the phone. He found it in the guy's room. The captain told his subordinate that they were taking the phone. The main character looked at him with displeasure. Chu suddenly rushed from his place and jumped out of his window onto the street. The guy was walking down the street. He saw a video broadcast on the wall. The woman was telling that the police had solved a big case. It was connected with a phone. Chu thought angrily and discontentedly to himself that he was not going to give up. The guy decided to return the phone. Policemen ran up from the side and started shooting at the main character. They didn't want to give him the opportunity to take the phone. Chu very quickly took cover behind the corner of the building. Bullets flew past him from the side and crashed into the wall. The guy suddenly rushed forward sharply. He knocked one policeman off his feet with a powerful blow. One officer ran up behind the main character and kicked him with all his might. Chu jumped up and turned around sharply. He kicked the policeman with all his might. An officer and other police officers suddenly ran up from the side. They pointed their guns at the guy. The policeman pointed a gun at the main character. He accused the guy of wanting to steal important evidence and resisting arrest. X was now facing the death penalty. The main character imagined that he was tied to a pole and was about to be executed. Chu felt a very strong fear in his body. He realized that he was in danger of death. The main character clearly saw him standing with some other guy. The policeman with a gun said goodbye to the main character. The captain fired his pistol. The main character looked at him in fear. Suddenly, the guy woke up sharply and jumped up on the bed. A maid flew up to him from the side. She asked the owner what happened. Chu came to his senses and realized that all this had only been a dream. The dream was very real to him. Chu remembered the girl's words. She showed him a portrait and said that the captain was digging under him. Chu sat on the bed and looked at the phone. He was afraid that the police might expose him. The guy held the phone in his hands and realized that he had to hide it somewhere. The main character was sitting on his bed in his room and looking at his phone. There was a maid next to him. Suddenly, the guy thought of something and hit his fist on his palm. He called the maid Jue. The girl responded immediately. Chu told the girl about a Buddhist proverb. The proverb said that the great mountain Shumi is contained in a mustard seed. This is a metaphor for the sophistication of Buddhism. Shue wrote it all down with interest. Chu stood and held the phone in his hands. He was looking for the necessary thing in the store of his chat. The main character saw a ring of heaven and earth in the phone for 120 magic coins. As a result, the guy decided to buy it. Chu looked ahead with great interest and saw a golden ring flying in front of him. The main character took the purchased golden ring and put it on his finger. Chu smiled at the girl and said that he was leaving for work. The maid wished the master a good day. The main character arrived at the building of the company in the city where he worked. He came to his office. The girl was walking down the corridor of the building. She was heading to Chu's office. Shen thought to herself with excitement that Chu's new secretary turned out to be the old Taoist Ma Yiming. The girl opened the door to the office. She saw a guy sitting near the table next to an old man in a chair. The boss remembered that Taoist Ma was a very influential person. She was interested in what the main character was capable of. Shen suggested to the main character that he go with her to her friend's birthday party. Chu bowed to his boss and said that he would go with her with pleasure. Chu, accompanied by his companion, arrived in an expensive car to a luxurious mansion. The girl got out of the car in a beautiful outfit. The main character was standing next to her. The hostess turned to the side with interest and looked at her guest with admiration. The hostess approached the guest and asked who it was that came next to her. She explained to her partner that next to her was her friend and work colleague. The main character introduced himself to the girl. His partner said that her name was Li Dan. Li Dan secretly told the guy that Fing Hu was also present at the party. Lai excitedly told the main character that the guy Feng Hu was Chen's classmate and had been courting her all the time. But the girl didn't pay attention to him. Shen discontentedly shouted at her friend to shut up. A hairdryer came up from the side. He greeted the girl. Li turned around and looked at the guest in surprise. Shen greeted her friend. She heard that he wanted to become a policeman in Chuncheon. Fen told the girl that he decided to follow in his father's footsteps when he was young. He finally achieved his goal. Li told the guy in a sly voice that he achieved everything only thanks to his father. Chu pointed to the side and told the girls to go there. Fen looked at the main character with displeasure from the side. He decided that it was because of this guy that Shen was indifferent to him. There were many guests at the celebration. They were all walking around the estate grounds. Li approached the guy from the side and warned him that Feng Hu might do something against him. Chu asked the girl if Feng really wanted to attack him because of Chen. Li warned the main character that Fenya's father is the deputy director. Also, this guy is very shameless and you need to be careful. Chu thanked his partner and said that he is not afraid of such people. The hostess glanced silently at the main character from the side. She realized that she had met a real guy. The main character sat on the sofa and slowly drank a drink from a can. Fen ran up from the side. He offered the main character a drink with him in an angry voice. Fen added special tablets to the beer and decided to offer it to the main character. Chu was holding a can of drink in his hands. He told his partner that he would not drink beer with him. The main character strictly told his partner that no one would force him to do what he didn't want. Fen leaned towards the main character and said that he could kill him with his father's connections. Chu calmly answered his partner that he did not want to understand this. The guy in the cottage called his policeman friend. The policeman asked Fenya what happened. The guy demanded on the phone from his partner that he come here quickly. The suspect of a recent car theft was here. Fen came up and took a glass with a drink in his hand. He decided to offer it to the main character. The guest demanded that the guy drink with him. He said that when his people arrived, it would be too late. The protagonist looked at the stranger silently. He stood in front of him and prepared to drink. Chu took a glass of drink in his hand. Fen looked at the guy with interest. Chu swung the glass and poured its entire contents into Fenya's face. Fen jumped back angrily. He shouted at the guy that he was asking for death. Chu stood calmly with a glass in his hand and looked at the guest. He didn't say anything to him. Fen got really angry. He grabbed the huge bottle with his hand and prepared to hit the guy. Chu stretched out his hand forward and held Fenya's hand with it. He kept trying to free himself. The main character, with a deft movement of his hand, snatched the bottle from the guest's hand. Chu shoved a beer bottle into the guy's mouth and began to force the drink into him. The main character, with a bottle in his hand, angrily shouted at the guest for daring to mess with him. Fen was kneeling on the floor. The guests gathered around. They did not understand what the main character was doing. Chu told the people around him that he had served Fenya as he deserved. Fen suddenly jumped up and in a crazy voice called the people around him trash. He shouted that he came to this place only for Chen. Fen fell to his knees in the center of the room. He shouted to the guests that he stood above them all. The guy fell headfirst on the table. He shouted that the girl Chen should belong only to him. The people at the party were unhappy. They couldn't understand how a person from high society could behave like that. A disgruntled Shen stood nearby. 2 police officers entered the premises. They were looking for a suspect in a car theft. The main character abruptly threw the guy away from himself. He flew to the side and crashed into the police. Chu shook his hands and told the police that there were no car thieves here. There was only a drunk guy in front of them. 2 surprised officers grabbed the insane Fanya from behind with their hands. The police took the guy away from the party. The guests stood and looked at the door for a long time. The old man sat in a big house in a room. He was cultivating. Ma sat in a meditative pose on the sofa and cultivated. He was preparing for a breakthrough. Ma thought to himself with excitement that such a chance for a breakthrough happens once in a lifetime. He had to take advantage of it. The old man clenched his fist. Ma opened his eyes. He successfully completed the breakthrough to the 3rd layer of the air capture stage. The Taoist turned around carefully and looked at the phone on the nightstand. The device rang. Ma glanced at the phone on the nightstand and immediately realized who had called him. A man with an expensive ornament on his neck greeted the Taoist on the phone. Ma realized that it was Chen Baijun who had called him. Chen Baijun was one of the richest people in Dao'an province. He was also the leader of the underground forces. The man was able to sense Ma Yiming's breakthrough. Chen knew that the spiritual power of heaven and earth was very polluted. He didn't understand how Ma could break through so quickly. The Taoist told the old man on the phone that he had recently met a strong man and that everything had happened thanks to him. The man answered the old man that he was very lucky. Ma told his excited partner on the phone that he had only been cultivating with the guy for 3 days. Chen asked the old man excitedly, "Is his friend more powerful than the immortal Mao Tai?" The Taoist on the phone said that Master Chu's cultivation was much stronger than Mao Tai's. It was thanks to the guy that he achieved his current success, Chen. He went to the big window. He asked the old man to introduce him to the guy. He also wanted to learn from him. Ma suddenly fell silent. He thought carefully about the old man's proposal. The old man on the couch answered his partner on the phone that he would ask the guy about everything. Shen returned to her rich house after the banquet. In the evening, light was shining in her windows. The girl was alone. She walked along the corridors of her large estate. Shen approached the door of her parents' bedroom. She wanted to wish them good night. The girl reached out to the door. She heard her mother telling her father to take his medicine. He could hold out a little longer like this. The girl realized with excitement that her parents were hiding something from her. And it was something very serious. The man on the bed told his wife that she could find herself another man later. The wife anxiously told the patient to take his medication quickly. The girl stood near her parents' door and listened to everything very attentively. She was very scared. She realized that her father had some kind of fatal disease. 18. The daughter was very scared. She realized that her parents were hiding her father's illness from her. The man told the woman that the drugs might not be helpful for a long time against a brain tumor. The wife told her husband to just take the drugs. The woman stood to the side and listened attentively. The shocked daughter stepped aside. She thought that her parents were very important to her, and now her dad was sick. The main character came to the company office and went into his boss's office. Chu told the girl with a smile that he would very much like to take a day off for himself. Shen sat at the table and told the guy that he could take the day off without any problems. Chu asked his boss what had happened to her. She looked very upset. The boss at the table told the guy that she just didn't get enough sleep. Chu asked Chen with excitement. What could he do for her? The girl looked ahead. She told the protagonist that her father had brain cancer and it was too late to treat him. The main character fell silent. He carefully considered the words he heard from the girl. Shen was sitting on the couch next to the main character. She told him that her parents hid her father's illness from her. She found out about it by accident. Chu put his arm around his boss and said that there had to be a way to fix all this. The main character remembered the disease-dispelling amulet with great excitement. Chu thought to himself that it would not be so easy for him to draw such an amulet. Chu hugged the girl and told her to speak up when she was sad. He would always be there for her. The main character was standing on the street. The movers were bringing him boxes of antiques that he had bought on the shopping street. The main character turned around and saw several police cars driving up to him on the street. Chu very happily decided to himself that Feng Hu had called the police as revenge. The main character entered his floor of the house. He saw two policemen poking around in his door. Chu looked carefully into the corridor. At that time, the police entered his apartment. Chu activated the magic amulet and a pentagram appeared near his head. He realized that it was time to administer justice. The guy called on Tintin to act when the time came. The main character entered his apartment invisible. The police smoked him and scattered cigarette butts. Chu and the maid were standing behind the sofa. Two policemen were sitting in front of him. The guy decided to dunk the faces of the uninvited guests in the mud. Chu looked slyly at his maid and motioned for her to begin. Sue slowly flew over the room. She began to use magic against the police officers on the sofa. The girl slowly flew around the two uninvited guests in the room. The magic began to work on the policemen. They sat and stared straight ahead, without blinking. It was as if they had been transported to some ancient palace. Chu sat in an ancient suit. He told the intruders that they had entered the palace and caused a lot of trouble. Now they needed to be castrated. The guards brought two strangers to the throne where the main character was sitting. The strangers asked the emperor for mercy. The guards pulled the criminals sharply to execute them. The frightened men begged to be released. The main character stood in his room next to the police. They were kneeling in front of him, frightened. Chu swung and launched several magical amulets at the bodies of the uninvited guests. The beaten and frightened policemen ran quickly down the corridor. They shouted that they had seen a ghost. The main character joyfully slapped the maid's hand with his palm. He thanked her for her excellent work. The police were standing in the street. They were very scared. One of them shouted to his friend that they had just been to hell. The officer reminded his colleague that they must definitely carry out Feng Hu's order. The guy excitedly answered his partner that they could call a Taoist priest. The police called the priest to the house. They gave him the exact address. The old man decided to go up to the apartment and look at the ghost. The Taoist walked down the corridor and turned around to look at the police. He decided that these fools had nowhere to put their money. The old man stood near the door. He felt some strong aura from inside. The old man realized with fright that the police had not lied to him about the ghosts. The Taoist closed his eyes. He activated the all-seeing eyes in his body to look through the doors. The old man looked closely and saw through the door how a terrible ghost of a girl appeared there. The Taoist threw himself away from the door in fright. The demonic girl continued to fly nearby. The old man ran down the corridor as fast as he could. He realized that he had seen a cruel and powerful ghost. The maid flew up to the guy and said that 2 policemen had passed by again. Chu was meditating with his eyes closed. He told the girl to teach the uninvited guests a good lesson. The Taoist was bullying the street. He shouted to the police at the entrance that the ghost had refreshed his knowledge. He wanted to run away first. At this time, the maid flew up to the policeman from the side. The man said to his colleague in fear that they also had to leave. Sue laughed evilly. She decided to scare the remaining police officers. The commander near the car asked his subordinates if they had sorted out the problem. The commander saw in front of him how his subordinates were lying on the ground and screaming in fear. The commander excitedly told Fen Hu on the phone that they had failed to complete the task. Both policemen had gone crazy. The maid carefully remembered Fen Hu's name. The main character demanded from his maid that she teach Fenya a lesson. The girl was flying on the street. She shouted to Chu as a farewell that she would arrange a tragedy for the guy. Fen was sitting at home. He was very angry because the main character drove 2 policemen crazy. The guy was sitting on the couch with drinks at a table surrounded by his girlfriends. He thought to himself with displeasure that the main character was doing all this without any support from the outside. The girl flew along the corridor between the doors. She looked attentively into the windows in the doors. Zhu flew inside the room to the guy sitting there. She looked at him carefully. The girl flew up close to Fenya. She attacked him with a bright spell. The guy sat and stared straight ahead with an unblinking gaze. She became agitated next to him. Suddenly, the hairdryer sneezed very loudly. He immediately put his hands to his face. The guy looked at his hands in surprise and saw that there was blood on them. Fen screamed very loudly. He demanded that they turn on the light and turn off the music in the room. She asked him with excitement, "What happened?" The light turned on. Fen looked at his hands in fear and saw that there was no blood there. The guy got scared. He didn't understand what was happening around him and fell into a trance. Fen walked to the door. He told them that there was something wrong with his eyes, but they could continue. The guy went to the toilet. He went to the sink near the mirror and decided to wash his hands. Fen heard some suspicious gurgling in the toilet next to him. He looked there carefully and screamed loudly. The guy was terrified when he saw what looked like a predatory hand coming out of the toilet. Fen was lying in a hospital room. He was very scared by what he saw. The frightened patient on the bed covered himself with his hands and screamed for someone to help him. The wife told the man near her son's bed that the boy could have met with evil forces. The father looked at his phone and said that he would invite a repairman to examine everything. The man Feng Yue called Taoist Ma and wanted to ask him for help. The old man asked the man on the phone, "How can he be of help?" Yue said that his son had suddenly fainted and was now behaving strangely. He wanted the Taoist to help him. The Taoist demanded on the phone that the man bring his son to the Linming Temple. Yue turned off his phone. He told his wife that he needed to take his son to the temple. The wife asked her husband with distrust, could the Taoist help them? Yue answered his partner that he would not call just anyone for help. Ma was a very influential person. The parents brought their sick son inside the Lingming Temple to meet with a Taoist. The boy was lying unconscious in the center of the temple. The parents asked the old man to help their son. Ma looked closely at the patient. He put his hand to check the guy's pulse. Ma asked his father, "Has his son ever done anything bad?" Yue answered the Taoist that his son was very good and had never done anything bad. Ma decided to himself that the guy was still very young and he was attacked by a strong feeling of resentment. The old man took out a small stick. He needed to track down the source of the offense in the guy's body. The Taoist swung his wand and hit the lying guy on the head with it. The stick in the old man's hands began to smoke. He headed for the door and told the man and woman that he would be back as soon as he finished. They should wait for him. The old man was running down the street. He saw some kind of magical trail between the houses and ran along it. The Taoist flew across the entire city and found himself near one of the buildings on the street. Ma stood near the house. He looked and realized that his master Chu lived in this place. The old man went up inside the house. He approached the door where the main character lived. Ma walked down the corridor and thought that Fen didn't value his life at all if he decided to provoke the main character. At that moment, the door opened. The main character went out into the corridor. He asked the old man what he wanted. The old man bowed obediently to the boy and said that Feng Hu had insulted him. But he did not want to interfere in this. Chu explained to the boy in a dissatisfied voice that Feng Hu should gain wisdom on his own. The old man bowed to the protagonist and said that he admired his kindness. Chu replied to the Taoist that the boy had to learn a lesson. Ma suggested to the main character that he meet with his Taoist friend. Chu looked at the old man and said that he didn't mind seeing his friend. Ma thanked the guy in response and prepared to leave. The main character entered his apartment and walked around the room between the furniture. Chu raised his hand in front of him and looked at it carefully from the side. Suddenly, a golden ring appeared on the main character's hand. The ring on the guy's hand lit up and a small burning dragon appeared. The ring could change shape and become invisible. Chu looked at his hand. He said that the ring can be called an item of the Immortal. It has a lot of possibilities. Chu sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. He activated the Cultivation mode. Ma called the man and said that Master Chu was ready to see him. Zhang was happy when he heard such words from the old man. He told him on the phone that he would start getting ready for Chuncheng. The old man returned to the temple. The boy's parents and Fen himself were waiting for him there. The woman asked the Taoist with great excitement what had happened to her son. Ma told the boy's parents that their son had insulted a respected person. But the patient should wake up soon. Dad and Mom should ask the boy not to provoke this person again. The old man walked away. He threatened the parents that he would no longer spare their son. The woman shouted at the old man with displeasure, telling him not to be shameless. She threatened to put him behind bars. Ma stopped. He became very angry and looked at the woman with displeasure. The old man swung his hand very sharply and launched a powerful blow at the people. The patient and his parents flew out of the temple and into the street after the Taoists' attack. The old man shouted at the guests not to come here again. They were not welcome here. The parents pulled their son by the arms. The man was unhappy because his wife insulted the Taoist. The main character was sitting in a large building in a room. He was busy drawing. The guy was holding a brush in his hands. With its help, he was writing some red spells on a piece of paper. Chu looked closely at the piece of paper in his hands. He succeeded after 1,000 attempts. The main character realized that he now had to make the girl believe in this spell. The old man was sitting in the office on a chair. He was immersed in cultivation. The main character approached him from the side. Chu thought that he could first make Ma Yiming believe his words. The main character asked the old man what his influence was in Chuncheon. Ma bowed to the guy and asked what he needed. The main character wanted to pass on an amulet to the company chairman through the old man. Ma bowed to the guy and said that he would do everything for him. The old man walked down the corridor and held a magical healing amulet in his hands. He was afraid that the immortal Mao Tai would take this artifact from him. The old man picked up the phone and called Shen Yu Juxin to talk to him. The man was surprised when he learned that the Taoist had a phone. Ma asked his partner on the phone, "Does he really have brain cancer?" Shen sat in a chair. He asked the old man with interest, "How did he know about his illness?" Ma told the man that he could give him an amulet for treatment, to be cured of the illness. The man remembered that Ma was an extremely influential Taoist in the city. He asked the old man out loud if he was joking. Ma answered his partner on the phone that he could not joke with him about such topics. He asked Mr. Shen, did he agree? The man sat in a chair. He decided that he should try the treatment method from the Taoist Ma. Shen invited the old man to meet in the company. Ma said goodbye to the man. The old man came to the office where the man was. He met his wife there and she wanted to ask him something. The woman asked the Taoist with excitement, "Will his amulet help?" Ma replied that his amulet would help. He asked the man to sit down in the chair. Shen sat down in a chair. An old man came up to him from the side and put his hand on his shoulder. He was holding an amulet in his hands. The wife watched her husband from the side with excitement. Ma extended his hand forward. He placed the magic amulet directly on the patient's forehead. The man closed his eyes. He had a piece of paper with magic spells hanging on his forehead. The woman looked ahead with great astonishment. She decided that she was sleeping. The man's body was glowing brightly. Energy was flowing from top to bottom through different points. After the healing procedure, the man opened his eyes and looked ahead. Shen felt a surge of strength in his body. He jumped up and looked joyfully ahead. Ma advised the man to go to the hospital for an examination. The husband and wife bowed and thanked the old man. Shen decided not to waste time with his wife. He arrived at the hospital to conduct tests. The doctor looked at the paper with the examination results. He told the man with a smile that he was completely healthy. The man hugged his joyful wife. She thanked the Taoist Ma and the creator of the amulet. Shen told his wife that they could tell their daughter that he was completely healthy. The husband was sitting in a chair. He demanded that his wife call their daughter and tell her that the doctors had made a mistake with the diagnosis at first. The girl asked her parents on the phone what they wanted from her. The mother was sitting on a chair next to her husband. She happily wanted to tell the girl some news. She asked her mother what news she wanted to tell her. The daughter was expecting that her father might die soon. The man happily handed his daughter a piece of paper with the diagnosis and told her to look at it. The girl read the medical diagnosis. Her father had no pathological abnormalities in the brain. The mother hugged her daughter and said that she saw her daughter crying and realized that her daughter had learned about her father's diagnosis. The woman shouted to the girl in a joyful voice that today, they found out that the diagnosis was wrong. The girl asked incredulously how it was possible to misdiagnose brain cancer. The man explained to his daughter that something might have gone wrong during the examination. Now he is okay, and the girl should not cry anymore. The girl asked her parents with distrust. Did they really make all this up to calm her down? The father answered his daughter that if he were sick, she would have found out about it. Shen held the paper with the diagnosis in her hands and cried with joy. The mother calmed her daughter. The mother suggested that her daughter go somewhere with the family. The girl told her parents that she was ready to go anywhere with them. Shen opened the door wide and looked at the main character. She wanted to tell him good news. Shen suddenly rushed forward and hugged the guy. He was very surprised. Shen ran up and hugged the main character. She wanted to tell him good news. The guy realized that the Taoist had succeeded. He asked the girl out loud, "What news does she want to tell?" Shen shouted to the guy in a joyful voice that her father had been misdiagnosed earlier. The man is now completely healthy. The guy told his girlfriend that her father's doctor doesn't know anything about his job. The main character turned away and looked to the side. He felt a sense of embarrassment in his body. Shen jumped away from her friend and asked for forgiveness. Chu asked his boss how things were going with the company. Shen replied to the guy that things were going great in the company. In a couple of days, she was planning to go on vacation with her family. Chu looked closely at his girlfriend and said that he wanted to tell her something important. Chu told his girlfriend that she could still call him if she needed help. After a short pause, the guy told his partner in a stern voice that he was leaving work. Shen thought to herself that the guy was very capable and could go to a bigger place. The girl thought carefully. She pondered the guy's words. Shen held the main character's hand. She promised him support. Chu promised the girl to always come to the rescue if needed. The main character was walking down the street with an old man. He had a meeting with a man there. Chen folded his hands in front of him and greeted the old man. The main character pointed his hand to the man so that he could go inside the establishment. The main character went inside the cafe. He looked carefully at the people at the table. The main character greeted his friend the macaque. The guy was happy when he saw Chu nearby. Macaque pointed out his father-in-law Zhao Xiangtian to the protagonist. At the table next to him, Chu greeted the man. Zhao told his partner that they should deal with the matter first, and then he could talk to his friend. The macaque promised the protagonist that he would contact him when he finished. Chu prepared to leave. A man with a folder walked into the cafe. He asked Zhao with a smile, "Is that really his son-in-law sitting opposite him?" Zhang greeted his friend Pan and invited him to sit down. The gentleman turned around and asked the guy if he wanted to join their business group. Macaque asked the man for help with the interview. The man told the boy that there was only one quota in the business group. The deputy manager left this place for his distant relative. The macaque shouted to his partner in a frightened voice that this couldn't be happening. Zhao asked the man with displeasure, "Can't he help in any way?" Pan told his partner that he could try to become a distant relative of the deputy manager. Zhao asked the man how much money he wanted. Pan showed his partner 3 fingers in front of him. The protagonist listened attentively to the conversation between the men on the side. He realized that the whole thing came down to a bribe. The main character asked the old man to help his former classmate join the business group. Ma promised his partner that he would do it now. The Taoist walked up behind the man at the table and greeted him. The gentleman asked the old man with interest what business he had come here for. Ma put his hand on the macaque's shoulder. He demanded that the man accept Bai Yuan's business group. He promised to appeal directly to the chairman. The gentleman jumped to his feet and shouted that he would go to meet the chairman right away. Ma answered the man on the go that he was also leaving right now. The macaque sat to the side and watched attentively as the main character communicated with the Taoist. The guy stood up and approached the main character. He asked for forgiveness for his father-in-law with a smile. Chu looked at his friend and said that he was always happy to help him. The macaque felt very ashamed. He was surprised that the main character had such an influential friend. The man sat at the table and carefully watched the conversation between the two guys. Zhao was surprised to realize that his son-in-law's classmate was a very important person. He decided that he had been very rude to the guy and did not know what to do next. The excited man told the main character with fear that he was raising a toast to his health. Zhao held a bowl of tea in his hands. He drank it down with one sharp movement. Cha sat at the table. He remembered that the man had just looked down on him. The main character told his partners in a dissatisfied voice that he just wanted to drink tea. Zhao bowed to the guy and said that he was leaving. A macaque stood next to him. Chu was sitting at the table. He thanked the Taoist. The old man told the guy that it was all nonsense. Chen was holding a glass in his hands. He asked the guy, what level of cultivation is he at? Chu said to his partner in a thoughtful voice that he was at the peak of the air capture stage. The man looked at the boy with distrust. He remembered that the level of air capture was only found in legends. The main character asked his partner, what city did he come from? Chen answered the guy that he came from Daozhou. Chu asked the man how much better the economy of Daozhou was than that of Chunfen. Chen explained to the guy that Daoan City was better than Chunfen. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully and said that he didn't know how things were with antiques in Daozhou. The Taoist and the man looked at each other silently and meaningfully. Ma and Chen jumped to their feet. They handed the main character their business cards. The protagonist looked closely at the business cards from his new friends. He thought that the man and the old man were well prepared. The main character told his partners that he accepts them as students. Ma and Chen thanked the guy. Chu thought to himself with surprise that his students would be older than even his parents. The protagonist told the students in a stern voice that he would help them with cultivation first. They had to wait a little. The main character stepped aside and prepared to get something from himself. A golden ring lit up on the guy's hand. There was a magic pentagram next to it. The guy looked at his hand. A golden pill was flying above it. The main character crushed the pill and poured the magic potion into his palm. The boy poured a magic potion into his students' glasses. He told them to drink it. The old man and the man looked at each other with displeasure and distrust. After this, Ma and Chen quickly drained their glasses. The man suddenly felt changes in his body. He immediately broke through to the 5th stage of the air capture phase. The Taoist closed his eyes. He felt inside himself that he had become even stronger. The students thanked the main character. Chen excitedly told the guy that thanks to him, he was able to break through. Suddenly, the phone in the protagonist's pocket rang. The guy got ready to take it. He saw that the fairy had written him a message. She was inviting him to her place. Chu answered her that he would come to her a little later. The main character looked at his phone. He remembered his last meeting with Chang'e. Chang'e was very unhappy. She found someone to talk to, but the guy didn't answer her. The main character was sitting on a chair at home and looking at his phone. A fairy had recently written to him. The guy decided to send someone to Chanye and find out more about the chat. The guy looked very carefully at his phone. A bright glow was coming from it. Chu moved into a parallel fairy tale reality. He walked and called the fairy there. Chu walked through the fairy tale world and looked around. It was quiet around him. The main character couldn't find the fairy around him. He decided that she had gone somewhere. The guy suddenly heard someone's long scream from the side. He looked there in fear. The main character ran forward in fear. He thought about the fairy as he went. At that time, Chang'e was swimming in the fairy tale pond. She told herself that it was nice here. The main character stood silently to the side and carefully watched the fairy's body in the water. Chu felt very excited. He didn't expect to see Chang'e here. The fairy continued to swim in the water. The main character stood on the shore and watched her closely. Chu decided to quickly move aside so that there would be no misunderstanding. He stepped on a branch with his foot and it crunched. The fairy realized that there was someone next to her. She turned around and asked with displeasure, who was next to her? The fairy suddenly climbed out of the water and shouted that there was a maniac in front of her. Chu shouted in a frightened voice that Chang'e had misunderstood him. A fighter with a weapon appeared. He shouted loudly that his axe was thirsty for blood. The warrior swung his blade and rushed towards the water where the fairy was. The man saw the main character standing nearby. The guy waved his hand and said that he was not a killer. The fighter suddenly rushed forward to attack the main character. He was swinging an axe. The man ran past the guy. The main character dodged him in time. The fighter stopped and turned around. He realized that he had missed his target. The warrior swung his weapon in all directions. The main character very quickly dodged his blows. The fairy stood and looked at the main character with displeasure from the side. Chu waved his hand at the fairy and fearfully explained that he really didn't want this. Chang'e asked the guy discontentedly, why did he come to her? Chu realized that now was not the best time to tell the fairy about the chat. He reminded her that she wanted to meet him. Chang'e asked the guy with displeasure, why did he think that she wanted to see him? Chu asked his partner, why was it so cold in the Guanghan Palace and where was Hu Yi now? The fairy was surprised when she heard the words about Howen from the main character. The lady demanded in a stern voice that Wu Gong cut the guy down. The warrior rushed towards the main character from behind. The guy decided to get out of there as soon as possible so as not to die. The main character began to teleport. He shouted to the fairy that they would see each other next time. Wu was waving an axe in front of him. The guy sat on the bed with a phone in his hand, upset. He thought he would wait until next time to tell the fairy about the chat. The main character looked at his phone. Bai called him. Chu asked his partner what happened. Bai thanked the main character for his help and apologized. Bai suggested to his friend on the phone to go to the barbecue restaurant Hao Zai. The main character met his friend Bai in the city late in the evening. Bai happily ran to the guy and shouted that they finally met again. The main character hugged his friend. They walked happily along the evening street. Chu and his companion approached the restaurant. Their friends were already waiting for them inside. The macaque was sitting inside a restaurant with his wife. They had food and drinks on the table. The guy handed the main character a glass of beer. He offered to drink to his health. His wife Liu Shui was sitting next to him. A friend sat next to the main character and asked him if he remembered this restaurant. Chu told his partner that the guy used to bring him here when he was short of money. The guy looked at his friend and reminded him that he was very thin. He wanted to make him eat more meat. The macaque answered his partner that the meeting here was organized by Shen Yun. Macaque asked his friend if the date of his engagement had been announced yet. Bai answered his friend with displeasure that he had already bought a car and a lot of money had been paid for the house, but he still had to pay 300,000 for the bride price. The macaque excitedly suggested to his friend that he try to talk to the girl again. The main character told his friend with excitement that he could break up with the girl. Bai drank the drink from the glass to the bottom. He said that it is difficult to find a girl and he needs a lot of money. Chu looked at his friend and said that he could lend him 300,000. Bai was very surprised when he heard such words from the main character. The macaque was holding a chopstick with food in his hands. He thought that Chu was now amazing. The guy asked the main character if he could really lend him that much money. Chu answered his partner that he would give him money if he really wanted it. The guy jumped up and held out a glass of drink in front of him. The macaque held out his glass in response. He thanked him for his help. After the toast, the guests at the table began to drink and snack merrily. The macaque drank a lot of beer. He slammed his glass on the table and said that he had a bad fate. The protagonist turned around and looked at his friend. He realized that he was infertile. Chu looked at the guy with excitement. He couldn't see him in such a state. The main character stepped aside and decided to take refuge in the restroom for a while. 10 minutes later, the guy came out of the restroom. He was carrying a ready-made amulet for eliminating diseases in his hands. Chu entered the room and opened the door. He saw that his friends were already drunk. The young people sat silently around the table. There were the remains of drinks and snacks on it. The main character extended his hand with 2 amulets and placed them on the table. Chu stood aside. The amulets began to work and a bright aura appeared around the people. The guy and the girl woke up. They felt very good, as if their mind and body were completely cleansed. Liu jumped to her feet and said that she needed to go out. Because of the amulet, the guest's intoxication effect also fell asleep. Liu was walking down the stairs near the restaurant. She was heading to the restroom. The girl walked past the tables where 2 guys were sitting. The strangers were drinking and eating. Suddenly, the guy turned around sharply and looked at the passerby with interest. The stranger swung his hand with all his might and hit Liu from behind. The girl sternly asked the strangers what they were allowing themselves to do. The guy angrily told his partner that he allowed himself to grope her. The client could barely stand on his feet. He stood up and walked right up to the girl. The guy came close to Liu and continued to tell her to go to his house and have fun. The stranger looked at the girl very angrily and said that he had a big and soft bed at home. Liu stood and looked at the guy with great displeasure. She felt that she became very scared. The girl ran back into the room where her friends were sitting with tears in her eyes. The macaque looked at his wife in surprise and asked what had happened. Liu, with tears in her eyes, told her husband that some guy from below had been harassing her. The angry guest grabbed his bottle. He decided to go down and punish the offender. The stunned Yun hurried to grab the bottle and headed towards the hooligans. They clearly did not expect such a development of events and began to retreat back. Shen, in turn, began to hit him with the bottle, but the guy managed to jump aside, realizing that he was incredibly lucky to escape the attack of the enraged youth. But following his friend, Yuan also attacked him, and he literally flew into the impudent fellow, who immediately collided with his accomplices, and they all fell to the ground together. At that moment, the main character came to the rescue. Chu immediately grabbed one of them and lifted him off the ground. Turning to his minions, the young master asked if they had anything to say. Suddenly, the owner of the restaurant came out to them and demanded that Yoon explain himself before they destroyed his restaurant. Sheng reported that these scum were harassing his friend's wife and they decided to punish them, after which he slapped their leader and said that such people needed to be taught life lessons. Then the others finally realized that they had actually taken revenge on them for the girl. One of them immediately began to apologize for his behavior, promising that it would not happen again. However, their leader stated that he would soon kill them all, as he had some connections. The young cultivator immediately grabbed him by the throat and said that he would not have time to ask them for help. His buddies continued to beg Tian to let him go, saying that he had realized his mistake. The owner of the establishment, in turn, also began to ask Lin not to cause trouble. After a few seconds, Chu actually decided to let them go and ordered them not to appear here again, adding that otherwise they will face extremely dire consequences. Taking the bottle in his hands, Tian clearly showed what would happen to them and crushed the glass container. The thugs were shocked by the teenager's incredible strength and retreated back. Lin then called his friends back to the restaurant, letting the scum go. Suddenly, one of them informed his patron that he had injured his leg. The beaten bandit said that he had a wonderful idea. He immediately decided to go home. At that moment, Chu's phone rang and he walked away. By that time, the armed thugs had rushed to avenge their beating. After a certain amount of time, they gathered their strength and once again descended on the restaurant. This time, there were many more bandits, and Bai and Yoon didn't know what to do. An angry Sheng asked if they hadn't had enough and had come for more. Their leader Mao immediately ordered his men to beat up every single one of them. The thugs immediately began to carry out their leader's order. Huan himself began calling his cousin and reported what had happened. A few minutes later, Yoon and Bai were beaten to their knees. Sheng asked if they couldn't fight them one-on-one. Soon that same cousin entered the establishment and ordered everyone to shut their mouths. Mao noted that he had plenty of connections and, if necessary, he would kill anyone he didn't like. Yoon and Yuan understood that no one could help them in this situation. Meanwhile, the extremely arrogant Huan walked towards them, breaking into a sly smile. He suddenly hit Shen, saying that he dared to hurt his friend and would answer for it, after which he demanded that they tell him where their self-confident friend was, adding that if they don't tell where he is, they will have all their money taken away and be sent to prison. Then Mao again ordered to call his friend, and only in this case he would be able to escape. But they remained silent. Then he asked Bai where to find that man, but the guy also remained silent, assuming that it was the end for them and Tianling, who would soon return. Suddenly, Yoon announced that he could arrange a meeting with Yuan's wife, just to stay alive. Shocked, Bai couldn't believe that his friend had betrayed him and Lin so easily. Sheng himself stated that Chu had disappeared, leaving them to be torn apart and therefore must pay for it. Mao hugged his new henchman and said that he had made the right choice. However, at this moment Tianling returned and urged them not to rush to rejoice. Everyone immediately dispersed, thereby giving him the opportunity to enter the room, after which they immediately pounced on him, intending to beat him up. But they failed to do so, because they underestimated the abilities of a fairly powerful teenager, who literally scattered all the thugs throughout the restaurant within a minute. A stunned Huan could not believe what was happening and began to understand that he was finished. He immediately tried to escape, but the lightning-fast Lin did not give him such an opportunity. A moment later, the main character broke through the wall with Mao's body, which flew into another room. Huan grabbed the back of his head after hitting his head on the box. It was indeed extremely painful. Thus, the guy had no chance of salvation and began to look around. Seeing the horrific picture, the young man was horrified and immediately backed away. There were unknown dead people lying in front of him. Mao couldn't understand what had happened. But the main thing is, where did the corpses in the warehouse come from? Because they didn't bother anyone else. At this time, the door opened and police officer Mi came inside. The guy immediately screamed. A puzzled Yuxi asked who he was and how he ended up at the crime scene. A few seconds later, a young master approached them, and Mi asked what he was doing here. Suddenly, the young cultivator was called out by Huan's cousin and told that they were not finished yet. Tianling in turn asked why he liked commanding people so much. The big guy immediately put a gun to the teenager's head, declaring that now he had nowhere to run. Adding that he would now definitely say goodbye to life, however, Chu did not think so. A shocked Yuxi ordered him not to do it and immediately dropped the gun. The self-confident giant told her not to dare tell him what to do. At that moment, Lin knocked the weapon out of the hands of his cousin, who had the imprudence to be distracted by Mi. Turning around, the guy saw in front of him someone he never expected to meet. It was the head of the police department with law enforcement officers. The old man struck him and said that a member of the Golden Group had no right to harass others. Thus, Juan and his cousin were arrested, which made Tianling extremely happy. After which the head of the board thanked the young man for his assistance in this difficult matter. Also, along with the rest of the criminals, Shen was arrested, who finally realized what he had done. Yuxi, in turn, did not expect that the guy would be so strong. The head of the police department immediately ordered that the offenders be taken away. Finally, Bai shouted to Yun that he did not believe in Tian and deserved punishment. The guy himself understood perfectly well that he had made a fatal mistake, and now no one would save him. After which the police examined the bodies of the deceased family, whose mouths were open for some reason. I realized that it was not a human doing this. Yuxi immediately looked at Chu, and the young man asked if he really wanted to ask him for help. The girl stated that he was too incompetent for this case, and that there was no need for it. Suddenly, the teenager pinned the law enforcement officer against the wall. Having said that men should not be refused, Mi was shocked by Lin's impudence. At this moment, her assistant brought the Taoist monk Ma into the room, and the old man was surprised. Since Yiming saw Tian and asked what he was doing here, Yuxi was at a loss. Having asked if they knew each other, Dao suddenly asked her to involve the guy in the investigation. Chu couldn't understand what was really going on and who had orchestrated it all. Wei, in turn, doubted that he really needed to be involved in this difficult matter. Soon, the main character, together with the police, went into the forest to a certain well. It was late at night. The young master continued to ponder over what was happening. After getting out of the car, Yuxi said that this is where the zombies that killed the people came from. In fact, they were scared, because the atmosphere was really extremely gloomy. But Mi hurried to pull herself together, because she was a police officer and could not show weakness. As soon as she rushed forward, the young cultivator instantly blocked her path, declaring that he would go first, since she had no idea what she was dealing with. Handing him the rope, the girl urged him to be careful. Chu only smiled in response, after which he boldly rushed into the well, which Yuxi was extremely surprised by. Meanwhile, the brave young man slid along the stone base down into the pitch-black abyss. The stunned police officers could not believe that he had jumped into the lair of the dead. Moreover, the well was quite deep, but Ma assured him that, with his abilities, nothing would threaten him. After a couple of minutes, Tian called everyone to follow him down, saying that there was no one there. I also wondered how he didn't break his legs after jumping from such a height, realizing that this teenager is indeed quite strong and mysterious. Soon they went down, which turned out to be quite difficult and once again confirmed Lin's incredible skills. At this moment, Chu appeared in the passage and told them to continue following him, noting that it looked like a stream of underground water and they needed to move on. Suddenly, one of them said that he saw light at the end of the tunnel, while the other complained about the long journey. Having overtaken Yuxi and the others, the two law enforcement officers rushed forward. After a certain time, they came to a certain tomb and froze in place. I immediately assumed that the zombies were inside these coffins and began to look around carefully. The guys were terribly scared, but they tried to pull themselves together, even though it was quite difficult. The other one began to overcome his fear in a different way and began kicking the coffins. Then he jumped back sharply, realizing that the consequences could be irreversible. But after a couple of seconds, nothing happened, and then everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they noticed that the tombs were empty. There were only strange rags lying there. We asked why there was no one in the grave, and this made everyone wary. Iman urged them to open all the coffins to make sure there were no dead people. Tianling walked towards the large coffin and lifted its lid, then immediately called the others. Having said that there was definitely something special about him, everyone froze in anticipation. Ma instantly armed himself with several talismans and called for everyone to be on guard. The police immediately grabbed their pistols, realizing that anything could happen. At this moment, Lin opened the grave, from which an extremely unpleasant aura wafted. A few seconds later, a dead man crawled out of the coffin. Tian was stunned by his appearance. The zombie really did look quite scary and scared everyone present. The black fog literally filled the entire room. The main character did not know what to do. Suddenly, the dead man looked at the young master with his cold gaze. The frightened law enforcement officers began to shake with fear. The young cultivator, in turn, asked the zombie why he had crawled out of the tomb. Yuxi called for everyone to get ready as she intended to open fire on the monster. However, Chu did not like the fact that a woman controlled men. Yiming pointed out that Tian shouldn't take risks, and he still needed to prepare a few more amulets. Suddenly, Mi fired at the dead man, but they seemed to pass through his rotten flesh. Thus, she was unable to injure the monster, which continued to walk towards them. The shocked assistants also began shooting at the zombie, which eventually caused him to collapse to the ground. A puzzled Yuxi began to realize that the bullets were affecting him and were able to injure him. Lin, in turn, began to cultivate in order to increase his strength many times over. At this time, an evil aura rose up in the room again, hovering in the air. The whirlwind literally knocked everyone off their feet. No one could understand what was happening. Eamon called for them to get ready, as he understood that this was not the end of the matter. Suddenly, dead people in strange clothing also began to crawl out of the other coffins. Following them, the others hurried out of the graves, which Chu did not expect at all. The frightened law enforcement officers continued to be horrified by what was happening. Lin instantly generated several talismans, realizing that this was just the beginning. Also, the recently wounded zombie also came to life and hurried to get up, which completely stunned everyone. Even Ma didn't know how they could deal with so many dead people and get out of the tomb. The monsters, in turn, continued to move slowly towards them. Mai ordered everyone to disperse and destroy the zombies at any cost, while saving Daos and the young man, so the two policemen set about distracting most of the demons. Tian continued to be indignant about Yuxi taking on too much. Suddenly, the main character jumped up from his seat with his talismans and rushed towards the dead. The young master noted that Mi was in trouble and needed help, but the girl objected to him, after which the guy gave her an amulet of protection and urged her not to ignore it. The young cultivator himself finally began to deal with the annoying zombie. Having attacked the monster, Chu was unable to harm it, only pushing it aside. Lin began to understand that he would not be defeated so easily and that he would have to find another way. At the same time, Tian completely forgot that there were two more policemen besides Mi. Eamon, in turn, began to worry about his mentor and decided to help him. He said that he would personally take care of Officer Yuxi's safety, and he would help the others. Chu understood that this was most likely the only way and agreed with his plan, stating that if he couldn't defeat the dead man, then he should wait for him. Meanwhile, the zombified leader went completely berserk, which also complicated the situation. Another literally pinned one of the law enforcement officers against the wall. Lin instantly came to his aid, dealing a crushing blow to the monster. However, to his surprise, such a slow creature managed to dodge the attack. The young man hit the wall, which immediately became covered in numerous chips. The stunned police officer was shocked by the teenager's unimaginable strength. Chu himself continued to launch a series of vicious attacks towards the zombified one, which eventually bore fruit, and the dead man flew off to the side. However, after a couple of seconds, he rushed towards Lin again, which surprised him. The monster, in turn, suddenly rushed towards Tian, intending to grab him. Yuxi's terrified henchman urged Chu to be careful, as the zombie was clearly hostile. But the guy didn't have time to react and thus ended up in the hands of such a powerful monster. The young man tried to get out, but was unable to do so. The zombie continued to press on him. Thus, Mi's assistant was able to get out and hurried to run back to the others. Lin could not resist such a powerful zombie, which turned out to be much stronger than he expected. But at a certain point, Tian grabbed the dead man and almost escaped his grip. But suddenly, the monster dealt him a powerful blow, and the guy flew back. Thus, the main character was able to get out and began to think about what to do next. At one point, he literally hung in the air, which shocked the police. The zombie immediately rushed towards the young master, intending to catch him again. Another corpse followed him, and the young cultivator hurried to deal with them. Releasing a thunderbolt at one of them, he thus flew into the second monster, after which they landed on the ground extremely painfully, which is what Chu wanted. Law enforcement officers were stunned by Tianling's skills. Lin, in turn, put protective talismans on them and stood in front of the zombie, calling on law enforcement officers to stay out of the way and to look after their safety. However, the monsters turned out to be extremely restless and persistent, which Chu did not expect. The self-confident teenager once again took the blow and began to confront the demons. Grabbing one of them by the arms, Tian instantly threw him to the ground, which turned out to be extremely painful for the servant of the afterlife himself. The policeman noted that it was a first-class over-the-shoulder throw, and the guy just smiled. Another one urged him to be on guard, because a zombie was approaching him again. Lin instantly turned around and attacked another dead man, knocking him down. The police were overly happy about this, but Mi also didn't expect him to be able to handle them. However, at that moment, another bloodsucker rushed towards him. Chu immediately jumped back, realizing that he really should be on his guard and should never underestimate them. But suddenly he was surrounded, thus not giving him the opportunity to use the talismans. The frightened police officers immediately asked how they could help him. Tian in turn told them to immediately bring him a wooden sword. The young assistants instantly rushed to get the wooden blade for their savior. Meanwhile, Lin continued to beat up the zombified, although it didn't help much. But at least the teenager gained time for himself and delayed the dead. Chu didn't really know for sure if the wooden sword would help him, but it was worth a try. Moreover, he had no other choice. A couple of minutes later, the police brought him the blade, but another monster stood in their way. The guy instantly turned it into a zombie. However, there was no result. The demon only looked at him in bewilderment. But the law enforcement officer thought that in this way, they could at least distract them. In connection with this, he began to beat the zombies with a stick, which looked extremely ridiculous. Tian took advantage of the moment and began to cultivate to restore his strength. He also rushed to generate several new effective talismans. As soon as the process was completed, Chu rushed towards the zombies with lightning speed. A moment later, he hung the magic amulets on them and jumped back. The monsters, in turn, immediately froze in place, which is what the main character wanted. Thus, the young master successfully completed the process of cleansing the dead. The police were overjoyed and praised the young cultivator. One of them suddenly remembered Yuxi and noted that she needed help. But suddenly they felt weak in their legs and fell to the ground, beginning to rest. Tianling, in turn, hurried to find out how things were between me and the monk, since there really was no news from them and the cave became suspiciously quiet. After running a few meters, Chu ran into Yuxi and his elderly disciple. They sat silently on the ground, which seemed rather strange to him. After calling out to them, Yiming and the police officer didn't even bat an eyelid, making Lin worried. Looking around and not seeing any zombies, the guy asked if they had already dealt with him. However, there was no answer. They didn't even move. The young man came closer. Then Ma suddenly raised his head. His eyes filled with pitch darkness. The teenager realized that they were actually infected with the aura of death and had no control over themselves. Suddenly, the Taoist stood up from the ground and slowly walked towards the surprised Tian, after which he attacked him, trying to hit him with his staff, but Chu dodged. Thus, the fiery beam was directed at the wall and the stunned guy stepped back, noting that he shouldn't fight against his mentor. But Yiming didn't hear him. He then continued to release magical attacks, calling for the ghosts to gather. As a result, a strong wind arose. Lin did not know what kind of spell it was. Realizing that he needed to be brought to his senses by any means necessary before he caused any harm, I caught myself thinking that fighting with my own minion was rather strange. Suddenly, the old man clamped his staff between his teeth and began to show something with his hands. It was more like sign language, with Ma giving instructions to the demons. Thus, the evil spirit that had entered into him called on his faithful servants to rise up. To help him defeat Tianling, who was not particularly willing to confront Yiming, the monk continued to gesticulate, preparing for a mortal fight. The teenager looked closely at his hands to get a rough idea of what he was doing. Mi was unconscious the whole time and Chu didn't know what was wrong with her or if she was okay. By that time, Ma had finished giving his instructions to the dead warriors, after which he grabbed the magic talisman and thunderous lightning spread everywhere. Lin understood that he only needed to endure in order to help the old man and Yuxi soon. Meanwhile, lightning filled the cave and gradually approached the main character. The young master immediately began to use the protective barrier, since without it, he would not be able to hold out. As soon as the lightning bolts headed towards the young cultivator, the magic shield absorbed all the damage. At the same time, Tian tried to figure out how to resist Yiming without harming him. At that moment, the zombified Mi suddenly touched his neck, and the guy turned around sharply, where he saw a hypnotized girl in front of him, realizing that he had more problems. Her eyes were also covered in darkness, which indicated that she was in a controlled state. By this time, the old monk was exhausted and stopped his furious attacks. Yuxi, in turn, said that her body was literally burning from the inside. As she began to unbutton her shirt, she added that she was very hot. Then the police officer threw him to the ground, and the young man was shocked by what was happening. As a result, he immediately used the amulet of light to locate the monster. And a moment later, Tianling saw at the end of the cave a ghost that controlled the bodies of Ma and Mi. The zombie leader also realized that he had been discovered and tried to escape. Lin began to turn to his miraculous WeChat for help. Taking the phone in his hands, the teenager found the contact of the High Lord and hurried to write to him. However, at that moment his account was unexpectedly blocked, which made the task more difficult. Suddenly, the monster attacked him, firing a lightning-fast black arrow at him. Chu managed to dodge her, and once again resorted to the help of his talismans. Having taken out a protective amulet, the guy tried to stick it to the restless me, but the ghost splashed the black substance at him again, and Tien again avoided its attack, grabbing Yuxi and falling to the ground with her, thus not allowing himself to be controlled. Then the teenager grabbed the talisman and rushed towards the hypnotized me. After a couple of seconds, he finally glued the protective amulet to her head, and the girl fell asleep. At that moment, the ghost literally froze in place, which the young man took advantage of. Taking out his phone, he decided to take a photo of the dead man to get a closer look at him, because he understood perfectly well that this was not a simple representative of the afterlife. Chu used X-ray vision and actually saw something special, namely, the source of the monster's dark energy, which was inside him. But at this time, the zombie once again tried to attack the main character. The stunned young master could not understand where he got so much strength from. He subsequently knocked the young cultivator to the ground, but Tien immediately got out, after which he dealt him a crushing blow in the back and ran away to the side. However, as before, the ghost seemed not to feel the teenager's efforts. Turning around, he shouted loudly. Lin backed away, wondering what to do next. At the same time, Chu understood that the black fog was a means of control, but since his cultivation level was higher, it did not work on him. The young man began to tease him, saying that his tricks would not work on him. This greatly puzzled the monster, and he froze for a moment, looking at the guy with bewilderment. Then, for some unknown reason, he hit the wall. Tien couldn't understand what he was planning. A few seconds later, the demon pulled out a huge boulder from the wall. Lin was shocked, realizing that black fog can be used for more than just hypnosis. Therefore, Chu decided to get rid of the death aura emanating from him with the help of a talisman. Suddenly, the magical light of the amulet spread throughout the room, and the zombie froze in place again. The guy immediately threw a huge stream of water at him, from which it seemed there was no escape. The dead man tried to cover himself with a stone, but this did not bring the desired result, because his cobblestone simply shattered into small pieces and everything was washed away by water, from which a demon suddenly jumped out and instantly grabbed Tianling. Chu also grabbed onto him. Thus, they restrained each other's strength. But the teenager understood that in order to take out the phone, he needed to free his hand. Then he suddenly remembered his magic ring of heaven and earth. A moment later, it appeared on the young man's middle finger, and he began to act, ordering him to take the phone out of his pocket, which is what happened. The cell phone literally hovered in the air in front of Tien, and he was able to carry out the necessary operations. Using the item to collect Yin, the zombie continued to hold Lin. However, confirmation of this action was required, and Chu could not reach his nose to the phone to press the button. The ghost seemed to understand that the guy was up to no good and stopped him. Tianling tried to reach his cell phone again, but he couldn't. Then he reached his tongue into the phone and finally pressed the confirmation button. The application immediately reported the successful activation of this service. He even became curious about what kind of object would help him defeat the monster. At this moment, a vacuum cleaner suddenly appeared, and Lin was shocked by this turn of events, not understanding how he could help him in the battle with the dead man. After all, the demon possessed black magic and was an extremely powerful creature. But suddenly the vacuum cleaner began to suck in the ghost's fog and thus absorb its power. What was surprising enough for its owner, Chu never thought that such a thing would happen. After a certain amount of time, the black fog was completely absorbed by this device, and he was even able to extract an energy source from it, which was quite surprising. Thus, the monster found itself without strength and simply froze in place, with his hands down. Tien, in turn, took the zombie's magic core with absolute calm. Realizing how much the vacuum cleaner really helped him in his fight against the ghost, the delighted protagonist held the source of the evil spirit's energy in his hands, realizing that he had emerged victorious. The black fog gradually dissipated, and the dead man no longer possessed superpowers, but his eyes suddenly shone with a bright white light. The young master did not know what it was. Turning around, the young cultivator saw the monster trying to escape. Tianling knew that he had lost all his energy, so he decided to retreat. But the teenager didn't even think of pursuing him, since he himself was extremely exhausted. After which, he decided to find out what this core was that gave him strength and energy. With the help of Visha, he learned that the source of power was capable of mind control. It also became clear to him that it was this very object that contributed to the cultivation of the ghost. The guy caught himself thinking that this would be a real treasure for Tin. At the same time, Chu noted that the app now has a function for tracking weak points of opponents and providing the necessary items to fight them. However, they cost a lot. Because the magic vacuum cleaner cost him 80 coins, Lin was horrified by such a price. Realizing that at this rate he would soon go bankrupt and be left without pants, at this moment, Yuxi suddenly regained consciousness, holding her head. Then, extremely surprised, she asked Tian when he managed to arrive. Yiming also came to his senses and held his head, asking what happened. Lin asked them in return whether they felt any discomfort, and the old man and the police officer answered in the negative. Meanwhile, 2 law enforcement officers approached them and asked if everything was okay with them. Soon after getting out of the well, Chu first of all went home, as he was very tired, where he was met by the always joyful Shui, saying that she was worried about him because it was already late. The guy, in turn, assured that everything was fine with him and that he was absolutely healthy, after which he gave her a source of power that would help her in further cultivation. Tin thanked her owner and said that it was truly a treasure. The young man smiled and noted that she was unusually sweet and beautiful today. Soon, we began cultivating, which was much faster and more efficient for her. She stated that with this core, she was able to break through to the next stage of improvement. The next day, an enthusiastic Tin ran to the protagonist and reported that she had been able to improve, and now she can touch objects, and her appearance has changed a little. However, there were some time restrictions. The young master stated that in that case she could go with him, since he needed to pick out some jade stones from Qian. Naturally, Shui was happy to take a walk. Asking where the owner would now look for materials, Chu replied that he would go to Danube. The assistant immediately shrank in size and noted that the city had an extremely high crime rate. Adding that they might have problems there, however, the self-confident Tian declared that nothing would happen. Soon, the young cultivator went to meet Tian Yue, who smiled sweetly at him. The young lady urged him to get into the car, and Lin noticed that she had changed her style of clothing. Tin suddenly noticed that his girlfriend was very beautiful. The teenager called her to talk nonsense. As soon as they appeared in the car, Yue apologized to him because he shouldn't have gone with her. But Chu said that it was not difficult for him, and after some time they arrived at Danui, after which they headed to a store selling high-quality raw materials from Myanmar. As Shen began to say, there were also several bodyguards with them. Zhu looked around, where she observed the eternal bustle, people constantly rushing about their extremely important business. Suddenly, she noticed the guys who were cutting and processing stones. Their owner was excited about the result, anticipating expensive jade. However, luck did not smile on him, which made the young man literally furious. Tin pointed out that losers were too pathetic. Lin replied that that was why he had high hopes for her. Meanwhile, Qian grabbed the first stone she came across and urged Tian to get to work. Zhu also rushed towards a certain boulder and became very nervous. After all, if she makes a mistake, the owner will clearly not be delighted with such a result. Chu, in turn, decided to check the efforts of his assistant using WeChat. But a moment later, he caught Tin's frightened look and realized she couldn't handle it. Having finally made her choice, she asked the guy if her option was correct. The young man checked the data against the application's output and happily declared that she had made the right choice, adding that she should be more confident in herself, and besides, he believed in her. 10 minutes later, Zui had selected 3 stones, 2 of which brought in huge amounts of money. The teenager noted that she had exceptional abilities, and Tin sighed with relief. At this moment, Yue handed the 3rd boulder to the carver and asked him to cut it. However, an unknown man approached them and ordered them to stop immediately. The main character could not understand who he was and why he was asking to stop the processing. Zhu hid behind the young master, saying that this stranger looked scary. The store owner immediately asked a certain Husi what he was doing there. Lao replied that he was busy with his work. In fact, he was the leader of a criminal group, but the police could not prove it. Approaching Tian Yue, he urged her to sell the blue jade for 1 million yuan. The extremely surprised girl asked him again if he was really ready to offer only 1 million. At this moment, one of Yue's bodyguards demanded that Huxi stay away from the lady. The guy replied that they should have checked him out first before talking like that, adding that they should take a closer look because those around him were afraid of him. Liu also suggested that Chen cooperate with him, because this is the best thing she can do. Suddenly, he leaned towards her and said that she smelled incredibly nice. Then Husi smiled and whispered that otherwise she would not be able to leave here. The young cultivator could not stand it and ordered him not to approach the girl. Surprised, Liu looked closely at the teenager, realizing that he was no simpleton. However, the self-confident and rather arrogant guy said that for 200,000 he was ready to take their stones and let them go. Tian asked if he really thought she would sell expensive materials for such a pittance. The bodyguard in turn decided to put the upstart in his place and attacked him. But Husi suddenly grabbed her leg and then hit the young lady. Everyone was shocked. Pushing her back, the girl fell straight onto Tianling, who was standing behind her. Liu smiled and said that it was beyond their power, so it was better not to try. Chu understood that this was his territory, and besides, he actually had some skills. In connection with this, the teenager suggested that Yue go to a hotel, and she agreed. Qian walked towards Huxi and asked him to step aside so she could proceed further. To Liu's surprise, he let her through with all his security, but he didn't stop there. He intended to take the expensive stones and get his hands on the unapproachable Yue. Everyone naively believed that the girl had now become Mr. Husi's worst enemy, who would clearly not let them leave the city. Suddenly, Tianling said that Qian shouldn't worry, because as long as he was with her, nothing would happen. When she arrived at the hotel, the security guard told her that the main office would soon send them 40 more bodyguards. Shen then decided that they would wait for reinforcements and then head back. The protagonist, in turn, urged Yi to go on vacation. The assistant smiled and left. The young master said that for their safety, it was better for them to stay in the room. Yue agreed with him. Soon, she put the jades in the safe and went out into the living room, where Chu also headed. Shen looked extremely worried, and the young cultivator decided to calm her down. Tian put his hand on her shoulder and said that she had nothing to worry about because he was there. Qian smiled in turn and replied that she was fine, and that she believed him. Walking out into the hallway, Yue ordered 4 guards to ensure the security of the room. Naturally, the bodyguards promised her that everything would be fine. They also passed on to her the information about Husi that the head office had sent. After reading this report, everyone was horrified, realizing how dangerous this man was. So they agreed to take turns every 2 hours. After a certain amount of time, morning finally came, and nothing suspicious had happened. In fact, Liu had been watching them for several hours through the window of a neighboring house, after which he called his henchmen to him and gave them some instructions. Husi also had the ability to control CCTV cameras, where I saw the location of the guards and realized that it was not so easy to get there. Suddenly, one of the henchmen said that the boss was too predictable. The gang leader replied that he had been doing this for many years and understood human nature, adding that they would now wait for reinforcements as they had inquired about them and were afraid, so they should set up an ambush. The accomplices said that the boss, as always, was making a wise decision and began to prepare. However, Liu urged them not to rush and think everything through carefully, especially since they needed to wait until the evening. Soon it was time to act. Husi called the young lady to him for his insidious plan, where she had to take direct part and was an important detail. After telling her everything, Liu ordered her to go to the hotel and do what she had planned. At the same time, he treated her like some kind of thing, which she naturally did not like. The indignant girl asked how he could send her on such a dangerous mission, but the gang leader had a different opinion, saying that she should hurry. After some time, she went up to the right floor and saw one of the guards, who literally devoured her with his eyes, because the girl really was beautiful. His partner, of course, did not like what was happening, unlike her colleague. Soon, she started a conversation with him and asked if he wasn't tired of standing there for so long. The young man replied that it was his job. The girl looked extremely surprised and asked if he was a bodyguard. The teenager urged her to leave the place and noted that they could meet when he had free time, wishing her good night and adding that nothing bad would happen today. But she hastened to convince him otherwise, which literally shocked him, suddenly dealing him an extremely painful blow, which his partner did not expect at all. The guard, in turn, screamed in unbearable pain and immediately collapsed to the floor. The stunned bodyguard realized that this was clearly the work of that same Liu. As a result, she immediately pressed the attack button on her phone. The alarm went off immediately in the hotel, and the other 2 guards realized that something had happened. They immediately hurried into the corridor to their colleagues to find out what had happened, where armed bandits were already located, led by the ever-smiling Husi. The girl understood that she couldn't cope with them. She simply didn't know what to do. Liu, in turn, thanked his accomplice and said that now he would get down to business. However, the brave guard immediately rushed towards the enraged thugs, but at that moment, knives suddenly stuck into the floor in front of her, and she stopped. One of Husi's henchmen said she could not even count on a surprise attack. There was a terrible fear in her eyes of parting with life right now, and she understood it. In connection with this, the bodyguard naturally did not take any risks and stepped back. Besides, she simply doesn't have a chance against such a number of bandits, so she stepped aside and said she wasn't going to fight them. The guy replied that she had made the right choice and went inside the room. Having knocked down the entrance doors, the thug entered the room, where another guard stood in his way. The shocked youth did not expect the thugs to be so strong, but despite his fear, the bodyguard still attacked him with a club in his hands. At this moment, he suddenly realized that this was the same Lao who was one of the strongest among the Liu people. He instantly grabbed his reinforcement and began to break it, which completely shocked the guy, who immediately stepped back, realizing that he could not defeat this man. Naturally, Lao took advantage of this and continued to press on the frightened teenager, after which he dealt a crushing and extremely painful blow to the guard. The bodyguard literally flew into the closet that was behind him, which was quite unexpected. He had no idea how much power Hu actually had. Then the guy fell dead to the floor. His partner just watched what was happening, realizing that she couldn't handle this big guy because his blows were like bullets. Meanwhile, the bandits hurried into the room where Yue and Tian were. The arrogant Liu said that it would have been better if she had listened to him then. After all, now Qian was in an extremely difficult situation. At this moment, he sat down opposite her. However, an angry Shen stated that she was not afraid of him and that he should leave. A stunned Husi nervously ordered her to hand over all the jades and get it over with. Of course, Yue understood perfectly well that it would most likely not be possible to save the stones. At that moment, the main character put his hand on her shoulder and said that she should not listen to him, and he can also freely follow his ideals. While the young master smiled, she actually felt better after these words, and she responded with a reciprocal smile. Suddenly, the bodyguard stepped back, thereby making it clear that she would not interfere with the bandits. Then, after thinking carefully, the girl decided to tell about the location of the jades. The young cultivator was shocked when he said that the stones were in the safe next to the sofa. Qian also did not forgive her for betrayal, for which she immediately blamed the guard. The young lady, in turn, merely asked for forgiveness and bowed her head, adding that they shouldn't die because of some jade materials. Liu noted that she was the only adequate person who understood the state of affairs. Suddenly, Lin asked them if this was really their entire group. A smiling Husi asked him in return whether he was afraid of the consequences. Having warmed up well, the teenager replied that he was not afraid of anything or anyone. Then the gang leader ordered his men to deal with the boy immediately. One of them instantly moved towards Chu, and the others followed suit. Naturally, the brave Tian was not afraid of them, and continued to act as an obstacle in their path. The extremely self-confident thug smiled, thinking that this would be an easy task for him. Huzi said that this guy is the fastest and no one can compare to him. Suddenly, the bandit seemed to disappear, and after a couple of seconds appeared next to Lin. It all happened really fast. He was like lightning. However, this was no problem for the teenager, who immediately grabbed his hand, after which he pushed him aside and went behind him, which no one expected. At this, Chu smiled and noted that he was very fast, but that this was not enough to win. The stunned thug said that he had not yet demonstrated all of his skills. Then he began to literally fly around the entire room, and it seemed impossible to keep track of him. Everyone naively believed that Z would easily deal with such a self-confident guy. Qianyue was extremely worried, knowing that Tian would have a hard time. Meanwhile, Liu's henchman found a moment when Chu didn't see him and rushed to attack, hoping that the young man would not be able to parry such a lightning-fast blow and that he would soon be finished off. But Lin turned out to be much faster than him and carried out a preemptive attack, which once again shocked everyone. The bewildered Z couldn't believe that the guy was actually able to get ahead of him. Tian, in turn, noted that he was extremely agile, but even if he were 10 times faster, it would not have saved him. Soon, Chu demonstrated his strength and delivered a series of powerful blows. Everyone present was stunned by the incredible abilities of the main character. Meanwhile, the defeated SE landed on the ground quite painfully, after which he completely lost consciousness. For a moment, everyone became silent, looking at the young master. Naturally, Qianyue was happy with the outcome of the fight, which could not be said about Liu, who in turn was literally seething with anger and wanted to tear the boy to pieces. In connection with this, he ordered his servants to attack him all together in order to have a chance of success. The young cultivator immediately turned around and called them a bunch of ants, then began to beat them up. The shocked thug simply couldn't do anything against him. This made even Lao angry, realizing that he had to stop this kid. His friend also grabbed his dirks, intending to calm Tianling down. So they attacked him from both sides, thinking that they would have a better chance of defeating him. For some unknown reason, Chu suddenly froze in place, which made Yue extremely worried. She suddenly shouted at him to be careful, but Lin continued to stand his ground. A moment later, Hu's huge fist was just a few centimeters from the boy's head, The tip of the second bandit's knife also seemed like it would pierce him right through. They naively believed that this was the end of the show and the end of the teenager. But at that moment, something unimaginable happened, which they could not explain in any way. Tianling literally burst into flames with incredible spiritual qi, which blew the bandits away in a split second. Before they had time to do anything, they found themselves lying on the floor in a horizontal position. Experiencing rather unpleasant sensations at the same time, their patron was in shock. Husi decided to deal with him personally and instantly jumped up from his chair. Lin didn't even pay attention to him. Liu, in turn, took a fighting stance, which surprised the bodyguard. The girl said that it was an 8-pole strike and it was based on Taiji, and it could transform a weak attack into a lethal one. The leader of the gang noted that she knew too much, after which he headed towards the teenager, his palm instantly blazing with a dark aura. Chu was still inactive, which showed his obvious superiority and confidence. Suddenly, he turned around sharply and looked at his opponent, who was trying his best. Suddenly, Lin touched his destructive palm with 2 fingers, which led to incredible consequences. Liu instantly felt Tian's power. As a result, he was thrown to the side, having received considerable damage. What's remarkable is that even the sleeve of his shirt was torn to pieces, which is what Chu wanted. The bodyguard couldn't believe that in less than 10 minutes, he had dealt with the entire gang. Tianyue stated that Lin had become much stronger since their last meeting. The crippled Liu noted that the guy was indeed quite strong. Then he suddenly reached into the inside pocket of the jacket of one of his henchmen. At this, Husi literally broke into a sly smile, which was extremely disturbing. The leader of the group also said that it doesn't matter how well he fights. Soon, he took out a pistol and added that the young master had no remedy against the weapon. The main character had serious doubts about this and decided to demonstrate his abilities once again. A moment later, the arrogant Liu realized who he was really dealing with. Because the young cultivator easily knocked the gun out of his hand, before Husi could even blink, the weapon was in the teenager's hand. Tianling smiled and said that it was much more dangerous than his gun, after which, squeezing it into a fist, he literally crushed the weapon, which shattered into small pieces. The stunned thugs doubted that there was a man standing in front of them. Liu found himself thinking that this was the first time he had seen something like this in so many years. Because first impressions are indeed deceptive, as Chu proved to him. As a result, they came to their senses and hurried out of Qianyu's room. Meanwhile, Lin asked Ting to give him a hair from each of the bandits. Xu instantly flew out of the magic ring and rushed to get the materials. At that moment, a security guard approached them and declared that Mr. Tian was the best of all their bodyguards. Yue knew very well that she had underestimated the boy and that he was indeed extremely powerful. And as long as he is on her side, she doesn't have to worry about her own safety. At this time, Sui returned to her master and reported that she had fulfilled his request. Lin called on everyone to rest and then head back, especially since there was no longer any point in waiting for reinforcements. Since the young man was very tired, he also went to his room to rest. Curious, Ting asked the teenager how he planned to repay Liu. The guy smiled and said that he would naturally make them all suffer. Kusi's henchman, in turn, was waiting for the gang near the bus and could not understand why they had not returned yet. A couple of minutes later, he saw the frightened boss and the rest of his accomplices. The puzzled guy asked what had happened and why they were looking like that. Liu stated that they had lost to some very strong youth, so they needed to go to Lao Chen. All this time, they were being watched by Tianling's assistant, who received genuine pleasure from what was happening. Zhu also rushed after the bus to find out where exactly they were going. Tin, in turn, found it extremely amusing to watch the frightened thugs. The girl completely forgot about the main character's request and began to remember his words, where the young master said that this amulet of regret would work even from 1,000 miles away. And so the young cultivator decided to play with the bandits a little longer. Having flown up close to the bus, the assistant began to examine its frightened passengers. Wondering if the owner had used this talisman of regret, suddenly she noticed that the thugs were sweating profusely and could not sleep. It was as if something was bothering them. They suddenly felt a fever and couldn't understand what was going on. Yu smiled, realizing that the amulet had finally worked and now they would have a hard time. After all, they deserved such punishment. Tin, in turn, continued to laugh at the losers. Liu became completely furious, asking the driver when they would arrive, because he was unbearably hot and was literally drenched in sweat. The guy immediately replied that there was only a little time left and they should be patient. After some time, they finally arrived at Dr. Chen's underground clinic. As the driver reported, the bandits' condition had reached its limit. They hurried to the exit, pushing each other and arguing over who should go out first. They soon ran out of the bus, helped by Lao, who simply pushed them out of the bus. The crazed thugs rushed to the hospital, not knowing that it would not help them. Since this spell is not so easy to dispel, and the doctor is definitely not a help in this, after a certain amount of time, Husi finally ran into Chen's office, and the doctor was surprised. Not understanding what happened and why Liu was in such a state, he asked him about this, and the leader of the bandit group took a breath. After which, he said that they were beaten by one person, and now they suddenly felt very hot. The bewildered fat man immediately began to measure the pulse of Husi and the others. He said that they had a very high fever and he would give them some antipyretic. However, they demanded that he, as a doctor, explain the origin of this illness. The shocked doctor said that he had never encountered anything like this before. Sued understood that ordinary people would not be able to detect the curse of a master like her master. Chen said that ideally they would go to the hospital to confirm the diagnosis. An enraged Liu grabbed him and pinned him against the wall, saying that if they had such a chance, they would not have come to him at all, adding that if he didn't provide them with the medicine right now, his life would end right this second. A stunned Lao urged him not to be nervous and hurried to find some kind of medicine. Initially, he tried to find a medicine to lower the boy's temperature. After all, he had never encountered such an illness before. Meanwhile, Husi's eyes lit up and he tore his shirt, screaming loudly. The frightened Chen did not understand what was happening to him. The others also took off their outer clothes, but suddenly they all froze in place, sweat continuing to pour from their bodies. Unexpectedly, the doctor saw an inscription on them, regret, which gave rise to even more questions. A moment later, the leader of the group fell to his knees. He began to say that he was actually wrong and was ready to admit his guilt. Following him, his henchmen began to ask for forgiveness and say that they had overlooked the mistake. Lao was shocked, but Ting had had her fun and realized that it was time to finish. Taking out her yin energy gathering bead, she immediately soared into the air. A moment later, glowing magical thread-like strings began to emanate from it, who immediately rushed towards the thugs, tying their hands and feet, after which, Sui calmly headed towards the exit. Realizing that the job was done, the stunned Dr. Chen didn't know how to help his friends and looked at them silently. Suddenly, they moved towards Tin and the magic bead that connected them. After a certain amount of time, the girl successfully delivered them to the police station. Law enforcement officers were shocked when they saw Kusi and his gang. Liu suddenly rushed towards one of them and began to tell about all his crimes. Following him, the rest of the group members confessed to their actions. A few seconds later, several patrol cars pulled up to them to figure out what was going on. Meanwhile, Tianling, Qian, and the guards hurried back to Chongqing. One of the bodyguards reported that Husi and his gang surrendered to the police yesterday, adding that it was quite unexpected that such a notorious thug would do such a thing. Yue thanked the young man, saying that she would soon pay him his share. Chu only smiled at her. Suddenly, she asked the guy what he would do after he left work. Lin replied that he hadn't thought about it yet. Shen also invited him to have dinner together and told him that he could always count on her. The teenager smiled again and noted that after this, she would no longer be his boss. At that moment, he invited her to start their acquaintance anew and told her his name. Tian thought about it because she really wasn't his boss anymore and now they could just be friends. Smiling at him, the young lady reciprocated and also gave her full name. At the same time, Chu asked her to join him in order to buy a car for himself in the future, and Yue agreed. The next day, Tian waited for Shen outside the car dealership, but she never showed up. Several hours passed, and the workers began to believe that he had no intention of buying a car at all. Continuing this theme, they came to the conclusion that he simply decided to look at cars. A few more minutes passed, but Yue was still not there. The car dealership workers decided to chase him away. Suddenly, one of them came out into the street and asked him not to block the entrance, or to come in and buy a car. At this moment, Chen suddenly appeared. The guy even dropped his cigarette. The girl hastened to say that they would definitely buy a car from them. At the same time, the girl asked the main character how long he had been waiting. And out of politeness, Tian replied that he had just arrived. The store worker assumed that this young lady was some kind of rich man's bedpan, after which, she took them to Audi cars and offered several models. The extremely disgusting individual continued to discuss the couple with himself. Yu asked him again what kind of car he liked, and the young master asked in return what exactly would suit him. Shen said that sports cars were just right, so the teenager decided to look at these models. Suddenly, the employee couldn't stand it any longer and called on them to leave if they had only come to look at the car. As soon as the enraged Tian tried to verbally attack the arrogant worker, The young cultivator reassured her and urged her to look through all the available options. Yue was furious at the outrageous behavior of the car dealership representative. The guy tried to explain to her that she shouldn't waste her nerves and time on this person. Then they finally started to look at various models of expensive cars. At that moment, the assistant literally rushed past Li, and she stopped her abruptly, asking Xiao if she was in such a hurry to see a rich client. Zhao answered in the affirmative, adding that he would like to look at sports cars. Li decided to take her chance. After all, she loved money excessively and understood perfectly well that such a client was worth his weight in gold. Having selected the customer, she said that it was too early for her to serve such clients because one wrong move and he would leave. So she had better do something simpler, which is why Li gave her her customers. She herself rushed towards her happiness. Xiao calmly approached Lin and Yue. She said that she would now take care of them because her colleague had to leave. Shen said they would like to look at all the sports cars available. Sweet Zhao asked them to follow her so she could demonstrate all the options. The extremely kind girl was completely different from her colleague, and it was a pleasure to deal with her. As soon as they headed towards the expensive models, they suddenly heard loud laughter. It was Li, who was wriggling as best she could in front of the rich fat man Lu. It was extremely disgusting to watch, and Xiao was shocked by her colleague's behavior. So Zhao began showing the models to the protagonist and Yue, ignoring Li, who in turn was seething with anger. Not understanding why they came here, she immediately ran up to the puzzled Xiao and asked why she brought them, adding that they are only a nuisance and should be taken elsewhere, as they cannot afford such cars. The young master did not like the behavior of such an arrogant person, but he controlled himself. Liu, in turn, did not leave the situation unattended and urged her not to be so rude to customers. After all, young people want to at least get a glimpse of the life of rich people. Li immediately apologized and said that she had always been too straightforward. At that moment, his wife called out to him and hurried out of the car. The girl urged him to be more restrained and to treat people with respect. Since Tianling was her former classmate from university, the young cultivator did not expect such a meeting. Upon seeing Zhao Zhong, the teenager beamed and greeted the girl, saying that they hadn't met for a long time. Suddenly, she asked if this was his girlfriend. Qian Yue was literally taken aback, after which she smiled and said that in fact they were just good friends. Xiu herself hastened to introduce her husband Bin, who was the owner of cosmetic companies. The fat man noted that if he had recently graduated from university and had no money, he should not look at such cars. Tianling decided to remain silent, even though he wanted to put the upstart in his place. Zhao, in turn, said that if Chu worked hard, she would be able to buy such a car in 10 years. He added that he also worked in a jewelry store, which interested Bin, who began asking him about it. The guy replied that he had worked part-time in Jufen for some time and soon quit. A stunned Liu asked why he left, since the company was quite well known, believing that the teenager was simply not good enough to work there, which provoked him once again. Then Lin demonstratively walked past him, ignoring the arrogant fat man's question. Bin was furious because he naively believed that no one dared to treat him like that. Li, in turn, urged him to ignore the peculiar younger generation and return to buying a car. The self-confident Liu decided to show the young man the difference between them in order to humiliate him in front of everyone. In connection with this, he asked to provide him with the most expensive car in the showroom. The happy worker immediately showed off a luxurious gold-colored convertible worth $2.5 million. A stunned Bin realized that he couldn't afford such an option at the moment, so he asked to choose another car, saying that he allegedly did not like this color. Naturally, Li realized that he simply didn't have that much money and suggested another model. But at that moment, Tian said that he was ready to purchase this car. He simply shocked everyone present by asking them to place this order. Bin couldn't believe that some student was much richer than him and calmly bought himself a sports car. Li was also perplexed, assuming that the young man simply wanted to show off. Liu only had one question: how much money did this guy have and where did he get it from? Then Xiao asked the main character again if he was really ready to buy a car for $2.5 million. The young master responded positively and gave her his card, saying that he was ready to pay the full cost. Zhao was shocked and couldn't believe her luck, because in that case her percentage of the sale would be incredibly high. After which, the enthusiastic Xiao asked the young cultivator to follow her. Liu pretended that he didn't exist at all, as he was humiliated. Li just looked at the guy and her colleague, sighing heavily after them. Then she said sadly that Zhao's bonus would exceed her annual salary. Of course, the mercantile Zhao Zhong attacked her husband with claims, saying that even her former classmate turned out to have money, but he is not able to buy a good car. At a certain point, he couldn't take it anymore and slapped her, saying that she was boring him. The stunned girl with tears in her eyes said that he had no right to touch her, in connection with which she began to hit him in response. The car dealership employee asked them to calm down immediately. A couple of days later, Tianling got dressed and went outside to get some fresh air. At the same time, he wanted to try out his new car, and he also needed to get used to it. The sports car was truly incredibly beautiful. Especially in the sun, it shimmered golden. After getting into the car, the teenager pressed the corresponding button and turned it into a convertible, after which he began to drive around the city a little, which gave him genuine pleasure. Chu felt confident behind the wheel of a luxury car and thought about how his life had changed for the better. Suddenly, the young man noticed that an unknown man was catching up with him. He had an equally beautiful car from the most famous brand in the world, Maserati. The stranger behaved extremely brazenly on the road, demonstrating his superiority. Suddenly, he overtook Tian and raced ahead, which gave him a lot of pleasure. Realizing that the guy liked to speed, Lin took it as a challenge. Meanwhile, the unknown person shouted from the window for the others not to block his path. Then he walked around her car and also rushed into the distance, which only provoked the drivers and thus created an emergency situation. Naturally, in this way, he ran into numerous insults from the others. Chu, in turn, realized that this scoundrel definitely needed to be punished, since his parents had not raised him properly. Tianling picked up a lot of speed and rushed after the arrogant guy. Having approached the offender, the young man picked up a certain coin, and with the help of his magical abilities, he released it like a bullet. The coin, in turn, instantly flew into the rear window, piercing it right through. It also pierced the driver's seat, thereby piercing the teenager's shoulder, who instantly stopped and tried to understand what actually happened. Upon discovering the blood, he became enraged, realizing that someone had dared to harm him. This was something he had never expected, and he wanted to find out who was such a brave fool. The bloodied racer began to look around to understand who attacked him, but he didn't see anyone, after which he moved off. But at a much slower speed, Chu noted that this was how he should drive. Then the main character went in the other direction, while the stranger headed to the hospital. Having reached there, he immediately called his parents and told them what had happened. The worried old people immediately ran out into the street and saw their wounded son, asking what happened. Ronghua and Ji could not understand what was wrong with their offspring, who was in a paid state. The young man himself couldn't really explain anything, especially since he didn't see the attacker. He told his parents about this, only saying that someone had attacked him and he was seriously injured. Naturally, they were scared and hurried to get him to the clinic. His father and mother took him by the arms and dragged him inside the hospital so that the doctor could examine the teenager. Soon the doctor saw him, and the parents began to wait for the result outside the door. A couple of hours later, the doctor came out and reported that the operation was successfully completed, and their son was fine. At the same time, he showed them the coin that had been pulled out of their offspring's shoulder. A dumbfounded Hua asked how this was possible and how she had hit the shoulder. The doctor suggested that someone had fired it from a homemade weapon, as the coin had broken the bone. However, the weapon clearly resembles a sniper rifle, and there is no other explanation for what happened. The shocked parents didn't know what to think, as it seemed more like nonsense. The only thing Rong understood was that someone intended to kill his own son, in connection with which, he abruptly turned around and left in an unknown direction. Ji asked where he went. Then Hua called Officer Chen and told him everything, and he immediately came to the hospital. To find out all the details and understand who exactly was involved in this case, Ji insisted that the police officer investigate everything thoroughly and find the killer. Meanwhile, his assistants were examining the car and unexpectedly found something interesting. They immediately called the captain over to personally look at the hole in the seat. The rear window was also pierced, leading Chen to believe the shooter was in a car. At the same time, he ordered the staff to check the CCTV cameras. Soon, Yuxi and the rest of the staff and their parents began to look through all the available materials, where they found Ronghua's son speeding down the road, thereby violating traffic rules. Mai immediately declared that Hua's son should be held accountable for speeding. Then they saw a familiar man driving a luxury car. Chen asked her to stop the recording and zoom in to see his face in more detail. When they looked at the suspect's face, they of course recognized him. It was none other than Tianling. Mi was shocked by this turn of events. The enraged police captain noted that it was Lin again, and he needed to be arrested, which made the task much more difficult for Yuxi, who naturally didn't want to do it. Suddenly, Ji grabbed Chen's hand and demanded that the man take responsibility for what he had done. The assistants replied that it would be very difficult because Chu was extremely strong and could deal with dozens of zombies on his own. But the captain said that it was completely unimportant and that he needed to be detained immediately. That's why he ordered me to take care of this matter, because she is the strongest officer. In fact, she realized that Tian most likely wanted to teach Xiaogang a lesson, since he created an emergency situation on the road. However, she had no right to disobey her boss, so she had to go to Lin. But at the very last moment, the girl nervously hit the table. Chen turned around sharply. After a few seconds, Yuxi said that she refused to do it, which literally shocked him. The puzzled police captain asked if she was afraid of him. The girl answered negatively, after which she sighed heavily and said that she was quitting. Everyone was stunned by this news. Chen silently looked at her. The young lady immediately headed for the exit. At that moment, the angry boss caught up with her at the door and ordered her to explain, adding that this was Chunqing, not Dawan, and the Dawanmi family was not all-powerful, so she should think about it again. But Mi still left. So the captain decided to figure everything out himself and called Ma, who, in turn, immediately informed the main character about what had happened, saying that he had injured the general manager's son, and now the police would not leave him alone. The young master, in turn, was not fully awake and could not understand who was being talked about. Yiming explained the situation to him, and the young cultivator immediately remembered that racer, saying that he taught him a lesson. A worried Ma noted that the police would not let this go so easily and that he needed to prove his innocence. However, the extremely self-confident teenager assured that he would figure everything out. Su immediately rushed towards him and asked how he was going to solve this problem, but Tianling began to assure her that there would be no trouble and everything would be fine, and he will give them what they want so much. Tin, in turn, did not understand what was being discussed. By that time, law enforcement officers were already at Chu's front door. Naturally, they were scared, because they knew firsthand about the guy's abilities. Before leaving, Yuxi told them that it would be difficult to detain Lin because he was an unusual person. Therefore, they should be extremely careful because this young man is quite dangerous. To their surprise, the door was open, and they fearfully walked inside the apartment, but they didn't see anyone. Then they carefully followed into the next room, where they suddenly saw a young cultivator and were horrified, realizing that he had not escaped. By exchanging glances, they gave a certain sign, which meant a sudden attack on the suspect, and a moment later they ran to him. Surrounding Lin, they ordered him to remain still and raise his hands up, but he ignored them. Pointing their pistols at him, they once again ordered him to follow their demands. However, Tian remained silent, which puzzled them. One of them noted that this was abnormal, because the guy did not react. In fact, Chu hid with his magical abilities and was invisible to them. Another police officer suggested that the teenager was so scared that he had even gone crazy. Then they took him by the arms and hurried to take him to the police station. The stupid expression on Lin's face once again convinced them that he was truly out of his mind. They soon informed Yuxi that they had successfully apprehended him and that he had offered no resistance. What seemed rather strange to her was that the officer also said that the young man was definitely not himself. After all, he doesn't talk and doesn't seem to have any idea at all. So Mi realized that this was another of Chu's tricks. The girl decided to personally go to the main character's home, and the happy guy happily met her. He asked if she had really come to detain him. Yuxi suddenly smiled at the young master, realizing how abnormal he was. Mai hastened to inform that from now on, she no longer had the authority to do this, since she had quit her job, and he simply decided to observe his bilocation. The young cultivator noticed that she was extremely observant, adding that former employees had informed her of his arrest, so she decided to check it out. Suddenly, she asked if he had anything to drink, and Tian asked in response what she would like. Yuxi asked for some tea, and the teenager then asked her to sit down and wait a few minutes. As soon as Lin left the room, the girl wondered who he really was. But the most important thing is where he got such incredible abilities, even though they are aimed at restoring justice. Having brought cookies and tea, Chu noted that she clearly had not come to him for this, in connection with which he asked what brought her to visit him. Mi admitted that he was right. At this point, Yuxi suddenly asked him not to call her an officer, since she had resigned, after which the young lady took a cup of tea and took a couple of sips. She suddenly remembered Qian. Mi abruptly stated that she had dug into his past but had found nothing strange. Then she asked him where he got his superpowers from and who he was. However, a smiling Chu said that he simply trained very hard and nothing more. Naturally, she doubted his words, since spiritual practice alone is not enough for such skills. Looking at him, Yuxi understood only one thing. He was definitely not an ordinary person. She also said that he was her friend and she wanted to talk to him before leaving. That's why she went to him. Unexpectedly, Tianling discovered a certain bloody disaster inside her, realizing that she was extremely unlucky and that something like this should not be ignored under any circumstances. But she herself clearly did not know about this illness, and Chu himself also did not dare to tell her about it. Soon the girl said goodbye to him and said that she had a long journey ahead of her. Although he felt sincerely sorry for her, Lin only looked at her with a sad expression. Yuxi then went to a farewell dinner with her former colleagues, where Tian also went, but as a ghost, where he observed what was happening. With the help of his stealth, he intended to find out the reason for the bloody disaster. A moment later, Mi took a couple of sips and suddenly became drunk, which was quite strange. This obviously surprised her friends because they wanted to drink a little more. At this moment, another unknown person unexpectedly joined them. For some unknown reason, he was holding his head, and his overall behavior aroused some suspicion. Soon he swept up to his comrades, where he was invited to have a drink. However, the stranger refused, continuing to hold his head, which was quite strange. It was as if he wanted to pretend that he was drunk himself. But at the same time, the teenager was constantly watching me. Naturally, Tianling paid attention to this and began to take a closer look at him. Assuming that he was the one who had something to do with Yuxi's bloody disaster and her sudden intoxication, Lin instantly took out a magic talisman that could cure almost any disease. Heading towards the girl, the guy tried to discreetly hang the amulet on her. A moment later, Chu attached a magic talisman to her back and a miracle happened. The young lady instantly sobered up and raised her head, which was quite strange. She suddenly turned around and grabbed Tian's hand, even though she couldn't see him, feeling something special. The stunned young man immediately stepped back. Mi could not understand what was happening. However, the girl continued to hold the protagonist's hand, and he could not get out. Because of this, the young master had to whisper to her to let him go. Shocked, Yuxi realized that Lin was actually standing next to her. Naturally, she began to think about what the young cultivator had planned this time. But suddenly her gaze fell on an unknown person whom she did not know. After all, this stranger was clearly not among her former employees, and Mi wondered where he came from. At this point, he noticed that Yuxi had clearly had too much to drink and needed to be escorted home. The drunken friends, of course, agreed that he would take her home since they themselves were quite drunk. Posing as a very nice guy, he took her arm and urged her to go home. But Mi suddenly hit him on the hand, which completely shocked everyone. Then she told her former colleagues that because of them she almost got into trouble, after which she asked the stranger who he really was. Everyone became quiet. Meanwhile, most of the friends came to their senses and really realized that they didn't know him. Then the killer pulled out a gun and said that she was paying enough attention, but none of them had a gun. Moreover, his weapon turned out to have a silencer, which indicated that he intended to do everything quietly. A stunned Mi realized that in the current state of affairs she would not be able to dodge the bullet. At this moment, she remembered Tianling, who should definitely help her. Having started to aim at her, the mercenary said that she herself was to blame for what was happening, since she crossed the wrong people. Suddenly, Chu threw a plate at him, knocking the gun out of his hand. In doing so, he managed to injure his hand, and the stunned killer began to scream from unbearable pain. Yuxi, in turn, rushed towards the thug to finally deal with him. A couple of seconds later, Mi hit him in the head with her knee, which was extremely painful. Thus, the brave girl sent him into a horizontal position. The boys rushed to arrest him and wondered who had thrown the plate at him. Everyone started looking at each other, realizing that none of them had done this. Mi realized that it was actually Lin, who could neutralize the killer even with an ordinary plate. In connection with this, she said that she had to throw a plate at him, after which Yuxi stepped aside and called her savior to follow her. Then, turning around, she asked him to show himself, and a couple of seconds later he showed up. I turned around abruptly and saw a teenager behind me looking straight at her. The puzzled girl asked what he was doing there and why he had come at all. Lin replied that he noticed that she was in danger, and so he decided to help. Asked if she believed him, the young lady smiled and answered positively. The main character did not expect that she would actually believe his words so easily. At the same time, the young master urged her to be extremely careful, despite leaving the police. Since she hadn't noticed how drunk she had become, Yuxi thanked him again, not understanding who she could have crossed, especially since she had already left work. Mai assumed it was Chen, who had been acting suspiciously lately. The young cultivator, in turn, hurried to bid her farewell as he had eliminated the bloody calamity. Watching him go, Yuxi tried to figure out who he really was. Returning home, Tian began to draw several magical talismans. Curious, Shui asked what he was going to do with the sleep and tracking amulets. Lin stated that he could not maintain his copy in the police for long, and that it could lead to irreversible consequences. Smiling at her, the teenager urged her not to worry and promised to return soon. The offended girl noted that he almost never takes her with him. Meanwhile, Xiaogang continued to be in the hospital, where his parents came to visit him. After a certain amount of time, late at night, Tian suddenly appeared near the ward. With the help of his miraculous powers, Chu set to work. Thus, his generated phantom hand passed through the closed door, after which he immediately opened it from the inside and looked through the crack. Where he found Ji's parents and the nurse sleeping, Xiaogang was on the bed. Having taken out the talismans of long sleep, the guy decided to teach them a lesson once again. Soon, Tianling hung one of the magical amulets on the head of the sleeping Gan. Chu and the others also attached these talismans to ensure that they would not wake up. Then he took out the scissors and began the funniest part of his plan. After some time, the amulets disappeared, thus awakening everyone from sleep. The nurse was the first to come to her senses and looked at the patient, after which she turned her gaze to his parents. She was shocked by what she saw and screamed loudly. Ronghua and Ji immediately woke up. The old man asked what was the matter. The girl replied that there was something strange with his hair. At that moment, the wife also looked at her husband and was horrified, not understanding where his hair had gone. Hana told her the same thing in response. Everyone was shocked and could not understand how this could happen. The woman began to complain because she spends a lot of money on hair care. Suddenly, they discovered a note on their son's bed and began to read it, where they were required to leave Tian behind, or else next time they could say goodbye to life. Naturally, this frightened them greatly, and they realized that it was really better to leave him alone. Hana said that he would immediately withdraw his statement and not sue this terrible man so that the police would let him go. The next day, Zhang called the police station and reported that his son was to blame, so he doesn't want to take the case to court, and they can let the guy go free. The law enforcement officer, surprised, agreed to close the case, realizing that this guy was not so simple since Hua decided to withdraw his application and Mi quit. In connection with this, he ordered his junior in rank to release the suspect. The duty officer immediately went to the cell to the clone of the main character and said that he was free. The young master continued to silently ignore him, which had already become commonplace for them. Ultimately, they decided to personally deliver him home. Taking him by the arms and dragging him into the patrol car, they drove him to the house, after which they hurried to help get to the apartment in the same way. We saw the copy of the owner and was delighted, realizing that everything was finally over. Ting began to tell him all the news, but the young cultivator still did not respond to her. She became extremely curious about what the owner's clone actually was. He began to touch it with his hands and flicker it in front of the gases, but Tian didn't even bat an eye, which amused her greatly, and she began to dance joyfully in front of the teenager. Then she grabbed his hands so that he would join her in these dances. But at a certain point, Lin literally deflated with an imperturbable expression on his face. Soon he shrank in size and collapsed onto the sofa. Shui didn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Chu turned into a magical talisman, which disappeared a moment later. Tin immediately decided to find out from the guy what kind of magic it was and why his clone was so strange. As soon as she opened the door, she reported that his copy had suddenly deflated and turned into an amulet. Tian answered the girl that he was busy now, and she should play somewhere else, after which the young man continued to cultivate diligently to improve his skills, which, as always, was very difficult for him, because this method was extremely energy-consuming. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain throughout his body, which indicated that the promotion had failed. Thus, after several hours of meditation, Lin still had no success. Then Chu decided to turn to his WeChat for help and picked up the phone, because he saw no other way out and it was necessary to move to the next stage of development. Having found the contact of the fairy chain, the teenager wrote to her, hoping that she could help him. Meanwhile, she, like her faithful servant, was busy with everyday affairs. The old man was chopping wood as usual. The girl was sitting in the gazebo, looking at the local landscape. She was bored and dreamed of something lofty, while the henchman continued chopping wood. Suddenly, Tianling appeared in front of her and greeted the beauty. The woodcutter saw the young man and immediately rushed towards him in order to dispel his boredom, saying that his axe had been waiting for the guy for a long time and now they would have some fun. However, Lin urged him to calm down and noted that this was not why he was there. Chang'e stated that he never came just like that, which meant he needed help again. Chu responded positively. The young lady said that she could help him, but Tian was surprised as to why she needed it, after which the main character said that he could do something important in return. Suddenly, the fairy said nervously that Lin had made many mistakes and would be punished. The young master bowed to her and replied that he would not resist his fate. Suddenly, an angry chain began to gather her energy in her palms, and the guy was taken aback. However, the young cultivator was indeed willing to be punished by the girl. At that moment, the old man urged the immortal not to do this, as the young man realized his guilt, adding that he had lived alone for 1,000 years and the teenager had solved this problem. After all, if he dies, the servant will become lonely again, and this is unbearable. Then Chang'e decided to forgive Tian, who in turn was grateful to her. But she also stated that it is possible to avoid the death penalty, but one cannot simply escape a sinful life, after which the fairy finally calmed down and called on the student to tell him his problem. Chu said that he was practicing Rengxianjue but could not break through to the Qi implementation stage and needed her advice. Smiling unexpectedly, Chain said that he had made the right choice in approaching her. After all, if he does not learn this technique, he will not be able to progress in the future, and it is the basis of immortality. Then the girl suddenly fell silent, and the guy asked how he could improve. The immortal looked at the young man and said that he had nothing to worry about, because he only needs to accumulate life experience in his world. But most importantly, Tianling must realize his path of Tao in order to advance further. And since everything is fine with his cultivation, he is not in any danger. But this is not enough. Then she told about Liu Dongbin, who failed the exam more than 20 times, but he didn't even think about giving up. So the end result was a test. And later, wrongly took him as a disciple, so Chu needed to train his mind. The teenager forever remembered her words about the need to understand one's Tao and practice the mind. Suddenly the guy's phone rang and he decided to see who was calling him. It turned out to be Chen Bairong, which was extremely unexpected, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A stunned Chain looked at the strange device and asked what it was. Lin replied that it was a regular mobile phone. The immortal noted that she had never seen one like it before. Tian then suggested that in fact, WeChat was displaying her thoughts on the account. The extremely curious girl immediately examined the cell phone closely to understand what it was. What was quite strange to watch was that Chu suddenly announced important matters and said goodbye to her. Along the way, the protagonist constantly thought about the immortal's words, trying to understand what exactly she meant. Because for the young master it was extremely important, but he did not know how to do it. At that moment, two school children overtook him and began to say that their head teacher was simply the spawn of hell. Suddenly, the young cultivator had an idea and decided to make it a reality. Soon he received a call from the Talent Development Institute inviting him for an interview. A joyful Lin rushed towards them, wearing his best suit. But at the same time, the teenager was quite nervous, because this was very important for him. Approaching the employee of the educational institution, Chu said that he had come to get a job. The girl urged him to fill out the form, and suddenly Tian paid attention to the guy, who also took the document and began to fill it out together with Lin. After a certain amount of time, they handed her their questionnaires almost simultaneously. It turned out to be a certain Sun, who graduated from the Jiangbai Institute of Science and Technology and became a master's student, after which she began to look at the profile of Chu, who was only a bachelor's degree student at Chuncheng University. The woman immediately began to admire Jian, because he graduated with a master's degree from one of the best institutes in the country, adding that they needed just such a person and therefore they were very happy about his appearance. But in order to get a job, it was necessary to pass a certain exam. And naturally, Sun agreed. At this moment, Tian said that Chungcheong University was not so bad either. Thus, they both were given the honor of taking a test to determine which of them was the better candidate. When Lin took the exam test, he was shocked by the huge number of questions. Meanwhile, Jean began writing down the correct answers without any fuss. And Chu guessed that he was indeed extremely smart. Tian also took this test very seriously and began to work. And because cultivation helped him not only physically, his mental abilities and memory also underwent improvement. Moreover, before going to university, Lin read a huge number of different books. After some time, the self-confident Chu brought his work in for delivery. The woman asked if the questions on the test were too difficult, since it was, after all, higher mathematics. Sun also sped up and after a couple of minutes brought his work to the examiner. At the same time, the arrogant Jian declared that he would be the one to go further and that Tian had no chance. Then he looked at him and said that he should have prepared better. Turning his insolent gaze, He asked the employee where he needed to sign the employment documents. The stunned woman realized that, in fact, Lin had many more correct answers. Suspecting something was wrong, Sun asked if there were any errors in his test. Unable to bear it, Jian snatched his work from her with a sharp movement, where he saw a score of 130 points, after which he also decided to find out what his competitor's score was. Who had 150 points? The extremely indignant young man could not believe his eyes, and again turned his gaze to Chu's work. The main character smiled and said that life is full of surprises, especially today, so he had to prepare better to have any chance of success. Soon, rumors about the hiring of a top-notch mathematician spread throughout the entire school. Of course, all the staff were eager to meet the newcomer to the institute in person. At that moment, a man in a higher position approached them, and on his mug it was written, "Be an example for others." The old man urged them not to talk about this topic and to behave appropriately. The teachers instantly fell silent, after which he calmly went to his workplace. At the same time, he advised them to prepare as many questions as possible for the students so that they would learn the lesson well. The teachers in turn agreed with him, realizing that they would like to be in his place. Soon the team was introduced to a new mathematics teacher, Chu's. The assistant also introduced her colleagues and asked everyone to treat him with respect. The arrogant old man just nodded, without saying a word and looking down at the guy. She also announced that Tianling would be teaching the Olympiad class, which came as a surprise to the others, because they knew full well that they were definitely going to get rid of one of them. Jan continued to laugh at them and said that they were so cheerful, but now they were shaking like leaves in the wind. But suddenly the assistant announced that, in fact, it was the old man who had been decided to be replaced. Stunned, Ian began to protest furiously, saying that this was unfair. He added that he was the most experienced, but the assistant insisted that management had decided so. Soon the dissatisfied old man reluctantly gathered his things and headed for the exit. Meanwhile, Lena was quickly introduced to a class of fairly smart children. However, they heard screams and cat meowing from a certain audience. The bewildered teenager asked his assistant what was going on there. A few seconds later, he opened the door to the classroom and saw a terrifying picture, where high school students would place bets on darts and argue among themselves about who would win, but their target was a cat taped to a board. Something Tianling never expected. The guy was immediately outraged because they were literally mocking the animal. But the most important and terrifying thing is that the students threw darts with their eyes closed. A moment later, one of them suddenly threw a dart at the cat, stunning the young master, who immediately shouted furiously for them to stop this mockery. At this time, the dart fell next to the student, and the boy, in turn, became terribly frightened, realizing that another couple of centimeters and the situation would have taken a completely different turn. At that moment, the young man who had thrown the dart removed the cloth from his mouth and asked who was shouting. The others just laughed, saying that he was a coward and almost killed Chen. The main character went up to the high school students and started insulting them, saying that they had no right to behave like that. The students, in turn, began to be indignant and asked who he was anyway. The teacher immediately asked them not to play such games, but she smiled. The young cultivator understood that even if they were some kind of bandits, they needed to be dealt with harshly. Soon the girl asked him to leave the auditorium to go to his class, but Chu said that these scum needed to be punished. The impudent fellows immediately began to ask each other who this man was and why he had interfered with them. So they decided to teach the upstart a lesson and turned to Zhao Yu for help, who noted that this teacher was actually an interesting specimen. At this time, the teacher urged Tinlin to ignore these senior students. After all, their parents cannot find time to raise them, and in general, they do not cause problems. A couple of minutes later, he walked into his classroom, where the children seemed more focused and calm. Lin found himself thinking that he could work with them, and they were worthy of his efforts. The teenager, in turn, hastened to introduce himself and greet the students. Chu said he would do his best to ensure they won first place in the Olympics. The children were happy with the new teacher, saying that Lao had literally been tormenting them. Tian truly believed that these children could excel in mathematics. However, at that moment, senior students arrived in the auditorium, thirsting for revenge. The puzzled new teacher asked what they were doing there. Zhao noted that everyone was talking about the new good teacher, and he supposedly knew his subject. Lin recalled the words of the assistant, who said that the parents of these high school students were influential people and should not be offended. Ye suddenly asked if they could observe the lesson. Chu replied that if they were to interfere, he would not stand on ceremony with them. Thus, the impudent individuals entered the classroom and settled down on the back desks. Once everyone was seated, Lin began teaching a math lesson, but it didn't last long, because one of the students suddenly shouted that there was some kind of monster under his clothes. The stunned Tian asked what had happened and ran up to the young man, who at this time unexpectedly pulled out a real snake from under his t-shirt. Then he threw it aside, which only made the arrogant seniors laugh. The other students understood that now they would start pestering them, and the lesson would be disrupted. The guy sitting behind him grabbed the snake and said it was just his pet. The enraged protagonist approached him and asked if he really thought this was funny. The teenager replied that school rules do not prohibit bringing pets with you. Zhao merely confirmed his words and noted that the teacher should blame the school's policies, not them. The young master understood perfectly well that he could not use force. He had a different plan. Having quietly taken out a magic talisman, the young cultivator carried out a certain action. After a couple of minutes, the result was not long in coming, and something strange happened. The snake lover suddenly felt unbearably ill and had a severe stomachache. His friend had the same problem, which was extremely suspicious to their friends. You couldn't understand what could have happened so suddenly to both of them at the same time. Tianling, in turn, was shocked because the spell did not spread to Zhao. Suddenly, the high school student realized that this was actually the work of the new teacher, which is what he quickly asked him about, pretending to be surprised. Chu asked a counter-question about what he meant. Yu urged him not to pretend and said that last time he redirected the dart with his qi, and now, having forced his friends to run to the restroom, Lin realized that this child was unusual. But the others did not understand anything. Zhao then challenged him to a competition, saying that the loser would have to leave school forever. Naturally, Tian agreed and suggested that he choose the place and time for the fight. Chu also stated that if he loses, he will force his friends to go to classes and study properly. The extremely self-confident youth agreed to his terms and noted that he would not lose. Meeting in a vacant lot sometime later, Yu challenged the mathematician to demonstrate his skills. However, the guy refused to hit the child and asked him to start first to see what he was capable of. The student stated that people should not be looked down upon, and as a teacher he should have known this. After which, with just a snap of his fingers, he generated a flame in his hand, which surprised him. Then he created a fire arrow. Tianling prepared to repel the attack, caught himself thinking that at such a young age he could control flame. Soon he easily repelled the high school student's fiery attack, which also surprised Yu. Chu suddenly asked him where he learned this technique, but Zhao remained silent, generating another clot of flame and rushing towards Lin. At the same time, he noted that the mathematician is not so simple and has control over the element of wind. Naively believing that he would deal with him, the boy tried to attack the teacher again. A few seconds later, the teacher stood in the center of the flaming circle, watching the young man's skills. He praised the boy for his courage but said that it was not enough to defeat him. Meanwhile, Yu attacked him from behind, which Tianling was naturally prepared for. Chu turned around abruptly and slapped him, not wanting to hurt the student too much. The shocked teenager instantly flew back, not understanding how he managed to do it. The enraged high school student began to understand that the mathematician is not so simple and rather fast. The protagonist, in turn, urged him to surrender so as not to harm himself. But the extremely self-confident Yu once again tried to attack the young master. The young cultivator showed the talisman and declared that since the boy wanted it so much, he would grant his wish, after which he released thunderbolts that instantly rushed towards Zhao. The frightened guy didn't know what to do or how to avoid this attack. Thus, the thunder struck his body, which turned out to be quite painful. As a result, the youth collapsed at the teacher's feet, not understanding where he got such strength from. Tianling believed that after this, he would clearly no longer want to pretend to be tough. Chu smiled and said that this was probably a sign of fate. Then he asked the arrogant student if he would not give up even after this. Of course, Yu understood perfectly well that he would not be able to cope with him, and there was no point in continuing. After which Lin took out another magic talisman and headed towards the schoolboy. Before Zhao could even understand anything, the guy had already pressed the amulet to his head. The stunned boy immediately asked what he had in mind and why he was applying the talisman. The math teacher called him to shut up immediately and said that he was healing Why. After a few seconds, the unbearable pain in his body actually disappeared. Zhao was in shock. All this time, the high school student was trying to understand who the teacher really was. Tianling, in turn, helped him up, saying that it was time to return home. Unexpectedly, Yu asked him the question that had been tormenting him, who he was and what he was doing at their school. Chu smiled again and said that he was just an ordinary math teacher. Of course, the boy understood that this was not true, and he could not tell his secret. He stated that he had not met such strong people for a long time and would now leave the educational institution. Lin immediately attacked him with his fists, saying that he must fulfill his promise, adding that he had to go back to school and make the teachers love him and his friends, after which he once again urged him to go home and not cause any more commotion at the institute. However, Zhao did not want to leave things like that and intended to become his friend. Asking him to let him follow him and become a junior brother, Chu was surprised. The guy expressed a desire to learn martial arts from him and was ready to become his assistant. Tian looked at the interested boy and wondered whether he should be given a chance. Then he said that everything depends on his aspirations to become better and, of course, his future behavior. For Zhao, this was the only opportunity to become Chu's disciple. That's why he promised that from tomorrow, everything would change, and that Tian would personally see for himself. Lin found himself thinking that this teenager had changed too quickly, and although it was extremely difficult to teach such people, he still enjoyed being a teacher. While thinking about what had happened, Chu didn't notice how everything around him instantly changed. Walking on water, he found himself in an unknown place and could not understand what had happened. Starting to look around, the guy found himself in the sky, which was quite strange. At the same time, he stood on some kind of magical flow that had neither beginning nor end. Tian suddenly guessed that this was a mental state created by the Renxian Jue technique, excitedly realizing that he had actually entered the consciousness of an immortal. But a moment later, Lin found himself back in the clearing, believing that for some reason he had left it. Although he didn't stay there for long, it already said a lot, which meant that becoming a teacher was the right decision. At this time, the assistant and her mentor were looking at photographs of lightning in the sky. The girl asked if it was a fake, but the old man said that it was definitely made by a man. And perhaps they were lucky and found the one they had been looking for such a long time. The next day, Li ran up to the main character and asked how he managed to do it. After all, Zhao has become a diligent student and is now really trying to study. At the same time, Yu asked to change the teacher and forces his friends to do their homework. His accomplices begged him to leave them alone, because for them studying was a real punishment. However, the guy continued to force them to gnaw at the granite of science, so that they would achieve success in the future. Moreover, they will have to manage their parents' affairs, and for this they need to have brains. The young master assumed that the young man had truly decided to change for the better. Suddenly, a worried teacher ran into the teacher's room. Having said that she had important news, her stunned colleagues asked what she was talking about. The assistant replied that the director had invested all his money in the stock market and lost it all. At the same time, he even managed to borrow money from influential people. And now the school will be closed. Also, the students and their parents have already been notified of what happened and they are angry. Soon, Tian went to another lesson, where the girl asked if they would now not be able to participate in the Olympiads. Lin didn't know how to respond, realizing that they were already aware of the latest developments. The children began to say that they had worked so hard, but now it was all useless. Moreover, their parents sincerely hoped that they would soon win the Olympics. Lin knew that this was really important to them, and he wouldn't be able to reassure them. Chu only said that they should never stop halfway and continue to work hard. And they will definitely figure out the rest and everything will be fine, even though few people believed in it. After which Tian called Bai Jun and asked him to help with one matter on behalf of his company, so that he would acquire the development school in Chuncheng, promising to return the money to him later. Chen, of course, agreed to help him for free, because he could not refuse his mentor and only asked for training. He said that he would soon tell him good news about the purchase of the institute, which Lin was immensely happy about, because children's dreams shouldn't be ruined by the director's preferences, who simply turned out to be an irresponsible person. At that moment, Chu was called out by an old man in a wheelchair. Grandfather asked where he could find Tianling, and his assistant was also with him. The surprised teenager replied that he was the one, and the old man smiled. He said that he felt much better now that he had finally found it. Chu urged him not to speak in riddles but to get straight to the point. The girl noted that today's youth love straightforwardness and do not welcome excessive politeness. Then he casually said that he knew about the boy's abilities. After all, he was the one to blame for everything that happened in Chuncheng. The young man was surprised once again. However, the main character stated that he did not understand what exactly was being discussed. The old man asked the young master again if he really wasn't going to admit his involvement, after which the grandfather's hand suddenly flared up with a chilling qi, which Tian did not expect at all. It was indeed quite strange, considering that the old man was disabled. Suddenly, one of the cars that was parked next to them literally flew into the air. The unknown man then drove the car straight at Lin. but the teenager managed to jump out of the way. I asked my grandfather what it was and where he got such incredible strength from. The girl asked him if they were mistaken since the guy seemed ignorant, but the old man was sure of the opposite. Having said that, even the police fear this young cultivator, and he is definitely connected to the strange things in the city. Therefore, there could be no mistake, which his assistant strongly doubted. At this moment, several more cars flew into the air. Tianling could not understand what he was planning. Realizing that this grandfather was not so easy to outwit, even by feigning panic, he did not fall for his trick. Suddenly, a fiery arrow was directed towards the old man. He realized that someone had intervened. Having reflected the fiery club, the old man began to look around but did not find anyone. Yu suddenly saw Zhao and couldn't understand why he even came here. Yu, in turn, rushed to attack the old man, declaring that no one dared to harm his mentor. However, the assistant turned out to be quick and strong enough to fight back the boy, who instantly flew back, realizing that the girl clearly knew martial arts. The math teacher immediately moved over and helped him up, telling him not to get into trouble. Zhao said that this young lady was extremely strong and would not be easy to deal with. The old man and his assistant didn't even have time to notice how Chu ended up with the young man. In this regard, she decided to personally check on Tianling and rush towards him. The young teacher, in turn, continued to remain in place and do nothing. The warrior instantly delivered a powerful blow, but Lin didn't even flinch. Then she realized that he really was the one they had been looking for so long, because his body was like a stone, and he didn't even feel her blow. After which Chu launched a lightning-fast series of attacks, and she fell to the ground. But the girl was not going to give up and once again headed towards him. The old man noticed that this young man had a fairly strong body and also had elemental elements. But the most important thing is his incredible speed. Tian also stated that they will be punished for harming the future generation. Then he began to use his magic talismans, which again surprised the old man. The amulets, sparkling like lightning, hung in the air. The assistant could not understand when he managed to do this. A few seconds later, a huge bolt of thunder struck them. Yu was shocked by the teacher's skills. However, when the smoke cleared, Lin was shocked and couldn't believe what was happening. After all, lightning couldn't literally bury them underground, which means they survived. Only the old man's overturned wheelchair lay next to the mound of earth, from which an unknown hand suddenly emerged. The main character got ready. Following the grandfather, his assistant climbed out and immediately helped him to rise. The young master realized that they had actually dug themselves in to save themselves from the lightning. At this point, the young cultivator asked what they wanted to talk about. The grandfather apologized for what happened, saying that they had not originally planned to fight, adding that he wanted to ask the teenager to join their organization. Since the guy had superpowers, Tianling asked him again what he was talking about. Assuming that we are talking about Zhao, who in turn only acquired these skills last year, suddenly, Qianshu said that such phenomena should be kept secret, so as not to cause panic among the people. Chu asked if he really lifted cars into the air and harmed children to bring peace to this world, after which he suddenly turned around and walked away in an unknown direction. Yu rushed after him. The extremely worried student asked her mentor what to do now. Sha replied that they should retreat. Lin in turn asked Zhao why he even intervened in the fight. Yu said he had important news. Having said that the school would not actually be closed, Tian pretended to be as surprised as possible. Realizing that most likely Baijun had already done his job and now the institute was safe. In connection with this, the guy urged Zhao to immediately go and continue studying. After returning home, Lin told Gui about the organization that wanted to lure him to their side. As Chu drew the new runes, he knew that he would face many troubles in the future, so it's worth preparing well. Suddenly, Tin declared that she would protect her master. The young man only smiled in response and playfully punched her on the nose, which clearly surprised her, saying that in that case he was calm, since under her protection he was definitely not in any danger. The girl, in turn, became very embarrassed and even blushed from shyness. Their laughter was suddenly interrupted by the doorbell, and they began to wonder who it could be. Assuming that these were the villains, Jue rushed to the door to deal with them. Chu urged her not to do anything stupid, but a moment later, Ting walked through the doors, where she found Qian Yue, who also saw her and was terribly frightened. As a result, Shen instantly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Then Tian's ghostly assistant finally realized what she had done. Realizing how angry her master would be now, she immediately tried to bring Yue to her senses. However, she didn't succeed. At that moment, Lin hurried out to them. Seeing Qian unconscious, he was shocked and demanded an explanation from Ting. The girl assured him that it happened by accident, and Chu, in turn, began to help Shen. After dragging her onto the sofa, Tian immediately attached a healing talisman to her head. Sua continued to apologize, saying that she was indeed overly impulsive at times. The guy decided to punish her and sent her to his room so that she could think about her behavior. The sad girl immediately headed to the bedroom to await the young man's further instructions. After a certain amount of time, Qianyue finally began to come to her senses. Lin was nearby. By calling her name, he wanted to wake her up from her sleep, and he succeeded. Suddenly, Shen opened her eyes and looked at the teenager in surprise, after which she suddenly clung to him. Chu smiled and hugged her in a friendly manner. Yue, in turn, said that she saw some kind of evil spirit and was very scared. Naturally, the main character understood that they were talking about Shui, who had frightened her. The young master tried his best to calm her down and said that she was very tired, and that it seemed to her. Tian smiled and noted that when she was around him, she felt safe. At that moment, Tin suddenly flew up to him and said that he should have told her about his sympathy for her, adding that he shouldn't worry so much and that Yue definitely wouldn't notice her this time. Shen, in turn, asked Tian to accompany her to Daozhou, where the national conference would be held. Lin replied that he was going to take his students to the Olympics next week and they could go together. The girl smiled and said that it was too late and that she had to go back, after which they spent a couple more minutes being polite to each other, which forced Jue to take some action. Saying that it was for his own good, the young lady sharply pushed the owner towards Qian. Thus, Chu hugged Shen from behind, which was something she had never expected at this moment. Suddenly, she felt happy, but the guy rushed to ruin everything, stating that he had accidentally tripped and that it was really time for her to go home. The extremely upset girl said goodbye to him and immediately left. The teenager sighed with relief, but Tin was simply furious at her mentor's behavior. Noting that he was extremely stupid and did not understand female nature, the young man remained silent. Soon, Tianling went with his students to the Olympics. Where they arrived at the hotel, naturally, Qian went with them and said that he was a good teacher and knew how to handle children. She also asked him to change clothes so she could accompany her to the banquet before the conference. Chu said with a smile on his face that he would try to live up to her and not disappoint her. Suddenly, an unknown person approached them in the ashes and complimented Shen. The guy introduced himself as Jin Tao and said he was the vice president of Chen's company. Taking her hand, Tao asked her to follow him to his room to drink wine. Of course, Lin didn't like his impudent behavior, and pushing the young man away, he asked him to keep his hands to himself. Jin's bodyguard had already moved to deal with him, but he stopped him. After asking Chu if she was his girlfriend, the teenager ignored the question. Taking a wad of money out of his pocket, he threw it away and said that he was ready to buy this girl. Tian, in turn, hated such people and decided to teach such an arrogant scum a lesson. After generating a magic talisman in a couple of seconds, Lin instantly hung it on Chen. He said that in future he would think before behaving in such a way. At this moment, Jin Tao suddenly discovered a distinctive colored stain on his pants. As soon as he made those around him and Chu himself laugh, Qian immediately covered her nose and turned away. A satisfied Tianling watched Chen suffering with complete calm and ease, who in turn began to squeal with discontent because it was disgusting. The guard suggested that he go to his room to change his pants. However, Tao ordered them to beat the guy up because he dared to bully him. Naturally, Lin was prepared for this and took out another magic amulet. A moment later, Jin's bodyguards rushed towards the self-confident teenager, but after uttering a certain spell, they instantly froze in place. Chen couldn't understand what was going on. At the same time, he himself felt extreme discomfort and could not do anything about it. The people around were literally stunned by what was happening, not understanding how this was possible. Just like Qianyue, only Lin got true pleasure from his magic. In fact, the main character made girls out of them, and Chen immediately developed a shape and his hips widened. What was simply incredible was that his bodyguards also underwent such changes. They themselves also could not believe what had happened and literally went crazy. Shocked, Shen asked the young master why they suddenly became women. Jin Tao and his guards continued to behave like madmen. The young cultivator, in turn, noted that they could perform on stage with such numbers. At that moment, a man with a rather specific outlook on life approached them and offered to have dinner. One of them immediately hit him in the head, saying that such behavior was unacceptable. They also urged Chen to immediately go to his room to avoid embarrassment. Tianling merely glanced at them, telling them to be extremely careful. Suddenly, Qianyue asked him if he really made them like that, but the guy denied everything. However, Shen stated that from the moment Chu saved her, she realized that he was not an ordinary person. Then Lin asked her a counter question. Wasn't she afraid of his unusualness? Unexpectedly, Yue said that she was more afraid of his sudden disappearance. Chu never expected to hear something like this and didn't even know what to answer her, adding that he is her true friend and that is why he is so worried about it. After which, she urged him to hurry up and get ready for the upcoming banquet. Tian caught himself thinking that if he had just a little more time, he would have confessed everything to her. After a long time, the banquet finally ended and Yue drank too much alcohol. In this way, she decided to celebrate the successful sale of a jade ornament for a huge sum. But luckily, Lin took a healing amulet with him to sober up Shen. Suddenly, she threw herself into Chu's arms and asked him if he thought she was beautiful. Of course, Tian answered positively and hurried to take her to the hotel room so that she could finally rest. But Tian said that she wanted to admire the moon with him that night. Meanwhile, Yuxi approached them, and Shen was surprised and asked who she was. Lin called her a police officer, but Mi countered that she no longer worked there. She also congratulated them on winning the auction. Chu in turn did not expect to meet her in such a place. A drunk Qian suddenly intervened in their conversation and said that it was all thanks to Tian. Yuxi was extremely unhappy with what was happening and hurried away, saying that she had a lot of things to do. Yue, in turn, facilitated her speedy departure and announced that they would go to their room. Thus, the situation escalated to the limit, and Lin did not know how to get out of it. But at that moment, unknown people suddenly called out to him, and the young man turned around. There were 3 unknown people standing in front of him. One of them called himself Qi Yue and said that Chu was suspected of causing harm to civilians. He then asked the teenager if he was the one who turned Jintao and his guards into women. Tian replied that they deserved it, so Qi ordered his staff to detain Lin. In doing so, they used some kind of magic to take Qian and Mi under their control. Naturally, the main character prevented this and immediately took action. The young master released an ominous burst of energy, sending the girl flying backwards. The guy, in turn, caught her and ordered her to act extremely carefully. In connection with this, he sent a big guy into battle, who immediately rushed towards Chu. Blindfolded, he said that he had finally found a strong opponent, adding that now his magic would not be able to hurt, which he was very much mistaken about, because, having filled his hands with furious power, Tian began to beat the brute. After firing off a few furious blows, the young cultivator dealt with the giant in an instant, thus causing him colossal damage, which Meng never expected from the young man. Seeing his friend fly back, Qi decided to deal with the teenager himself. Suddenly, a fairly sharp blade emerged from his sleeve, after which he rushed to attack. However, Lin easily blocked his blow. The guy realized that he was not so simple. The leader of the dubious organization asked how many blows he could withstand. Then he attacked him again. Chu again began to defend himself, which was not easy, because the stranger turned out to be a martial arts master, and he only had protective talismans. In addition, Qi had a blade that he wielded perfectly, which made the task more difficult. Suddenly, he again released a series of lightning attacks at Tian, but the youth jumped back, after which he hastened to set up a magical barrier that absorbed all damage. Chu then realized that in the future, he would also need to arm himself with something similar. But lost in his thoughts for a couple of seconds, Lin was temporarily distracted from the fight. Qi took advantage of this. He instantly jumped on him and tried to pierce him with a knife. But at the very last moment, the main character held the blade with his hand, resulting in injury. He stated that Yue's fighting skills were indeed good, but he had made a mistake in choosing his opponent. Then he easily crushed the tip of the blade and thus brought it down. But the self-confident Qi was in no hurry to give up. After saying that he couldn't win, Chu smiled and asked if he really thought so. Soon his hands grew in size and were literally covered in flames. The stunned youth did not expect this at all, after which Tian hit him again. However, now the attack force was much stronger than the previous one, which was extremely painful. The defeated Qi was instantly thrown back, receiving a huge amount of damage in the process. Shocked subordinate Yang couldn't believe that her boss had lost. Realizing that this man really has incredible strength and is extremely dangerous, Tianling, in turn, ordered her to immediately bring the girls back to consciousness. However, she decided to play a different game with him by bringing Qian and Yuxi into action. The young master did not expect such a turn of events and only managed to turn around. As Mi and Shen had already attacked him from behind, Yang noted that he was in no position to make conditions. Meanwhile, the maddened girls continued to attack the young cultivator, who didn't know what to do because he didn't want to harm Yue and Yuxi, The captain sat on the floor on one knee, and his hand glowed with a bright yellow light. The guy had a knife in his sleeve, and he waved it in a circle towards his opponent. Cold sweat began to run down the young man's face, and the two girls who were with him pressed themselves against him. The employee approached the captain and asked if he was okay. The guy replied that fortunately she used control in time, and this guy turned out to be very strong. Meanwhile, the girls continued to cling to the young man in search of protection. He thought that if he tried to break free by force, he might accidentally hurt them. He decided that in order to break the control, he needed to knock out that woman, and as quickly as possible. The boy couldn't understand how he ended up here, and how stars started to light up around him. Apparently, he couldn't drag Chen Yue and Mi Yuxi here. He was trying to figure out what to do in this situation. The main character sat in the lotus position and began to meditate, imagining water in front of him. He noticed that she had such a weak flow and she seemed depressed and helpless, just like his current mood. He didn't like it at all, and he thrust his fist forward, which lit up with bright yellow rays. The light spread around, and it was as if a web of white web had formed. Gentle streams of water began to surround the boy from all sides, as if lifting him up on their waves. Cracks formed in front of him, as if glass had burst from a powerful stream of water. The boy noticed that it was a hidden stream, and it was so turbulent, he continued to watch. Suddenly his gaze changed, and as the glass shards flew apart, he realized something. Only when there is no time in the heart can all the primordial power be released. The main character continued to stand meditating, and the girls did not stop clinging to him. He thanked the elements and said that he realized that he had to cleanse his heart. A powerful stream of energy struck the opponents, and they were pushed back by its power. The boy asked his enemies to experience a psychic attack on themselves and cast a creepy look at them. His gaze was like a bright yellow lightning, and the light spread around, approaching the opponents. They became very scared and moved away from the powerful energy, falling down. When the girls came to, one of them asked her employee what had just happened. They were very dizzy. The main character looked in their direction and said that it was just a small inconvenience. But everything had already been decided. Meanwhile, the opponents grabbed their heads and asked where all these flying bugs came from. The second one asked his father not to beat him and promised to do his homework. Apparently, the guys started going crazy from the powerful energy of the main character. The boy approached the captain and, crossing his arms, looked at him. The captain looked down and noticed that the boy was strong. He said that they alone would never be able to deal with him. The boy looked at the captain with a pitiful look and asked him to get out of there. The captain, leaving, threatened him to remember that the Secret Service would not leave him alone, and they left. The protagonist asked who they were trying to scare and said that he strongly doubted that there was anyone worthy among them. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket, and a notification about a WeChat update arrived. The boy noticed that because he had purified his heart, he was able to break through the stage of introducing Qi. He looked closely at the phone, trying to figure out why the process had stopped at only 99%. Chen Yue and Mi Yuxi's mouths dropped open as they looked at the young man, who was trying to get a connection on his mobile phone. He raised his hand up and climbed to the very top of the building. He asked the system to take a step. The girls couldn't understand what was wrong with him, because he wasn't drunk and maybe he had no energy. In front of us was a huge, spacious base of a squad of dragons that towered as if to the very sky. The captain, a little angry, slammed his hand on the table and asked if she really wanted him to leave Chu Tianling to her. The girl replied that the dragon squad lacked the ability to deal with him. Obviously, this matter should be left to someone stronger. Or he forgot about the rules of the 5 dragon squads. She asked him not to worry and said that she would take Chu Tianling on herself. But she asked him not to forget to write down their contribution when she reported to the management. The captain, seriously angry, twisted his face as he looked at the girl. The main character, with his eyebrows drawn towards his nose, looked at his phone, grinning slightly. The system showed 99% again, and nothing had changed. Chu Tianling thought that this was very cruel. If he was going to stop at 99%, it would be better not to upgrade at all. It was impossible to leave the work unfinished. A comrade opened the door and told the foreman that he had obtained information about the Special Investigation Department, as he had requested. The boy was surprised that he had done it so quickly. And the boy explained that the Special Investigation Department was responsible for monitoring people with special powers. There are 5 dragon squads under the command of this department, and each of them has its own function. The higher the rank of the squad, the stronger its members. The guy explained to the master that the squad they had met was, at best, somewhere in the middle in terms of strength. Chu Tianling replied that besides that, an old man named Chen Shu had also met him recently. It seemed like he had noticed him for a long time. The comrade was very surprised and said that he was from an independent organization and that they had bad relations with the Special Investigation Department. Both sides constantly stole each other's talents. The protagonist remembered how the captain threatened to remember that the Secret Service would not leave him alone. He had quarreled with both sides, and it would be bad if they united to deal with him. If only he had a magic weapon, and it was a pity that WeChat was frozen and could not be used while it was updating. The boy asked Baijun to take him to an antique shop. Baijun replied that if the master wanted something, he could get it for him himself. But the boy looked at his friend, smiled, and said that he wanted to look around himself. And now there is a shop with goods in front of them. Baijun is already completely exhausted. He told the master that they had already visited almost all the antique shops in Lanzhou, but the master still had not found what he wanted. Chu Tianling thought that right now he could only rely on the aura when examining these items. But none of them resonated with him, and he asked his friend to leave. It seems he was too naive. Where do magical objects come from in this world? When they went outside, there was a woman at the table who asked not to miss the treasures at a discount. The main character walked sadly next to him and, raising his head, suddenly stopped, deep in thought. The woman asked the gentleman to look and said that all these items were their family heirlooms. She asked if he would buy anything, and the boy began to look at the items carefully. The woman grabbed her head with her hands and said that the gentleman knew a thing or two about flattery. But Chu Tianling pointed his finger to the side and explained that he was actually pointing at the cloth behind her, not at her. She was very surprised that the boy pointed to this rag and asked if he was joking. Does he really want to buy this shabby cotton fabric? Chu Tianling told the woman that he was absolutely right, and she handed him a piece of cloth. The main character, taking the fabric in his hands, thought that this was just eureka. He pressed the cloth to himself and called it a great treasure. The woman looked at him attentively. She held the money in her hands and thought that this guy was some kind of fool. Baizhong asked his master if he was sure that this was a magical item. He smiled at his comrade and, without letting go of the fabric, said that he would see everything himself. They approached some building and he decided to try to unfold this fabric here. He now decided to use his powers to force him to take on his true form, and everything glowed with a bright fiery light. The main character opened his eyes and, thinking, realized that this was a clear success. Baijun walked up to his comrade and exclaimed, looking at the fabric, that he had really changed. He asked what its purpose was, and Chu Tianling closed his eyes and asked the fabric to turn into clothing. The fabric twirled in his hands and began to slowly change, rising in his palms. He held a very beautiful thing in his hands and exhaling, he said that it was exactly the same as what he had imagined in his head. She must protect well, and he asked Baijun to go and get the sword and try to hit him with it. The guy asked in response if he was laughing at him. The main character replied that everything was fine and asked him to just trust him. Then Baijun was already next to him and holding a sharp long sword in his hands, approaching the master. Chu Tianling asked if the guy considered him his disciple to try to chop him into pieces. The comrade raised his sword above the master's head and said that he would now try to do this as he approached to strike. Baijun was already approaching his master, waving a sharp sword in front of his face. But suddenly he stopped, feeling a great force that knocked the sword out of his hands. Baijun thought that this magical item was really something. The sword was broken into several pieces. A fragment of the sword was stuck into a solid wall. Chu Tianling exclaimed that he didn't feel anything at all. There weren't even any cuts left on his clothes. The main character folded his hands in front of him and said that he felt like he could still change her appearance. He really did it. The appearance of this item can be changed to whatever you want, and you don't need to buy clothes anymore. The boy exclaimed that it was really very profitable, and his friend smiled and said that he was terribly interested in it. He asked the master what he was thinking about, looking carefully in his direction. Then the boy asked him to forget and not ask about it anymore, blushing a little. He decided to go back to his hotel. Baijun asked the master to be careful, and if there was anything he needed to tell him immediately. The main character was walking down the street, thinking about something, slowly approaching his hotel. Suddenly he stopped as he felt the enemy approaching. He turned sharply towards the guy and asked what he was doing. The guy started taking off his sunglasses. It turned out that this girl and she said that it was she, Chen Jintao. The main character did not expect to see her here, and she fell to her knees in front of him. The girl guy continued to cry. Chu Tianling asked him how he could be of use. The girl replied that he was wrong and realized his sin. It's very difficult to be a woman when you were born a man. He couldn't stop crying when he talked about it. During these 2 days, he even started his period, and he thought he would die from the pain. The boy asked with tears in his eyes to remove the curse from him. He was very ashamed and sad. Chu Tianling explained that this was his punishment and he had nothing to do with it. The guy replied that it all happened when he was rude to him. The main character looked at him and said that if that was the case, he had even less reason to help him. But the boy showed his body and exclaimed that he could not live like that. And since he could not remove the curse from him, he would hug him. He clung to him and called him a rude person. Chu Tianling asked him to let him go immediately. There was a girl behind them and she asked the main character what he was doing. Chu Tianling told Qian Yue that this was not what she thought. This girl was Chen Jintao. Qian Yue came closer and said that it was really him. The guy began to ask the beautiful miss to help him get mercy. Women should help each other. Chu Tianling continued to smile and say that he thought it suited him even better. Qian Yue told the protagonist that she thought Mr. Chen had already mastered his lesson and she was asking him to return him to normal. Chu Tianling replied that since she asked, he would do it. Chen continued to cry and thank him. He asked him to do the same with the bodyguards, because they were just doing their job. Chu Tianling smiled and agreed and asked to pay 3 million yuan. Once they paid, he would immediately remove the curse and it was still cheap. Chen, with tears in his eyes, agreed to go and pay the bill, if only the curse would be lifted from him. The main character looked at the paper he began to burn and exclaimed that recklessness is like a law. And the girl guy who begged him to return his appearance lit up with a bright yellow fire. He kept crying and talking about how he was finally a man again. Girls were passing by and saying that it was really disgusting, like he was an adult. But he put something like that on himself. The guy who was walking next to her asked her not to speak like that, but to respect someone else's choice. Chen started to run away and thanked the master and exclaimed that it was time for him to go. Chu Tianling laughed in response. Qian Yue told the boy that there were so many interesting things to be found around him. Chu Tianling replied that there would be even more troubles to come with him. Then the girl asked him if he should worry that he might cause problems for her too. She came closer to him, and smiling said that some things had already been proven long ago. She came even closer to him and, hugging him by the shoulders, looked into his eyes. The girl said she felt safest with him. She kept smiling and looking into his eyes. Chu Tianling thought that in fact, it was only because she was by his side that he was able to face these difficulties head-on. While he was talking to the girl behind him in the room, the one who had a plan for him appeared. She smiled slyly and said, looking at the boy, that she had finally found him. The enemy who was watching the main character appeared unexpectedly. She called the boy's name and looked at him carefully. Chu Tianling said that he was a man dressed as a woman. This goes against the laws of nature and common sense. Qian Yue asked if this was a friend or another problem. Then the guy dressed as a woman replied that he had come to them to ask for a favor. He asked if they could talk somewhere else. Chu Tianling asked Qian Yue to return to his room for now and said that he would come back later. The girl asked him to be careful and, approaching the guy dressed as a woman, looked him straight in the eyes. He smiled and said that he was very jealous, and she would like the man she loves to take care of her as well. The main character could not understand what was happening and whether it was some kind of psychological attack. The guy asked him to go and explained that he didn't have much time. Chu Tianling stood behind this strange guy and turned to him and decided to guess. He asked him if he wanted him to make him a real woman. The guy responded by calling him quite smart and saying that he was even starting to like him a little. Chu Tianling thanked him and said that he definitely didn't need that. The guy asked to get back to business and said that as long as he agreed to several of his conditions, the Secret Service would not bother him anymore. Well, if he doesn't agree, he can forget about peaceful days completely. He cast a contemptuous glance at the boy. The main character replied that he hates being threatened. He can become a real woman, but not now, only in the next life. He grinned looking at the guy, but the guy didn't calm down and asked him not to be so arrogant, otherwise he would regret it. He put his hand forward and decided to use his abilities against the main character. Powerful sharp stones flew towards the boy and he smashed them into small pieces with one blow of his fist. Chu Tianling glared at him and exclaimed that he was acting like a girl. The enemy replied that it was time for regrets, and spreading his arms out to the sides, began to use his abilities. It was as if giant hands had grown above the boy's head and were reaching out towards Chu Tianling. The boy grinned in response. He asked his opponent to be angry only at himself, and again the pile of stones flew to the sides. Stones began to fall like hail on the enemy's head, and he was very surprised by its strength. But the guy said, looking at the main character, that he was too self-satisfied. He began to twist the huge stones that the boy had directed towards him with different thin red threads. These stones flew back towards Chu Tianling. He continued to stand there, clenching his fists. The opponent clasped his hands in front of him and began to use his power again. Piles of stones began to rise upward and approach the main character. They flew at him and it seemed impossible to dodge them. So the enemy was pleased and thought that he had won. There was a powerful explosion and the earth rose up as if to the sky. The enemy called all this a great pity, but suddenly he stopped and his look completely changed. Chu Tianling emerged from the rockfall and clenched his fists and began to approach the boy. The enemy couldn't understand how this was even possible. Chu Tianling continued to stand there, illuminated by a bright yellow fire. He asked the guy not to hurry and looked closely into his eyes, smiling a little. He said that although he wouldn't make him a real woman, he would work a little on his face. The boy began to approach his opponent, making a high jump over his head. He clenched his fists and moved closer to the guy's face, flying towards him like lightning. Streams of scarlet blood began to flow from the enemy's nose, and he toppled over, falling on his back. The guy wanted to dodge, but he couldn't, and he flew far back. He toppled over and fell to the ground, breaking stones with his back and head so that they flew in all directions. Streams of scarlet blood continued to flow from his mouth, and he was left completely toothless. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and exclaimed, looking at him, that this is much better. He turned around and said that he was not going to stay there any longer and that he would call an ambulance himself. Then the opponent grabbed his cheeks with his hands and began to tearfully call out for Chu Tianling. He could not get to his feet because his head hurt so much, and he did not remove his hands from his face. Qiyu suddenly appeared in front of him and took the phone in his hands and started filming. He laughed and exclaimed that it was rare to see the Red Moon boss in such a position and that it should be captured. Then the guy asked if he came here to laugh. Qiyu replied that he only wanted to witness his victory and did not expect this at all. The boss asked him to calm down, because Chu Tianling was indeed too strong and they were not at fault. When the comrade approached, he said that he thought he could only ask the captain to sort this out. Before us again rises the spacious high base of the Dragon Squad. The man stood in the ward next to the boy and said that there was no detailed information about Chu Tianling. It was obvious that his ability was very difficult. The boy replied that it was true that if they fought him alone, they would not win. The big guy clasped his hands on his chest and suggested that they all attack him together and show him the power of unity. The boss responded by asking them to refrain from attacking Chu Tianling for now. When the captain approached him, he smiled, unexpectedly blushed, and called him by name. The guy explained that he was a teacher now and had brought his students to the Olympiad. He asked to wait until the Olympiad was over so as not to affect his students' results in any way. The boss thought that this is why he is the man he likes and he cares so much about civilians. It is his blessing that Chu Tianling will die at his hands. The main character suddenly sneezed and immediately covered his mouth with his hands. Qian Yue asked the boy if he had caught a cold. The protagonist replied that he had not and that it was probably just someone remembering. And in the crowd they started talking about how several students were already leaving. This is an Olympiad, and they are leaving early. Chu Tianling looked at the crowd and asked whose arrogant disciples they were. Then they answered that they were his disciples. The guy corrected himself and asked why they were so arrogant. They were, on the contrary, too smart. The boys approached their teacher and he smiled and said that it looked like the three of them had done a great job. Meanwhile, one man was telling another that they couldn't solve all the problems and probably got scared and just ran away. The second one replied that really, and how smart can they be if their teacher is so young? The girl turned to them and said that they were also teachers and did not know that it was impolite to speak like that behind people's backs. Chu Tianling told Qian Yue that only when the tide went out could they see who was swimming naked, and let them bark for now. The main character told the guys that they had worked well these 2 days, and he invited them to lunch. The boys were very happy and giggled as they headed forward along the road. Qian Yue told the boy that if he looked at him, it felt like they had taken first place. Chu Tianling smiled and replied that they had been preparing for this Olympics for so long that they were first in any case. One of the boys turned to the boy and said that he sounded just like some father. The second said that it turns out that Qian Yue's sister is their mother. Chu Tianling rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed that he thought they were missing his father's belt. When he approached and grabbed one student by the collar, he asked the teacher for forgiveness and exclaimed that he was wrong. Suddenly, the boy's mobile phone rang in his pocket, and he was immediately distracted by it. He took out his phone and asked who it was answering the call. He was told on the other end of the line that if he didn't want anyone to get hurt, he should come to the hotel's underground parking alone. Chu Tianling asked if he was from the Special Investigation Department or Old Man Qianshou's organization. The man on the other side of the phone answered that he was the captain of the Special Department, Shen Long. He told the main character that it was time for them to sort things out quickly, and the boy agreed. Chu Tianling looked at him. Shenlong was standing on the edge of the roof and the protagonist saw him. The boy told the captain that he would be near him soon. The main character found the building where the captain was located and, having climbed up to it, stopped in front of him. Looking ahead, he said that it seemed like all sorts of strange people had gathered in the dragon squad. Shenlong called the boy gifted and said that he wanted him to join their team. Chu Tianling scratched his ear with one hand. He told the captain that he was not interested in such things. The captain looked at him in response and, frowning a little, said that he was not going to join their team, but dared to cripple their people. He sees that he has no shortage of courage. Shenlong called upon Jin Gang's power. He put his hand forward and asked the protagonist to test it by releasing a healthy guy. The big guy, approaching the enemy, asked him to be careful, because his fists had no eyes. He began waving his arms and quickly approaching Chu Tianling. The boy glowed with a bright fiery light. The rays enveloped the main character from all sides, and his gaze was unapproachable and bold. He asked if the guy wanted to tickle him, and exclaimed that it wouldn't work with such weak force. Then the big guy clenched his fists and asked him not to get angry. He got very angry and started to approach his opponent. His fist was already close to the boy, but the main character stopped it with his fist. He put up a shield and streams of bright yellow light poured out of his hand in all directions. The big guy didn't expect such a turn of events, and the boy's strength began to knock him off his feet. The old man who was with the captain said that this child had broken Jin Gang's arm with a single snap of his finger. Indeed, the guy's arm was broken and he grabbed his arm, completely covered in sweat. The old man asked if his arm hurt a lot, and the boy replied that it was bearable for now. The captain's hand was on his shoulder. He came up to him and began to calm him down. He asked Jin Gang to stand behind him for now, and he decided to head towards the main character. He appeared behind the boy like lightning and approached him to strike. He raised his hand up and asked the boy to obey. His eyes glowed yellow. The hand began to approach Chu Tianling's shoulder, and a powerful flash of yellow light occurred. They found themselves in a bright yellow circle. Chu Tianling grabbed his opponent by the collar with one hand and lifted him up. He asked if he needed to obey, and the echidna smiled at him, looking into his eyes. His strong fist flew towards his opponent and hit him right in the face. The captain tried to stay on his feet and also clenched his fist to strike. Shenlong was very surprised and frowned, chuckling as he drew his eyebrows closer to his nose. His fist glowed red and continued to burn, trying to scare the boy. A red fire dragon appeared behind him, towering over the captain's head. Chu Tianling smiled and said that this was already a little more interesting. Again, everything around began to shine with a bright fire, and the red dragon began to rise upward. The captain gave the command to his dragon to rush forward and attack the enemy as quickly as possible. Chu Tianling said that it looked like he would be lucky enough to kill the dragon today. Shenlong couldn't lift it up, so he was able to grab his profound strength with his bare hands. This shouldn't be possible. The protagonist has already grabbed the dragon by the tail and pulled it towards him. Shenlong realized that the boy was very dangerous and decided that he needed to move away quickly. He began to move back, but the protagonist was already able to defeat his dragon. He asked the captain if he wanted to run away and waved his hand, raising it upward. The boy cried out as he approached his opponent that it was too late. Shenlong shouted again, asking them not to look down on others, and tried to release his fire dragon again. The dragon opened its huge, evil mouth and began to approach the main character. Chu Tianling was not the least bit scared. He put his palm forward and it glowed with a bright yellow light. Many beams began to approach his opponent, and the captain tried to stop the boy. He put his palm forward and Chu Tianling placed his palm on the captain's chest. The guys watching from the side were simply shocked that even the captain could get hurt. Shenlong drew his eyebrows towards his nose and exclaimed with sweat pouring out that this was not all. Chu Tianling called him very brave and began to approach him again with a serious look. He called the captain a serious and worthy opponent and said he had to apologize for those early teasing. While he was saying this, the old man and the guy with the wounded arm decided to attack together. They decided to defeat him together, but suddenly the captain gave the command to the guys to stop. They immediately obeyed him and looked at their captain in surprise, not understanding why he stopped them. Shenlong replied that this was a showdown between him and Chu Tianling, so they should not interfere. The main character asked not to try to save face and tell the truth, that he just doesn't want them to attack and die mindlessly. The boy put his palm forward and said that was all for today. If he wanted revenge, then let him come to him anytime, but only when he was cured. The old man asked who he took them for. The captain is only trying to protect him by inviting him to join them. The order for his detention is signed by the Special Investigation Department. The captain asked the old man to calm down because they are only making a fool of themselves. Chu Tianling looked at the captain and said that he believed them. but they were monks who were used to idleness, and he simply did not want to be tied down by anything. Shenlong was surprised that he was a monk and said that it was no wonder that he could grasp things invisible to ordinary people such as internal strength. Chu Tianling explained that he had turned Chen Jintao back into a man and hoped that the Special Investigation Department would leave him alone. He did not want to make enemies of them. The captain exclaimed, holding his chest with one hand, that he didn't care. Chu Tianling, leaving, said that it was their business, and his disciples were waiting for him, and he promised to treat them, so he decided to say goodbye. The old man looked after the boy and said that he did not expect to see such a young monk in this day and age. Shen Long replied that if he was a good man, he should be considered a national treasure. Chu Tianling picked up the phone and looking at it, he decided that the students had probably been waiting for him for a long time. When he called Chen Yui, it wasn't her who answered. The girl started screaming and asking for help. The main character tried to find out what happened there, but no one answered him. The girl was in a restaurant and the guy was holding her hair. He explained to Chu Tianling that she was on a date with him. The boy tried to understand who he was, and the enemy stuck out his tongue, which was like a snake's. He smiled and answered the main character that he was probably a bad guy. Chu Tianling was really angry when the person who called him hung up. Meanwhile, old man Lao Gui was answering someone on the phone. He told the captain that a message had arrived from headquarters. 3 Divine Twilight assassins took dozens of people hostage at the Jinjiang Hotel. Shenlong replied that they must want to force them to release their accomplices, whom they had detained last week. Chu Tianling said that his girlfriend and disciples were also in the hotel and asked him to tell him who the criminals were. The captain replied that Divine Twilight was a foreign assassination organization. Recently, a small group of them had infiltrated Lanzhou and killed several important politicians. There are 3 people in this group now and each of them is gifted. If he wants to free the hostages as soon as possible, he is afraid they will have to work together. Lao Gui said that they will kill 1 hostage every 10 minutes until they free the people they need. The protagonist gritted his teeth and called them animals. He clenched his fist and asked, how dare they touch innocent people in their city? He approached the captain and, looking into his eyes, exclaimed that he would go with them. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, the guy was already approaching the main character's girlfriend. He called her very charming and said that he didn't even want to kill her. The white monkey from the Divine Twilight approached the guy and asked him not to lower his guard. The guys from the Secret Service could show up at any moment. The guy responded by saying that the police should have started acting outside a long time ago. But there was no one there, and maybe they just ignored these poor things. A spider appeared from the Divine Twilight. The girl called it a small worm and said that it seemed to have forgotten how they were attacked by people from the Dragon Squad last week. She wondered if that wasn't enough to at least not look down on them. The boy got angry and called her a fly eater. He exclaimed that his name was a viper, and if she dared to call him a worm again, then he would poison her. The girl smiled and said that the worm was angry. Another guy came up to them and asked them to calm down. When they heard a knock on the door, they became wary. The boy came to the door and asked if they needed another hostage. The students and the girl heard the voice of their teacher and were very happy about it. Chu Tianling walked into the room and said that his guys were fine. And that was very good. He stood behind the glass and looking at them asked them not to panic. The boy promised that it would all be over very soon. The guys who took the others hostage couldn't figure out if this guy was sane or just suicidal. The second one asked if he was from the Special Investigation Department. Spider-Girl said no and she can't even feel his breath. Is it possible that he is a ghost? The Viper Man decided to check everything himself and went to the door. The second asked him to be careful. When he took only one step, he sent a beam of purple light towards the main character. This beam hit the door straight and small fragments flew in all directions. Chu Tianling smiled and called it all a huge abomination. The Viper Man knew from his reaction that he was an unusual person. He noticed that there was only one boy and asked him to come here quickly and die. The main character looked at him with a strange, mysterious look and asked if he was sure that he really came alone. The Spider-Girl drew her eyebrows closer to her nose and looked forward, concentrating, a little frightened. She asked where such strong pressure was coming from, and her friend asked what happened. Before he could ask this question, his face twisted and he fell straight to the floor. The Spider-Girl managed to climb up to the ceiling and cling to the wall with her hands and feet. She asked the other kids to look with both eyes and said that they were invisible. The Viper Man could not understand what she was talking about and turned towards the girl. Chu Tianling said that for those who dared to touch his friends, he had prepared an iron fist of justice. Chu Tianling decided to use an iron fist of justice on those who dared to touch his friends and put their hand forward. There was a powerful flash, and sharp shards of glass from the door began to fly in all directions. The Viper Man did not have time to turn his head towards the enemy before the splinter hit his hand. The boy was already next to him and grabbed him, hitting him in the face with all his might with his fist. He explained that he hit him because he hurt his friends, so now he should answer for it to the fullest extent. He approached the enemy, striking him again, and exclaimed that it was because they had frightened his friends. The Viper Man was already kneeling in torn pants and completely covered in blood. The boy asked him if he thought he would let him go just because he was clinging to his legs. The guy responded, calling him an idiot, that his blood was poisonous and one drop would be enough to knock down an elephant. He smiled sarcastically and exclaimed that the boy could consider himself dead. Chu Tianling pushed him away, slapping him hard on the cheek. The guy screamed that he had to pay him for the pants. The spider girl looked closely at the protagonist and exclaimed that the worm's poison was ineffective on him. She decided that now was her turn and jumped from the ceiling in one deft movement. The spider girl exclaimed, looking at Chu Tianling, that the invisible ones were too troublesome. She decided to use a different plan and grabbed the woman by the throat from behind to attract attention. The woman asked for help and the spider girl gave the command to the guys to stop. The woman continued to beg him to save her and not kill her. When the main character saw what was happening, he called the girl crazy and said that it was too late. But the girl replied that she didn't care, and that the invisible ones had to show up immediately, otherwise she would kill this pregnant woman. The guys who really were invisible listened attentively to her threats. Everyone around froze and stared ahead in anticipation. The invisibles had finally appeared. One of the opponents clenched his fist and began to approach the captain faster and faster. He wanted to hit the guy, but he blocked it, and there was a very bright flash. The enemy got really angry and asked how he dared to fight back. He gave the command to the spider to kill the hostage immediately. Shenlong raised his hands and asked them to stop and not harm innocent people. But the man opposite did not listen to him and exclaimed as he approached that he was in trouble. If he doesn't want them to harm other people, then he will harm him. And when he gets close, he hits him with all his might with his fist. Lao Gui was afraid for his captain and immediately approached him as quickly as possible. When the main character saw that he had knocked over the captain, he called him a scoundrel. The spider girl continued to squeeze the poor woman's throat harder and harder, so that it was very difficult for her to breathe. She asked the protagonist to freeze if he didn't want her to die. The woman continued to groan and cough from such a strong constriction of her throat. The enemy was already approaching the old man, clenching his fist. He approached him very quickly, and his fist flew straight into the chest of the old man, who began to cough up scarlet streams of blood. Chu Tianling didn't expect that there would be a person with a special perception skill among the enemies. He thought that if he rushed to this crazy woman right now, he would not be able to guarantee the safety of the hostages. The guy who hit the old man and the captain suddenly grabbed Chen Yue's hand. He turned to the main character and said that he seemed to be concerned about the safety of this girl. The girl asked not to touch her. The boy immediately glanced at Chen Yue and asked that scoundrel to take his dirty hands off her. Shenlong rose to one knee and asked for it to stop, trying to rise to his feet. But the enemy responded with a sly smile that today he would show him how this girl's brains would come out. The main character clenched his fists and began to call the girl, seriously afraid for her. Chen Yue closed her eyes and shed tears of pain as he continued to squeeze her head tighter and tighter. The students were also afraid for her and, with tears in their eyes, called their sister. The enemy cast an angry glance at them and continued to squeeze the girl's head. He was very menacing and said that today he would show how this girl's brains would come out looking at the main character. Chen Yue finally opened her eyes and looked at the boy who was running towards her. She said that she was glad that she had managed to meet him in her life. But the opponent cast another evil glance at Chu Tianling and bid him farewell. But suddenly his gaze changed and streams of scarlet blood began to flow out of his eyes. The enemy immediately let go of the girl and she began to fall from his hands, completely exhausted. Chu Tianling ran up to the girl and immediately grabbed her to prevent her from falling to the floor. He walked up to her, put his arm around her shoulders and called her by name, trying to figure out if she was conscious. Chen Yue opened her eyes and looked at the boy. He asked her not to be afraid and said that everything would be fine now. The girl was delighted and threw herself on his neck, exclaiming that this was simply wonderful. The main character smiled, hugged her head, and looking at her affectionately said that he was nearby. The scoundrel who wanted to crush her head was lying on the floor on his back, with his arms spread out to the sides. The captain asked how such a strong man could die so quickly and whether the old man had noticed anything. The old man replied that he had not, and that he was afraid they would only be able to find out anything by asking him. Chu Tianling turned to the young miss and told her not to force him to fight with the girl before it was too late. But Spider-Man grimaced and exclaimed that when they set out on a mission, they were prepared to die. But she wasn't going to die alone. She prepared to strike her opponent, and the woman she was holding hostage, Chu Tianling was already approaching her with his fist clenched. He cast a malicious, contemptuous glance at the Spider-Girl and said that she asked for it. He came as close to her as possible and delivered a powerful blow to both of her arms. That Spider-Girl fell to the floor on her knees, letting go of the hostage, and began to scream in pain, talking about her hands. The guy who was in the room exclaimed that this criminal had been neutralized and that she needed to be dealt with. The guy started kicking the Spider-Girl so that she couldn't get to her feet and continue taking hostages. Meanwhile, the girl who was pregnant was lying on the floor clutching her stomach. The captain again asked the guys who were beating the Spider-Girl to stop. When they heard such a loud cry as the captain's order, they immediately grabbed their heads with their hands. Chu Tianling approached the pregnant woman and asked how she was. The girl replied that she was likely to give birth prematurely, begging him to save her child. Shenlong approached the old man and said that he understood medicine and asked for help. The old man immediately listened to his captain and walked up to the pregnant woman. Chu Tianling explained that he had used an amulet on her to ease the pain, and the rest was up to him. The old man replied that he would do his best, or at least try. Chen Yue approached the woman and asked her not to worry. She promised that she and her child would be fine. The captain gave the order to everyone else to line up and wait outside the restaurant for the police and medical assistance. Meanwhile, the old man continued to deliver the baby and everything worked out. The woman held the baby in her arms and thanked the children. Chen Yue asked her to have a good rest and said goodbye. She said that in just a few hours they had witnessed death and birth, and she didn't even know how to describe what she was feeling right now. Chu Tianling agreed with her and said that he hoped such incidents would not happen again. Shenlong apologized for disturbing him and asked the master to tell him how he dealt with those two in an instant. Chu Tianling closed his eyes and began to tell him. The boy decided to tell the story of his victory and incredible strength. The main character began to tell how the enemy grabbed his girlfriend by the head and wanted to show him her death. He was afraid that this girl's brains would simply fall out in a few minutes. The boy rushed to help and tried to get to her as quickly as possible. It was as if he had changed his consciousness and the element of water appeared in him. There was a lot of water, and he walked on it. The previous two breakthroughs within consciousness also occurred due to a certain inertia. There was no land to support the water, so how could they create such a huge wave? The main character decided to try to do this using only the power of the wind. He closed his eyes and raised his head upward, feeling a light breeze that enveloped him. He thought that this was his world and the potential followed his heart. He continued to merge with his consciousness. The water began to rise higher and higher, completely enveloping his body and softly falling around it. Suddenly, the main character's eyes opened and he began to run towards the girl at great speed. He appeared next to her very quickly and began to glow with a bright golden light like lightning. Approaching the enemy, he directed all these golden lightning bolts in his direction. Something happened inside the enemy, and his bones crumbled into small pieces and broke. Chu Tianling pushed the opponent back and immediately ran towards the girl, grabbing her so that she wouldn't fall. After that, he closed his eyes and tried to return to his consciousness by letting go of the water. The Spider-Girl who was holding the pregnant woman said that when they go on a mission, they are prepared to die. But she, in turn, did not want to die alone, and the boy said that she asked for it herself. Then the main character again glowed with a bright golden flame. He stretched thin, long threads in the form of gold towards her hands and captured these hands with lightning. This is the story he told his curious comrades, and said that this is exactly how it all happened. Shenlong was very surprised and asked if he was telling stories now. Chu Tianling replied that it was up to them to decide whether to believe it or not, and he had already told them everything and completed his task. The old man turned to the captain and reported that the place had been cleaned up and the memories of the incident erased. The boy asked the old man how he did it and asked if it would affect the minds of his students. The old man replied that it had no effect on their minds and asked them not to worry. Only the scene of the fight with the enemy was erased with the help of hypnosis. Chu Tianling replied that he was happy about it. Shenlong told Mr. Chu that although they had sorted out the problem, it was far from over. By interrogating the arrested killers, they were able to obtain a list of killers of their organization, and their targets are hundreds of people. Divine Twilight never leaves their orders unfulfilled. Therefore, it is better to attack them first than to wait for their attack. The boy clenched his fist and asked to act in this case. The captain replied that it was not quite what they expected. The old man asked if he should not be glad to help them with this question. The boys couldn't understand why he was avoiding this. And when the boy said that it was time for him to go, The captain asked him to stop. He tried to explain to the boy that it would be difficult for the Special Investigation Department to deal with them. Even a little carelessness could lead to an international crisis. Qian Yue turned to the captain and asked if he wanted Chu Tianling to go with them. Shenlong explained to the girl that this was all for the sake of the people of their country, and he hoped that Mr. Chu Tianling would think about it more carefully. Meanwhile, the news was on television, namely the events that happened to the main character. According to a special report from the reporter, the Jinjiang Hotel was seized by criminals yesterday afternoon, resulting in a large number of civilians being taken hostage. Then, the special police forces secretly entered the hotel and neutralized all the criminals. The girl, wiping her face with a towel, exclaimed that this was quite serious. She suddenly paused when she saw Chu Tianling on the monitor screen. Meanwhile, the protagonist told Qian Yue that he relied on her, and she asked him not to worry. Chu Tianling gave the order to his students to listen to their sister and behave well. The boys asked the teacher if he would go with them, to which the boy replied that he would not and that he had some business to attend to. The girl looked into the main character's eyes and asked him to promise that he would take care of himself. Chu Tianling looked at her and immediately promised that he would do as he said. Unexpectedly, she ran up to him and pressed her body against him, hugging him. The guys from the bus stuck their heads out and opened their mouths looking at them. Qian Yue looked into the boy's eyes and said with hope that she would wait for him. The girl, after saying goodbye to the main character, began to approach the bus to accompany his students. When she left, he looked after her attentively, worrying about this girl. One of the students asked her sister what the teacher was going to do. The girl thought about what to answer and, smiling, said that he was going to be a hero. And so the bus sped along the highway, and Chu Tianling carefully watched the vehicle with the girl and his students. As he watched Qian Yue leave, a girl appeared behind him and asked if Qian Yue had abandoned him. In front of him stood Mi Yuxi, who crossed her arms over her chest and looked into the boy's eyes. Chu Tianling approached her and asked what she was talking about. He doesn't have a partner, just like her? Mi Yuxi asked why he was left here alone then. The boy replied that the Special Investigation Department had asked him to destroy an organization of assassins called Divine Twilight, and he had promised them that he would take it on. Mi Yuxi asked in surprise if he would act alone, and said that those who asked him to do so were simply crazy. She grabbed the boy by the hand and said that he couldn't agree to something like that and that he would go and refuse them right now. The main character answered the girl that they could be understood because they did not want interethnic conflicts to arise. Mi Yuxi asked what of it, and that it was not a reason to sacrifice oneself. Protecting civilians is the duty of civil servants. The boy paused, thought about this, and looked closely at the girl. Mi Yuxi explained that when she joined the police, she wanted to administer justice to protect the weak. But as he himself saw, you shouldn't take responsibility for something that doesn't apply to you. Chu Tianling put his hand on her shoulder and said that justice is not everyone's duty, but everyone's faith. It's just that everyone does it in their own way. And since he has the necessary abilities, he simply has to do it. He tried to calm the girl down and said that besides this, he would not be alone. Before he could finish speaking, the guy in the car told the mechanic that the carriage was ready and they could leave at any time. His friend was in the car and he smiled and replied that in that case they would leave. The main character looked at the police girl and waved his hand at her, and she continued to look after him. Suddenly, Mi Yuxi clenched her fist and said, looking at the boy, that she would go with them. Chu Tianling looked at her carefully, and after thinking about it, he finally agreed. The girl was put behind the wheel of a car, and she pressed the gas pedal with a serious look. The guys in the back seat were singing songs and talking about how they were driving the Gelik. The girl thought that she had already begun to regret it. When the guys drove up to the huge establishment, they became interested in whether this was the headquarters of the Divine Twilight. The participants of the Divine Twilight spent their time there as best they could and wanted. Chu Tianling looked at them and said that the capitalist society was indeed rotten. Mi Yuxi wondered if the Special Investigation Department had made a mistake with the location. The boy said that their spy had been secretly watching them for months. He was discovered and killed. But before he died, he managed to send a coded message, so the information could not be wrong. He asked the girl to put on this changeable clothing and keep an eye on the situation outside. He asked her to let them know if their reinforcements arrived. The girl asked what kind of changeable clothes he was talking about, and the boy waved his hands asking for the clothes to change. He explained to Mi Yuxi that it would not only protect against bullets, but also keep her warm, and isn't this thing super? And the comrade laughed and said that this army cape looked very good on Miss Mi Yuxi. The girl exclaimed angrily that they irritated her. Chu Tianling asked him to stop joking and told his comrade to go to the back entrance and be ready to give a warm welcome to the opponents at any moment. He gave the order for everyone to take their positions and finish them off once and for all. You need to turn on your headphones and stay in touch. The music was playing very loudly in the room and the guys were having fun as best they could. Suddenly, the main character approached the microphone and asked to stop. He apologized for interrupting them and explained that he wanted to ask one quick question. He asked how many members of the Divine Twilight were gathered here. The boy asked to simply raise their hands and he would count himself. The boys immediately started raising their hands up. Chu Tianling leaned towards one of them and asked if they were having an annual meeting here. Looking at the guys, he said with a smile that this is much better. A crowd of people from this organization were located, some inside, some outside, and there were many of them. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion and clouds of bright red fire rose to the sky. One of the guys who was lying on the floor asked who dared to attack their headquarters. The second one called the boss and said that something had happened in the club. One of the guys asked them not to panic and that those who did not die could join him. There were very few guys and they united, rose to their feet and ran to the exit. But they were already in the crosshairs and were being pursued by each of them, slowly approaching. Then one of the guys exclaimed, looking up, that their opponents had snipers. Miyusi asked the main character if it was he who caused such a powerful explosion. Chu Tianling told the girl that it was he who did this, and now none of them could fight. But there is no need to be careless because they still have a lot of people outside. There were some guys in the alley by the emergency exit. The boy told Miss Mi Yuxi not to be so nervous after all. They were just ordinary people, and no matter how many there were, they would only amuse his master. The girl asked Baijun to stop shaking the air, and she could take it seriously. Baijun laughed and looked at the guys who were approaching him with weapons. He said that he still has a few people here who are not afraid of death. The boys approached him faster and faster and pointed their guns at him. Baijun asked not to play with such things in front of him and moved forward. He grabbed his opponent's head and raised it as high as he could above his head. He grimaced, got angry, and exclaimed that now they had played too much and that they would be in trouble. He clenched his fists and headed towards the enemy who pointed a gun at him. The enemy had already approached him and the guy used his abilities in the form of a fiery flash, knocking him to the floor. Another man who was with these guys was very surprised by the cruelty of this guy and asked who he was. Baijun asked if he was stuttering out of fear. He wondered how such a coward was taken into the Divine Twilight. Then the guy replied angrily that he would beat the crap out of him. Baijun laughed and asked if he was the organization's mascot and if he was good at making people laugh. Meanwhile, the main character checked the connection and told his comrade that he had everything. He asked Baijun how things were going while trying to set up a connection and heard a wheeze. His comrade started coughing and couldn't say a word to him because he was being attacked by a healthy opponent. He was lying on the floor and tried to call his master. Above him was the big guy who said that he was born a stutterer, and it was not because of fear. He suddenly transformed into a healthy and huge man. Chu Tianling tried to find out what happened to his comrade. The main character quickly opened the door and exclaimed that he had to see what was going on with Baijun. The guy was sitting on his knees, and in front of him stood a big guy who was holding him by the hair with one hand. He heard the sound and turned his nasty head towards the boy, calling him the boss of this guy. The main character began to approach him and, releasing yellow rays from his hands, asked to let him go. The big guy felt super strength, and with one movement of his hand, he released Comrade Chu Tianling straight to the floor. He prepared for the attack and began to meet the golden rays with his arms spread out to the sides. He closed his eyes and seemed to begin to meditate, absorbing the rays of the enemy's fiery power. The fat man began to enjoy this fire and said that he liked it very much. Chu Tianling was simply shocked that he could absorb his spiritual power. The big guy seemed to start growing, and even his pants were too big for him and his belt snapped. He exclaimed to the main character that he had taken all of his power, and now it was his turn to attack. He rose on a whole fountain of fiery power as high as possible to the ceiling and directed this beam towards the main character. Chu Tianling couldn't figure out if this fat guy was Mu Rongfu's descendant and where he got such skills from. The boy tried to squeeze his hand and somehow resist this scoundrel. He raised his hand as high as he could, and it glowed with fiery light. Chu Tianling tried to block this stream with his hands. The volley of fire continued to rise as high as possible towards the sky, and Miyuxi watched it from the side. The fat man felt incredible power and asked to use this attack on him again to charge it. Chu Tianling thought about it and thought that it was no wonder that his comrade was defeated by this fat man. Suddenly, the main character grabbed him by his thick, fat arm and moved closer to strike. He decided that spiritual energy could not be used against him, and that it only charged him with power. A powerful blow landed on the fat face of this scoundrel, and he did not expect such a turn of events. The boy did a move on him, twisting his arm and turning him over himself, and he flew down. The fat man fell very loudly to the floor, making strange sounds as he fell. He hit his head on huge sharp stones. Chu Tianling jumped up again, approaching his opponent who was already standing on his feet. The fat man stood opposite him, looking through the broken stones, preparing for another attack. The main character, looking at him, decided that he shouldn't get involved with him yet and needed to come up with something. He continued to stand in front of him, coughing after such a powerful blow from his opponent. He exclaimed that this was simply excellent and that he had not met such a strong opponent for a long time. The guy clenched his fists again and asked the boy to come towards him to attack. Suddenly, a yellow amulet appeared in front of him and began to shine with bright rays. Chu Tianling carried his comrade on his back and asked Mi Yuxi to prepare the car since Beirong was seriously injured. Although he has a healing talisman, he doesn't have time to use it yet. Mi Yuxi replied to the protagonist that she understood him and would be there soon. But suddenly the girl stopped trying to understand what it was. She asked the main character to be careful because some ball was rolling behind him. Chu Tianling looked back and looked at this ball, surprised, and asked what kind of object it was. The fat man stood up and continued to strain, asking why he was running away. He hasn't had his fun yet and wants the party to continue. The fat man continued to say that he had not had his fun yet and looked menacingly towards Chu Tianling. The boy was very surprised that this scoundrel was almost not hurt at all. The fat man began to howl because a shell hit him in the head and a powerful flash occurred. Mi Yuxi asked the protagonist to take Bai Jun and leave quickly. The girl promised to detain him until the fat man took one look at her and called her an annoying fish. The fat man exclaimed, looking at his opponents, that he was starting to get angry. Chu Tianling was very surprised when he saw the fire and became curious about what kind of fire it was. But then he took a breath and said that he could protect himself from it with his spiritual energy. The fat man began to transform and asked if he expected this when he approached the main character to strike. Chu Tianling was very annoyed by this. The fat man exclaimed as he approached with a huge fist, saying that he still had many tricks up his sleeve. He approached the main character as quickly as possible and began to swing his fists. When Mi Yuxi saw what was happening, she started calling Chu Tianling, worried about him. The boy exclaimed, releasing streams of scarlet blood from his mouth, that he had underestimated the fat man's intelligence. The fat man began calling him a stupid guy and said that in an attempt to save his brother, he decided not to fight back. Suddenly, the boy received some notification on his phone, and he glanced at his phone. The boy was happy because it was timely, and he smiled in the hope of being saved. The fat man continued to tell him to accept his fate and added that he could not defeat him. Chu Tianling replied that it was too early to talk about it. He explained to the fat man that the battle was just beginning and began to take out his sharp long sword. He stretched out to his full height, and his eyes glowed with yellow moonlight. The fat man did not expect to see magic and a sword in front of him that was enveloped in various white lightning bolts. But he calmed down and decided that it must just be a simple little trick. Chu Tianling prepared to strike and clenched his powerful fist. The opponent in response also clenched his fist and began to move closer to deliver a strong blow. They were already approaching each other, threatening death. It was truly a fight to the death. The main character was able to dodge in time and began to fly towards his opponent as quickly as possible. He was confident of his victory and wanted to deal with his enemy as soon as possible. He was already next to him and lowered his sword since the fat man no longer raised his fists against him. Suddenly, he fell to his knees in front of the boy, unable to rise to his feet. The fat man began to cough up blood and was struck by the strongest blows from the main character's sharp sword. He did not expect such a turn of events and asked what it was. The boy explained to the scoundrel that this was what he had recently called a small trick. He leaned over to the fat man and, grabbing him by the hair, said that he had entertained him well. He asked this scoundrel to rest in peace, and he fell straight onto the asphalt. Streams of scarlet blood continued to flow from his mouth, and he hit the stone and rested in peace. And now they have dealt with the divine twilight, and Bai Jun will also soon recover. Chu Tianling wondered why Ting Ting was still in such a bad mood. The girl said sadly, looking at the main character, that the owner was fighting and did not take her with him. This made the girl very sad. Chu Tianling asked her not to be angry and said that he would show her the updated WeChat. Tintin was delighted and said that it was just super, and she had long wanted to know what new features were there. The main character looked at the girl and decided that he had been tricked, and beads of sweat began to run down his face. Tintin started looking at his phone, and she became interested that there was even a task on it. The tasks were to catch the bad person, collect the bad person's tears of remorse, and guide the bad person to the right path. There is even a reward for completing it, and we must take this task. Chu Tianling grabbed his head with his hands and said that in this case they will go and complete the tasks. The girl was very happy and started jumping, raising her hands up, and now they were already on the bus. The girl asked the owner how he was, and the boy replied that it was very bad, and it seemed like someone had let it in on the bus and it smelled really bad. Then the girl asked why he went by bus, and the boy replied that it was obviously because there were a lot of people on public transport. Chu Tianling was a little wary when he felt someone's hand reaching into his pocket for his wallet. He realized that there was a thief here, and he very quickly became his victim of all people. The main character immediately grabbed the villain by the hand, and he loosened his grip. He asked how the boy dared to try to steal his wallet. It was a very young man who, frightened, began to sweat a little. Chu Tianling asked the driver to stop the bus and explained that he would take the thief to the police station. The boy started to let this rascally little thief off the bus and asked him not to make a move. The boy began to warn his uncle that if he did not let him go, he would not be polite to him. Chu Tianling asked him to calm down and not make a laughingstock of himself. The boy clenched his fist and said, looking angrily at him, that he asked for it. After that, he put his leg out and decided to hit the main character right between the legs. His foot actually landed on the boy's property, but he dodged it in time. Chu Tianling squeezed the thief's hand and asked if he was okay. The boy looked closely at the main character and asked if he had balls made of steel. After this, he told his uncle that he was wrong and began to return the wallet, asking him to let him go. Chu Tianling let go of his hand, and the boy said that it was very painful. In front of him was a young girl wearing a cap who could be mistaken for a boy. Chu Tianling asked why someone so young would do such a thing. The girl was surprised that her disguise was so obvious. The boy's assistant was also surprised and asked if she was a girl. Chu Tianling replied that she could only confuse fools like her. The boy approached the little girl and asked why she became a thief. Suddenly her gaze changed and cold sweat started to run down her face. The girl realized that he was already here. She started pushing her uncle and asked him to hurry up and run away from here immediately. Chu Tianling, lost in thought, began to turn on his perception and glowed yellow. The boy realized that there was someone in the alley and looked warily at the frightened girl. He thought that she was afraid that he would get into trouble, and that's why she wanted him to leave. It seemed that she was not bad at all. The girl's look showed that she was even more frightened. The hand was approaching her, and in that hand was a long, sharp needle. It was already approaching the girl's eyes, and the boy protected it in time. He said that this needle was aimed specifically at her, and it seemed that her personality was not entirely simple. He again began to ask the little one why she became a thief and waited for an answer from her. Suddenly, they felt the presence of a person again and became wary. The man in the black robe called someone and told the miss that he had found her. The guy in the robe extended his hand forward, releasing a sharp needle, and exclaimed that the task was completed. The needle began to fly at full speed straight towards the girl's face, and the main character grabbed it with 2 fingers in time. The man in the robe, when he saw what was happening, said that it was simply impossible. Chu Tianling snatched the needle in time, which greatly surprised the unexpected enemy. The boy pointed the needle back towards the scoundrel in the black robe, and he began to fall on his back. On the phone, they asked him what happened and asked him to answer. Chu Tianling asked the girl to leave here immediately. The guy didn't pull the needle out of his forehead. He said he failed, and said that luckily he took the antidote with him. How dare he interfere with his mission? This guy doesn't know how the world works, and he's going to make him die a painful death. Chu Tianling continued to pull the girl's hand and asked her to hurry up as they needed to get away from here as quickly as possible. The girl replied that it was all useless and he had seen them. Now it would be very difficult to leave him. The boy said that he couldn't take someone else's life so easily and who would want to kill her. The girl replied that she had never seen him before and thought he was a killer sent by her aunt. Chu Tianling asked why her aunt had such plans to kill her. The unexpected girl stopped and looked at the boy with fear. She began to hold her uncle's hand and tearfully ask him to help her if he agreed. She explained that her aunt killed her father in order to take her place as head of the family. She called the boy very strong and again began to tearfully beg him to help her. Then the main character said that if she promised not to steal other people's things anymore, he would think about it. The girl swore to him that if he helped, she would make the Saiken family give up stealing their inherited property. Chu Tianling replied that he didn't expect her ancestors to do such a thing. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang again. Tintin looked at the screen and told her master that one of the tasks had already been completed. Indeed, the task was completed, and it was necessary to direct the bad man to the right path. For this, he receives a reward of a fragment of Lilindine. Chu Tianling felt that these tasks and this incident were somehow related, and he needed to try hard. The main character promised to take the girl to a safe place, to which she again began to thank her uncle. The Saiken family house stands before us. The guy was saying that he was supposed to deal with her, but some master got in the way. He explained that he needed backup. The girl asked to send him their location. She was very surprised because this well-known organization of murderers is no good for anything. The man standing in front of her said that the news that Sikong Yue was still alive should be kept secret and not reach the elders of the family. The girl asked her sweetheart not to worry and said that she would personally send her to see her daddy. She continued to explain that the head of the Saiken family was dead, and they would now rule the family. The man asked her not to be so careless, because while his daughter was alive, they had not yet won. Suddenly, a guy appeared at the door and told senior sister Qing that all the elders had suddenly arrived at the ancestral home. The girl replied that she wanted to talk to them and asked him to stay here and clean up before going out to look for Sikun Yue. When he finds her, he must kill her immediately. The guy answered the lady that he understood everything and headed for the exit. The guys were dragging a dead man who was bleeding and decided to hurry. Sikun Yue watched what was happening through the crack in the attic and immediately closed her mouth and burst into tears. Sikong Yue started crying very loudly and saying that she was completely worthless. She could only watch her dad being killed right in front of her. Chu Tianling told the girl that it was not her fault, it was all her aunt's fault, and she was the real villain. Sikong Yue exclaimed that she must avenge her father. Miyusi turned to the girl and said that she was still a child, and such things were best left to adults. They decided to provide the girl with a safe place, and the car sped along the road among tall, dense trees. Suddenly, a man in a mask and a kimono flew out of the tree and jumped onto the car with a sharp, long knife. The main character bowed his head to the girl and asked her to be careful. She began to scream in fear. The boy did not expect such a turn of events because there was a sharp, long knife sticking out from the roof of the car. Miyuki abruptly turned the steering wheel to the side and asked the boys to hold on as tightly as possible. This scoundrel who climbed onto the roof of the car began to fall from it without letting go of the knife. The main character was very surprised at how quickly these scoundrels caught up with them, and they stared straight at them. In front of the boys stood 4 people wearing masks and holding sharp knives in their hands. One of them said as he approached, "They only wanted Sikong Yue. If they wanted to live, they should give her to them immediately." Chu Tianling replied while clenching his fists, saying that he was a guy with principles and would never do business with trash. A girl got out of the car and introduced herself as the head of the Saiken family and said that she was qualified to speak with him. Sikong Yue began to shout at Sikong Qinghe, calling her a wicked woman. The girl shouted that she did not deserve to be the head of the family. Sikong Qinghe. She told the dear girl that it seemed she had misunderstood something. She just found out that she had been kidnapped and came to save her. When the guys heard this nonsense, they all shouted in unison, looking at the scoundrel, that it was all a complete lie. Chu Tianling said that as far as her request was concerned, he couldn't give her this girl. He also asked the Special Investigation Department to investigate the murder of the head of the Saiken family. "They will wait a little and see what the results will be," the woman exclaimed, looking angrily at the boy, that it seemed they already knew everything and they couldn't be left alive. She turned to her guys, who did not let go of the sharp blades from their hands, to immediately kill them all, sparing no one. The main character looked menacingly back at the girl and exclaimed that they still didn't know who they were dealing with. The boy began to glow with a bright fiery flame, and multicolored lightning began to come out of his body, illuminating everything around him. These lightning bolts began to throw the opponents far back, and they, like puppets on strings, began to fly in different directions. A man watching from the side exclaimed that this guy had a powerful inner strength. Sikong Qinghe asked if he was confident that he could defeat this boy. The man then replied that even if he was a master of inner strength, it was enough to simply suppress it, and he began to pull out his sword. The man asked to taste his weapon and began to wave his sword. He hit one of his masked men and he flew far back, falling headfirst. The main character called him a scoundrel because he uses his own people for a sneak attack. While he was saying this, another masked man with a sharp sword appeared behind him. When Sikun Yue saw the enemy, she asked her uncle to be careful. Miyuki smiled and said, reassuring the girl that he would be fine. When the enemy approached the main character, he glowed with a bright fiery light. The enemy was very surprised when he noticed the strengthening of the body with the help of Qi. Chu Tianling looked at his enemy and exclaimed as he approached him with his sword, saying that he would not escape from him. He again glowed with fiery light and extended his hand towards his opponent. His hand was already close and the guy was shooting lightning towards the man in the robe. He was surrounded by yellow threads like lightning, and was very surprised by this. He asked how the boy had tied up his body and began to fall on one knee in front of him. Chu Tianling took a deep breath and clenched his fist as he looked at the scoundrel kneeling in front of him. He hit his opponent with all his might and he was half covered in stones. The main character pulled him out of the asphalt and, lifting him up, said that he would not kill him. He won't do it because someone has sworn to take revenge on him personally. The girl was already standing opposite him, looking menacingly at this scoundrel. Chu Tianling sent the bastard's head crashing into the asphalt and asked him to go back from where he came and prepare for an early death. Sikong Qinghe calmly watched what was happening and crossed her arms over her chest as she stepped aside so that the man would not fall on her. Then she came up to him and asked how he was. The man replied that he was still holding on and asked her to leave first. Sikong Qinghe harbored a rage and looked at the protagonist and exclaimed that she would bring him back home with her hand on a sharp long sword. It was quite unexpected, and when she raised the sword, she plunged it into the man's very heart. Chu Tianling was very surprised by this, and cold sweat began to flow down his face. Sikong Yue and Mi Yuxi were also shocked by this turn of events. The man couldn't understand why she did this, and the question froze on his lips. Sikong Qinghe replied that she was grateful to him for helping her all these years. She asked him not to worry and said that his family would see him soon. The dying man called her a poisonous woman and finally gave up his spirit. Sikong Yue clenched her fist and exclaimed that she had killed her own husband and called her crazy. Sikong Qinghe turned her head towards her and explained that they were only a couple for political reasons, and there was no love between them. After all, she loves very strong men, for example, like brother Chu Tianling. The boy asked her not to talk nonsense and called her aunt. He exclaimed that he was much younger than her, and Mi Yuxi said that she was going to throw up. Sikong Qinghe said that as long as he was willing to serve her faithfully, she could make him the head of the family and asked how he felt about that. If he's into younger women, then she could step aside and let him be with Sikong Yue. Maybe they could both try to win his favor. The main character got really angry and felt disgusted by such words. Mi Yuxi raised her hand above the woman's head and called her shameless. But she grabbed her hand and said that she was just trying to bargain for what she wanted with what she had. Looking into his eyes, she asked what was wrong with that. Grinning sarcastically, the woman asked the girl not to hold her to her moral standards and pushed her aside. Chu Tianling grabbed Mi Yuxi to prevent her from falling and asked her to forget it. After all, hitting such a person would only dirty her hands. Sikong Qinghe approached the boy again, wanting to cling to his body, but the protagonist glowed with a fiery light, sending her to hell. Sikong Qinghe fell on her back next to the man she had killed with her sword. Sikong Yue was already in the car with the protagonist and his assistant. She stuck her head out of the window and asked Sikong Qinghe if it was worth it. The woman replied that as long as she could gain power, it did not matter how many people she sacrificed. She threw after the departing car that her plan was just beginning. The girl picked up her phone and started dialing a man named Zhou Ren. She explained to the man who was her father that the Yihe man had been killed by someone. The father got very angry and asked who did it. The woman explained that it was Sikong Yue and her dog. The man was very angry and asked to find them for him immediately. He threatened that they would pay for what they did to his son. In front of us stands the McDonald's building where people were sitting at tables. At one of them sat a girl who was greedily gobbling up food. Sikong Yue was seriously hungry, and the boys were watching her. Chu Tianling asked the girl to eat more slowly since no one was going to take her food away. Mi Yuxi smiled and said that if it wasn't enough, she could take more. The girl turned towards the main character and asked if there was any news from the Special Investigation Department. Chu Tianling replied that Shen Long said that they had already started a secret investigation into the Sikong family's case, and promised that they would protect the child as a witness. Sikong Yue turned towards her uncle and exclaimed that she didn't want to. She asked him to let her stay with him for now. She promised not to sit on his neck and said that she could cook or wash. She begged her uncle because she could trust only him. Chu Tianling immediately began to calm the girl down and explained that he had already told Shen Long that as long as they did not arrest Sikong Qinghe, he would protect her himself, and he asked not to call him uncle. He was not that old yet. Sikong Yue exclaimed that he was very kind to her, and then she would call him godfather. Chu Tianling asked if there was any normal way to address him. Mi Yuxi asked the boy if it was bad to be a godfather. Before they could finish speaking, a crowd of people rudely opened the door and glass began to fly around. Sikong Yue was very scared and stood up from the table when she saw the head of the Zhou family in front of her. The boy asked the girl who it was, and she explained that it was her uncle's father, looking at him with horror. When the man saw the girl, he didn't notice that she even took someone with her to kill his son. The old man pulled out his sharp, long sword and, Approaching the table, exclaimed that she would pay for this immediately. The main character became wary when he saw the sword in the hands of his opponent. He asked the girl to be careful of the hidden weapon and pointed the package with wings towards the old man. He was very surprised by this and asked if the guy was really throwing chicken wings. He asked how the boy dared to look down on him, and the wings were already flying towards him. This blow was really strong and the old man started to fall on his back. His guys caught him from behind in time. He was very surprised because such a small chicken wing was targeted with such a huge amount of internal force. The main character began to get up from the table and threatened to beat them with chicken wings so badly that even their own mother would not recognize them. The old man thought that this guy was at least 3 times stronger than him, but it seemed that he clearly had problems with his head. He told his men that he would take on this guy and sent them to kill those 2 girls. Many wings and legs flew towards the guys who were with the old man. The boy asked if they thought he couldn't hear what they were whispering about. The old man turned his head towards the guys whom the main character had already neutralized with his wings. Suddenly, he found himself near the old man's ear and whispered something in his ear. When he came close, he asked whether he believed it or not. But he definitely did not kill his son. Then the old man turned his head towards him and said that if he was really innocent, who could let him go so that he could investigate it? Chu Tianling replied that he had a strong temperament and it was rare, so he was going to let them go. He looked the old man straight in the eyes and asked him not to disappoint his kindness. Otherwise, he would regret it. The boys grabbed the old man by the arms from both sides and they began to leave the room. Miyuxi approached the protagonist and said that they would come again to cause trouble. Chu Tianling said that he thought so too and began to take out a golden paper in the shape of an amulet. When he took out a piece of paper, he exclaimed that this should be prevented. The old man sat at the table with his comrades and spoke very angry about how he had never been insulted like that before. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed that if he didn't kill this boy, he would no longer be considered a man. Suddenly, he grabbed his heart with his hands and exclaimed, completely drenched in sweat, that it was very painful for him. The guy thought that given the power of his inner strength, this table should have been crushed by now. Watching from the side, he couldn't understand what was going on. The other guys also began to wonder where their inner strength had disappeared to. The guy exclaimed that he couldn't even use the skill to control his breathing. The old man was seriously scared and became angry, thinking that he too had lost his strength. He became interested in who this guy was who had such abilities. The old man became curious about what he had done with them, and he began to think while meditating. The comrade who was standing next to him asked the master not to worry. It must be because he used too much internal force. He said that he would bring him some water so that he could recover quickly. The old man immediately asked him to bring water quickly, and after bowing, the student went to get water for the master. There was something strange in his look as he left, and a shadow of pretense flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, the villa that towered in the mountains delighted with its beauty and space. The main character was in the kitchen and was wearing an apron. The boy was singing songs. Miyuxi was very surprised when she saw that he had prepared all this himself. Chu Tianling was setting the table and asked the girl to have lunch and call Sikong Yue here. Before he could ask her, the girl had already come running and, hugging Miyuxi, exclaimed that she had smelled something delicious. She told her sister that she was very lucky to have found a guy like her godfather. The main character and the girl immediately turned to the girl and asked her not to talk nonsense. But she became curious whether she had just told the truth. Chu Tianling approached the girl and said that it was very rude to speak like that and asked her to apologize. She immediately apologized to her godfather, and he again asked her to stop calling him that. Suddenly, someone pressed the button that was located near the main door of the room. Miyuxi heard the bell and exclaimed that it seemed like someone had come. Chu Tianling replied that it must be Shen Long. After all, he told him his address. And when the boy opened the door, there was a guy in front of him who said that he had a hard time finding them and that this was a great place to hide. Chu Tianling began to invite him into the house, but he responded by refusing, saying that he was only here to tell him something. He told the protagonist that the head of the Zhou family was killed last night. Moreover, before his death, he was severely torn apart and killed in a very cruel way. He didn't expect that someone would kill him after he used the talisman to destroy his inner strength. A wide park spread out in front of us. The guy explained that they thought it was done for revenge and that they killed 2 more of his students along with him, but they were simply poisoned. Churin had 3 of his disciples with him last night. What about the last one? When the main character asked this question, the guy answered that he was missing and his name was Chen Yuan. And for now, he is the first on the list of suspects. Chu Tianling thoughtfully said that it was probably Sikong Qinghe who asked Chen Yuan to do this. This woman killed Zhou Ren's son, and it was quite possible that she could have killed him as well. The guy said that there was not enough evidence to detain Sikong Qinghe. If necessary, he could send some people to protect Sikong Yue for him. The main character thanked the captain for his kindness and said that he had enough assistance. Ting Ting meanwhile flew over the girl and said that she felt like some kind of nanny. She got really angry and, floating in the clouds, looked at Sikong Yue with disdain. Suddenly, the old man began to cough very hard and his breath caught. The guy smiled slyly at his master and asked him not to worry. He explained that the poison he had given him was not enough to kill him. He kicked the old man in the leg and exclaimed that he didn't want him to die. The old man did not expect this turn of events and asked Chen Yuan if he had treated him badly. He became curious about why he was doing this, and the guy stepped on him with his foot. He asked if the old man remembered the girl whose name was Chen Rong. The old man was very surprised and asked where he was supposed to remember her from. Spurting streams of blood from his mouth, Chen Yuan began to take out a photograph from his bosom and asked if this photograph reminded him of anything. The old man began to look at the girl who was in the photograph very carefully. Suddenly, he exclaimed that it was she and was very surprised and quite confused. Chen Yuan looked at the old man with anger and exclaimed that this girl was his younger sister. He explained that the old man had very cruelly killed dozens of girls, including this girl. He started kicking him, and the old man flipped over himself doing a somersault in the air. He fell face down, and streams of scarlet blood began to flow from his mouth, and he began to cough harder and harder. Chen Yuan explained that their parents died early, so the only person close to him that he had been with since childhood was his little sister. 10 years ago, one of their henchmen was looking at her while they were walking on the street. The sister called her brother, but he couldn't help because the boys had caught him. And after half a month of searching, he discovered her dead body lying in a field. He had a hard time coping with such grief and began to scream when he saw the girl lying dead on the ground. The guy explained that he had sworn to avenge her, and upon learning that the killer was he, without hesitation, joined the Zhou family. The guy grabbed the old man by the hair and started pulling with all his might, and he screamed at the top of his lungs. Chen Yuan promised to finish his revenge today, which would happen right now. The old man told the guy in response that he was wrong and asked him to forgive him. Chen Yuan said that when his little sister begged him for the same thing, he didn't even think about not killing her. The old man turned his head towards the guy and looked at him with fear. He began to beg for mercy again and ask not to kill him. And he remembered how he presented the knife to the girl's throat. He told her that she was beautiful and why he should let her go. Chen Yuan said that now he wanted the old man to know what a painful death was. He came closer to him, and in his hands lay a whole handful of long, sharp nails. The old man began to scream in horror, and even the birds flew away in different directions, rising into the sky. Miyuxi peeked through the door into Sikong Yue's room and asked her to come down and eat some fruit. Meanwhile, for some reason the girl was in tears and, blushing a little, wiped them away. She told her sister that she understood her, and when the girl entered the room she asked her what was the matter. Sikong Yue continued to wipe away her tears and said that she was fine and just missed her parents. Miyuxi hugged her and said that everything was fine and there was no need to cry. She promised to stay by her side for now. Tin Tin, watching from the side, noticed that Miss Miyuxi was very affectionate and perhaps she would be a good match for the owner. Suddenly, shards of glass flew towards her and she immediately jumped back. The girl was simply shocked that these two were in danger. While she was watching the cute scene, a round black ball was already in the middle of the room. This ball stopped right at the feet of the two girls and Miyuxi hugged the younger one and asked her to fall down quickly. Tintin was very worried about them and decided to see if they were okay as she approached them. When she was nearby, she came as close as possible and began to examine them. She touched the elder one's artery and, after catching her breath, realized that the girls had simply lost consciousness. There was a command to go find Sikong Yue. Ting Ting didn't expect the bad guys to find them so soon. She clenched her fists and silently asked the owner not to worry. She promised to protect everyone. Meanwhile, the events taking place inside the villa, the guys with swords in their hands were saying that Sikong Qinghe was really bothered with killing this girl. The second guy replied that it was true, and their organization had received a lot of money from her. The third asked to shut up and concentrate on his work. He gave the order to search every corner and if they found a target, destroy it immediately. The elder was immediately listened to and began to do what he said. But one of the boys wondered why it suddenly became so cold. Tintin had already acted according to plan, and began to apply her plan of mortification by stretching out her hands in their direction. Each of them glowed blue and began to shiver from the cold as if winter had arrived. After this, one of them was already losing his grip and slowly began to fall on his back with a weapon in his hands. The boys called their elder and approached him. One of them asked the others to be careful, as it was possible that this was the work of the enemy. The second one exclaimed that it was impossible, and they had seen Chu Tianling leave. He couldn't have returned so early. One of the boys checked to see if the elder was alive and began to feel his pulse on his neck. When he touched it with his fingers, he was simply shocked to realize that their elder was dead. The boys were seriously scared, and suddenly one of them stuck a sharp sword into the back of the second. Then the third one asked Lao San if he had gone crazy. Simply being shocked by this turn of events, Lao San exclaimed as he pulled out the sharp sword, which he didn't mean to do. He explained that he simply couldn't control his body. Tintin continued to spin these guys around like dolls and smile, looking down on them. The girl's gaze was full of joy as she very easily controlled them like puppets. Lao San raised his sharp sword and told his comrade that he was not lying when he asked him to run away. The comrade immediately rushed away from him, but the other called him a scumbag and decided that he had gone against them. He killed his comrade and he started falling with a bloody wound on his neck. He sent him to hell and the guy fell right on the floor, hitting his head. He asked how the boy dared to betray the organization and kill his brother, to which the boy replied that it was not him. Tintin, looking at what was happening, whispered in his ear that it really was him and she could prove it to him. The guy was very surprised and, holding out his sharp knife, asked if there was anyone else there. Tintin was right next to him and moved back a little as he was already close to her. She put her hands forward and screamed, asking to fight this ghost girl. The guy heard her and clenched his fists and was very surprised when he realized that there was a ghost next to him. The girl had already sent this scoundrel flying and he began to fly around the room screaming. She said that no matter how much it hurt, it still made her angry. The guy she was throwing around the room started screaming that he was in a lot of pain. Tintin, looking at him from the side, said that this was his punishment for committing many murders. The guy was simply shocked and started screaming in pain, calling for help. But the girl did not calm down and said that he should take responsibility for all his murders. She asked to pay for her actions and to be a good person in the next life. The main character appeared on the threshold, opened the door and asked if everything was okay. Then, he looked at the girl who was holding the lifeless body of her opponent in her arms, in great surprise. Chu Tianling, when he entered the room, exclaimed that this was simply a wonderful work and it was good that she was here. He asked how Mi Yuxi and Sikong Yue were. Ting Ting asked the owner not to worry and said that they had only fainted and were not injured. She wondered why he had returned so early. The boy replied that when he received the message that the task was completed, he realized that she was fighting someone here. That's why he came back as soon as possible. Tintin ran to him with open arms and exclaimed that she had completed the task alone. She was very happy, but when she flew up to the owner, she asked why the system had counted what she had done. Chu Tianling explained that this was because she was absorbing his spiritual energy, and if you looked at it that way, they were like one. The girl even blushed when she imagined the picture of how they merged into a single whole. Then she laughed and said it was quite embarrassing. He looked at her with interest and asked what she was thinking. The girl smiled and answered the owner that it was nothing, and asked what they would do next. The protagonist began to explain that Sikun Qinghe had already caused them trouble several times, so they would go to the Sikun family. The girl immediately listened to her master, and he exclaimed that it was time to pay her for everything. Meanwhile, Sikong Qinghe greeted everyone today and said that she called them here to announce an important piece of news. A couple of days ago, her husband died, and the head of the Zhou family also died. The cause of death was not illness, but because they were killed by a guy named Chu Tianling. The boys were simply shocked and asked how this was possible. One of them said that this Chu Tianling first kidnapped Sikong Yue, and now he also killed 2 members of the Zhou family. He humiliated 2 great families. The woman continued to say that she is now the direct successor of the 2 families of Sikong and Zhou. She hopes that all the elders will support her in becoming the head of the 2 families and directing all her efforts to take revenge on Chu Tianling. One of the old men said that Chu Tianling must be very strong. He asked the other one what if he was a member of some elite family. The second one replied that in that case they should think twice about picking a fight with him. Sikong Qinghe thought that these were a bunch of stupid old men in front of her, and it seemed like she shouldn't count on them helping her take over the Zhou family. Meanwhile, Tintin was already close to this woman and giggled maliciously. She said that they should just look at her, and it seemed that this woman was completely heartless. She was already behind her back and, flying up to her head, exclaimed that this was even better. Tintin flew up from behind and grabbed her by the waist, deciding to carry out her plan. One of the elders said that they should not get involved in the affairs of the Zhou family. The other one supported him and said that the most important thing for them now was to investigate the cause of the death of the head of the family. The elder was in complete agreement and told the woman that this was the decision they would make. But suddenly her expression changed and she walked up to one of the elders. Sikong Chinghe slapped him in the face with all her might and asked him to think again. One of the elders was simply shocked and asked her what she was doing. Then she gave him an angry look and began to approach him again with a menacing look. She grabbed one of the elders by the neck and threw him far back, promising to be honest with them today. When the elder flew off, hitting others, she exclaimed that their leader Saikong was killed by her and that Zhou Yi was also killed. The elders were horrified and asked if she had killed her brother. But one of the guys in robes asked why Sister Qing told them about it now. The second guy answered that he himself did not know. The elder who was lying on the floor asked to arrest this vile traitor. The boys decided to avenge their leader and the guys in robes started to protect their sister. One of them said that this was different from the plan. Then, she grabbed his head with her hands and asked him to get out of there as quickly as possible. The other guys were horrified and couldn't understand what had just happened to this woman. The robed guy asked her what had happened and said that they were helping her. Sikong Chinghe replied that it was even more so then. Looking from the side, one of the men asked what was wrong with this woman. Not only did she give herself away, she was also driving away her own people. The boys decided that this might be her true face. They asked what they were waiting for and decided to attack together. They forced this woman to her knees and began to tie her hands. They could not understand why she was kneeling. Behind Sikong Chinghe was Ting Ting, who walked over and laughed, exclaiming that this game was now over. The woman seemed to come to her senses and asked the boys what they were doing. She asked to let her go immediately, but the boys gave the command to sit still. One of the elders called Sikong Chinghe a scoundrel and said that she not only killed her brother, but also hit a man in the ancestral hall. The second elder asked to close her and then send her into exile. The woman began to tell her uncle that she was mistaken and that she was set up. Tintin watched happily from the side and said that she had accomplished this task. Chu Tianling was very pleased and hugged his employee and said that Sikong Chinghe was now in custody and that was just wonderful. He called the girl a good girl and said that she had done a great job. Tintin responded by saying that the master should give her more tasks so that she could prove herself. The protagonist immediately agreed and suddenly the girl turned to him saying that when she took possession of Sikong Chinghe, she saw some of her memories. She explained that the woman was doing business with an organization of killers called Death, and it seemed that they were cooperating on a huge scale. Then the girl added that those people in masks were exactly from this very organization. Chu Tianling was surprised and said that in that case, he was afraid that the Sikong family would not be able to restrain this woman. In front of us is a room for detainees. A girl entered the room and told Sikong Chinghe that she needed to eat. The guy who was standing near the door asked whose student she was and why he hadn't seen her before. Then the girl smiled sarcastically at him and said in response that she was from the Death Organization. Meanwhile, the woman sat in the cell on the cold bunks, thinking about something. Her gaze was cold, and when she saw the girl in front of her, she was very happy. The girl had already knocked out the guard and, opening the door to the cell, said that the head was waiting for her. Sikong Chinghe didn't even smile at her in response and asked her to take her to him. The elders were very surprised that Sikong Chinghe had escaped. One of them said that they should immediately send people to capture her, but the other one said no. And now the family members are in a panic. First, they need to elect a new head who will give orders. He thinks that in this situation, only an elder of the older generation can temporarily take the place of the head of the family. The second decided that the old fox had already planned everything. Suddenly, Sikun Yue appeared and told the elders that she was not dead yet, and they had already started arguing over the position of head elder. The men immediately turned in their direction and looked at the girl in surprise. Sikong Yue stood in front, and behind her were the protagonist and Miss Mi Yuxi. Chu Tianling said that the son will inherit the father's business, so the new head of the family is Sikong Yue. They don't have to worry about it. The girl also said that the daughter is taking the father's place. One of the elders asked, pointing his finger at the main character, who he was and what right he had to interfere in the affairs of the Saiken family. The protagonist smiled in response and said that he was Chu Tianling and was intervening because he had enough power to deal with this. One of the elders realized that this was the boy that Sikong Chinghe was talking about. The head of the Zhou family was defeated so easily by such a young boy. One of the elders said that such talent must be some new generation that concentrates on training. The second answered that perhaps there are forces behind him that they cannot afford to provoke. The protagonist looked closely at the elders and asked if they agreed. Let them just think about what happened to the Zhou family. The men listened carefully to the boy. After he had spoken, they bowed before him and said that they would not dare. Sikong Yue looked at them in surprise and thought about how these two old men had given up so quickly. Chu Tianling turned to the girl and said that it turned out that Sikong Yue was now the new head of the family. Miss Mi Yuxi said that the Taoist Mi family from Daozhou also supports Sikong Yue. The elders were delighted to see the richest family from Daozhou. One of them exclaimed that this guy was even supported by the Mi family. They wondered how authoritative of a family he was. One of the elders told the boy that he must be a disciple of some famous and important family. He asked him to name the family so that they could thank them. Chu Tianling thought that they seemed to be overwhelmed by his strength and support. Perhaps they thought that he had powerful backers. The main character said that not at all, and they don't like to stand out, so it would be better for them not to know. The boy approached Sikong Yue and said that it was time for her to speak. He asked the girl to be tougher, and she asked if he really had such powerful patrons. Chu Tianling smiled and said, "Of course, he's still such a nice guy." He said it in a voice like a teacher in an Olympic prep class. Sikong Yue was very happy and asked if everything he said just now was a bluff. The boy replied that it didn't matter and that she needed to make a statement as the new head. The main character asked the girl not to let him down, and she approached the elders. She decided to make a speech and said briefly while looking at them that she would protect the Saiken family. Her eyes were very confident and glowed with a red fire. When she asked menacingly if they understood her, the elders answered that they understood everything. The old men immediately bowed before the girl, considering her the head of the family and respecting her. Miyusi smiled and told the protagonist that the job was done and that he really did it. The boy replied that it couldn't be any other way. Sikong Yue was glad that she had finally returned. Those around him welcomed the new head of the family. Meanwhile, somewhere far away in the dense and green forest there was a rock with stone doors. Sikong Yue held a red flag in her hand and said that she would show them the Seiken family's training field next. She explained that it was also a holy place for sacrifices. Information about it had never been revealed to the outside world. Chu Tianling said that there seemed to be nothing unusual here, but the girl led them to a huge stone statue and said that they were there. The protagonist replied that there was a scary sign at the entrance. He thought there would be something secret there. Then Miss Miyusi turned to him and looking into his eyes asked if he hadn't noticed. The boy asked what exactly she meant, to which the girl replied that the air here was too thick and it was difficult to breathe. She explained that every step here felt like it was being held back by hands from hell. Chu Tianling, when he heard such a speech, asked if she really felt it and exclaimed that in his opinion it was very easy to walk here. Mi Yuxi replied that she had forgotten that he was an ordinary person. Sikong Yue smiled and said that sister was right, and the gravity in this place was much stronger than in the outside world. Therefore, this place is perfect for training the body lightness technique and internal breathing control skill. But for people like her godmother, the difference in gravity is not noticeable. Chu Tianling wondered what the purpose of this large statue was then. When the boy continued to dance, Mi Yuxi asked him to stop. Sikong Yue explained that this was the legendary ancestor of the Seiken family. The main character continued to dance and asked if their ancestor was the king of Dovin. The girl laughed at this and said that no, and she was talking about what was in the king's left hand. In his left hand was a mouse, and not just any mouse, one that searches for treasure. Chu Tianling clutched his head with his hands and asked the girl if she was sure about this. Sikong Yue explained that according to legend, their ancestor turned into a mouse and went in search of treasure, leaving their family behind, and so their family began to steal. As the saying goes, follow the path of your ancestor. She thinks that the ancestor was simply misunderstood, but now that she has become the head, she will guide the family members on the right path. Mi Yuxi smiled and said that this is very good. Chu Tianling thought that he met Sikong Yue because of the quest of the Wichita, and the girl's ancestor is a mouse who searches for treasure. Maybe this mouse is actually an immortal, and it is she who gave out those quests. These events can't be a simple coincidence. Suddenly the statue spoke and called the girl a tomboy. The main character, frightened, turned to the statue and asked if there really was an immortal here. Sikong Yue smiled and replied that no. She thought the sound was coming from that speaker. One of the elders asked the girl how she dared to ignore the family rules and bring strangers to the Holy Land. Even the head of the family has no right to break the family rules. The second elder whispered that escorting here is their job, and why is this girl so fawning on these two? Sikong Yue covered her ears with her hands and asked the guys not to worry about these two. Suddenly they heard some scream, and the elders decided to run away, asking who they were. The guys turned their heads towards the speaker and tried to understand what happened there. Sikong Qinghe was standing next to the microphone. She said hello and asked if she could be heard. Sikong Yue was really scared and asked the woman what she had done to the elders. Then, the woman replied that if she wanted to know, she should go to the next world and ask them herself. The elders were already lying unconscious on the floor. The woman began to turn the speaker up louder. The doors, which were huge stone, closed very tightly in this cave. Sikong Yue looked towards the door and exclaimed that she had closed the stone gate and they would not be able to get out of here. The protagonist thought about it and said that she said that her family made sacrifices here. He wondered if there were remains here. Then the girl put her hands forward and asked not to worry so much about the details. Miss Mi Yuxi turned her head back and felt hands from the floor pulling her along. Sikong Qinghe sat on the chair with her legs crossed and decided to see how they would get out of this situation. A guy in a robe entered the room, and the Black Ambassador said that he saw that the people who prevented the seizure of power in the sickened family were still alive. Sikong Qinghe replied that it was true, but now she could easily deal with these three. The Black Ambassador said that since their task was almost completed, he was interested in when she would fulfill her part of the deal and when she would give up the Furious Dragon's tripod. The woman turned to the ambassador and asked him not to worry and said that he had helped her so much that she would not break her promise. She came as close to him as possible and said that even if he wanted her, she would do everything. The Black Ambassador turned away and exclaimed that he did not have much patience and that it would be better to hand over the dragon's tripod to her as soon as possible. He headed towards the exit and exclaimed that if she didn't do this, there would be no more reason for their Saiken family to exist. Sikong Qinghe smiled and replied that she understood, and once the rest of the problems were resolved, she would immediately give him this tripod. She thought to herself that the head of the death organization was so concerned about this thing, and it seemed like this dragon tripod really existed. She thought that since he belonged to the Saiken family, he belonged to her too. The woman was very cunning, and leaning over the monitor exclaimed that no one could take it away from her. The monitor suggested turning on the self-destruct system, and she thought about it. The boys were simply shocked when they looked up. They realized that the self-destruct system had been activated. They all looked up and saw that the portal in the ceiling was open. There was like a black hole there, and a very acrid dark smoke began to enter it. The main character realized what was happening and exclaimed to the others that it was a strong gas. He asked the girls to immediately press against him and put up a block with his hand extended upward. He lit up with a bright fiery flame and put up a defense to save himself. Bright rays of fire rose to the very ceiling, and the protection slowly worked. The guys glowed with a golden light, and the boy continued to hug the girls. The fire rose as high as possible to the ceiling, and everything around seemed to be on fire. This fire that came from the hands of the main character had already touched the ceiling and the hole that was in the ceiling. Sikong Yue climbed on top of her godfather and asked if they were alive. Chu Tianling told the girl that as long as he was around, the king of hell would not be able to even touch her, and asked her to relax. Miyuxi said that since the fire was so strong, the air in the cave would soon run out and they needed to get out of here. The boy completely agreed with her and said that he was going to break through the exit. Well, suddenly he froze and asked why the second wave had started. Saikong Yue explained that her dad said that after the self-destruction system was activated, the entire mountain would be completely destroyed. Chu Tianling said that this very cruel system is indeed multifunctional. He exclaimed that he didn't even know if he would be able to do everything on time. There was a powerful explosion and a huge stone began to fly out of the cave, destroying everything around. The main character began to use a certain talisman by raising his hand up. Miyuxi said that it was fortunate that Sikong Yue sent them to the secret room, otherwise they would have been buried alive. Chu Tianling replied that Sikong Qinghe had decided to destroy the tomb of her own family's ancestors. Sikong Yue explained that this was the head of the family's room, made so that he could have some quiet time. Here they can rest, and she asks not to go outside until everything calms down. The main character immediately agreed. He exclaimed, pointing to the ceiling, that it looked like there was some kind of mechanism up there. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several dragons that were in thick iron chains. He asked if he was sleeping, and one of the dragons approached him, asking if he was awake now. Sikong Yue asked her godfather not to be stupid and asked who would install the mechanisms in the place where he meditates. Miyuxi asked the boy why he was staring at the ceiling of the cave. Chu Tianling closed his eyes and began to approach the girls. They were frightened and asked, closing their eyes, what he was actually doing. Then the boy asked the girls to look up right now, and they raised their gaze. They were scared and asked where these dragons came from, and they really were real dragons. Miyuxi asked the boy what happened to him, and he asked her not to ask. One of the dragons said that he didn't expect that after thousands of years, someone would be able to see them again. The second asked if this guy was a cultivator, and maybe he could give them energy. Chu Tianling told Brother Dragon that he certainly understood that they were drooling. But could they first tell him how they ended up in the Sekun family's seclusion room? One of the dragons, when he heard about the Saikun family, answered the boy that this was their residence, the Leilundin. The protagonist was very surprised and asked if their residence was really a cave. Sikong Yue was surprised and asked if it was their family heirloom. The boy asked the girl if it was a relic of their family. Sikong Yue answered that it was, but it was just a legend, like the story of the mouse's ancestor. One of the dragons said that now this thing is more of a binding seal than a residence. This rat chasing treasures to protect its future descendants destroyed the Leilundin, which left them trapped. Then she built an altar here that would absorb their power and protect the Saikun family for more than 30 generations. Since their plan here is constantly being pulled out, they cannot free themselves. The girl was very surprised and asked how this was possible. The dragon continued to say that the day would come when the Saikun family would be repaid for all this, and a great misfortune would descend upon their heads. Sikun Yue said that this was all because of the evil fruit planted by their ancestor, and could it be that their family was suffering because of this? Chu Tianling thought about it and realized that he was now almost completely sure that the WeChat's tasks were given by a mouse looking for treasure, and he was trying to fix everything. The boy turned to the Dragon Brothers and asked if there was a way to save the fate of the Saikun family. The dragon replied that this was the way of heaven, and the disintegration of the family was already predetermined. Who would dare to go against heaven? The protagonist asked if he could free them from the seal. Could they make the heavens forgive the Saikun family and not send trouble to them? The dragon immediately replied that the Leilundin was destroyed and how he was going to free them. Chu Tianling exclaimed that the solution was right in his hands and he was holding the 2 fragments of Leilundin right now. The dragons were very surprised and asked where he got this item from. The boy raised his hand up, and 2 golden fragments of Leilundin began to spin in the air. They began to spin and rise upward, illuminated by a bright yellow light. This light spread and began to approach the stones as if drawing on them. The dragon said that unfortunately there should be 3 fragments, not 2. Then the girls grabbed their heads with their hands as a bright fiery light approached them. The main character smiled and told the dragons that he would make the 3rd fragment himself. One of the dragons said that at his level of development, he would only be able to partially compensate for the lack of Leilundin with his body. Chu Tianling replied that he had no intention of using his body as a fragment. Now the altar from the Dharma had disappeared, and Leilundin had restored the 2 fragments, causing their shackles to weaken. Therefore, he can transfer his power to them, so that they can recover and break the seal. The dragon replied that if so, it is worth trying. But now their power is almost exhausted and they do not know how much his power will restore them. Sikong Yue asked Sister Yuxi where her godfather got the fragments of her family's relics, and why he could talk to dragons. She wondered if he was immortal. Mi Yuxi replied that he was not, and that he was just a fool who liked to act brave. Meanwhile, the main character, having already concentrated, crossed his arms and lit up with a bright fiery flame. He stood in front of the dragons, illuminating everything around him, and continued to meditate. One of the dragons felt very pure energy, and the second said that he was very comfortable and happy. Chu Tianling asked them not to stand there like a pillar, but to try to break the seal. The dragons began to rise upward and spin in the golden iron chains. They circled in a bright fiery light that emanated from the hands of the protagonist. The boy looked around sweating and exclaimed joyfully that it really worked. One of the dragons told the little friend that although spiritual energy comes from cultivation, it can restore their magic power. But to destroy the seals, his energy is still far from enough. Chu Tianling took out 3 Yundang pills and said that they should help him a little with this. The boy brought the pills to his lips and began to swallow them, after which he continued to act in a new way. Miyuxi asked the little one to move back. Sikong Yue asked what kind of pills the godfather had taken. The girl replied that Chu Tianling said that he would not sacrifice himself, but isn't what he is doing now equivalent to death? Sikong Yue told the godfather that he would succeed. The boy continued to act, and trickles of blood were already flowing from his nose. The dragons circled around the chains trying to remove the ill-fated seal. The main character continued to meditate and, clasping his hands together, spewed out a bright yellow fire. One of the dragons asked his little friend if he could still continue. If not, he shouldn't sacrifice himself for them. Then the boy got angry and started shouting and asked if he really had to give up now. Chu Tianling continued to act and exclaimed while looking at the dragons that he would never give up. Then he said that he was not going to abandon the old people, and streams of blood continued to flow from his mouth. Suddenly he started to lose consciousness. and the girls caught him being worried about him. One of the dragons exclaimed that it seemed they had underestimated this child. The second replied that they had, and that he was much better than those guys in heaven. It's been a long time since they met a person who would try so hard for them, and they also can't give up. The second dragon said that dying from exhaustion would only be a relief, and they decided to try even harder. The earth began to shake and open up from the outside, causing animals to flee from the forest. The earth was scattered and stones were raised up into the air. Some golden object flew out of this cave. Miyuki asked the boy how he felt. Chu Tianling replied that it was as if his soul had been sucked out. The girl asked him if he still had those pills and asked if he would take a few more. The boy replied that he didn't and asked him not to worry. He just needed to rest. He asked what was going on with the dragon brothers. Sikong Yue came up to him and brought him an object. There were small dragons nearby who were sitting in this vessel and asked the main character how he was. Chu Tianling replied that it seemed he had not died yet. The dragon asked the little friend who he was and where he got the fragments of Lelundin. The protagonist replied that he did not know if they would understand. He received them as a reward after completing a request from the Immortal's task list through the intermediate system, and through it he can buy all kinds of magical items in the Immortal's world. One of the dragons asked if he could communicate with the Immortal world through the intermediary system. He asked the second dragon if he remembered the Tian case that the treasure-seeking mouse had once mentioned. Chu Tianling glanced at him and asked what kind of plan exactly. He thought to himself that this was really connected and the truth was hidden behind the WeChat. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a cold weapon flying towards him and became wary. Miyuki asked everyone to lie down immediately and pushed the protagonist and Sikong Yue to the ground. She turned back, and on her back there was a bright red wound with blood flowing out. The girl began to take out a pistol and pointed it towards the enemy who was behind her. There was a man in a mask, and there were several people who began to fall to the ground from the shots. Miyuki held the weapon in her hands and asked the boys not to stick their heads out from behind cover. Chu Tianling thought for a moment and exclaimed that Sikong Qinghe had discovered them too quickly. Sikong Yue asked the dragons to help if they could, but one of them apologized to the girl and said that they had spent too much energy on breaking the seal, so they could not help. Miyuki thought that they must have noticed the Lelundin flying out. Most likely, they brought quite a few people here. Indeed, there were a lot of warriors in the forest who were already approaching them with weapons. They all had sharp, cold swords and were already approaching Miyuki. One of them held a sharp sword over his head, but suddenly a powerful explosion occurred. The knife was stuck into a piece of gold paper with writing on it. The guy who was holding this dagger was very surprised when he saw the amulet in front of him. The amulet lit up with bright white lightning and, rising upward, began to spin. These lightning bolts were directed towards the guys who were holding sharp swords. Sikong Yue watched from behind a tree and exclaimed that her godfather was very strong. The girl asked if this amulet would be enough for them to escape. Chu Tianling replied that it should be enough, although he was too slow now and would hardly be able to withstand if they used guerrilla warfare tactics. Behind them, Sikong Qinghe was already there, asking them to stop resisting and resolve everything peacefully. The guys didn't expect her to come so quickly and pointed their guns at her, asking her to stand still and not move. Sikong Qinghe replied that if they handed over the Lelunding, they would not act rashly. The main character noticed that there were too many people here, and the girls were also covered in sweat from worry. Sikong Yue held up the vessel and said that it was a Lelundin, and she could give it to her, but she wanted something in return. The woman told her dear niece that she need not worry. She would get her everything she wanted. Sikong Yue looked at her menacingly and exclaimed that she wanted her life. Sikong Qinghe said that if they could think like that, then the peace talks had failed. The woman gave the order to her boys to kill her and take the Lelundin. The boys immediately rushed to carry out her order and pulled out their sharp swords. They approached the girl faster and faster, and she covered herself with her hands for protection. The main character immediately appeared in front of them and, using his amulets, asked them to leave immediately. A multitude of bright blue lightning bolts flew towards the opponents and they began to fall to the ground. The boy said that this was the business of the Saiken family, and there was no need to drag outsiders into it. Suddenly, a warrior with a sword in his hands appeared above the head of the main character and Miyuki. The girl immediately took out her pistol and, defending her guys, asked them to be careful. She hit one of them in the stomach in time, and all the others began to surround them from different sides. Miyuki said that Chu Tianling was right. There were too many opponents here. They wouldn't be able to defeat them all. But the boy replied that no, and that they had reinforcements. Bright purple lightning struck the boys. Tintin appeared next to the main character. She enveloped the opponents from all sides with her energy and strength. The girl gave the order to the warriors to go and kill them immediately. The guys started to go to their own, and they were surprised why they were attacking because they were on their side. Sikong Qinghe was very surprised when she saw that her own were going against their own, and thought that it was a betrayal. Tintin asked the owner how he felt about it, and whether her soul subjugation was not amazing. Chu Tianling replied that it was simply incredible, and that she was his secret weapon. Miyusi turned around and asked her not to say something stupid because she wasn't his. The boy asked the girl to continue. Meanwhile, Sikun Yue asked not to stand in the way of the opponents and tried to hit one of them with the object she was holding in her hands. While she was doing this, a hand appeared behind her and reached out towards her. It was Sikong Qinghe who asked if she was in a hurry to deliver the Leilundin to her. She approached the girl and scratched her face with her sword. It's good that she managed to dodge a little. Sikun Yue appeared behind the woman and exclaimed that she would pay with her life for this. The woman placed a block in front of her fist, and the girl screamed in pain as she fell to the ground. The main character and Miyusi, seeing this, began to worry about the girl and immediately rushed towards her. The woman asked why she was pestering her like that and kicked her in the stomach with all her might. She said that even if the Saiken family fell into her hands, did she think the old people would help her? The elders would only use her as a puppet. The woman hit her with all her might, and the girl flew far back, falling to the ground. Sikong Qinghe continued to say that everything was exactly the same as hers, and her eyes glistened with tears. Sikong Yue said that she hated them because they arranged her marriage and ruined her life. But they have already paid for their actions. The girl approached the vessel and, raising it up, exclaimed that now it was her turn to pay for hers. She began to approach the woman with the vessel and asked her to die for her. The girl was already close and was seriously determined to deal with her aunt. Sikong Qinghe was surprised that the girl was in such a hurry to die and promised to arrange a meeting for her with her family. But suddenly Miyuxi pointed her gun at her and fired. The woman did not expect such a turn of events and opened her eyes wide in surprise. Sikong Yue was already next to her and hit her head with all her might with the vessel. The woman began to fly far back and fall to the ground, hitting her head on the rocks. When Sikong Yue hit her aunt with the vessel, she began to stand up and lift it. The girl, looking at her aunt lying on the ground, exclaimed that she had won. Chu Tianling turned to Miyuxi and remembered that Sikong Yue had said that she wanted to take revenge herself and why she had interfered. The girl asked him not to say anything and how he knew if she could bear the nightmare of killing her relative. She thinks it would be better for her. The boys turned towards the woman and one of them exclaimed that Sikong Qinghe was dead. The second one replied that it was not important and their main task was to obtain Lilundin. The guys saw flashes and heard some sounds and decided that this was a signal to retreat. Miyuxi was surprised that they were just leaving. Chu Tianling noticed that they were still in such a hurry and seemed to have decided to do things differently. Suddenly, Tintin screamed and asked them not to let the bad guys escape. A huge green plane was already circling above their heads. The robe-clad boy told Mr. Chu Tianling to keep the Lurundan for now. He would come for it when he had time. The guys immediately looked at this guy and the girl asked who he was. The guy in the robe gave the order to his men to return to the headquarters. The man answered the gentleman that even the leader was in such a hurry to return them and that they had a new task. The man replied that they had a lot of big clients in the east, and if they weren't served well, they would cause more problems than this guy. The main character looked at the guy in the robe and, showing obscene gestures, sent them far away. The boys stood in front of a huge stone and looked at the sign very carefully. Sikong Yue stood pressed against this rock, and Miyuxi asked her to leave the mountain. The girl asked her sister Yusi if what she did was right. Sikong Yue became too sad and tilted her head to ask if she would become bad like her aunt. The protagonist put his arm around her shoulders and said that the fact that she was afraid of it was already good. It meant that kindness was still with her, and she should not take the blame for her death on herself. This is the main difference between her aunt, and them. The boy believed that her fear would not let her step on the wrong path. He leaned down in front of the girl and said that this fear would make her an even better person. She listened attentively to her godfather and looked sadly into his eyes, slightly teary-eyed. The girl began to cry and thank her godfather. Chu Tianling asked her to cry and said that it would make her feel better. Miyuxi looked at the boy and said that she didn't know he was so good at consoling. Chu Tianling replied that he was good at everything. Sikong Yue also thanked Yuxi's sister for everything. The girl replied that she was very worried. And the main character asked to go down the mountain. He explained that they should treat Sikong Yue. Suddenly the captain called the boy. He asked how they were. And if anyone had serious injuries, Chu Tianling replied that before he came, they had lost half of their lives here. And how could they help people with such a quick response? Shenlong apologized and said that he received an urgent task from his superiors and was delayed because of it. Then he smiled and said that in exchange he would carry him down the mountain in his arms. The boy answered his brother that he was not worthy of this and asked to let him go to the ground. The guy explained that the management had given them a mission with a red threat level. 2 dragon squads immediately set out to carry it out. He was also somehow connected to this mission, so he wanted to invite him to go with them. Chu Tianling immediately wondered how he was connected to this and what kind of task this was. The guy explained that a group of tomb robbers from Japan had appeared. To be more precise, they specialized in stealing magical items. Their target is the general's tomb in Chuncheon. The boy imagined the ghosts in front of him. In front of us stands the spacious and beautiful city of Chuncheon, namely the Jufeng Company. It has been 2 days since the last incident on the mountains. The girl in glasses said that they were waiting for the signing of documents to begin. Several suppliers had already arrived at the meeting place. Then the boss asked to tell the driver to meet her at the entrance. The girl immediately agreed and said to Miss Shen, looking at her phone, that she had a new message. When she took the phone in her hands, she was very happy and her look changed. Tianyu exclaimed that she had an urgent matter to attend to. She asked to go to the document signing meeting in her stead. The girl wanted to say something in response, but her boss had already run towards the door. The main character turned his head in her direction, and she began to run towards him faster and faster. Opening her arms, Chu Tianling explained that he had written that he would wait until she finished her work and why she came here straight away. The girl replied that he had to go through so many dangers that she wanted to know if he was hurt. She thought to herself that she was talking nonsense and that she had lost control of herself. Chu Tianling hugged her shoulders and replied that he had written everything down and that he was fine. She didn't need to worry about him. Shen asked if he had sorted out the problem of the girl from the Sikong family. Chu Tianling said that even though the Sikong family was in disarray now, Sikong Yue had Mi Yuxi and the Special Investigation Department to help her. She should handle the family affairs. Tian Yue was angry when she noticed that he had called her Miss Mi the last time. And now, Yuxi. The boy asked what she was muttering about. The girl replied that she was just thinking about where they could go to eat. The protagonist remembered one great place. He explained to the girl when they went outside that one of his friends was getting married today. He asked if she would mind going there with him, and the girl replied that she would be glad to. Meanwhile, the man congratulated the boy who asked to go inside. The main character called him a real handsome man today. The guy saw him and said that he was already wondering where he disappeared to and that he was leaving for his girlfriend. He found himself such a beauty, but didn't even tell his brothers anything, and for that he was fined 3 shots. Before he could finish speaking, one guy approached the groom and called him handsome, but he added that he still didn't understand what Xiao Xiao saw in him. The groom asked him not to get too close. The girl asked the guy not to disgrace himself, at least here. Then the guy replied that he would listen to his sister. He would go sit down and quietly watch the ceremony. The girl asked Zhao not to take it too seriously. She explained that her brother had liked Xiao Xiao for a long time and was upset that he was marrying her and not his brother. Zhao Feng replied that he understood and hoped that Sister Rong would support their marriage later. Sister asked not to worry and said that Xiao Xiao is her good friend and she will do everything in her power. In the meantime, she needs to put on makeup before the ceremony. Chu Tianling told his comrade that these brother and sister were a bit too strange. Zhao Feng replied that he was wrong, and Kuding was quite a popular host at Chuncheon TV station. It is a great honor for them that she will be driving them to the wedding. Shen told the protagonist that she will go to the toilet for now. The girl was in the restroom and was looking in the mirror, primping herself. Suddenly she heard a sound and the door swung open. A guy entered the restroom with a bottle of wine and, seeing her, asked what such a beauty was doing in the men's room. The girl started waving him off and said that he was mistaken, and that this was a women's room. She asked him politely to leave, but the guy started saying he didn't care and asked her to go have a drink with him. He started grabbing her shoulder and she pushed him away, but the guy grabbed her as tightly as he could and started pouring a bottle of wine on her head. The girl asked him to let her go with tears in her eyes. The groom asked the guys to look who had come and put his hand on the main character's shoulder. The boys immediately recognized Chu Tianling. The boys smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. One of his comrades said that so much time had passed since his graduation, and he was still poor. The girl replied that he had neither abilities nor a rich family. The fact that he could hold his own in society was already good. Zhou Feng asked to sit down and talk to everyone. One of the guys asked where he was working now, to which the boy replied that he was currently unemployed. The guys immediately started saying that he came here to eat and asked if he had at least prepared a gift for the bride and groom. Another said that he didn't even know if he had returned the thousands of yuan he had borrowed from Zhao Feng. His clothes are so cheap and it seems the groom did not choose the guests. Zhao Feng asked him to stop talking nonsense and said that Chu Tianling had already returned everything. He asked the protagonist not to worry because they simply do not think about what they say. Chu Tianling heard the girl calling for help and realized that it was Chen Yue's voice. The guy suddenly jumped up from the table and the guys asked what happened. The girl asked if he was offended. The neighbor answered that apparently he had a very weak psyche since he got turned on by this. Meanwhile, the girl tried to fight off this scoundrel and hit him in the face with all her might. He started calling her names and raised the bottle over his head. The guy asked how she dared to hit him and exclaimed that he would kill her now. When he raised his hand over the girl's head, the main character arrived in time and grabbed his hand. He asked to stop immediately and twisted the wrist of this impudent fellow. The scoundrel began to scream in pain and his face was completely covered in beads of sweat. When the boys came to the door, they saw what was happening. The girl asked to let her brother go. The guy asked to watch his stupid mongrel so that it wouldn't attack others. The girl immediately ran up to her brother and he started screaming in pain, falling to the floor. The protagonist approached his girlfriend and asked if she was hurt. Chen Yue replied that she was fine and asked him not to worry. One of the guys said that the guy has no abilities and even his girlfriend has to suffer with him. Chu Tianling doesn't know. Well, Kurong's sister has many friends, and he is afraid that the wedding ceremony will be ruined. It was a pity that Zhao Feng had called such a friend. The girl started calling Brother Bao and said that someone had offended her at the Grand Hotel, and she asked the guys to take a lesson when serving the offender. Brother replied that he was now on the next street and would be there soon. Zhao Feng asked Sister Rong not to do this and not to ruin the party for him and Xiao Xiao. The girl replied that she would only ask to break his arm to pay for her brother. There was a man in the room who asked who had offended Sister Zhang. The girl pointed at the main character and asked to break his arm. Then the guy replied that he would wait a little. Unexpectedly, when he glanced at the boy, he hit the girl on the cheek with his palm and asked if she wanted to die. Sister Rong was simply shocked and immediately grabbed her burning cheek with her hands. Zhao Feng was simply shocked and angrily asked what was going on here. The man immediately knelt before Mr. Chu Tianlin and apologized. He said that he would teach this annoying girl a lesson for him by asking permission to leave. The boy allowed them to leave. Chen Yue asked in surprise if he knew them. Chu Tianling replied that he didn't know, but he had already guessed who it might be. Zhao Feng approached Sister Rong and said that she was paying for her brother's treatment and asked him to forget about it. The woman exclaimed that no, and unless he kneeled down and apologized, she would not conduct the ceremony. Chu Tianling told Zhao Feng that everything was fine, and he had already called a new host, so this one was no longer needed. The guy replied that his wife wanted to stand out, and she would not be satisfied with an ordinary host, so he did not know if she would be suitable. In front of them was a girl who asked if they could tell who Chu Tianling was. The guys recognized this girl as Bai Xiao Xiao, the host of the Golden Show on City TV. They say it's hard to invite her anywhere, even for a lot of money. The girl greeted Mr. Chu Tianlin and explained that she had spoken to Bai Jun. She asked him not to worry and promised to be the host. The boy immediately thanked the girl. Zhao Feng was simply shocked and asked his brother how he invited Bai Xiao Xiao. One of the guests exclaimed that Chu Tianling turned out to be quite capable. Her friend added that he really did not like to stand out, even lied about being unemployed. Meanwhile, Rong harbored a grudge and decided that no matter who the host was, she would immediately ruin the ceremony. The woman decided to call the reporter and noticed that the head of the channel called on time. When she picked up the phone, the man said she was fired and asked her to pack her things and get out. And so the bride and groom thanked the guests for coming to their wedding, raising their glasses. They offered the guests a drink. The main character wished the married couple all the best, and the other guys began to congratulate them. Xiao Xiao told brother Chu Tianling that her friend had wronged him, but she hoped that he could forgive her. The boy said that it was nothing. As long as she forgave her for causing trouble at her wedding, he wouldn't care. The woman began to apologize and asked to tell her director not to fire her. She fully admitted her guilt. Chu Tianling asked what he had to do with it and said that he did not even know her director. Rong fell to her knees and said that the director said that she had offended him, and that was why he had fired her. She tearfully begged him not to fire her, but she didn't want to lose her job. The guys couldn't figure out who was behind this guy, and he didn't even have to deal with anyone himself. He really did become very successful. Rong continued to beg the master to help her, otherwise she would kneel before him until her death. Chu Tianling asked him to let go of his leg and promised to call the director. He immediately called the director and said that the matter had already been resolved, so there was no need to fire anyone. The director immediately understood him and thanked him. The main character told the girl that she was now back at work, and she tearfully began to thank him. Zhou also thanked the boy and said that thanks to him they saved face. Suddenly the boy started to take something out of his pocket. He gave the wedding gift to the guys and thanked him again for lending him 1,000 yuan. Zhou was shocked and asked if he was really giving him a car and an Audi. Chu Tianling replied that it was right in front of the hotel and he could go and take a look. The guys were talking about how he borrowed 1,000 and got a car. And even when they worked as loan sharks, they had never received anything like that. They decided to go and see what kind of car it was. There was a brand new Audi in front of them. The people around them estimated it at more than 2 million yuan. This guy is very generous to Zhao Feng. The protagonist told his companion that they had other things to do, so they were going to leave early. Zhao Feng replied that he was a busy man after all, so he was going to contact him later. Chu Tianling told his girlfriend that he just wanted to go to a friend's wedding, but he ended up at a monkey show. What a world they made. Qian Yue said that this was of course unexpected, but maybe he could explain what it was first. The girl meant that he hugged her. Chu Tianling himself did not notice that he did it unconsciously. The boy raised his hands up and exclaimed that everyone just thought she was his girlfriend, so he gave in to the mood. Then she came closer to him and leaned over to ask if this was all he wanted to say. The main character smiled and said in response that he himself would like to know this. He walked closer to the girl and asked Qian Yue if they would start dating. Before he could finish speaking, a car parked next to them and a friend called him. He explained to the protagonist that something bad had happened and the group they were following had passed through border control and entered Chongqing. A lot of people had died. They must immediately go to the ancient tomb to intercept them, and he asked him to get into the car. Chu Tianling said that it was not the right time, but it was necessary to help. Qian Yue asked the boy to go because now they need him more than she does. He agreed and asked her to wait for him when he left. Chu Tianling asked how things were going there now, and the guy explained that Shenlong had already led one team. The girl watched as her boyfriend got into the car and smiled sweetly after him. She closed her eyes, grabbed her cheek with her hand and said that of course she would wait for him. Chu Tianling asked his friend on the way whether the mountain was a tomb in its entirety. The guy replied that it was, and that it was built in ancient times as an imperial mausoleum, and he couldn't even guess what treasures might be hidden there. Chu Tianling noticed the checkpoints in front of him. The guy explained that since yesterday they had mobilized forces to close all the roads leading to the mountain, they were not letting ordinary people through. A comrade in uniform greeted him and asked him to show his ID card. The guy replied that he was Qi Yue from the Special Investigation Department and that the guy next to him was also with him. When a comrade in uniform looked at the business card and he said that they had big fish here, he decided to act. When he gave the command, the guys nearby took out their machine guns and started shooting. The protagonist and Qi Yue did not expect such a turn of events and immediately lay down. The guys with guns asked not to lose vigilance, and the chief exclaimed that the special department was full of gifted people. Chu Tianling told Qi Yue that it seemed like their enemies here weren't just those Japanese. The guy replied that no matter what time it was, there were always plenty of traitors. Meanwhile, the guys with machine guns continued to attack and shoot at them. Ku told the protagonist that he could handle it alone. They were shot at with many bullets. Chu Tianling asked if he cared about the wall of bullets rushing after them. The enemies continued to point their weapons at their opponents, and suddenly they were torn apart by bullets. They began to return in the air and turn over from such powerful volleys. The armed guys with bulletproof vests were neutralized and fell head over heels, bloody, right onto the ground. The main character glowed with bright fiery rays and used all his energy against them. He began to envelop his opponents in yellow lightning, and they could not understand what it was. He wrapped them around himself as if with ropes and raised them up above his head. Looking at them, he asked them to immediately say who they were, and the boys gritted their teeth. The boy realized that these guys were swallowing poison. Qi Yue asked him to stop them, but it was already too late and useless, and the comrades in uniform were already lying on the ground. The boy said that they did not look like ordinary traitors, and it was unlikely that traitors would kill themselves. It seemed that the Japs were being supported by some large organization, and he had to tell Shenlong about it. The guy was just recruiting him. Qiyu explained to Shenlong that the Japanese had allied with some forces and they had started to act faster than they expected. The captain answered the call and said that he already knew about it and that it was true. He sat in the place where people were hung and completely covered in blood. He exclaimed that he himself was already convinced of this. The main character asked Chiyue what happened there, and the guy squeezed his phone tightly. Kiyu knitted his eyebrows and exclaimed that all their security posts had been neutralized and dozens of people had been killed. They hung their bodies on trees to warn them, which surprised the protagonist. The comrade considered this a very cruel turn of events and continued speaking. But suddenly, Chu Tianling turned around and started to leave, and the boy asked where he was going. The main character replied that he didn't have time to hang around with him. They had killed a lot of people from his city, and his fellow countrymen were there. He clenched his fist and, drawing his eyebrows towards his nose, exclaimed that he would make them pay for this with blood. The guards stood near their tents, holding their weapons in their hands in the pitch darkness. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion in the form of a fiery flash, and they immediately fell to the ground. The boys cried out, drawing their swords, that the enemy was attacking them and prepared to defend themselves. The main character was already near one of them and put his hand on his head, pushing it away. The boy was very serious and exclaimed that the time had come for their punishment. He immediately directed the guy he grabbed by the face towards the rocks and hit him with his head. The stones flew in all directions, and he told the other boys to move away immediately. One of them gave the order to his comrades to kill this scoundrel and began to approach him. The boy's hand glowed with a bright fiery light, and he took out a golden amulet. He raised his hand up, and waving the amulet, he decided to send them immediately to hell. He put his hands forward and everything lit up with bright fiery lightning, and the guys in kimonos began to fly far back. Keiyu ran to Shu Tianling and asked why he ran straight at the enemy and could have at least waited for him. The protagonist explained that there were only a couple of pawns here and his help was not needed. Comrade looked at the explosion that happened not far from them, and Chu Tianling also looked in that direction. He, covered in sweat, said that these scoundrels were blowing up the mountain to open the entrance to the tomb. They decided that they needed to hurry, and the comrade couldn't keep up with the main character. He asked to wait for him. The guys wanted to catch up with these scumbags as quickly as possible and quickened their pace. Suddenly they stopped because there was a group of people in front of them who were screaming for help. Chu Tianling thought that they were probably tourists. Kiyu asked if they were coming from where the explosion would happen, to which one of them answered the elder brother that a group of people speaking Japanese would kill them if they caught up with them. They asked him to hurry up and run away with them. Kiyu said that he would stop them and asked the boys to leave quickly, but the girl grabbed his hand and asked him not to go because it was too dangerous. In the end, he could die and the guy began to fly far to the side. These guys themselves threw him to the ground, and the girl took out a sharp, long knife. She began to wipe the knife with her fingers and asked him, looking at him sarcastically, not to be afraid. She promised to do it quickly and, without letting go of the guy's hand, approached him from behind. They pushed him down to the ground again and each held him from all sides, not allowing him to get up. But suddenly there was a powerful explosion in the form of a bloody flash, and these guys flew far back. They heard the roar of an enraged dragon and immediately jumped aside. Kiyu stood up from the ground, and there was a red dragon next to him. He asked who they were. He became curious why they were working for the Japanese, but the guys were already approaching him. The girl asked to ask this mortal, and began to wave sharp daggers around Chiyue's face. He immediately freed himself and, dodging, hit her hand with all his might, knocking the knife away. While he was trying to deal with this woman, another one appeared above his head, holding a sharp scythe in his hand. He approached him very quickly and began waving his scythe in front of his face. Kiyu dodged very dexterously, and the third one was already behind him with a sharp weapon in his hands. The battle continued, and the guy dealt very well with these scoundrels and deceivers. One of the guys asked his people to leave this guy to him and also approached him. In his hands was a weapon in the form of a circle with a semicircular, very sharp blade that was spinning in his hand. Kiyu tried to concentrate and began to meditate, while the red blood dragon circled around him. He rose on his dragon as high into the air as he could and began to approach his opponents. The boys looked at him carefully. Chiyue was talking about the fairy scythe, the double blades, and the blood moon wheel. Looking into their eyes, he exclaimed that he understood who they were. They were from the organization Death of God. There were 4 ambassadors standing in front of him, the white, blue, red, and black ambassadors. Kiyu said that since they were criminals of such a level, none of them would leave alive today. There was another powerful explosion, and a 3-headed yellow golden dragon appeared in front of the boy. The flash was very strong, and just one movement of this guy, and the guys flew back. The blue ambassador was simply surprised when he noticed how strong he was and why they weren't told about it. Meanwhile, the main character approached them and began to throw everyone around. He grabbed his comrade by the scruff of the neck and he asked if he wanted to strangle him. Behind them, there was a guy who called the main character, waving his hand at him. Chu Tianling put 2 fingers together and placed them on the boy's head. which made him very surprised. The main character decided to use the combination technique after looking closely at the guy. When he started to rise up, he immediately grabbed him by both legs and didn't let go. The guy began to rise upward and was completely illuminated by bright yellow rays. The guys who were considered ambassadors became wary, and the guy with the scythe asked them to be careful. Kiyu was already approaching them, his hands folded together and glowing with white light. The girl in the robe asked her friend to hold him back as tightly as possible. She rose above the heads of her opponents and, with a cry of "Die!" did a coup. The guy got angry and asked if she wanted to attack from behind. The guy asked her not to forget about him and pushed her with all his might to the ground, after which she rolled head over heels. One of the comrades turned around when he saw that the red one had fallen and was neutralized. There was another powerful explosion, and a volley of golden fire flew towards the other enemy. Another bad guy who was holding a scythe in his hands was struck and lay on his back near a tree. The protagonist told his comrade that it was a good job and how strong he had become with his spiritual power. The comrade asked him to shut up and said that next time he could have warned him in advance. Kiyu said that they were just in time and they should hurry to the blown-up entrance and stop the Japanese. They immediately headed to where they planned and noticed that the entrance was not there at all, and they were led away. The main character said that the Japs had lured them here on purpose. The comrade added that they had also left 4 ambassadors to buy more time. There are a lot of talented people in this group of tomb robbers, as they realized. Most likely these guys have already found the real entrance. This entrance was illuminated by gentle white rays. The guy congratulated Matsumoto and said that they had finally found a way out. It was not for nothing that this place was the tomb of an ancient emperor. Just from the air here, he begins to feel boundless strength. The road ahead was full of deadly traps, and he asked the boys to be careful. The guys in long coats and with pentagrams on their chests said that such mechanisms were nothing to them. One of them glowed with a golden light and raised his hand up, looking forward. Everything around glowed gold, and green roots like snakes appeared near the walls. They started doing certain things as a ritual and crossing their fingers with each other. They continued to perform very strange actions and rise up to the ceiling. There were a lot of them, and they flew over the bones and skulls that were lying on the ground. The leader told the gentlemen that they would soon witness a historic event. Chu Tianling said that they ended up standing in front of the tomb with complacency. What they didn't know was that there was more than one path leading to the tomb. Could it really be that these were Taoist runes in front of him? The masked men were very surprised. They pointed to the sides and noticed that the same thing was happening there, and that this thing was not only blocking the path. The boys were already approaching the entrance, and the main character said that they were descendants of the Chinese emperor. The guy was sitting on a chair a few hours ago and sadly talking about how he had been completely forgotten. Everything around seemed to dissolve, and the guys disappeared as if into an abyss or chasm. The guy even trembled when he saw unexpected guests in front of him and approached them. He said that he didn't expect at all that he would have to use Shikigami here. Others must not know about such a disgrace, so he wants the boys to die here. The protagonist exclaimed that now they would see if he was capable enough to ask for such a thing. And now they have already begun to approach their opponent, who has put his palm forward. It glowed with a bright purple light and sent a whole column of fire towards the boy and his comrades. A huge snake appeared among the thick white clouds and rose into the sky. He opened his terrifying, vile mouth, and Chiyu had tried to use both hands to stop him from attacking. He broke out in beads of sweat and looked at the snake, closing its mouth. He actually managed to do it, but the snake was already approaching them and was incredibly huge in size. The protagonist climbed onto his head and exclaimed that it was time to try out the new talisman. He placed a golden piece of paper on the snake's head, on which hieroglyphs were written in blood. Chu Tianling asked the enemy if he had a couple more pets lying around. The guy, upset, asked to immediately return his Shikigami, but the main character asked not to even dream about it, and his comrade pulled the knife out of his hand. The opponent dropped to the floor and began to draw a pentagram directly on the floor with several movements. A bright star appeared in front of him and its rays were directed towards his opponents. The guy turned his head to the side and, frightened, began to sweat a little when he saw the fiery flame. Then the main character came up with his blow and asked if he dared to offend the baby by threatening to destroy him. The comrade asked to stop calling him that way and saw a firebird in front of him. The enemy continued to watch what was happening, and when he finished drawing his pentagrams, he looked forward. He screamed with a terrible scream as a bright yellow fire approached him, and he placed a block in the form of stones. Chu Tianling immediately felt sorry for his little bird and shouted in anger at this scoundrel. The enemy asked Iga-san why she had returned, to which the ninja replied that Matsumoto had asked for help. The boy replied that there was no need for it. Meanwhile, Mr. Chu Tianling's assistant put his hand forward and exclaimed that he would restrain this ninja. A round, golden-colored metal ball flew towards the ninja, and he thrust his saber forward. A bright red thread wrapped around the sword, and the ninja in the red robe couldn't understand what was happening. He stepped back and saw in horror how his sword was split into several pieces. The main character looked at Taoist Ma and said with a smile that this was quite a good job. He then clenched his fist and directed all his strength against the ninja and the second opponent. There was another powerful flash, and everything around was illuminated with bright rays. The huge snake was already approaching the enemy, and the main character gave the baby the command to move forward. The ninja in turn put out his palms and began to use shadow chains. The snake was already approaching the enemy and opened its evil mouth, which contained many long white fangs. Kiyu turned to the protagonist and asked him to sort this out quickly, because they were bound by long black threads and could not move. Chu Tianling agreed with them, asked them to wait a little, and headed towards the enemy. The main character jumped high in the air and clenched his fists and began to approach the ninja. He was already close and tried to strike, but the ninja dodged very skillfully. He grabbed the boy with both hands and told Yasumi to act immediately. Yasumi brought his hand to his mouth and decided to use the technique of summoning Taiji. Once again, pentagrams were scattered throughout the room and they glowed with a bright purple light. Chu Tianling asked the ninja girl to let him go because Yasumi was going to kill her again. The girl replied that if it was for the sake of completing the mission, then she was ready. The main character called these guys crazy and lit up with a bright fiery light. The ninja flew to the floor and hitting her head on the stones, the girl began to cough and choke. Chu Tianling called Yasumi trash for sacrificing his dear comrades. The boy rose above his opponent's head and, clenching his fist, began to approach him. He was already close and the enemy's face was smashed. The main character flew as high as he could and hit him again so hard that scarlet blood spurted from the mouth of this scoundrel. Then the boy flew up again as high as he could and decided to finish off this crazy guy by trampling him into the stones that flew in all directions. Before he could do this, 4 pointed stars, very sharp and metallic, appeared next to him. They flew very fast and the boy directed them back towards the ninja. The girl fell to her knees from the blow, exhausted, and was no longer able to get back on her feet. Meanwhile, the huge and powerful serpent was completely enveloped in white clouds. The boys were alive and the black threads retreated from them thanks to the main character. The Taoist was simply shocked by the strength of his master and looked at him with respect. Meanwhile, Yasumi was already lying on the cold stones, completely bleeding from his own blood. The Taoist told the master that the surveillance array he left at the main entrance had been neutralized, and another group of Japanese had arrived. Chu Tianling clenched his fists and asked him to go and deal with them in this case. When the boys were leaving, Yasumi stuck his hand through the stones and exclaimed that he had not lost yet. Again, a hot flame lit up around and began to approach the boys. The boy asked if these were his last pathetic attempts. The Taoist said that in his situation it was too difficult to do anything. The guy really couldn't get out of the pile of these huge hard stones. He continued to lie down, but in his hand was some kind of golden-colored airplane, which he ordered to fly. This little plane began to rise upward and lit up with bright yellow rays, forming a triangle. The guy in the long robe looked back carefully and saw a golden object in front of him. He explained to his comrade that this was Yasumi's 1,000-paper crane technique. It seemed that he and Aiga-san had disappeared in battle. When they caught the plane, they began to unfold it and found hair in it. They seemed to see the enemies who were going against their comrades and killed them. The man in the long robe told the man in the golden robe, whose name was Chachajun, that the rest was up to him. He asks not to let them follow their plan. Chachajun asked Lord Matsumoto not to worry. The main character and his guys were moving along a long, narrow corridor. The Taoist pointed his finger forward and exclaimed that they needed to hurry. On the table in front of Matsumoto were various doll heads for the ritual, and he smeared their foreheads with blood. When the boy performed this ritual, he took a large golden bell in his hands and began to ring it. He repeated the words that the soul is hidden, the mind is completely open, and the mirror is clean. He rang this bell in different directions and waves began to spread around. Taoist and Chiyue seemed to hear some kind of ringing sound, and their expressions instantly began to change. Their eyes glowed bright red, and they turned towards the protagonist and his comrade. Chu Tianling asked Captain Shenlong what had happened to him. Matsumoto happily exclaimed with a smile that the two were under control, and that was very good. How he loves to watch such fights. Meanwhile, the captain got angry and a golden dragon appeared near him. He thrust out his fist and approached his comrade. It seemed as if they had fallen under some kind of spell. The boy asked to try not to harm them too much by turning to his friend. But the captain exclaimed, clenching his fists and approaching his friends, that they were only harming him here. His gaze was terrible and his eyes were bloodshot. He was already approaching his comrade to strike, but the main character put his hand forward and asked to step aside, releasing many bright golden rays from his hand. These rays formed a huge net, like a fisherman's net, and covered the captain's head. The boy immediately apologized to the captain and exclaimed, knocking him out, that it was for his own good. The Taoist was also bound with bright long yellow threads like lightning. But the Taoist grabbed the sword and freed himself and began to use the weapon against the main character. He barely dodged it and exclaimed that it almost ruined his pants. Does he really want to leave him without heirs? When Chu Tianling approached the Taoist and grabbed his face with his hand, he screamed in pain. The boy asked him to be patient for a little while, since there was only a little time left. He lifted his comrade up and the Taoist continued to grimace in pain, unable to control himself. Chu Tianling continued to ask him to be patient for a little while and promised that everything would be fine. Matsumoto was very surprised and exclaimed that they forced him to use his trump card, and it seemed that the opponents were no pushovers. Then he started pouring some bloody liquid on his head and asked if they could save him in this case. The boy's eyes lit up with a fiery light again, and he began to scream in horror and fear. Chu Tianling was seriously afraid for his comrade and was completely sweating. The huge web that was on the captain's head seemed to start to tear apart. The guy screamed in pain and fell to his knees, bursting into flames in a bright yellow fire. Chu Tianling, meanwhile, did not let go of the Taoist and watched what was happening. Qiyu quickly walked up to the captain and exclaimed while taking off his clothes and covering him, that this fire was unusual. The protagonist turned to the Dragon Brothers and exclaimed that he relied on them. The huge golden vessel rose as high as possible above their heads, turning downwards. The captain was breathing very heavily and, completely covered in sweat, began to scream. His eyes continued to glow with a red fiery light. Two huge healthy dragons appeared next to him and began to twist his tails, rising upward again. The captain continued to scream in pain and golden light began to burst out of his mouth. The main character also screamed, not letting go of his hands until the flames engulfed them. The Taoist had a needle in his forehead that the boy was holding, and golden rays were emanating from it. These rays began to pull the needle out of his forehead. A small, black, creepy worm followed the needle. The Taoist finally began to come to his senses, after which he fell to the ground, exhausted. Chu Tianling said that someone had used such a disgusting thing to harm them by grabbing it in their hand. He decided to return it back and taking the bow and arrow in his hands, he released the arrow. The arrow flew far ahead and the boy watched the bright fiery light near him. A bright flame flew towards the man who was trying to harm them. One of the scoundrels had already flown to the side and all the rest began to fall onto the cold floor. Matsumoto immediately turned his head to the side as he did not expect such a turn of events. He couldn't even get to his feet before the backwash returned to him, and he began to cough up blood. The guy, after rising from the blow, immediately fell to his knees and began to bleed. His men asked Lord Matsumoto what they should do now and how they should proceed. The man in the long coat explained that he was able to achieve such strength at such a young age, and it was simply amazing. The main character, finding himself behind, looked at this guy and asked him to surrender. He said that otherwise he could give him a good thrashing, one that would make him feel worse. But the guy was holding some kind of red crystal in his hands and said that a little earlier, he really had no chance of winning. He began to insert this crystal into his heart and exclaimed that everything would change now. Chu Tianling asked what he was doing. The guy replied that the Chinese were stupid to bury such a good treasure underground. He asked the Japanese for permission to fully enjoy his power, and having inserted the crystal into his heart, green tongues began to come out of it like roots. Chu Tianling watched the scene and realized that he had turned them into zombies, just like the ones they had met before. The guy gave the command to these reincarnated zombies to immediately tear the boy to shreds. The main character exclaimed as he approached with an attack that now these zombies would not be suitable for him even for a warm-up. He approached them with lightning speed and began to cut them into several small pieces. The enemy exclaimed, looking at him, that this sword seemed to be quite good and raised his hand up. He asked to give it to him and promised to spare his life, releasing green threads from his hand like roots. The main character rushed back with an attack and asked the guy not to talk such nonsense. Then the guy raised his hand up and exclaimed, looking into his eyes, that if he said so, then he would take his life. Chu Tianling rose as high as he could above his head, and the rocks began to fly around. He approached his opponent and called him an idiot, then kicked him in the head with all his might. The enemy realized that all these green ivy plants were simply useless against him. He exclaimed that he was just a dad, at a level he could never reach, and the boy plunged his sharp sword straight into his chest. The enemy stared at him with a scream. These green threads began to emerge from the chest, heading towards the main character. Green threads enveloped everything around, and there were too many of them. But the boy was stronger than them, and began to cut them with his sword. He chopped all the threads and called the enemy a fool. He asked if the boy felt that his body was empty. The enemy began to scream in pain and in horror, barely moving his lips, asked why. Then the main character smiled and said that he was in a good mood now and therefore would say it. Since he doesn't have spiritual powers now, it's not worth relying on the physical body or using a magic item. Chu Tianling began to read the notices that this is the blood of one of the zombie ancestors. It contains half of his strength, and the blood can grant resistance to fire and water and give the ability to control corpses, but she won't let others subjugate her. She can only be used by offering spiritual power, and this is a real weapon. Don't abuse it. The boy decided that he needed to take care of such a dangerous thing. Suddenly, his friend called him and asked why he was still there, to which the boy replied that he just needed to go into the bushes. Chu Tianling asked how Shenlong and Taoist Ma were. Qi Yue replied that their lives were no longer in danger. He called a medical team, and they took them down the mountain. The captain is very grateful to him for helping the Special Investigation Department so many times, so he decided to grant him the same powers as the squad captain. In the future, he will be able to mobilize the resources and forces of the special squad at any time. The main character was delighted and exclaimed that now he too had patrons. The comrade started to take something out of his bosom and said that someone really wanted to see him. He put the camera on the ground and some image began to emerge from it, lit up with a bright white light. Chu Tianling noticed a strange 3D image in front of him. There was a guy sitting in front of him who greeted him. The protagonist looked at him carefully and asked if he was Zhou Zhenya's student. The guy replied that the gentleman had a good memory. He wanted to say that he was very grateful to him, and if he hadn't imprinted Zhou Zhen's martial arts, he wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily to avenge his little sister. Chu Tianling asked if he should congratulate him, and the guy answered that he should. But when he went to his sister's grave to tell her everything, he felt a heaviness in his soul. Is he crazy? He did the right thing, so why does he feel guilty about it? Chu Tianling replied that being forced to do evil was always torture for good people. Qi Yue said that he had given in voluntarily. The guy was not bad. He wanted to make up for his sins. So he hoped that the judge would be easy on him. Meanwhile, the main character suddenly grabbed his phone because he received a notification. When he started reading, the system congratulated him on completing the task. The task of collecting tears of regret was completed. The boy happily picked up one of the fragments, which was the last one. He took the last fragment and brought it closer to the vessel and the gold ring. Chu Tianling presented the last piece of the fragment to the vessel and told the dragon brothers that they were now free. Before he could do this, 2 dragons flew out of the vessel with lightning speed and rose into the air. Qi Yue fell to the ground from such a wave and asked the boy what it was. The dragons flew up and told their dear brother that they were finally free from this dragon prison. They called him their little friend and said that he had helped them a lot, and they promised not to remain in debt. Chu Tianling replied that they were his friends, so he had an obligation to help them. One of the dragons flew closer to him and said that they liked him very much. The boy jokingly replied that he had a girlfriend. But the dragons, rising into the air, asked to end the conversation and again approached the boy. The shock wave suddenly almost knocked him over and he began to glow with bright golden rays. Chu Tianling understood and felt that these 2 dragons had merged their souls with him. He wondered if this was all and did not feel anything special when listening to his body. Suddenly the boy sneezed and, without expecting it, looked around and looked at the sky. When he sneezed, lightning struck right where he was standing. He dodged it just in time and his friend asked what happened. Chu Tianling replied that he had done nothing wrong and asked the Lord to pardon him. Now he has the souls of dragons, and with them the power of dragons. Just one sound can cause lightning, wind, and clouds that will rain for more than 9 days. So you shouldn't get too carried away with it. The main character was very surprised and asked if he was now the king of dragons. He laughed and exclaimed that he would be able to rise above the clouds and rejoice in this. Well, suddenly he stopped and heard some sound behind him. Becoming alert, one of the men in the long robe said that this was all nonsense and they should not have contact with people. The second responded that Tongtian's case was simply impossible and he should be burned to death. These were the memories of the Dragon Brothers, and the guy said that they were making too much noise and he would listen to all their complaints later. Chu Tianling thought about the Tongtian matter they had talked about and thought that he had heard about it somewhere before. Chu Tianling sat on the cloud and said that these powerful immortals must have come up with a plan for Tongqian's case. He picked up the phone and saw that it was glowing green, indicating that there were people nearby. But after all this time, it seems that few people know about it. Zhao Yu was on the line and he was wondering what this guy wanted from him. In front of us is the Chengchen University of Science and Technology, namely room number 601. The main character was surprised that people actually live here and why he should put up with it. He was so tired from working all night in the mountains, and the guy calls him in the morning to smell these poisonous gases. Zhao Yu apologized to the teacher and said that he himself could not solve the problem here, so he invited him. Chu Tianling saw a boy and exclaimed that it was not good that there was a ghost here. The guy said that there were still remains of evil Qi here, and the corpse was carrying them. The man asked the master to help. Zhao Yu asked the protagonist if he really was a Taoist. For some reason, he thought he was just a charlatan. Chu Tianling replied that he was indeed a charlatan. The boy approached and told Chu Tianling that he smelled good. Chu Tianling thought about it. He clearly saw that he had no spiritual strength. But could he really feel his spiritual protection? And he was clearly hiding his strength. Then, when the boy said that his perfume smelled quite nice, the boy changed his mind and decided that he had simply imagined too much. The man who was kneeling exclaimed that it did not matter which of them could have done it, and he was asking for help. His roommates had fallen ill with a strange illness, and he thought that his turn would soon come. The boy asked the man to stop shaking so much because it was not yet clear whether there was a ghost here. They would find out now, and he only needed to look in this mirror. Chu Tianling, watching what was happening, thought that although this young Taoist was a mere mortal, the mirror in his hands was a real treasure. The boy stretched out his hand forward and, placing a mirror on it, exclaimed that speed is the law. Bright golden rays began to emanate from the mirror and hit in different directions. The main character covered himself with his hand and screamed because the power of these rays was great. Some strange red threads appeared in front of them. Chu Tianling continued to cover himself with his hands and could not understand what it was. The boys grabbed their faces with their hands, covering their noses, as the terrible stench spread around. Chu Tianling noticed that all the walls were made of flesh and blood and how cruel the murder was. The boy explained that this guy was mixed with cement, and then the cement was used to build the walls, causing the guy's soul to be stuck here. But he doesn't understand why he appeared now and started to harm people. Chu Tianling replied that he needs to be caught and questioned. Zhao Yu noticed that this ghost was really interesting. It went out to take revenge during the day and came back in the evening, just like an office clerk. The protagonist asked to be quieter and absorb yang energy better. The boy asked him what the two of them were doing there and asked him to blame himself if they were hurt in the fight. Chu Tianling grinned in response, and the rustling of trees and leaves could be heard. The boy asked to stop talking because a ghost was coming. The boy in response asked not to talk nonsense. Do they think he won't know right away if this ghost really does come back? But before he could finish speaking, he exclaimed, looking at the sky, that he was really here. The main character asked him not to yell and covered his mouth with his hands so that he wouldn't give them away. The boy thought as he looked up that this was definitely his chance, and he freed himself from Chu Tianling's hands and rose up into the sky. He jumped high and exclaimed that evil would be punished. The boy asked him not to be reckless. In front of them, there really was a ghost in the form of a black man who was in the air. The boy was already approaching him and a bright yellow light began to pour out of his hand. He began to stop the ghost and exclaimed that he would not let him escape. Chu Tianling said that although his treasure was powerful, he could not use even half of its power, which was a great pity. Zhao Yu asked if this Taoist would lose. The boy had already raised the ghost as high as he could. The ghost was right above his head. He was covered in beads of sweat and said that this was not good. Suddenly, he pulled back far, his hands outstretched as if he were defending himself from something. The boy covered himself with his hands and told the master that he was dying and asked for help. The main character was already nearby and made a deft jump in his direction, approaching as quickly as possible. The boy said that he would not die and was already behind him as support. He also directed all his strength against this ghost and asked the boy not to call him father. The ghost guy, when the forces were directed against him, began to fall from the sky. The boy was also on the ground and, looking to the side in surprise, realized that he was still alive. He wondered how this dead man dared to break his treasure and looked at his wooden sword. He grabbed the handle, which remained intact, and exclaimed, approaching the ghost, that he would pay for this with his life. The protagonist began to approach the young Taoist again and asked him to stop. But he was already next to the ghost, who called him brother. Chu Tianling couldn't understand what he was doing, and the boy and the ghost started to spin around on the ground. The main character decided to point his hand towards the ghost, restore it, and asked him to calm down, otherwise he would immediately banish it. The little Taoist couldn't understand how strong this guy was. Chu Tianling asked the ghost why he was harming people. Then the guy replied that he just wanted revenge. He used to be a student at this university. 5 years ago, at the site of a new dormitory, he saw his girlfriend betray him with his friend. Nobody knew about it and still doesn't know, but the two of them killed him when they saw him. They mixed his flesh and blood with cement, which is why she remained attached to that place. Zhao Yu realized that this was a murder committed due to betrayal and exclaimed that it was a great tragedy. Chu Tianling asked who told him how to get out of the place he was tied to. He asked the ghost not to even try to lie. He sat quietly for 4 years, but now, out of nowhere, he began sucking out people's souls for revenge. The ghost boy replied that if he promised to help him find Chen Gong and Ji Huanyan for his revenge, he decided to tell them about it, and the main character promised to help him if he told. Xiao Yu told the teacher that this ghost did not specify who exactly the other party was. Weren't they too hasty in coming here? The Taoist boy said that children should believe in the decision of adults. But how could a mere ghost fool brother Chu Tianling? The boy replied to the boy that he should write books with such a speech, and his friend called him a flatterer. Chu Tianling suddenly heard a sound behind him. He turned his head back and saw a two-headed snake and a bat. The Taoist boy exclaimed that there were monsters around them. He threw himself on the main character's neck and asked for help. The boy told him to let go, pushing the boy away from himself. The two-headed snake began to approach them faster and faster. He made a terrible hissing sound, and his sharp fangs were already near the boys, and his terrible gaze was directed at them. Zhao Yu extended his hand forward, holding a bright fireball. The guy decided it was time for him to show himself and directed this fireball towards the two-headed snake. He said he doesn't eat wild animals, but he doesn't mind roasting them by blowing flames in their direction. Suddenly, brown lightning appeared from somewhere in the form of roots that enveloped his legs. They began to envelop his entire body, tying it together like huge black threads. The protagonist pushed the Taoist boy aside and asked him to move away from here, approaching his comrade to help him. The boy began to summon his twin dragons, and they immediately appeared. The two dragons began to approach their opponents, and flames began to come out of their mouths. The fire dragons began to burn away the evil black roots that enveloped the boy. Zhao Yu was already completely exhausted because these roots were constricting his arteries and veins. The main character had already run up to his comrade and asked if he was okay. Zhao Yu replied that he was completely fine. The boy said that this thing almost tore him apart and it must have hurt him. Suddenly, they heard a voice and someone asked them to stop and not to burn everything. Chu Tianling turned around at the sound of the voice and said that the hidden boss had finally revealed himself. He gave the command to his dragon brothers to curl up and they stopped spewing fire. The boys decided that it was the ancient demonic tree that had just spoken to them. But the main character answered them that no, and asked them to look down as they approached the tree. Indeed, there was a huge hole in front of them, and they leaned over to look inside. At the bottom there was a rose flower that was crying and saying that she was not bad, and asked not to kill her. The boys thought it was very cute and, blushing a little, continued to look at the talking flower. The main character became a little wary and asked what this thing was while looking at the plant. The plant was offended and with tears in its eyes exclaimed that she was not a thing at all. Rose began to cry and say that she was not a thing, but a beautiful flower fairy. Chu Tianling called her a flower fairy and asked her to stop crying and first explain how she grew on human bones. The fairy began to explain that 8 years ago she accidentally got pregnant, because of which her boyfriend left her. Then she hanged herself on this tree, and when she woke up, she was already like this. The Taoist boy exclaimed that he understood everything. She must have felt resentment after her death. So she sent her soul into the flower to become a mountain spirit. Zhao Yu replied that it sounded somehow implausible coming from his lips. Chu Tianling asked the fairy if it was she who had prompted the ghost to harm people. The fairy replied that it was, and he looked so pitiful, and what was wrong with taking revenge on others, and he had promised her that he would spare the victims' lives. Chu Tianling said that this was enough, and it seemed like she really wasn't that bad. But this method was still wrong. In response, the fairy asked if they would kill her, and asked if she could then ask him for something. Zhao Yu called it another side quest. The Taoist boy said that he had to go home and it was time for him to sleep. The Taoist, covered in beads of sweat, exclaimed, looking at the guys, that they were making fun of him. The Taoist boy turned into a girl and said that he was only paid for the exorcism, and why should he do it? Chu Tianling replied that he saved his life and he had to pay for it, so it was necessary to do it. The boys approached a large wooden door and began knocking on it. A man opened the door and asked who they were. The Taoist, who turned into a girl, called this man his father and said that this was his daughter. The man immediately called her a liar and exclaimed that his daughter was not as ugly as she was. The girl asked her father to take a closer look and said that she had simply changed a lot. The man said to get out of there or he would call the police. A woman appeared nearby and asked the old man if his daughter had returned. The man replied that no, it was just someone else, but the talismans were already attached to the heads. They changed completely and turned towards the girl who stood in front of them. She smiled and called them father and mother, saying that she had already returned. They called her daughter in response. The woman ran up to the girl and hugged her, exclaiming that this was indeed her child and that her mother and father had missed her very much. The father also asked where she had been all these years. The girl who played their daughter told the parents that they shouldn't worry about her. Ono explained that she was now a sky fairy and had a good life. But her mother replied that she did not want her to be a fairy and wanted her to be with them. The girl apologized to her mother and said that she could no longer be with them. She and daddy have to take care of themselves and she will pray for them from above. She told her parents that it was time for her to go. The mother cried tearfully and asked her daughter not to go. The girl said that if they missed her, they could talk to her by looking at the sky and she would hear them. The parents continued to cry and asked their daughter not to leave, but she had already dissolved and disappeared. She and her father hugged each other and looked at the leaves and petals that were left behind, as well as some kind of envelope. Zhao Yu told the teacher that he helped the flower fairy comfort her father and mother, and leaving them money was also the right decision. Chu Tianling explained to his comrade that helping others was also a kind of cultivation, so he should help as much as he could, and he doesn't need money anyway. Zhao Yu said that he was a real Taoist. Not that, some similarities of Taoists. He noticed that the young Taoist boy began to cry and asked why. The boy, wiping away his tears, replied that he was not crying. Zhao Yu asked him if he had really gotten so into the role that he began to miss his mother. Then the Taoist boy turned around with tears in his eyes and replied that he had grown up without a mother, and how could he not think about it? Zhao Yu stopped making fun of him and immediately became sad from the boy's words. The Taoist asked him if he thought he wanted to do this nonsense himself. He only did it because his father made him. Then the main character grabbed his friend who was making fun of the boy by the scruff of the neck and said, apologizing, that Zhao Yu had offended him because he was teaching him poorly. He promised to beat him up for him. Then the comrade apologized and said that he shouldn't have said anything. The boy forgave him but asked him not to look at him and to tell him what they would do next. The protagonist explained that they would then completely put an end to this case and called the Special Investigation Department on the phone. In front of us is a block of residential apartments. The guy told Mr. Chu Tianling that Chen Gong and Ji Huanyan, whom he was looking for, live in the Beishuan district of Chuncheong City. The photos have already been sent to his phone. The guy immediately thanked him for this. Meanwhile, the boy was running down the hallway and saying that he was going to his room to read comics. He asked to be called when dinner was ready. The woman told the man that he shouldn't be spoiled like that, to which the guy asked if she was jealous of their son. Then she asked him not to talk nonsense. Meanwhile, the protagonist was invisible, and his comrades were also standing nearby. Zhao Yu told the boy that it did not look like they were murderers, and maybe they were not the right people. Chu Tianling replied that they were unlikely to be mistaken, and that it was necessary to simply ask them themselves. The man and woman immediately moved away, frightened. The boy started screaming that he was very sorry that he died and why they killed him. The man and woman were very scared and asked who was speaking. Chu Tianling replied that they had killed him together and wouldn't they recognize his voice. The woman then told the dear one that it was he and the man who asked Zhao Peng how he dared to appear before them. Since he was able to somehow return, he wouldn't mind chopping him up again. The main character kept asking if he had done anything bad to them before and why he was so angry. The man asked him why he was pretending to be innocent and said that he treated him like a brother. But he wanted to try to cause irreparable harm to his girlfriend. Chu Tianling did not expect such a response from the man and was very surprised by it. He continued to say that the guy had used his phone to send her a message back then. All this happened in the hostel, and he decided to lure her to the construction site of the hostel. He told her that he was more handsome and richer than Chen Gong. She would be much better off with him. But the girl called him an animal, not a human. The guy, when he saw this, called him a scoundrel. He exclaimed that he realized that something was wrong, and that is why he was able to get there in time. If he had not had time, she would have been defiled by him, and he began to shake him by the shoulders to save the girl. A fight ensued, and he hit the guy in the face with all his might with his fist, causing streams of blood to spurt from his mouth. The guy doubled over in pain, and blood continued to pour from his mouth. He was already completely weakened, and the fight continued stronger and stronger, not for life or death. The guy began to strangle him and said that he just wanted to play a little with his girlfriend and could even pay him for it later. At least he understands that even if he kills him, he will only lose a little money and nothing will happen to him for it. A girl appeared behind the guys who almost crossed all boundaries, and she was holding a brick in her hands. She swung the brick with all her might and hit the villain on the head. He instantly fell to the floor because the blow was too strong, and the girl managed to save her boyfriend. She didn't expect that she had just killed this man, and beads of sweat began to run down her face. She told Zhao that it was an accident that killed him. If he wanted revenge, then he should take revenge on her and leave her son and husband alone. The man asked his wife not to be afraid and said that he would not allow him to harm her again. Zhao Yu watched what was happening and said that it didn't look like they were lying. It seemed that the ghost lied to them in order to take advantage of them. Chu Tianling exclaimed that things were bad. The young Taoist is now in the dormitory to remove the shackles from the ghost and return it to the cycle of reincarnation. Little DeVos held the sword in his hands and spoke about the need to move forward, up to the stars, and without stopping. If this ghost is truly evil, the three souls are eternal, and there are no lost souls. The young Taoist was really in big trouble. The boy couldn't understand what was going on. The guy came up to him and said that since he wanted to help him, he was just asking to let him swallow him. When this ghost approached the Taoist boy, the main character had already approached. He pushed the ghost away from the boy in time with one of his hands and lifted him by the throat. He said that the boy was full of evil even before his death, and how dare he use it for his revenge. After what he did, he won't let him go back to the reincarnation cycle. He squeezed the bastard with all his might and, lifting him up, continued to squeeze his throat. The boy asked Chu Tianling's brother what was going on. The boy replied that it was a long story. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by some noise, and the main character turned his head in that direction. A sharp blade flew towards the main character, which he caught with 2 fingers. He grabbed it right by the blade, and just in time, a little more, and he would have been pierced by it. The Taoist boy began to scream that it was not his, and tears flowed from his eyes. Suddenly, thick white foam began to come out of his mouth, and he screamed even louder. Chu Tianling caught the sharp sword again and continued to hold it, his fingers covered in blood. He rose as high as he could so that the sword would fly past him and dodged to the side. A guy appeared in front of him, approaching with a new sword, faster and faster. Chu Tianling jumped again to dodge, and that guy was already approaching him. He noticed that the enemy was able to break through his defensive Qi quickly as well. Then he decided to rise as high as possible, and his sword glowed with a bright fiery light. He decided to teach his enemy a lesson and pointed his weapon, which was shining with fire, at him. The enemy immediately became covered in beads of sweat and tried to put up a defense, grimacing in pain. Chu Tianling tried to fight against this scoundrel and began to use his new abilities. He threw his opponent to the floor with a powerful blow, and he flew back, dropping his sword. The man exclaimed that he was afraid that he would have to ask God for help. He started doing strange things and started biting his lip so hard that blood was coming out of his mouth. He began to smear his sword with this scarlet blood and write some hieroglyphs on it. Chu Tianling exclaimed that he was not going to give him time to plead and began to move closer to attack again. The Taoist boy asked him to stop and said that it was his dear dad, and he asked him not to touch him. The main character did not expect such a turn of events and braked sharply. The man continued to raise his sword above him and move closer to strike. Chu Tianling, when he realized that it was the boy's father, asked his uncle to stop the fight. Then he asked who he was calling uncle and said that he definitely didn't have such an evil nephew as him. The boy ran to his father and said that his brother Chu Tianling had saved him and driven out the evil ghost so that the ghost was finished. His father asked him why he hadn't said that before. The boy replied that he had just been temporarily knocked out by someone's dirty underwear. Chu Tianling raised his finger and said that now was not the time to talk and maybe uncle should stop his spell first. The man replied with a stupid smile that he had used the ritual of summoning a god because he was in a great hurry, and now there was no way to interrupt it, and they all stared at the sky. The sky lit up with a bright fiery flame, and yellow rays began to approach them faster and faster. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of them and said that the ritual of summoning a god had not been used for hundreds of years, and the price of summoning a god is too high. She looked at the boys sarcastically. Chu Tianling felt a great power and said that he couldn't even move. He looked at the girl and asked if this was really the difference in power between gods and monks. The man knelt down and asked for forgiveness, explaining that he had used the ritual by mistake and deserved to be punished. the woman replied that she was having a hard time staying in a good mood and that they were making fun of her. The main character asked the goddess to wait and asked if he could talk to her, if that was possible. When she gave him permission, he asked if he could add her as a friend on WeChat. The goddess looked at his phone in surprise. She was very surprised by such a question. Chu Tianling said that if he understood correctly, the goddess should know what WeChat was. Could she please tell him about it too? The girl replied with a grin that she couldn't tell him anything since he was now connected to the Tuntian case. So there was no need for her to stay here any longer. The main character exclaimed to her as a farewell that in any case, sooner or later she would die. When she asked what it meant, the boy asked her to wait and tell him what this Tuntian thing was. He began to beg her to tell him the truth, and she immediately called him presumptuous. She began to disappear and threw the boy straight to the ground. Everything glowed a bright purple color. The boy immediately ran towards his brother Chu Tianling as he was lying on the ground in a white cloud of smoke. The goddess said that for his own good, she would make it as if nothing had happened here. The Taoist boy ran up to the main character and approached him to see if everything was okay with him. Chu Tianling looked at the young Taoist in surprise and asked why he grabbed it. The man exclaimed that he would destroy the evil entity. The boy asked his father to stop. Chu Tianling had already told the boy to stop confusing him with his father. The goddess watched from the side and noticed that she had hit him with her true power, and he was still energetic. It looks like they found a very healthy child. The guy in the robe replied that there were reasons why he was chosen for the Tuntian case. Besides, he has a super WeChat with Fengstain Ban and Duane Shui Palace, so it's no wonder he became so strong. The goddess said that she wanted this Chu Tianling for herself. He is not alone, so he has had enough, and she needs him. Tintin watched the gods from the side and became curious about what they were up to. The girl decided, after hearing their conversation, that it was necessary to return to the owner. Meanwhile, the main character was talking about how his uncle thought that he was a ghost. The man said that he really felt bad. He had studied Taoism for many years, but he could not deal with the ghost. And besides, he had caused trouble for his son's friend. The boy thought that he was very strong, not like his old man. The father heard this and began to approach his son, asking what he had said. Chu Tianling immediately stopped him and said that he had not yet heard his uncle's name. The man immediately stood in front of him and, clasping his hands together, introduced himself as Pindao Maotai. Chu Tianling looked surprised for some reason after hearing this name. The boy exclaimed that he had heard Ma Yiming say that he was a living legend in their time. The boy said that he was a legend in a bad way. Pindao Maotai cried out while clenching his fist. This little devil had not received anything for a long time. The boy again asked his uncle to calm down and said that children should be raised with love. Suddenly, Tintin appeared in front of the main character and told the owner that she had returned. Then he asked if she had left at all. The girl explained that the owner himself ordered her to follow her older sister. It seems that she erased her memory, but why did she do that? Tintin replied that it must be to hide the information about the Tuntian case. Even though they don't know what truth they are hiding, she doesn't think they are doing anything good. The boy put his palm in front of him, and it glowed with a bright yellow light. Two dragons emerged from his palm, and he asked the twin dragons if they happened to know this goddess. The dragons began to explain that they had met her 1,000 years ago at the Daobao convention. She was one of the 10 heavenly saints, Yaoqi Shengmu. Chu Tianling thought that maybe these 10 saints were behind the Tongchen case. I should check if there was a sister Yaoqi WeChat. The boy picked up the phone and noticed that he had never used this function properly. Suddenly a voice was heard, and a man shouted that he should not go to the mountains under any circumstances. The father asked his son why he was stopping him. There must be evil spirits hiding there. Chu Tianling thought that there was a small flower demon in the mountains. He exclaimed that things were bad. The boy's father said as he left that the demons were dead and had to be destroyed. The Taoist boy said that given his father's stubborn nature, the little flower demon would be killed. The main character ran as fast as he could with the boy in his arms to stop his uncle. But when he turned his gaze in their direction, he exclaimed that it was already too late. Under the green roots lay a huge white skull with empty eyes. The boy exclaimed to his father that he was too cruel. And did he even know what this girl had to go through in life? The father replied that she had been killed before he came here, so he asked him to calm down. The main character, when he approached the skull, told the boy that it looked like his uncle was telling the truth. In addition to the spiritual powers of the uncle, traces of another energy can be found here. The man walked up to the tree and placed his hand on it. The attacker left no traces of ki, so it was impossible to know whether he was a demon or an immortal. The boy asked his father what he was still doing and asked him to quickly find this thing and destroy it. The father asked how he was supposed to find it without traces of key, and asked him to stop making him angry. The protagonist interrupted their conversation and said that he would try to use this radar function now. The boy took out his phone and started to set up the radar, after which he said that there was a signal. He began to turn his head in different directions and explained to his comrades that he seemed to be right next to them. Suddenly, he changed in the Lyceum, jumping up and exclaiming that he was right below him. The boy leaned against his father and quietly asked, "What's happening?" But his father remained silent, frozen in place, staring ahead with a pale, terrified expression. Creatures that have lived since ancient times, they strengthen themselves by absorbing other living beings. Chu Tianling rose into the air and glowed with a bright yellow flame. He asked if it had devoured their little demon flower. When the boy rose into the air, a powerful explosion occurred and a bright volley of fire rose up with him. And underneath there was the earth, which began to shoot out like lava from an erupting volcano. The main character was thrown far back and he realized that this land wanted to swallow him. He put his hand forward and it glowed with a bright yellow light, and he began to fly over the thick, eerie ground. This liquid continued to attack the boy and he tried to dodge it as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the boy's father took out some kind of amulet and exclaimed that it was as fleeting as the law. The main character continued to dodge the mud lava, holding the block with his hands. He found himself next to the boy, who asked how he was. Chu Tianling asked in response whether this dirty demon had died. Father explained that he had escaped, but he had not expected to meet a demon of such a level here, and if he had not been in a weakened state, he feared that they would all have become his food. The boys were moving very fast, trying to catch up with the main character. The boy hung on his father and said that he was going to throw up. The father asked his son to be patient and said that there was something wrong with the energy field in that place. Chu Tianling completely agreed with him and explained that the energy coming from here was stronger than that mud demon, and there was so much of it that it completely covered them. Pindao Maotai added that chi was still not felt, and this feeling was simply disgusting. But who could scare such a cute child? They heard this phrase and turned their heads towards the demon who appeared in front of them. The man recognized Liu Shi. The demon called him very cruel and said that he sent the little girl to meet him and was beating him so hard not too much. Pindao Maotai was surprised when he saw this guy in front of him and wondered why he was still alive. The boy asked his father if this was the killer who killed their family. Liu Shi told the man that he had cut his body in half and left him in the desert, but fortunately he encountered a star and managed to save his life. He must have been blessed by God. Pindao Maotai exclaimed as he approached the enemy that he would definitely destroy him this time. Chu Tianling asked the man not to act recklessly. Liu Shi was very calm and smiled and asked if he thought he alone could do it. A terrible snake with sharp teeth began to emerge from it, and it began to approach the enemy. Liu Shi said that his skills had improved, but unfortunately it was not enough. Pindao Maotai took out his fire sword and closed his eyes, beginning to meditate. There was a powerful explosion, and the sword burst into bright fiery lightning. Liu Shi was afraid for his little star, and his gaze changed, and streams of sweat began to flow down his face. Pindao Maotai was serious and rose above his opponent's head and pointed his sword towards his head. Meanwhile, the ground began to rise higher and higher and approach the man's leg, grabbing him. Liu Shi looked at him with a surprised look and said that he still hadn't acquired any brains. The demon replied that he could thank him because he would reunite him with his family. The main character appeared in front of them and asked what the hell he was doing in front of him and kicked him in the face with all his might. Before he could come to his senses, he fell down to the ground, and the stones and dirt scattered in all directions. Pindao Maotai coughed heavily and approached the protagonist. He explained that he had a personal score to settle with him and he should not interfere. Liu Shi noticed that this guy had skills, but Pindao Maotai was too stubborn and would not allow him to interfere in their fight. Suddenly, the boy ran up to his father and asked him to stop. But the father did not listen to him and took out some bottle, trying to open it while the enemy was running up to him. He tipped over the bottle and began to drink some strange gray liquid. The protagonist stopped the boy and asked him not to come closer because it was dangerous. The boy exclaimed that his father's body would not be able to withstand it. Liu Shi began to use his power against the man, and purple skulls flew towards him. The little Taoist was very frightened and cried out with tears in his eyes that he was about to die. The man actually started screaming, and a bright column of red fire started rising into the air. The protagonist was very surprised and noticed that his ki had become so strong. The demon was also surprised and stepped back because the power was simply unbearable. And how was this even possible? Pindao Maotai grew into a healthy man who exclaimed that it was time to put an end to this. Pindao Maotai directed all his energy and power against this demon and glowed with a bright fiery light. He was already approaching him, and the demon stepped back, dodging his opponent. He noticed that the man had become too fast and strong and put up a block to protect himself from the blow. Pindao Maotai approached him again and began to attack so skillfully that the enemy barely had time to dodge. He was too fast, and the demon did not have time to react and defend himself in time. Liu Shu tried to use his abilities too, but he was much slower. He put his hand forward and drew a circle, releasing bright white rays towards the enemy. But the enemy had already made a powerful blow, and the guys thought that it was a victory, but the main character said that he was afraid it would not be so easy. Pindao said that this would be the end of it, but the demon did not give up and continued to act. He exclaimed that he had great strength, but it was a pity that he would be the only one to win this fight. He opened his vile mouth and began to release long crimson rays in the form of snakes. Pindao Maotai paused and asked if he could absorb other people's ki. The guys didn't expect this either, and the man started coughing, clutching his chest with his hand. This was very bad since he had spent too much chi on the previous attack. Liu Shu puffed out his cheeks in concentration, and the boy realized that he was about to release the absorbed chi. Suddenly, the main character decided to intervene and grabbed the enemy by the head with his hand. He lowered his head straight into the ground and asked him to swallow it all back. Meanwhile, the boy grabbed the tree with his hands, hugging it and hiding. There was a huge explosion and clouds of smoke rose straight into the sky. Red tentacles were approaching the main character. They tried to envelop him, and the demon said that if he underestimated others, sooner or later he would pay for it. The chi of the immortals is the natural enemy of the demons, so why can he absorb it? The boy raised his hand and decided to use heavenly punishment. Liu Shu did not expect such a turn of events and began to scream, covered in yellow tongues of flame. But suddenly he laughed and called the boy an idiot because such an attack could not kill him. Their forces are now at his disposal. Pindao Maotai again told Chu Tianling that he had told him not to interfere. The boy suddenly took out an amulet and said, heading towards the enemy, that it would help. He again exclaimed, like his father, that he was fleeting like the law and blinded the enemy. This gave the main character the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to his body, and he flew far back. The boy ran up to his father as he was already lying on the ground, and the boy also turned in his direction. He was lying on his back, writhing in pain, and there was a golden piece of paper with writing stuck to his forehead. Chu Tianling said that the healing talisman was not working and asked the twin dragons if they knew what was wrong. One of them replied that he must have been poisoned by the poison made by this demon, but he asked him not to worry and said that he would not die. Meanwhile, the demon had already begun to come to his senses, and his toy in the form of dirt was sitting on his shoulder. He said that he had not expected to achieve so much today, and the Lord would definitely be pleased with him. Chu Tianling, standing behind him, said that this Lord was the one who planted the root of immortality in him. Liu Shi was very surprised and asked where he learned about the root of immortality. The boy explained that the twin dragons told him about it. Along with this, they told him how to destroy him, and he approached the enemy. Liu Shi began to transform into a bird and exclaimed that it was impossible for him. The main character put up a defense in front of himself in the form of a bright fiery sun, and the enemy, having already approached it, began to burn and dissolve. The boy turned to him and exclaimed that he didn't think so. Liu Shi exclaimed to the protagonist that his root of immortality was dissolving. Chu Tianling said that such pure energy definitely had no place in a rotten demon like him. The demon rushed after the main character and asked him to return it to him, throwing dirt at him. Chu Tianling put up a defense and covered himself with his hands from the ball that was flying towards him. He responded by releasing his huge ice ball, and the demon began to freeze. The boy thought that Chu Tianling's brother was amazing. The protagonist said that it seemed he would not die until he completely destroyed the root of immortality. Liu Shi promised to improve and asked the great immortal to spare him because he did not want to die. Chu Tianling asked if he could first tell who his lord was. The demon immediately replied that his lord was called Guang Chengzi. Chu Tianling looked at his opponent and exclaimed while sweating, "He's lying. Could this really be the man from the legendary 12 Golden Immortals?" The demon replied that it was so, and that this old man took in many stray demons like him and Zazachka, so that they would get all sorts of alchemical materials for him. The boy could not understand how he was supposed to eat such a big piece of watermelon. Laosa replied that the old man was currently in seclusion, so if the great immortal would let him go, he would take them to his lair. If they absorbed his energy while he was defenseless, they would be able to reach the kingdom. The main character asked the demon if he thought he was as vile as he was, but the demon put his hand forward and threw some object to the young Taoist. The boy caught this object, and Chu Tianling was very surprised because he was their enemy, so they had to deal with him. The Taoist boy caught the object in his hand and it glowed with a bright white light. Suddenly, he tipped it into his mouth and began to swallow. His father, frightened, asked what he was doing. The main character was also surprised and simply could not believe that the boy ate him. He covered his ears and, smiling, exclaimed that his body felt very light and was he really immortal now? The demon did not expect such a turn of events and called this boy a petty scoundrel. Suddenly, he began to disappear as if he had never been there and to dissolve piece by piece, turning into dust. The father approached his son and asked him why he had swallowed him. The boy asked the old man to leave him alone because, instead of simply grinding him down, it would be better if he swallowed him. His father said that he would get into trouble for this and called him a fool. He asked if he still had that little flower demon inside him. Chu Tianling asked to give it to him, or he would tear it apart and reach for the stone himself. He picked up a small mud ball that was with his eyes closed, and little sprouts began to emerge from it. A small flower demon appeared in front of the boy and recognized Chu Tianling's brother. The little fairy exclaimed that she was still alive. The boy ran up and said that they were the ones who saved her. Chu Tianling said that he would use spiritual power to connect her to this mud, and now he would be her feet, and she would be free. The flower fairy began to cry and thank the children. She said that she had been imprisoned in the tree for so long, and now she would finally be able to meet her parents. She said goodbye to the boys and said that she would not forget their kindness. The Taoist boy asked the fairy to take care of herself and stay with her parents because they missed her. His father appeared behind him, looking at him angrily and asking why he was not treating his father as he should. He wondered if the boy was trying to anger him. Chu Tianling exclaimed that it seemed like the problem with the poison in his uncle's body had been solved. The boy received it from his father and said, clutching his heart, that it hurt. The main character asked the man if he had hit him too hard. The father was also worried about his son, and the son tore his t-shirt and exclaimed that he was burning inside. Chu Tianling noticed that some words appeared on his chest and looked closely at the characters on his body. The father was very surprised and said that this time it was really serious. Chu Tianling said that the young Taoist could not absorb the immortal root, and the qi was overflowing in his body. Not to mention that Guang Chengzi could easily track him down. Even ordinary demons would be attracted by him. The boy said that he didn't want to die. Pindao Maotai told his brother Chu Tianling that his cultivation level was higher than his, so he asked him to help his son absorb the root of immortality. The protagonist replied that he would have done it anyway, even if they hadn't asked him to. The man started to leave and asked him to take care of his son. Chu Tianling asked where he was going, and the man replied that, as Liu Xu said, when fighting against enemies like Guang Chengzi, it is better to take advantage of the moment when they are weak. He began to consume some potion and said that he would use the qi of the immortals to track his location, and then he would kill him at any cost. Chu Tianling exclaimed that it was too risky to go to him alone. The man suddenly turned to the side and the petals flew over his head. He turned towards his son, who suddenly remembered his mother with his eyes closed. It was still worth it, and the boy lay on his bed covered with a blanket. Suddenly, he began to come to his senses and slowly opened his eyes. The woman was next to him and exclaimed with a smile that he had finally woken up. The boy did not expect this and began to splash water from his mouth, almost dropping the cup. The main character quickly entered the room and, frightened, asked why he was screaming. The Taoist boy rose from his bed and replied that the ghost of a girl was in front of him. Chu Tianling hit him on the back of the head and asked him why he was yelling so loudly. The protagonist explained that this ghost was his servant. She had been looking after him for the last 2 days while he lay unconscious. The boy asked why his underwear was taken off, to which Chu Tianling replied that it was because he had used spells to seal the immortal qi that had been destroyed within him. The boy exclaimed that his brother and beautiful sister had saved him, and he was eternally grateful to them. Tintin asked how long he would stay there, and the boy replied that until his father took him home. The boy asked the boy where his father had gone. Chu Tianling said that he had some business to attend to, so he would stay with him until he had mastered the root of immortality, and then his dad himself will contact him. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The voice said it was a delivery and asked him to sign. The boy wanted to say that he hadn't ordered anything, but he didn't have time. It was as if someone had started to break down the door, and it began to glow with bright white rays. She began to rise and move away, flying towards them. The main character tried to catch this door so that it would not hit the boy. He became very curious about whose doing this was, and when he brought his hand closer to the surface, it began to melt. A man appeared before him and exclaimed that he finally had a worthy opponent, and he even climbed out of the tomb to find him. Chu Tianling asked the young Taoist to quickly bring the basin here, because he could make a lot of money on this gold. The boy was already running towards him with the basin. The man who emerged from the tomb put his hand forward, in which a bright blue ball was glowing, and asked to listen when they were told something. But the boy had already managed to put up protection and glowed with a bright golden light. He held the sword near the man's head and asked if he had anything to say as a parting word. He didn't expect the boy to be next to him so quickly and with a weapon in his hands. He asked if he was the owner of the Super Wichita, throwing a questioning glance at him. Chu Tianling looked at this guy carefully and asked how he knew. The man said that it was a pity, but he would not hear an answer to this question from him. Suddenly, a man appeared with a sword above his head and began to approach. A lot of sharp blue blades flew towards them at great speed. The main character raised his hand and asked if he could answer these questions. The man did not expect to see a spiritual transformation, and said that he had learned so many spells and he was even envious. But then, the Tomb Risen said that he would answer the question. The thing is that he is the same Super Wichita user as he is. Chu Tianling said that it turned out that he wanted to kill him in order to absorb his spiritual power and take away his magic weapon. The man replied that yes, and his location was sent to him by a stranger. The boy said that this stranger must be a god. The man from the tomb replied that he seemed to know as much as he did. He spread his arms wide and said that in any case, didn't it seem to him that the gods were pitting them against each other? The main character looked closely at this man and asked what good this would do them. The man replied that he didn't know yet, but WeChat has many secrets and how about exploring them together? The boy wondered if he was such a simpleton in his eyes. It didn't matter that he thought so, but it was easier for him to just kill him. The man from the tomb exclaimed that he did not want to go against him, so he asked not to force him. Chu Tianling said that people like him did not deserve his trust. The main character didn't have time to come to his senses before some spirits clung to him and began to hug him. The man from the tomb asked him to wait and said that his name was Chen Sheng and he would not spare him. All the dolls asked him to stay for dinner if he could. Suddenly there was a loud explosion and the guy ran out of the building. He tried to wave his hand and noticed that this man had the ability to escape. He thought about this guy and asked why the gods needed them. A boy appeared above his head and he did not expect him to fly to him. He was already nearby and exclaimed, falling to the floor, that fortunately he had arrived in time. If he hadn't come, his little brother would have been in trouble. Chu Tianling wondered why this man seemed familiar to him. It turns out that there was a girl in front of them, and it was little Sikun Yue. The boy was very surprised and Miyusi asked why they were frozen there and said that she needed help quickly. The girl exclaimed that this was too much. She had walked thousands of miles to see her godfather, and she was greeted like this. The boy told the girl that she had beaten him very badly and why she was whining. The girl replied that she had not killed him only because of her godfather. Chu Tianling called them children, and Mi Yuxi replied that at least she could act like a child here. After all, due to the Saikong family's squabbles, she had a heavy burden on her shoulders. The boy thanked the girl for taking care of her. Although it was originally his problem, she had to help him. The girl replied that she would simply remember this and ask him to return the favor when the time came. Chu Tianling promised that if it was something he could do, he would not refuse. The girl approached Miyusi and asked why she should wait until the time came. After all, the godfather could repay her now. She smiled sarcastically and said, taking hold of their two hands, that he should promise her his body. The protagonist blushed and replied that it was simply impossible. Suddenly, Chen Yue appeared on the threshold and called her boyfriend. The girls did not expect anyone else to appear and immediately turned their heads towards the door. Chen Yue stood at the threshold and the protagonist was simply shocked by her appearance. A disgruntled Shen appeared at the door. She asked the people in the room, "What are they talking about here?" Chu felt with fright as if he had been caught in treason. Yu excitedly told the guest that her godfather Chu wanted to fulfill the personal wish of her sister Mi. They were now discussing the wedding date. The protagonist, frightened, shouted to the girl, Yue, that all this was not so at all. Yusi reminded the frightened boy with a smile that he himself said that he wanted to pay her back. The little girl's offer wasn't so bad. Shen grabbed the frightened protagonist by the ear. She slyly told her partner that the guy had already confessed to her. Yusi answered the girl angrily that it was no longer important. The two girls continued to argue angrily with each other. The outlines of two magical dragons hovered above them. Chu thought to himself in fear that he would have chosen a dog leash. Yue ran up to the boy and demanded that he do something. A fight was about to start. The little partner was holding cans of food and drinks. He said very happily that this was all very exciting. The girl got angry and shouted at the frightened boy to stop fooling around. The child looked at himself in surprise. Bright glowing pentagrams appeared on his body. Everything in the room sparkled very brightly. A strong fire flared up in the center. The main character looked around with an announcement. His girlfriends were scared. The main character stretched out his arms to the side and grabbed two girls with them. Chu asked his girlfriends excitedly if everything was okay with them. Yuxi and Shen looked at each other silently. Yue was very scared. She saw fire in front of her and didn't understand what it was. Several streams of fire suddenly appeared from the side, and they hit the girl's head straight. Yue, after the fire attack, was unable to stay on her feet and fell to the floor. Chu, with great excitement, picked up the unconscious girl in his arms and asked how she felt. The boy on the bed was very scared. He wanted to say something to the main character. The child shouted at Chu that he should have asked him about it first. Then he fell unconscious on the bed. The girl came to her senses. A magic sign appeared on her head. She asked the godfather in fear what had happened to her. Chu was surprised to see a red lotus imprint on Yue's face. The girl asked the boy excitedly, "What does this mean?" Chu happily answered his partner that she would now be the owner of a divine body. The natural spiritual body is the best vessel for the key of the immortal. The main character happily grabbed the girl by the cheek and said that she was now half immortal. Yuxi happily looked at Yue and shouted that she was very lucky. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice began to speak through the girl. He demanded that the descendant of the Saikong family listen to him. He said that his family could not enter the heavenly gate of the immortals under any circumstances. The demonic voice through the girl said that all those who were changed by a miracle must remove the spiritual root from themselves and become ordinary again. Otherwise, such people will be blocked by the Tuntian case and will endanger the entire family. Yu stared straight ahead with an unblinking gaze, a bright sign glowing on her head. The girl suddenly screamed and leaned forward. Yue asked her excitedly what had happened to her. The frightened girl said that an unfamiliar voice in her head told her a lot of bad things. Chu asked his partner what the voice told her. Yue explained with excitement that the voice mentioned the Tuntian case and asked her not to be immortal. It was dangerous. The main character shouted to his partner with excitement that the ancestor who was a treasure hunter had spoken to her. Chu asked the girl with great excitement what else the voice had told her. At that moment, the phone on the table beeped. The phone with the map in Qian's hand beeped. The device reported that a new free immortal, Jiakun Yue, had been discovered at a distance of 32 kilometers. The warrior was in a coffin in the tomb hall. He was surprised that a free immortal had appeared this year. An unfamiliar woman on the side told the man that it was an excellent guess. Qian suddenly jumped up in the coffin and asked in fear, "Where could a man have come from here?" Yuoqi appeared in the room. She was surprised that Qian called her a human. A woman in bright clothes and a golden mask said that she should be called a goddess. The man angrily asked the goddess who she wanted to deceive. He threw the chains from his coffin at her. Yaoqi stood calmly and watched as sharp cages on chains flew at her. Qian shouted at her in an angry voice that he was very irritable. The goddess looked sternly at the man and told him not to act recklessly. She waved her hand. After the Yaoqi gesture, a loud explosion was heard around the old man. His body turned black in the coffin. Qian was very scared. He looked ahead and then screamed loudly and long. The goddess flew up to the man and angrily asked, "Does he really still have any doubts?" Qian, frightened, began to ask his partner for forgiveness. He wanted her to spare him. Yaoqi flew up to the old man and said that she wanted to give him a task. Qian was ready to carry out any order of the goddess. The goddess strictly demanded that her partner kill everyone who was close to the Chu. The old man said, very frightened, that Chu Tianling had once saved his life. Qian, according to the chat's instructions, came to the tomb to find the treasure. The old man approached the huge coffin and eagerly prepared to open it. He placed a flashlight on the ground next to it. Qian opened the large coffin and saw with horror how the predatory hands of the dead reached out to him. The dead dragged the man inside a golden coffin. He spent 5 years there. Very soon the main character appeared in the tomb. He defeated the big fighter with the help of a huge sword. The main character, after defeating the warrior and breaking the seal in the tomb, the bricks on the wall lit up. Qian looked ahead in fear. He said that thanks to the guy he was able to see the sun. The old man told the goddess with excitement that all this would be very cruel and unfair to the guy. Yaoqi promised the old man that she would give him 1 purple pill. With such a pill, it would be possible to break through to the foundation stage. Qian waved his hand at his partner and said that she was making fun of him. He was not willing to betray his principles for the sake of 1 pill. The old man's mood suddenly improved. He asked the goddess for 2 pills. The main character was walking along a city street with his girlfriend. He wanted to explain everything to her. She was walking in front. She shouted to her friend with displeasure that he was the same as other men. Chu excitedly explained to his partner that the little girl Yue's life was in danger, so she was living in his house. Shen asked the guy discontentedly why Miyuxi lived with them. Chu calmed his girlfriend down and said that Yue cannot live without Yuxi. The girl shouted in an angry voice to the main character that she was leaving and wished him a happy family life with his wife. Suddenly, very loud shots were heard from the side. The girl flew back. The main character ran around his girlfriend with very fast and dexterous movements and protected her from bullets. Chu sharply extended his hand to the side and looked there with displeasure. He wanted to find the place from where the shooting was coming. The angry protagonist fired a magic bolt from his hand into the windows of the house opposite. An unfamiliar mercenary with a weapon began to fall dead after an attack from the main character. The shooter fell dead to the floor. The masked fighter shouted to his accomplices that they had been discovered and needed to leave. The main character suddenly appeared at the front door. The mercenaries looked at him in fear. Chu looked angrily at the fighters and sternly threatened that none of them would leave alive. The mercenary inside the room in the building threatened the main character that the death organization would not spare him. Chu stood on his feet and clenched his fist with all his might. He threatened the fighter that he would show him the way to heaven. The masked man slyly told the guy that his family members were not that strong. Chu became very angry. He stretched his hand forward and grabbed the fighter by the throat. The main character looked angrily at the mercenary and shouted that if he touched his family, he would make sure that the souls of mercenaries would never find peace. The man sternly told the guy that he didn't even know how powerful their organization was. A bright red crystal of the general's blood appeared near the guy's hand. He shouted to the fighter that he didn't have much time to waste on chatting with him. Chu angrily shouted at the soldier to deal with his own people. He was holding him by the throat with his hand. The bodies of other dead soldiers lay on the floor next to him. One of the fighters rose above the floor, his eyes glowing brightly red. Chu looked sternly at the demonic fighters and shouted for them to self-destruct after completing the mission. The mercenary angrily replied to the guy that he would do just that. A whole group of mercenaries jumped out of the building in unison. On the ground, Shen looked at them in surprise. The main character jumped out of the building and landed on the ground. Shen asked the guy with concern if everything was okay with him. She approached the guy worriedly. She was scared and thought that something had happened to him. Chu put his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder and said that he would be completely fine. The girl hugged the surprised guy. She screamed at him in fear that she was almost scared to death. Chu looked at his girlfriend in amazement. The girl was very afraid that the guy could be in danger and get hurt. Shen looked down shyly. She told the guy that she didn't blame him at all. The main character hugged his surprised girlfriend and tenderly kissed her on the forehead. Chu looked happily at his girlfriend and promised that for her sake he would be careful in the future. Shen looked happily at her friend and demanded that he swear to her on his finger. The guy extended his finger to the girl. He agreed to her request. The main character looked down into his pocket and noticed that his phone was ringing. Chu looked at the phone and told the girl that his mother had called him. Shen screamed in fear at her friend to pick up the phone quickly. The main character picked up the phone and asked his mother what had happened. The frightened woman shouted to her son to save her. Chu wanted to talk to his mother. He heard long beeps on the line. She hung up. Shen worriedly told the guy that something might have happened to the woman. Chu turned around and angrily shouted at the girl that his family was in danger. He had to go and save them. Shen wanted to go with her friend to help him somehow. The main character fell silent. He looked at the girl with a searching gaze. Chu, with his girlfriend in his arms, suddenly rushed forward. The guy hoped that everything should be fine with his family. Ordinary people could not harm his family thanks to the protective amulet. The main character was flying very fast over the city. There was a glow around him. Chu strictly pointed out to himself that he had to pull himself together. The main character ran to his house and opened the doors wide. He called his parents in fear. The old man was sitting at the table and eating food. He calmly greeted the guy. Chu looked at the guest in the room with surprise. The guy came to his senses. He sternly asked the old man what he had done to his family. Chen demanded that the guy not get upset while he was eating. The protagonist rushed forward and began to take out a red dagger on the go. He demanded that the old man return his family. Qin summoned several demonic warriors to help him against the main character. A fierce battle began in the room. Stones flew out into the street. Chu fought against two demonic warriors. Chu attacked his opponent with several battle dragons. Chu fought against the old man with swords. He angrily asked the guest why he had seized his family. Qian discontentedly explained to the guy that this was the order of the gods. The goddess told the old man that they had to take something important from the main character. Then they would change the guy in a way that was convenient for them. Qian looked at the guy angrily and said that he had become the target of the gods. The main character suddenly rushed forward at the old man with a blade. He shouted that he would kill him. Chu used several magical dragons to attack his opponent during the fight. The main character swung his blade and shouted to the old man that after him he would take on the gods. Chu cut Qian in half from top to bottom with a wide and powerful blow from his sword. The main character looked at the old man's chopped-up body in fear and realized that it was a paper fake. Chu, frightened, saw in front of him as if he was falling somewhere from a very great height down. The guy was falling very quickly from above onto a huge floor that was studded with spikes. He couldn't use spiritual powers. Chu, after falling from a great height, fell onto huge needles on the floor. The old man was hovering in the dark space above the main character. He angrily shouted at him that he had no chance of victory. The wounded guy angrily asked the old man how he had advanced in the realm of consciousness. Qian looked at the guy and said that he didn't want to kill him. He hadn't done anything bad to his loved ones. Chu lay down and asked his partner, "Does he really want to unite to go against the gods?" The main character began to rise to his feet. He told the old man that he agreed to join him, but he wanted to make all the decisions himself. Qian looked sternly at the guy and reminded him which of them had the advantage now. Chu told the old man that he himself did not understand everything. Qian saw a black space around him. The main character shouted to his partner that there was a majestic hell around him. Qian looked around in fear. He realized that the guy's consciousness had completely surrounded him. The frightened old man could not understand how much strength the guy still had in him. Out loud, he angrily reminded him that he was holding his family in his hands. Chu stood on his feet and there were sharp stakes around him. He told his partner that he had not come here alone. The main character told his girlfriend that all members of his family have amulets. He asked the girl to find his loved ones with the help of a flying artifact. Shen answered her friend that she would do everything. Shen ran through the city streets. She decided to quickly find all the relatives of the main character. Shen returned to the roof and held a small airplane in her hands. She shouted to the main character that she had found it. Qian looked sternly at the old man and shouted that he no longer had any advantages. The protagonist grabbed the frightened opponent with his blue hand. Chu sternly threatened the opponent that he would make him fall into eternal sleep here. The main character unclenched the demonic blue hand and the old man began to fall down from it with a scream. Qian fell down from a height. He shouted to the main character that he would agree if he made the decisions. Qian from the side, he approached the old man and hit him on the head with all his might. Qian was kneeling. The protagonist approached and told the old man that they could now talk about cooperation. Suddenly, predatory demonic dragons appeared next to the guy. The old man leaned away in fear. Qian looked around and was horrified to see the bodies of his warriors lying on the floor. The main character looked at the old man very angrily and said that they would kidnap the goddess Yaochi. The main character looked ahead in fear. He saw his parents and called them loudly. Chu rushed forward to his friends and asked excitedly if they were hurt. Shen came over and told his friend that his parents were just unconscious. The man on the bench said with a smile that his daughter-in-law had taken care of them. The main character asked his mom and dad in surprise, what kind of daughter-in-law did they tell him about? The woman told her son that he could marry Shen's girlfriend. The father strictly warned his son not to offend his daughter-in-law. Shen pushed her friend aside with her hands. She told the man and the woman that they would step aside with Chu for now to discuss the wedding date. The woman happily told the girl that they would not mind if she married their son. She was standing in an alley with a guy. She asked him if he found out who did this to his parents. Chu explained to his partner that there was someone serious behind all this. He decided to meet Yaochi and put an end to everything. The girl told the main character to go away. She promised to take care of his parents. The main character looked happily at his girlfriend and thanked her. The guy grabbed the happy girl with his hands and told her to wait for his return. The protagonist and the old man approached the foot of a large mountain. Qian looked up and said with admiration that this place was excellent for cultivation. A warrior ran from the side and called the main character. Chu said in a joyful voice that help had arrived. Chu turned around and asked his uncle if he was ready. Mao Tai told the boy in a confident voice that he had arrived as soon as he received his call. Mao Tai bit his finger to get some blood for the spell. The warrior raised his sword up and a bright explosion appeared over the mountain. The goddess appeared in fire and sternly asked why she was called here. Three warriors on Earth activated their magical skills and prepared to attack the goddess. Yaoqi was scared. Her voice was shaking. She saw how people started to attack her. The main character and his companions launched a magical fire into the mountain. Yaoqi descended to the ground. The goddess looked angrily at the people and sternly asked what they were doing. After the fire attack on the city, rocks started falling from above. An ancient warrior was going down. He was unhappy because someone had destroyed his secluded place for cultivation. The old man attacked the goddess with a bright fire. They were in the center of the round arena. Yaoqi was surprised. She looked closely and realized that Guang Chengzi was standing in front of her. The old man was surprised when he saw a goddess in front of him. Guan stood near the mountain. He reminded the goddess that they had agreed that they would interfere with each other. The warrior could not understand why Yaoqi attacked him. The main character looked angrily at the warrior and shouted that his personal monsters had done a lot of bad things. They had killed the family of the young Taoist. The goddess could no longer watch this. The angry Yaoqi asked the guy from the side, "What is he talking about?" The main character knelt down next to his companions. He shouted that they were asking the goddess to punish the villain with death. Yaoqi, in fear, shouted back to the people that she could not do such a thing and that they were talking nonsense. Guan looked at the goddess and asked who she was with her Tuntian business, if she considered him evil. The guy slyly and angrily asked the goddess next to the old man, who did she think she was? Yaoqi got angry because the ancient warrior dared to yell at her. The protagonist next to her yelled that for disrespecting the goddess there should be death on the spot. The enraged ancient warrior rushed forward to attack the goddess. Yaoqi sternly warned him that she would tear him to pieces. The main character and his companions left the battlefield. Chu slyly told the fighters not to do anything without his sound signal. Their next move should be key. Uncle raised a bright burning blade in front of him. His sword glowed near his head. The goddess continued to fight against the old man. She activated the chi array and stones flew around her. Yaoqi angrily asked the warrior how he dared to dirty her clothes. Guan forward his hand, a bright red letter appeared near her. The warrior angrily shouted that he would see how much arrogance the goddess had. Yaoqi trembled with anger and stretched out her hand forward. Guan made her very angry. Guan attacked his opponent with a huge green beam of light from his hand. Yaoqi looked at the old man carefully. After that, a bright red glow appeared around her after the explosion. The old man and the goddess continued to fight. Qian sat aside with the others and his companions. He shouted that Yaoqi was almost turned to ashes. Chu sat with a phone in his hands. He shouted at the old man not to interfere with him while he was setting up the camera. The goddess extended her hand forward. She shouted at her opponent to hurry up and ask for mercy. Guan launched bright red needles at his rival. He angrily shouted at her that she could only dream of him losing. The main character turned to the side. He excitedly shouted to his uncle that now was the time. The man swung his sword. He shouted to the guy that he understood him. A huge burning needle flew towards the old man and hit his body. Qian thought to himself with fear that his key had been sealed, and he could no longer use his spiritual powers. The wounded old man began to fall from a height. Blood flowed from his wound from top to bottom. Yaoqi looked at her opponent in fear and shouted that she had only used half of her power. An old man fell from a great height after being wounded. A goddess shouted from his side that he should have dealt with it, even if he had been alone. Guan fell down dead. Yaoqi next to him shouted with excitement that the warrior had really fallen. The main character and his companions approached the goddess from the side. He shouted that she would be an excellent example for their warriors. Yaoqi turned around and looked angrily at the people. She shouted at them that they had tricked her. The goddess rushed forward at the guy and shouted at the people that she would kill them all. Chu held the phone in front of his rival and shouted that she wouldn't dare. Yaoqi saw a video of her battle against a warrior on the guy's phone. The guy told the goddess that he sent this video to the general chat cloud. Some man got a message on his phone. He wanted to watch the video and said that the gods also went to see. The main character threatened the goddess that if he died, this video would become available for viewing. The stranger wanted to watch the video, but she couldn't. The boy warned the goddess that if she killed him, the three worlds would see how she killed Guan Chengzi. The protagonist held a phone with a video recording of the warrior's death. He told the goddess that she would not be left alone by the forces that supported Guan. Yaoqi turned around and looked at the guy with displeasure. She attacked him with red lightning. The goddess was displeased that mere mortals dared to threaten her. The main character, after a powerful attack from his rival, flew to the side and crashed his back into a tree. His frightened companions stood to the side. Yaoqi attacked the fighters on the ground with a bright beam of light. She shouted to the people that they were only able to cultivate thanks to the gifts of the gods. Maotai and Qian fell to the ground after the goddess's attack. She flew to the protagonist and angrily asked why he decided that he could just stand there and tell her something. Chu stood up. He said angrily that God relies on the faith and worship of mortals in order to survive. A bright fiery glow appeared near the guy's hand. He demanded that the goddess kneel before him as a sign of gratitude. Uncle and Qian were preparing to support him next to him. Yaoqi looked at the guy very angrily and shouted that he definitely wants to die. There was a blade near the protagonist's head. He shouted sternly at the goddess not to bother. He was going to do it himself. The phone was covered in blood. A message appeared that the user was dead and the video was unlocked. The main character brought the blade to his mountain, and blood appeared near it. Yaoqi shouted in fear at the guy to stop. Chu was still standing and holding a large sword in his hands. Chu, holding a sword in his hands, angrily asked the goddess, "Does she really want the video to open?" Uncle was standing nearby. He thought with excitement that he had just seen a terrifying force. The goddess from the side asked the guy with displeasure, "What is he trying to achieve with all this?" Chu prepared to hide the blade. He said that Yaoqi should bless them with good health and family happiness. The guy glanced slyly at his partner and demanded that she tell him about the Tuntian case. Yaoqi looked thoughtfully at the protagonist and replied that she would tell him everything. The goddess said that 7,000 years ago, Emperor Zhuangshu began to practice Juyuedi Tiantong. At that time, the era of separation between humans and gods began. As a result, God was no longer a guide for mortals. He became the absolute ruler and power, and mortals worshipped him forever. God needed more and more worship. Faith became the only source of his power. As a result, people were dependent on technology and began to believe in gods. Industrial development destroyed the land of Qingshu. More and more gods began to die from exhaustion. To find divine mortals on Earth, the Tuntian business was created. It was created to facilitate the practice of people. To ascend to heaven earlier, people will be able to fill the places of the gods who are in the stage of extinction. Maotai was very surprised when he heard such words from the goddess. The main character stood opposite him. The protagonist looked at the old man's body on Earth. He asked the goddess what was wrong with Guan. The guy added that Yaoqi didn't get along well with the ancient warrior faction. The goddess said with displeasure that the warrior faction lives in the company of demons. They do not monitor what mischief they do. The goddess turned around and told the guy that the gods are gradually losing their powers. The demons are becoming stronger because of the dark desires of people. Chu asked his partner why she made Qian harm his family. Yaoqi explained to the protagonist that all this was just a test of his abilities. She had to do it. Qian looked at the goddess from the side with displeasure and decided that she was lying. The main character extended his hand to the goddess and suggested that she forget everything and become friends. Yaoqi asked the guy with a smile to delete the video. If they were friends, Chu answered his partner that the video should be kept as a sign of their friendship. The guy told his partner that as long as they were friends, the video would be inaccessible to other people. Yaoqi looked at the main character with excitement and said that he was a guy with character. The goddess was flying through the sky. She was tired and decided to go to the heavenly temple to rest. The boy and his uncle were watching her from Earth. Qian asked the protagonist with displeasure, "Does he really believe the goddess's explanations about the Tuntian affair?" Chu answered the warrior that he himself did not look like an idiot at all. The main character turned around and put his hand on his uncle's shoulder. It was all over and they could go home. The main character took off with his uncle. He asked the old man on the ground, "Is he really not leaving?" Chen waved his hand and shouted to the guy that he would go the other way. He could always contact him via chat. The old man watched the main character fly away. Qian turned to the warrior's lying body. He decided to process this trash in his mind. The frightened Qian heard some threatening noise behind him. He saw red lightning near his head. The goddess grabbed the warrior by the neck with the help of red lightning and lifted him above the ground. She accused him of treason. The beaten old man asked in a weakening voice that the goddess listen to his explanation. Yaoqi looked sternly at the old man and said that he could explain himself before he died. Shen walked down the street with large bags of food in her hands. She heard some music around her. At this time, some unfamiliar warrior appeared above the girl. The stranger flew angrily over the girl. Shen felt some kind of danger behind her. The girl was attacked by a magical flying artifact. She fell to the ground, dead. Yaoqi glared at the old man and said that he allowed the protagonist to team up with her. Qian wanted to use the girl's death to repair Chu completely to the goddess. The beaten and wounded old man excitedly explained to the goddess that the guy would pray to her to save his woman. The old man told the goddess that mortals are very fragile creatures. The main character came home scared and saw his wounded girlfriend on the floor. The terrified protagonist rushed forward to the corner of the room to help his girlfriend. Qian told the goddess that, for people, the loss of a loved one can crush them. The frightened Chu ran up to his unconscious girlfriend and helped her to rise up on the bed. The goddess held out her heart to the warrior. Qian was lying on the ground. He excitedly shouted to the goddess that the main character and his uncle would be ready to become her servants. The old man looked at the heart in his hands in surprise. Yaoqi sternly told the man that she would believe him again. The old man put his heart back into his chest. Yaoqi sternly warned him not to fight for both sides. Qian thanked the goddess with excitement. He stood in the center of the large arena. Qian thought angrily to himself that after he used the goddess and the protagonist, he would become a deity. After that, he would definitely take revenge on Yaoqi. The uncle at the side told the upset protagonist that people cannot rise from the dead. Chu held the body of his girlfriend in his arms. He reminded his uncle that he had studied Taoism all his life. The main character asked the man how to open the gate to Huanquan. Mao Tai shouted to the guy in fear that he wanted to go to the underworld to save the girl. The main character looked at his girlfriend on the bed. He wanted to bring her back to life. The uncle anxiously advised the protagonist to ask the goddess to help him. Chu sensibly explained to his partner that the gods would use this request as a threat to force him to hand over the video. Then they would kill them all. The main character headed for the exit. He told his uncle to forget about the conversation. He decided to take everything upon himself. Mao Tai, after a short pause, told the protagonist that he wanted to help him. The main character was sitting in a meditative pose on the floor. There was a bright yellow pentagram underneath him. Mao Tai stretched out his hand to the side and a magic amulet lit up in it. He held a cup in his hands. On the table on a plate lay the body of a dead bird. Uncle poured the remains of the amulet into a bowl of blood. Mao Tai handed the boy a cup of drink. Chu could use this drink to temporarily transfer spiritual power to his soul, but the effect would only last for the duration of one aromatic candle. The uncle tied the amulet on the boy's hand. When his soul is in danger, the bell on the amulet will ring, then Mao Tai will wake up the main character. The uncle looked very sternly at the guy and said that only under this condition was he ready to help him. The main character looked confidently at his partner and said that he understood everything and that he could send him. A dark aura appeared around the uncle. A candle was smoking behind him. He told the guy that he was already on his way. Mao Tai stuck a hairpin into the boy's body. It was supposed to help him enter a state of suspended animation. The uncle told the boy goodbye to be careful and not let himself die. A spirit appeared from the main character's body. He thanked his uncle and promised to pay for everything. Chu looked ahead very frightened and saw how someone hit him with a blade from the side. There were two demonic warriors on the side next to the main character. The old man with the axe looked at the guy and shouted that he looked familiar. The fighter angrily answered his colleague that it was this guy who had been bullying them for the last 2 days. The warrior looked angrily at the main character and said that they could now take revenge. The main character was grabbed by two warriors with weapons and led in front of them. Chu was shackled. The old man with a long tongue pointed to the gate with his hand. He explained that this was the underworld and that they would have a wonderful time here. Chu looked angrily at the warriors in response and said that he couldn't wait for this. The main character spread his arms to the side and threw the old men away. There was a bright glow around him. The fighter was surprised that the guy still had spiritual power. The demonic warriors on the sides rushed forward to attack the guy. Chu reached forward and grabbed the axe of one of the frightened fighters. He pulled it towards himself. The main character pulled the old man towards him. The fighter shouted in fear to the guy to wait. Chu grabbed the old man in his arms and his body began to freeze. Another fighter looked at this from the side, frightened. Chu held the frozen old man Ba over his head and prepared to throw forward at the opponent. He demanded that the fighter let go of the girl. The main character finished off the old man, and he lay beaten on the ground. The warrior told the main character that he had faked his death. He asked what the guy wanted to do next. Chu explained to his partner that he had come here in search of the dead girl Shen. The old man with a long tongue angrily told the main character that he would not tell him where the girl was. The main character swung his hand. He shouted at his opponent not to blame him. The main character swung with all his might and hit the old man in the stomach with a powerful blow. The other fighter on the side got scared. Chu beat the old man Ba with powerful blows on the body. He threatened the warrior that he would beat the fighter until he told where his girl was. The warrior shouted in a frightened voice to the protagonist to stop. He promised to tell everything. A beaten old man sat on the ground. A frightened warrior rushed to him to help. The main character stood to the side and watched this. Ba grabbed the old man Chi and shouted that he couldn't break the law. He shouldn't have told the main character anything. The fighter excitedly shouted to his partner that he had to protect him now. In his past life, he died because of him. Chu stood to the side and was very happy to hear the conversation. The protagonist, accompanied by warriors, was heading to the city of the dead. Chi said that this place is known for its liveliness. The old man said that all the unfortunate ghosts who died an unnatural death are in this place. They are waiting for Yangshu to return to normal. Then they will return to the cycle of reincarnation. On a huge dark field stood warriors. They protected ghosts in cages. The old man warned the protagonist that this area was the most dangerous in the entire underworld. He should not go there alone, so that evil spirits would not harm him. Chu demanded, in a dissatisfied voice, that the warrior quickly take him to this place. The main character saw evil spirits in cages. They stretched out their hands to him and wanted to free themselves. Chu got scared when he realized that his she could be locked here. Two evil spirits sat in a cage and tried to bite each other. The angry souls in the cages could not calm down. They kept trying to break out. The main character held the warrior Chi by his clothes. He strictly demanded that he find the Shen girl for him. He threatened the old men that if the girl was hurt, he would make them so that she would never be reborn. A warrior approached the guests from the earthly kingdom and greeted the two managers. The guard asked the old men who it was that had come with them. Kai explained to the guard that a new judge had arrived with them specifically for the inspection. The warrior looked ahead with great displeasure and anger, with distrust. He said nothing. The guard extended his hand to the side. He told the old men that he would guide their new judge around these parts. Chu thanked the warrior. The guy asked the guard where the recently arrived dead, who had not died a natural death, were. The warrior, without turning around, told his partner not to hurry. Suddenly, a very bright green beam appeared from the ground. The frightened warrior jumped up. Chu stood surrounded by a bright green aura. The warrior shouted to the soldiers to surround the guy. The main character fell to the ground. He felt a very strong pressure. It was as if the soul was about to separate. The guard bowed to the old man and said that he knew in advance that no new judges had been hired. The old man, by such a wise decision, showed the fighter that a violator had come with them. The green dome around the main character became bigger and brighter. The commander shouted to his subordinates to destroy the guy. The guard got angry. He didn't understand how the guy could resist the sealing information for so long. Chi told his partner that the guy's ambitions needed to be stopped here and now. The main character destroyed a huge number of evil demons with the help of a huge blade. Their bodies lay in a heap under him. Chu felt exhaustion in his body. The guy realized that if things continued like this, the period when he could use his spiritual powers would end. He could only take a risk. The main character held a spear in his hands. He screamed very loudly. Chu spread his arms out to the side and screamed very loudly. Cell fragments began to fly around him. The frightened people in the cages flew up. They screamed loudly. A very frightened old man shouted that the guy was sucking in the souls of the dead and he had to be stopped. The main character had a red demonic eye on his forehead, and there was a green aura around his body. Chu screamed very angrily and loudly. Black wings appeared above his body. There was a bright green aura around. The body of the guard lay on the ground. The old man looked at the guy and shouted that he had become even more evil. Chi said discontentedly that Chu had united thousands of evil spirits within himself. He swung his weapon. He shouted that the protagonist must not be allowed to escape and harm the entire underworld. The main character rushed forward at the warrior with burning eyes. Chi shouted in fear for the old man to protect him. Ba came up behind the main character and attacked him with a chain. Chu was tightly wrapped in it. The main character suddenly grabbed the chain with his hands. He pulled the old man towards him. Chu pulled the warrior towards him by the chain with a very powerful movement and struck him with a blow of his hand. The frightened Chi called out to the old man Ba from the side. Chu beat the old man Ba from all sides with very powerful blows from his hands and feet. The beaten warrior lay near the cage. Chi crawled up to him from the side and shouted in a weak voice for the old man to hold on. The main character looked angrily ahead and waved his hand. Red lightning was in front of him. A stranger flew up from the side. She raised her hand in front of her head and said that the young man was very energetic. She decided that thousands of evil spirits had confused the guy's mind. The main character was floating in space. He saw a bright red fog appear in front of him. The main character turned around and looked at the stranger with displeasure. Red lumps began to appear on his hand. The demonic girl extended her leg towards the surprised guy and said that she would help him. Chu looked at the woman with great surprise and asked who she was. The stranger was hovering in the air. One of the people shouted in fright that the Queen of Harriers was in front of them. Loon in purple clothes shouted to the guy that she was the mistress of the 10th temple of the Yama Emperor. Chu was lying on the floor and couldn't get up. There were red lumps around him. The queen told the man that he was using the method of self-destruction to strengthen himself. She didn't understand what the man wanted to achieve by doing this. He rose above the ground. He told the queen that the main character wanted to save his girlfriend and return him to the sun. He really wanted Loon to punish the guy. The woman said slyly to herself that it all sounded like a love story. The girl turned her hands forward and a bright magic ball appeared next to her. The queen held her hand in front of her, and inside the ball was a figurine of a girl. Lun slyly told the protagonist that she was ready to return the Shen to the sun on one condition. The main character was lying down, and there were red lumps of flowers around him. He shouted to the queen that he agreed to everything. The harrier approached the boy and said that he should become her servant and always follow her. The main character came back to his world very abruptly. He was sitting on the floor, and there was a bright glow around him. The bell on the guy's hand rang. There was a very bright glow near his hand. The frightened Mao Tai covered his face with his hand from the radiation. He shouted that the guy's soul was in danger of being destroyed. The main character was sitting in a meditative pose. He had a bright pentagram below him. The bell on his hand no longer rang. The frightened uncle wanted to shout to the guy that he was finally back. The man was surprised when he saw an unfamiliar girl in front of him. Luna flew up and told her uncle that it was up to her whether the guy could return the girl's soul. The queen held her hand in front of her, and above it hovered a ball with a girl inside. She reminded the guy of their agreement. The balloon with the girl inside flew up to the guy. He extended his hand to it. The uncle asked the guy who the stranger was in front of him was. Chu answered his partner that the Queen of Lun was in front of him. Chu told his uncle that now was not the time for questions. He needed to save his girlfriend now. Chu stood and stretched his hands forward. A ball was flying above them. The queen told the boy that the soul and body of Shen were separated. If a lost soul can be returned to its place, then only with the help of an artifact with spiritual power. The queen told the people that they couldn't have such a magical artifact. She suggested that the guy beg her. Chu extended his hand forward and a red crystal appeared above it. He said that he had an artifact. The queen turned away with displeasure. Uncle told the boy that a side effect might appear. Chu held the ball in his hands. He said that he had already seen the results of using this artifact. They had no other options now. The main character put a magic stone on his girlfriend's body. He shouted for the girl to come back. Chu looked forward carefully. He joyfully shouted that the blood crystal was merging with the girl. Shen opened her eyes and came to her senses. She excitedly called the guy by name. Chu reached out to his girlfriend on the bed and shouted that he was next to her. Luna turned around and told the guy not to touch his girlfriend. The girl was completely different from the one he knew before. Shen suddenly stretched out her hand forward and grabbed the protagonist by the throat with all her strength. The main character looked at his demonic girlfriend. He couldn't understand what happened to her. The uncle threw the girl away from the guy. He grabbed the main character with his hands and shouted at him to be careful with his girlfriend. Chu was unhappy that someone was fighting against the girl. Shen was lying on the bed. She was tied with a golden thread. The main character could not understand why the girl's consciousness changed so abruptly. The queen told the people that the blood crystal contained the owner's consciousness. Wushen. The blood owner's consciousness took control of her body. The queen asked the boy if he had used his crystal to turn people into walking corpses. Chu thought deeply. The protagonist remembered that those few zombies had already increased their numbers to several hundred. Now someone else was controlling his girlfriends. The protagonist realized that his girlfriend was controlled by the corpse of the emperor's ancestor. A demonic voice shouted through the girl to the man that he would not be able to restrain him. Shen suddenly jumped up from her bed and rushed forward at the queen. Lun parried her attack with her hand. A demonic voice shouted through the girl that he could destroy this body. Lun shouted to her rival that she was not familiar with Shen, and it would be no big deal if this girl died. Anyone who dared to go against the queen must die. The demon shouted in a loud voice that no one could oppose him. The harrier prepared to repel another attack. The mad shadow rushed forward at the queen. The woman looked at her in fear. The main character ran up. There was a bright glow around him, and he grabbed the girl and the queen with his hands. White horns appeared above the guy's head. He shouted to the girl and the queen to stop. The uncle looked at the main character from the side with fear. The guy grabbed Lun and Shen by the hands and sternly demanded that they stop. The dissatisfied queen rushed to the guy from the side and shouted that he belonged to her. The demon shouted to the people through the girl that they would now become a couple of corpses. The Shen attacked the guy with a long tentacle from her hand. The main character held his girlfriend by the hand and pulled her towards him. The queen jumped aside. The guy hugged his surprised girlfriend with all his might and kissed her. Chu, during a kiss, slipped a golden ball from his mouth into his girlfriend's mouth. Uncle was surprised. He did not understand what the protagonist was doing. The queen explained that the guy had passed on the immortality route for his girlfriend. Maotai shouted excitedly that the protagonist's cultivation could be destroyed. Shen began to revive after taking the pill. She returned to her human form. Tentacles began to disappear from the girl's hand. The main character was flying and holding his girlfriend in his arms. Shen looked at the main character with excitement. She hugged him and called him by name. Chu told his girlfriend that she had slept for a very long time. Shen looked at her friend with excitement. She did not believe that she was seeing him again. Shen hugged the main character. She didn't believe that she would be able to see him again. Chu screamed in fear at the girl to let him go. He couldn't breathe anymore. She let the guy go. She justified herself and said that she only hugged him. Chu explained to his partner that she had now merged with the root of immortality and the blood crystal. Her power would now be different from other people. The girl looked at the red stone on her chest in surprise. She repeated to herself the words about the root of immortality and the blood crystal. Shen extended his hand to the side and threw the guy away. She angrily called him a pervert. The queen grabbed the boy with her hand. She angrily shouted at the girl that she should ask her permission to treat her slave like that. Shen extended her hand and ran forward. She shouted for the queen not to get between her and the guy. The Harrier put up a protective magic net in front of her. She angrily asked the girl what she could do to her. Shen swung with all her might and with a powerful blow broke through the protective net. She hit Lun in the face. The queen was surprised. She did not understand how this could be possible. The queen angrily shouted at the girl that she dared to hit her in the face. Shen was very scared. She closed her eyes out of excitement and asked the queen for forgiveness. The girl swung with all her might and hit the queen in the body. Lun got scared. The main character and his uncle flew off to the side. Shen looked sternly at the woman and shouted that she would not allow her to take the main character. She swung for the next blow. Lun angrily lashed out at the girl and shouted that she didn't have to apologize at all. The queen launched red magic lumps at the girl. Shen looked ahead in fear. The queen held a magic book in her hands. She angrily told the girl that she had already removed the main character from the list of the Circle of Rebirth. The main character was lying unconscious on the bed. The queen said angrily that the Lord of Hell wanted the guy to die much earlier. The girl lay on the ground and could not get up. There were bright red lumps around her. The queen told the girl that she envied her because she was able to meet such a loving and kind person. The main character was inside a small blue ball above the queen's hand. Lun said in a sly voice that the guy would belong to her. A frightened Shen looked at this from the side. The uncle looked at the main character in the balloon with fear and said that it was all over. Shen approached the man and asked him to help her save the main character. Maotai was sitting on the steps. He told the girl that as soon as the guy died, the video would immediately unlock. The queen held the magic ball over her hand. She did not understand what had happened. Uncle said excitedly that the entire three kingdoms would soon become the battlefield of Asur. Luna looked at the video of the battle between Guan and the goddess Yaochi in surprise. A very dark purple cloud hung over the city. Thunder rumbled. Residents on the streets decided that there would be a thunderstorm and they needed to hurry home. A blue lightning bolt struck the house from above and destroyed it. The girl was flying over the city with her uncle next to her. She asked him with excitement what was going on. Maotai noticed with horror how a huge flaming ball was flying towards them. A burning warrior flew past the girl and her uncle from above. He was heading down. Maotai told the girl in surprise that they had just seen the fall of God. The warrior fell into the center of the city and a bright explosion was heard. Uncle shouted that unrest had begun in the world of the gods. The queen looked away with displeasure. She said that it would have been enough to just have a crusade against the Yaochi. There was no need to make such a fuss. The protagonist sat on the floor with his outer clothing torn. He covered his eyes with his hand and said that all this was a struggle for interest between the fallen gods and the supporters of the Tuntian cause. Increasing unrest was inevitable, and all three kingdoms would be involved. The queen approached the guy and sternly asked him why he hadn't told her about this before. Chu fell to the floor. He explained to the woman with fear that before he had only thought about resurrecting his girlfriend. Lun looked sternly at the boy and said that she had to teach him a lesson. Chu told the woman that now was not the time for that. The queen and the boy turned around. They noticed that someone had entered the room. An old man, Chi, ran up from the side with an envelope in his hands. He shouted that souls who had died unnatural deaths had come to the afterlife. Because of these souls, unrest had begun in the afterlife. The guest demanded that the queen send help. He fell to his knees and threw the envelope in front of him. He turned to the queen in fear. Lun turned around and shouted at the old man not to bother her over such a trifle. She demanded that the warrior gather an army on his own. Chu shouted at the woman to stop. The main character rushed to the queen and shouted for her to listen to him. Lun listened attentively to the boy. Chu wanted to appear before the gods himself and tell them the truth. All this could be put to an end. The queen slyly asked the boy how he liked touching her, and he pulled his hands back in fear. The queen pulled the boy to her and said that she also knew about the gods. She explained that the gods would not stop if the boy told them everything. Lun whispered in the boy's ear that both sides would not thank him. And part peacefully after this, Chu explained to his partner that this could not be. Otherwise, the goddess Yaochi would not have left him alive. The protagonist thought and said with excitement that Yaochi was not afraid of the revenge of the fallen gods. She was afraid of influencing the process of the Tuntian case. The goddess stood surrounded by her subordinates. Yaochi told the people that more and more gods were falling due to exhaustion. That's why they created the Tuntian business and began searching the earth for mortals who had divine essence. The protagonist told the queen that the gods wanted to make offerings from humans to absorb their spiritual power and maintain cultivation. The protagonist headed for the exit. The queen asked him where he was going. Chu answered the woman that someone had to stop the gods. The queen snapped her fingers and sternly reminded the boy that he now belonged to her. He could not leave her at will. The main character saw how the earth began to disintegrate under him. He could barely stay on his feet. The guy was falling from a great height down into a black abyss. He angrily asked the queen where she had thrown him. Chu was lying at the bottom of a deep gorge. The queen looked down and shouted to the boy that he was on the -1st floor of an eternal prison. There were many evil and cruel demons around him. If he could get out of this place, then he could go and be a hero. The guy was falling down and saw many demonic beasts around him. He didn't understand why they all turned towards him. The main character looked to the side in surprise and saw a predatory snake crawling towards him. Chu suddenly rushed to the side. He shouted to the predator that she would not be able to eat him so easily. The main character was falling from a great height. The huge mouth of a predatory beast was looking at him from below. The guy fell to the ground from a great height. He told himself that his story could come to an end. He told the queen that the guy in eternal hell could not be killed. She just wanted to hide him from the goddess Yaochi. The queen told the old man that he was very smart. She reminded him to hurry to the world of the living to save people. She bowed to the lady and said that she was right. The queen looked up in front of her and said that it was time for her to go to heaven. A violent storm was raging over the city. Lightning flashed and destroyed buildings. Frightened people in the streets tried to protect themselves. A man shouted to those around him to save people. Every wounded person had to be taken care of. The fighter ran up from the side and reported to the captain in a frightened voice that the Chiyue group had sent a message. The group had encountered natural disasters when they were being chased by zombies and people from the Death Organization. The captain said in a thoughtful voice that all of this was just the end of the world. He could use the protagonist here. People looked ahead in fear and noticed how someone flew past them and landed. Qian looked at his phone in fear. He didn't understand what the main character was doing. The old man looked at his broken phone. He thought that the guy had unlocked the video and hadn't told anyone anything. Now he hadn't even gone into the chat. Chu at that time landed on a city street. The storm continued to rage over the city. Yin stood and watched attentively as people ran out of the building. Someone near the entrance asked the priest to save his fallen son. Shen carried the unconscious protagonist in her arms. Chen was very surprised. He could not understand why the girl was still alive. He realized that the guy had exchanged his life for his girlfriend's life. The old man rushed forward at full speed towards the main character with his hand outstretched. The Shen shouted at the old man not to come near her. She attacked him with a bright fire strike. Qian crashed into a wall after the flight. He realized that the main character died because of his girlfriend. Uncle ran up to the old man from the side and angrily asked what he was doing. Qian angrily shouted that the main character was useless. He betrayed their plan because of some woman. Two warriors in bright clothes appeared in the sky above the old man. Qian angrily shouted that if the guy was dead, then these magical artifacts were of no use to him. He wanted to take them for himself. Shen thought, and with great excitement remembered to herself about the paper man whom she saw. There was a tearful woman standing behind her. She anxiously reminded the girl that she had said that the main character had merely lost his soul. Qian had just said that Chu was dead. The man hugged his wife and told her to be careful. Shen looked up at the flying warriors. She blamed someone for the loss of the main character. The warrior figures above the girl began to dissolve in space. There were red lightnings all around. Shen angrily shouted that she would not allow anyone to walk on the same land as her. The girl suddenly jumped up and ran forward. On the go, she threw the main character into the arms of his uncle. A green magic chain was flying around the frightened old man. He couldn't free himself from it. Tian flew far to the side after a powerful attack from the girl. She jumped high up. On Shen's chest, a bright red stone sparkled, and a green magic chain flew around her. The angry old man shouted to the girl that the guy gave her the treasure. Qian threw himself forward through the green chains. He demanded that the girl give him the treasure. Shen was chained all over her body, with bright red lightning flashing around her. The old man moved his hands very angrily to the sides and was able to break the green chains on his body. The shadow was flying in front of him. The girl decided that she had no time to waste. She ran and hit Qian in the stomach with all her might. Qian received a very strong blow from the girl. He was injured and blood came out of his mouth. The old man fell to the ground. The girl jumped on him from above to finish him off with a powerful blow. Shen extended her hand forward and prepared to finish off the lying old man. Qian received a very strong and powerful blow from the girl. She continued to beat him. Uncle stood aside. He saw how the girl fell on top of the old man and beat him. Mao Tai shouted in fright at the girl to stop. Shen continued to beat the old man on earth. Uncle shouted to the girl that Qian was already dead. Shen looked carefully at her bloody hands and the body in front of her. The uncle was holding the guy in his arms. He asked the girl if she was okay. The girl answered her partner that she was fine. The girl, with tears in her eyes, hugged the main character's head with her arms. She realized that the guy had faced great dangers before. Uncle stood aside and watched as the girl hugged her friend. She promised to protect him. Shen clenched her hands. In her fist, she had the Emperor's Order blood crystal and the spiritual power of a cultivator. She could now kill people with her bare hands. The main character came to his senses. At that time, he was in hell. He called his girlfriend in a weak voice. The guy suddenly rose above the ground. He realized that it was all just a dream. Chu could no longer remember how many times he died in this place. The main character looked around carefully. He saw that red demonic eyes were looking at him from everywhere. The demons rushed forward at the man. Chu said in a dissatisfied voice that there was no end to the beasts in this place. The demonic predators flew apart into small pieces. There was a bright blue glow around them. All of this was supported by someone's hand from below. Chu was in a huge black space. He was holding a small blue cloud in his hands. He shouted that no one could hurt him now, even if he didn't have his spiritual powers. Chu raised his hand up and a bright glow came from it. The guy told himself that it was a blessing for him to be in this place. A stranger came up from the side. He told the main character in an angry voice that he would explode and disappear if he continued to absorb this power. The stranger shouted from behind to the main character that he would not be able to escape from this place. Chu turned around and sternly asked, who was this in front of him? The demonic fighter told the protagonist that he was a prisoner just like him. The fighter assumed a fighting stance and shouted that he was the local overseer. He launched his blade at the guy. The main character grabbed the flying blade. He asked the fighter in surprise, doesn't he really want to get out of here? The warden reached back and grabbed a large knife and shouted at the boy that he couldn't get out of here. Chu reached to the side and blocked the blade. The protagonist extended his hand forward and attacked his opponent with a blue cloud. The warden reached forward and launched purple waves at the boy. Chu felt the waves begin to affect him. He shouted that the overseer wanted to break his consciousness. The main character activated the dragon's soul. There was a bright glow near him and two huge dragons appeared. The warden looked to the side in fear and shouted to himself the words about Lulundan. The goddess looked ahead in surprise. Someone from the side called out to the patroness mother. The warrior pierced the girl in front of him with a powerful blow with a spear. The goddess called out to Xuan in great fear. The goddess looked at the warrior very angrily and prepared to finish him off. Yaoqi swung her huge sword. She shouted at the terrified fighter that he would accept punishment for his sins. At this moment, someone ran up from the side and shouted to the goddess to wait. There was a loud explosion. The battle continued around the square. A warrior appeared with a sword in his hands. He told the goddess that continuing the battle would not end well for her. Yaoqi lay on the ground. The warrior approached the goddess and told her to join them. Yaoqi, kneeling, answered her partner with displeasure that she would not follow the demonic path. The fighter came close to the goddess and leaned over her. Yaoqi looked at him very angrily. The man embraced the goddess with his arms. He explained that the Tuntian cause had deceived many mortal cultivators. They had all died and lost their spiritual power. He explained to his partner that there was nothing wrong with what they had done. It was just an equal exchange. The warrior hit the goddess and she fell to the ground. He angrily demanded that she stop her excuses. The fighter extended his blade towards Yaoqi. He shouted at her in a stern voice that Benjun would help her understand the value of fertilizing the earth. Yan stretched out his hand to the side and activated the hell flowers, causing burning red lumps to appear near him. The queen flew up from the side. She told the frightened warrior that he had gotten too carried away. Lun demanded that the fighters listen to her carefully. Yuan raised his hands in front of his face and looked at the queen. He told her that she must have a good reason to interrupt him. Lun looked sternly at the warrior and told him to stop the war and part with the world. Yuan looked at his partner with displeasure and said that he could not listen to her. A small flying mask appeared near the queen's hand. She shouted to the fighters that she would destroy them all. Lun stood and glared at her opponent. She called upon a ghostly army to help her. The frightened fighters looked up in front of them. They did not understand where the numerous army of ghosts came from in the sky. Yuan asked the queen with displeasure, "What does the internal struggle of the gods have to do with her?" Lun explained that it was all for the sake of her new pet. The goddess rose to her feet. She shouted to her partners that they were talking about the main character now. The queen turned around and slyly answered Yaoqi that everything was exactly like that. The goddess said angrily that Chu had deliberately killed Guan and framed her. She explained to her rival that he had been provoked into attacking. The two of them were now exhausted. As a result, Queen Lun would rule their kingdoms. Yuan raised his hand in front of him in anger. He shouted at the queen that if she started to claim ownership of the heavens, he would not allow her to do so. Lun stretched out her hand and metal claws came out. She said that she had no interest in the heavens. She also did not want to let Yuan become the ruler of all three kingdoms. The fighter glared angrily at the queen and shouted that he didn't need her permission. The queen jumped sharply to the side. She dodged her opponent's blow. A frightened Lun saw herself being attacked by a huge blue monster with yellow eyes, who launched liquid from the big mouth at her. Yuan swung his hand sharply to the side and prepared to attack his opponent. The fighter in flight shouted to the queen that she should prepare to die here. The harrier in flight shouted to her opponent that she would be death to him. The fighter jumped up and kicked the man in midair. He shouted that he would protect the queen. The goddess thought to herself in fear that as long as the fighter was holding Juling back, it would all be to her advantage. The main character fought against the warden in the underground hell. The fighter jumped away from him. The guy activated 2 twin dragons. Help arrived in time, otherwise he could have died. Chu unwound the bandage on the face of the fighter lying on the ground. He decided to see what he looked like. The main character looked closely at his opponent's face and realized that it was a mystical mouse. The frightened guard asked the guy why he had Lalundan. The protagonist was happy because the rat was rotting at the bottom of hell all the time. He asked the warden out loud. Is he really the ancestor of the Sycan family and the god of robbery? The rat grabbed the guy by the shoulders and asked him in fear what he knew about the Sycan family and how he was connected to it. The main character turned to the side and told the warden to listen to him and calm down. The main character told the warden the whole story in detail. The rat said in a thoughtful voice that he was very sorry that this whole fratricidal tragedy happened because of him. Chu sat next to the warden on a rock. He asked his partner why he was in a hellish prison. The rat said that his ignorance was to blame. He had done a lot of things for the gods. The warden remembered and told the boy that once he was asked to find treasures in the Second Kingdom, then the gods broke these stolen treasures and scattered them across the earth. The rat said that the fragments of the treasure have a spiritual nature. They can absorb spiritual power. When this happens, the treasures are filled with this power. What happens is that the gods kill the immortal cultivator. Then they take away his spiritual power and treasures. When the overseer learned of everything, he decided to steal the treasures and escape from heaven, but he was caught and imprisoned. The protagonist said in a thoughtful voice that his guess was correct. Super Chat and the Tuntian case are the instruments of the gods. Their goal is to steal their Urzai. Chu jumped to his feet. He told his partner that the gods who were fighting in the human world would bring a lot of destruction. If the Overseer did not get out of this place now, he would forever lose the chance to see his only descendant. He suggested that they leave together. The main character looked at the rat and said in a stern voice that he could decide for himself whether he needed to leave or not. The warden crawled forward on his knees. He wanted to show the main character the secret exit. Chu crawled after him and sternly asked the rat, why hadn't he escaped through this passage earlier? The rat told the main character on the go that the reason was right ahead. A bright flame appeared in front. The surprised protagonist saw a hellish fiery mountain in front of him. Everything around was burning. The warden turned around and told the boy that he had not found a way around the hellish mountain. It would take at least 6 months to dig a path. The main character closed his eyes and activated the Soul Eye skill. He decided to find a passage in front of him. Chu looked carefully and assessed the space in front of him. There were no secret doors or passages around. There weren't even any hidden cracks. It was impossible to get out of here by digging a hole. The main character looked in fear at the boiling fire in front of him. He thought about the only way out of this place. Chu turned around and suggested that his companion jump into the lake. The rat shouted in fear to the guy that they would turn into ash when they fell into the volcanic lava. The protagonist knelt down and told the warden that he must have a treasure with him that could preserve life. The boy and the rat climbed into a small magic cauldron. Chu said that even if they had a small chance, they should try. The main character and his team jumped over and landed on the fiery lava inside the pot. Chu and his companion moved around the burning space inside the cauldron. Chu felt a very strong heat in front of him. He said that the lava was thick and that they were moving slowly. The rat shouted to the guy that the temperature was getting higher and higher. The cauldron could melt. The warden grabbed a small bag. He had some spiritual pills left. The rat handed the main character a pill into his mouth. This was the only way the guy could save his life. The rat glanced fearfully to the side at the wall of the pot. He saw that it had begun to crack. The warden, frightened, shouted to the boy that the boiler could no longer withstand the pressure. The crack was getting bigger. Chu shouted back to his companion that they needed to wait a little. They should get out soon. The rat turned away and thanked the guy for giving him hope. The warden grabbed the boy by his clothes. He asked him to pass something on to his descendant. He regretted that he had allowed his loved ones to experience a great tragedy. Chu was controlling the movement with the fire wheel at that time. The main character turned around and looked at his companion in fear. Everything around was shining brightly. The rat closed his eyes and prepared to burn. He shouted that his sins could finally be cleansed. The protagonist suddenly stretched his hand forward. He grabbed the surprised companion by the bandages on his body. Dragons were flying around the main character. He sternly reminded the surprised rat that he had to get out with him. Near the entrance to the volcanic mountain, there were warriors standing at the cliff. They did not understand what was happening. People near the cliff started to run away to a safe place. Chu looked up joyfully in front of him. He shouted to his companion that they had succeeded. The rat on the side happily shouted to the guy that he was right. Chu answered cheerfully to his companion that they needed to hurry and that their families were waiting. The main character and his companion flew out of the volcano from above. There was a bright explosion. Yuan fought against the queen. He shouted at her that everything in heaven had been peaceful and quiet for many years. She wanted to ruin everything because of some mortal. There was a very bright blue glow around the Harrier. She shouted to the fighter that she wouldn't be able to live with him anyway. Suddenly, there was a bright explosion from above. A stranger appeared. He shouted to the queen and the warrior to stop. The Harrier looked up in surprise. She felt a strong spiritual pressure. The fighter recognized who appeared in front of them from above. An old man named Yuanshi Tianzun descended from the sky, with a bright glow around him. The old man descended from heaven to earth. There was a bright fiery glow around him. The fighters on earth were very scared. There was a very bright radiation around them. The queen glanced angrily to the side and shouted that there was very strong qi around her. Yuan pushed himself away from his seat and rushed forward towards the old man with a blade in his hand. He shouted that the deadline for completing the Tongtian case had not yet arrived. Yuan had a demon mask on the back of his head and was flying towards the old man to fight him. The fighter tried to break through the protective net around the Wanshi with his ball at full speed. The old man, with his eyes closed, told the frightened man that he had enough power to turn him into ashes and scatter him to the wind. Yuan turned his back and attacked his opponent with purple mist from the demon mask. The flying old man repelled the opponent's attack with a yellow protective field. The man on Earth raised his weapon forward and shouted that they needed to help the wise lord. He wanted to destroy Tianzun together. The warriors on the ground looked to the side in surprise and noticed a group of gods running towards them. Yaoqi ran. She angrily shouted to the fallen as she ran that they had to defeat her first. Two young fighters flew up. The girl told the old man that she wanted to offer him Yuandan so that he could defeat the enemy. She asked that Yuanqi resurrect them when the matter was successfully completed. The old man answered his partners that he would not refuse them. A bright explosion was heard in the sky. The yellow pill began to glow. Its energy began to fall on the girl from above. The girl began to fall from a great height. Above her, the old man continued to fight against Yuan. The old man opened his eyes and looked carefully in front of him. There was a bright yellow glow next to him. A bright explosion sounded in the sky. Golden energy hit Yuan at full speed. A powerful energy struck the warrior. He screamed very loudly after that. Shen looked up at the bright explosion and said that it was a very amazing power. Mao Tai told the girl with admiration that he felt a tingling sensation in the cells of his entire body. The great god could be involved in this. A woman with two children showed from the side. The boy greeted his father. The uncle looked at the child in surprise. Yue fell to her knees in front of the main character in fear. She was afraid that the guy might die. Shen held the guy with her hands and shouted that she would definitely save him. Yusi asked the guy what she could do for him. Yue happily shouted that she was half immortal and could help the guy too. Chu came to his senses. He happily said that he was pleased to be loved by so many people. The main character, in a weakening voice, told the surprised people around him not to stop cherishing him. Shen suddenly pressed the guy to herself. She asked her with excitement, "When did he wake up?" Chu told his girlfriend in a dissatisfied voice that he had escaped from hell and she wanted to send him back. Shen was very dissatisfied that the guy had not told her everything right away. The main character slyly said that he had resurrected a few moments ago. He didn't want to deceive his girlfriend. The guy noticed with surprise how she turned her back to him. He called her with excitement. Chu hugged his girlfriend. He apologized for making her worry. Yusi came up from the side. She looked at the main character with great excitement and attention. The overseer appeared in the dark sky. He shouted to the boy that now was not the time for tenderness. The rat told the boy that the recent Golden Thunder was a special move by Yuanqi. Most likely, the fallen demonic immortals had already been defeated. Everything in the heavens should have already ended. The warden came down to the ground. The uncle told him excitedly that all this should be fine. The rat explained to the people that after this battle, the gods would be very weakened. It was unclear what they would do next. The main character looked thoughtfully ahead and said that now everyone would reap the fruits of the Tuyatan's deeds. The main character looked up carefully and saw a bright glow in the sky. He decided that it was a spiritual force. A bright fiery glow appeared around my uncle. He was very scared. There was also a bright glow around the frightened girl. The main character called her by name. The frightened Chu jumped up and raised his hand. At that moment, the uncle fell to the ground. The frightened protagonist jumped up with his hand outstretched. The bright radiation hit the girl and the uncle next to him. The warden knocked the boy down. He shouted at him in fear that the soul's core cannot be defiled by a mortal. Otherwise, it will be destroyed. Chu was sitting on the ground on his knees. He did not understand why he remained safe, but the girl and uncle were taken away. The rat explained to his partner that he had been forcibly returned from the underworld. That is why he was not considered alive now. The frightened boy asked the protagonist to save his father and the stupid girl. Chu stroked the boy's head. He asked the warden if they would save the uncle and the girl if they removed them from the Book of Life and Death. The rat answered the boy that such removal would not work. The main character lay with his hand in a fist. He shouted that they would save the uncle and the girl only if they went against the heavens. The rat asked his friend with displeasure, how did he decide to fight against all the heavenly gods? The protagonist pointed to the body of the lying girl. He asked the surprised warden, does he really want to put up with the destruction of his only descendant? Chu said in a stern voice that his friends had not abandoned him, and he would not abandon them either. The main character and his girlfriend jumped up to disappear into the sky. The rat looked after the guy who was flying away. He asked the people if they had the courage to watch Chu die. Yusi answered the warden that if the guy hadn't done that, she would have despised him. Yusi picked up the phone. She said that they would never sit back and watch their homes being destroyed and their loved ones dying. Yusi ordered on the phone to mobilize all family forces to save the wounded. The survivors had to be transferred to a shelter. The partner answered the lady that he would do everything. People saw two red lights flying from above. Mao Tai looked up at the sky and said with excitement that in front of them was Chu Tianlin. Bright lights from the sky descended on the mountain. Mortals had to fight with the heavens. At this time, two warriors sat and happily communicated with each other. The old man said that the Gungyang affair ended early. The spiritual power absorbed was very little. A magic ball was flying near his hand. Yuanqi flew in space. He told the queen that he could share some of his spiritual powers with her. He was grateful to her. Lun told the old man that he should use these spiritual powers to save the immortals who were sacrificed. The goddess extended her blade to the side. She shouted to the queen that she must not refuse the old man's offer. Lun looked sternly at the old man and said that this war was an opportunity for him to get rid of the old, weak, and sick. The warrior was tied to a pillar with golden chains. He angrily asked the queen if she had noticed the selfish nature of the gods. The old man shouted at the fighter to shut up. He attacked him with fire from his hand. Yuanqi sternly told the warriors that they had sinned a lot. Now they would be turned into pills to reward the immortals. The warriors' bodies began to burn and their energy was directed into the cauldron. The queen worried that the pill made from the fallen deities would be demonic. She did not believe that the gods were willing to do such a thing to replenish their spiritual power. The fire completely engulfed Yuan's body. The fighter screamed very loudly. A purple pill began to appear in the warrior's body. He himself dissolved into space. The old man sternly told the queen that he would now be the ruler of all three kingdoms and would not be like Yuan. Lun realized with excitement that the old man had used spiritual pressure against her. He wanted to destroy his mind. Someone flew up from the side and tried unsuccessfully to break through the protective net above the old man with a sword. The boy and the girl wanted to break through to hit the old man. Yuanqi thoughtfully said to himself the words about the ant shaking the tree. The main character screamed loudly. The goddess on the side frightenedly called the main character by name. The queen could not understand how the guy could escape from the eternal hellish prison. The old man threw the guy to the ground with a powerful blow. He called him the main culprit of the war in heaven. The old man attacked the people with a bright yellow lightning. He shouted that they would die now. Yuanqi turned around in surprise and saw a boy and a girl running. He realized that people were alive outside the five elements. Yuanqi extended his hand to the side. He said that he would need a little more effort. Chu shouted to the old man on the go that if he couldn't kill him, he would bite off a piece of his flesh. Yuanqi attacked the people with a bright lightning. He shouted that the ants decided as if they could kill God. The old man attacked the people with fire. He shouted angrily at them that they didn't even know what the gods were capable of. Chu and Shen's bodies were burning brightly. The frightened girl stretched out her hand to the main character to grab him. There was a very bright fire around the guy's body. Everything around was burning and he screamed loudly. Because of the bright fire, the guy's body began to fall apart. He could no longer scream. The old man was floating in the sky. He told the people that they would not be able to escape his punishment. He dropped a huge stone on them from above. The queen closed her eyes. She remembered that she had told the boy not to come here. The goddess shouted in a joyful voice that the people had defied the Yuanqi and were actually seeking death. The old man was flying in the sky. He prepared to attack the girl and shouted that it should be an honor for her to die by his hand. Shen viciously threatened her rival that she would kill him. At this time, the overseer took out a magic instrument and began to play it. He shouted for everyone to stop. The old man turned around with displeasure. He realized that the royal heavenly saw was playing. Shen stopped the attack. She heard powerful sounds of music around her. The queen covered her ears with her hands as hard as she could. The music had a very bad effect on her. The old man felt that the sounds of the heavenly saw had a bad effect on him. He shouted that it was too noisy for him. The old man attacked the warden with a stream of energy. The rat could no longer play. The warden was very badly injured. He fell from a great height to the ground. The girl continued to hover in the air. She watched the old man closely. The surprised Yuanqi saw a red lightning fly in front of his protective chain. The warden flew up above the ground. He shouted to the old man that moments of hesitation had cost the boy his life. Now he had decided to carry out the task instead of the main character. At that time, Shen was trying to break through the protective dome from the side. Yellow stars appeared above the old man. He shouted to the people that they made him very angry. The frightened girl saw a yellow star flying towards her. She put up a shield to protect herself from it. Even her protective umbrella couldn't stop the attack. The shadow continued to fly in space. She shouted that she couldn't die yet. A huge evil demon with red eyes appeared in the sky. He attacked the girl and she screamed. The goddess rushed forward at the girl. She shouted that even if she sacrificed her life force, it would not affect the outcome. Yaoqi rushed forward and tried to pierce the girl with her magic blade. The old man, surrounded by a golden aura, was hovering in the sky. He was carefully watching the fight between the goddess and the girl. The Shen fell to the ground and lay motionless. She tried to crawl forward. Shen asked the protagonist for forgiveness in a tired voice. She did everything she could. Suddenly, someone flew up behind the goddess and pierced her through with a sword. The goddess turned around and was surprised to see the queen behind her. Lun answered Yaoqi in a stern voice that she had not attacked her. The old man was hovering in the sky. He shouted to the queen that she had decided to become their enemy. He ordered his subordinates to kill the harrier. The queen flew up behind the goddess and put her steel fangs to her head. She screamed that someone was manipulating her. The queen shouted loudly and angrily for the one who was going to kill her to come out. The earth suddenly began to fly apart into pieces, and someone's hand with a phone crawled out of it. The girl looked from the side and saw with surprise how the guy climbed out and sat on a pile of earth. The mercenary, along with the old man and the girls, looked ahead in fear. The main character appeared transformed. He shouted to the queen that it was him. His whole body was shining with yellow light. The main character's body was covered with a protective black shell. The queen was still holding the goddess hostage. She looked at the guy with surprise. The main character picked up the girl in his arms. Shen told the guy in a weakening voice that she was dying, and the blood crystal was broken. The guy reached his fingers forward and touched the girl's forehead. He told her that everything would be fine with her. The old man was hovering in the sky. He launched golden magic stars at the people below him. The main character was walking with his girlfriend. He asked her how she felt. She answered her friend that all the wounds on her body had healed. Yuanqi was very surprised. He realized that the guy had not just been reborn, he had begun to possess enormous power. She said in an evil voice that thanks to the old man's true fire and the pills, a new demonic god was able to appear. The main character extended his hand forward, and a glowing telephone appeared above it. Chu unrolled the magic scroll in front of him. He was able to unlock the last chat function and was able to give orders to the gods. The fighters were lying on the ground in front of the protagonist. They couldn't move. Someone shouted that this dominance was not inferior to the great power of Yuan Shu. The rat said in a thoughtful voice that they now had the WeChat store treasure bag in their hands. The protagonist glanced at the old man and said that he would not be able to defeat them now. They had most of the Tongqian case items in their hands. The old man angrily told the people that they would not be able to use their treasure. Yuanqi looked down at the people sternly and shouted at them to show him what they were capable of. Chu stretched out his hand forward and shouted that he would show how alive an ant could be. The protagonist clenched his fist with all his might and prepared to punch it upward in front of him. Chu used his hand to deliver powerful blows in front of him. The image of reality with the old man shattered. Huge fragments of the mirror fell from above onto people. They covered their bodies with their hands in fear. The queen shouted in surprise that the guy was able to break reality. The goddess called the main character by name in fear. A whole group of ancient warriors appeared in the sky. They were flying on the fragments of mirrors. The rat excitedly handed the main hero a sword from the side for battle. The protagonist looked up and saw a huge group of old men flying towards him. He launched yellow magic swords at them. Yuanqi flew calmly on with the sword in his head. He told the people that they would not be able to oppose him with such abilities. Chu pointed the blade in front of him. He shouted to the old man that they were not alone anymore. Yuanqi stretched out his hand forward. He attacked with his huge hand the people under the protective dome. The old man was flying, and behind him was a huge pentagram along with other warriors. He angrily told the people that there were only 3 of them anyway. A very bright explosion was heard in the sky. Rocks and pieces of fire flew around and hit the people below. The protagonist looked up slyly. He shouted to the old man that all mortals are now on their side. The main character shouted to the old man that people were also fighting with them. Below, Yusi stood on the city street and gave instructions to the residents. A group of people stood on the stairs. The main character said menacingly that only thanks to mutual support was humanity able to pass through the centuries. The residents stood against the backdrop of a destroyed city. There were many bodies lying on the ground. The main character among the citizens said that if a catastrophe happens, people will never give up. Chu looked up and said that people would fight on if their enemy was God. Yuanqi was scared. He stopped and realized that the guy had started to attack him. The main character flew forward at the old man and shouted that mortals will not be afraid. Chu attacked the old man in flight and pierced him through with his magic sword. The old man said to the guy in front of him in a weakening voice that he had managed to surprise him. He had not seen such a pure radiance of the heavenly Tao for a long time. Chu angrily explained to his opponent that he saw before him the power that people from the earth gave him. The old man looked angrily at the man and said that he was very sorry. It was time to end this. The main character stood with a blade in his hands. He looked around in surprise. Chu looked in surprise. How the old man became very huge. It was on his hand. Guanxi angrily told the guy that he was just a toy on his palm. The main character with a blade in his hand was on top of the old man's huge palm. He shouted to him that this was his area of consciousness. Yuanqi squeezed his hand sharply to squeeze the guy. The main one managed to jump up. Chu extended his hand with the blade upward. He decided to jump aside from the old man's hand. Very bright explosions were heard in the sky. Huge stones were flying and shining brightly. A bright, fiery explosion rang out in the sky. Yuanqi shouted at the guy that he would not leave him a chance to resist and stretched out his hand forward. Chu jumped up and swung his blade. There were flashes of fire in all directions around him. The main character looked angrily ahead and shouted at the old man that he was in a hurry. The old man was hovering in space. The main character flew up to him with a blade from below. Chu shouted to his opponent that he was trying to deal with him in the area of his consciousness. The boy swung his sword. He shouted to the old man that his spiritual strength was running out. Yuanqi raised his hand and told the man that he didn't need much strength to destroy him. The old man looked ahead and told the boy that if he surrendered voluntarily, he would give him immortality. Chu looked to the side very frightened. He saw bright blue waves next to him. The main character swung his hand sharply. A stream of fire flew past him from the side. The old man grabbed the man with his hand. He promised him that he would give him spiritual vision and they would rule 3 kingdoms together. Chu very quickly managed to grab the old man's finger with his teeth. Yuanqi looked at the man with displeasure and called him a worthless person. The old man stood next to the guy and behind him was a golden halo. Chu fell to his knees. Shen was surprised. She did not understand what had happened to the guy and why he suddenly stopped moving. The warden said with concern that the situation was not very favorable for the guy now. The goddess angrily ordered the fighters to destroy the protagonist's body. They needed to help Tianzun. The girl rushed forward at the warriors. She shouted that she would not let them touch the guy. Yaoqi watched all this from the side. The goddess turned around and demanded that the queen take revenge on the protagonist. Yaoqi said that if Lun killed the guy, then she would not be held responsible for the previous sneak attack. The queen looked angrily ahead. She remained silent and did not answer the goddess. People continued to fight on the ground. Suddenly, a bright red fog appeared between them. The beaten fighters flew to the side, one of them called the queen. The harrier confidently walked in front of her. The warden and the girl looked at the queen in amazement. The goddess angrily shouted at the queen that she dared to go against the heavens and kill the gods. Lun came up behind the old man. She said with displeasure that she was irritated by the fact that Chu controlled her body. The queen attacked the old man from behind with a powerful blue ball. She remembered with displeasure that the gods had decided to oppress her. The harrier said that she would repay the boy for his favor. Revenge could be taken later. Small blue lightning bolts began to fly in all directions from the old man's back. The old man looked ahead in fear and repeated to himself the words about the energies of souls. The old man squeezed his hand with all his might. He decided to crush the main character with it. Suddenly, bright red paint splashed on the side of the surprised old man. Chu swung his blade and rushed at the old man. He shouted that the situation outside was not in his favor. Yuanqi fell onto the water. He said dissatisfiedly that he could not get out of the weak water of Tianhe. The protagonist rushed forward next to him. The protagonist stood on top of the old man. He swung his blade at him. Thanks to the support of Sei Te, he was able to draw Tianhe water from the universe. The main character pierced his opponent with his sword. A bright explosion was heard. The guy shouted loudly that Yuanqi would die in his own realm of consciousness. The old man was seriously injured after the main character's attack. He started coughing blood. Chu swung his blade. He angrily asked his opponent, "Is this really all he can do?" Yuanqi reached out his hand and grabbed the protagonist's hand. Chu stretched out his hand forward, and a fiery radiation went from it straight to the old man. The girl looked at the main character from the side and shouted that the guy was getting the upper hand. The guard on the side said with surprise that Chu was able to successfully resist in the old man's consciousness. The goddess came up from the side and called the main character. She saw the bodies of the beaten warriors on earth. The queen angrily told the old man that this was her answer to him. Yuanqi shouted angrily to Lun that he would destroy her. The queen saw a huge blade rise from the ground in front of her. She felt that her body could not move. The main character ran up from the side in time. He grabbed the queen in his arms and began to carry her away. Lun looked ahead in fear. She didn't understand why the guy decided to save her. The queen kissed the main character. She shouted that he should not teach her. Shen got really angry. She shouted for Lun to get away from the guy. The overseer tried to calm her down from behind. Chu looked at the queen in fear and realized that she had bitten him. Blood appeared on his face. Lun looked at the guy and thought that this was a small retribution for him. The main character put his hand to his face. He shouted to the queen that his girlfriend would beat him up for this later. The Harrier slyly told the guy that he could return to the underworld and continue to be her slave. Shen ran up to the protagonist. She wanted to grab the queen with her hands. The old man looked at the people from the side and said that he corresponded to his status as low mortals. They threatened greed and lust. Suddenly, huge swords appeared behind the old man. He shouted that people have no right to stand on his holy abode. Yuanqi launched a whole bunch of swords at the people. The protagonist blocked the flying swords with his blade and shouted that the old man was attacking them. Chu squeezed his sword with his hand and blood began to flow. He was unhappy because Yuanqi forbade him to stand on the floor of the heavenly palace. The main character rushed forward with his sword. He shouted at the old man that he would step on his face. Yuanqi glared at the guy and prepared to fight him off with his sword. The main character clashed with his opponent with blades. There was blood on his sword. The old man was very scared. He realized that the guy was able to cut his sword with his blade. The goddess looked at the main character with fear. The guy extended his hand to her. Chu extended his ball and pierced the goddess with it. Yuanqi used Yaoqi to defend against the protagonist's attack. The angry old man extended his chopped-off blade towards the boy. The protagonist was wounded and flew back. The old man said that mortal people are very indecisive. The goddess looked at the old man in fear and asked why he did that. She grabbed him with her bloody hand. Yuanqi answered his partner that she would rest in peace. He would remember her loyalty. The main character rose to his knees. He shouted at the old man that he was no better than an animal. A girl called out to him in fear from behind. Yuanqi shouted in a loud voice that he would now be the ruler of all three kingdoms. For him, people and gods were now equally important. The body of the wounded goddess lay on the ground. The old man clenched his fist and said that such was the law of nature. Yuanqi held out his hands with pills made from fallen gods in front of him. He said that everyone has their own destiny. The old man squeezed his hand and a bright purple light came out of it. He shouted that fate cannot be changed. The old man was floating in the sky. There was a very bright radiation around him. Lightning was also flashing around him. Chu shouted to his friends as he ran, saying that they had to attack the old man together. They couldn't let Yuanqi use his demonic elixir to replenish his spiritual power. A group of people ran up close to the old man and prepared to hit him with their hands. Yuanqi suddenly disappeared somewhere. The main character looked to the side very frightened. He realized that the old man appeared next to him. Yuanqi suddenly ran up to the guy from the side and tried to hit him with all his strength with his hand. Chu blocked the blow. The old man knocked the main character down and started beating all his warriors. In the end, he hit the queen with all his strength at full speed. Chu suddenly rushed forward. He wanted to stop his opponent before he ran too far. The old man flew up. He shouted to the people as a farewell that the winner had already been determined. Chu hugged his girlfriend on the ground. Yuanqi turned around and prepared to attack the girl from behind. He shouted to her that the guy would die with her. A rat ran up from the side. He shouted at the girl to take her friend away. The warden decided to fight off the old man's attack. Yuanqi looked to the side in surprise and saw that he was bound by a huge chain. The queen used her artifact and it flew above her hand. She shouted at the girl to run away with the guy. The Harrier commanded the ghost door to open. The girl looked ahead in surprise and saw a magical black door appear in the sky above her. The old man used his magical powers and began to break the red chain on his body. Yuanqi flew in the sky surrounded by a golden halo. He shouted to the people that they could not stop him. The warden flew into the air, holding a huge slab in front of him to protect himself from the old man's attack. After this, huge black tentacles suddenly emerged from the Yuanqi's body. He decided to attack his opponents with them. The Shen was heading towards the magic door in flight. The old man rushed forward to finish off the warden. The queen flew up to him from the side. Shen with the main character in her hands in flight, she stopped and turned around in fear. She looked at the rat. A huge magic axe appeared in the old man's hands. He swung it to finish off the rat. The warden shouted at the girl to run away and take care of Yue. The old man swung his axe and chopped his opponent down. The rat stretched out its hand before dying. He saw the girl fly up to the portal. Yuanqi got angry. He stretched out his hand and shouted at the people not to dare run away from him. The disgruntled old man saw the door explode after people flew through it. The magical teleportation door shattered into pieces and burned to the ground. Yuanqi shouted after the guy that he could run away from him for a while, but not for the rest of his life. The queen suddenly flew up from the side. She hit the old man on the head with all her might. Yuanqi was very shocked. He didn't expect that the queen could attack him at such a moment. The old man's face took on the mask of an evil demon. He shouted to the queen that she would pay for her betrayal. The harrier was frightened. She realized that she had seen the power of the 9 spirits before her. The old man reached forward and grabbed the queen by the throat. The harrier angrily told her rival that he had become a monster himself. He could not call her a traitor. Yuanqi reached forward and grabbed the surprised girl's hand. The queen was frightened. She realized that she could no longer attack her opponent. Yuanqi stretched his arms forward and grabbed the queen by the throat. She was frightened and realized that her rival wanted to take away her inner potion. Lun, in order to protect herself, spat a magical aura into the demon's face. The harrier looked down at her rival with displeasure and reminded him that the king had been crowned from heaven and was admired throughout the world. A bright pentagram appeared around the girl. She shouted that the king protects the righteous and punishes the wicked. The old man extended his finger forward. A bright golden glow appeared near it. A shining wound appeared on the queen's chest. She said that she would rather die than help the enemy. Yuanqi stretched out his hand and finished off his opponent with a bright flame. The old man looked up with displeasure and said that he had underestimated the queen. There were traces of blood on Yuanqi's body. He turned around with displeasure and looked around. The ancient warrior walked on the ground and looked at the bodies of the fighters. He said to himself the words about 1,000 years and one more round. Yuan looked around carefully and said that this place was immortal. A very bright light appeared in the sky above the dark city. 2 lightning bolts descended from the fiery portal down to the ground. 2 bright lightning bolts came down from the sky. They hit the body of the girl and her uncle lying on the ground. Uncle felt his body begin to come to life. Life was returning to him, and a bright glow appeared. Yusi ran up from the side. She happily shouted that the main character had done it. The boy ran up from the side. He was glad that the girl and his father had woken up. Uncle woke up. When he was a spirit, he saw that the main character and his girlfriend were fighting God. He asked if the guy and the girl had returned. The boy answered his partner with excitement that no one had returned yet. Yusi told the man that the guy would help them get out of here safe and sound. A bright purple beam was descending from the sky to the earth. The woman told her companions that they needed to save many more people in the center of the disaster. She turned around and looked away together with the girl. An old man, Yuanqi Tianzun, descended from the sky to the earth. People on earth stood amazed. The city's residents looked at the old man in the sky with surprise and attention. They said some words. The old man came down from heaven and told the people that he was the god of the 3 kingdoms. Now the people would serve God with faith, as they had done for many generations. Yuanqi from heaven reminded people of the consequences. If they go against God, he asked the residents what they would answer. The inhabitants of the land were unhappy. Someone pointed at the old man and demanded that he be knocked down. Yuanqi was very unhappy. He looked angrily at the people on the ground. The old man clenched his fist and activated the energy in his body. A fiery halo appeared behind him. Yuanqi looked at the city residents and shouted that he didn't have time to explain everything to them. The old man stood on a whole pile of human bodies. He shouted to the people that heaven and hell were waiting for them. The residents were frightened and fell down in a bow before him. The man on the ground said angrily that in front of them was not God, but only a demon who threatened all mortals. A guy ran up from the side. He shouted to the captain that 160 governments around the world were calling for capitulation. To this god, the commander asked his subordinate, "What about the orders from above?" The fighter shouted that it was necessary to defend the people's freedom and life at any cost. The captain looked ahead and shouted that they would fight against God for their lives, but they still lacked a commander. Yusi came up to the side and told the soldiers that she could help him find the main character. The captain was surprised when he realized that Chu was still alive. Yu approached the man and said that she felt a trace of purest qi. This trace echoed her spirit of the earthly lotus. The captain asked the girl, "Where are all the others?" The main character and his girlfriend were in the hall of the 10th temple. Chu came to his senses and opened his eyes. He looked in front of him. The guy turned around in surprise and saw a girl behind him. The guy turned around and saw how his girlfriend's strength suddenly dropped. He called her out in fear. The main character picked up his girlfriend. He shouted at her that she had destroyed her soul because she had given him her power. Shen touched her friend with her hand and said that he must protect this world. Shen told the guy in a weakening voice to wake her up when he was done. The main character felt the building begin to shake. Stones began to fall from above. The guy said that the demonic beasts in the hellish dungeon suddenly rebelled and smashed the seal. If this continues, they will definitely escape. Two old men ran up from the side of the room. One warrior shouted that the ancient demonic beasts had been sealed by God's army. Chu said in a thoughtful voice that God now wants to use the demonic beast to destroy all the rebels in the three worlds. The old man will retain his divine right. Yuanqi was high in the sky. He attacked the demonic beast on the ground with black lightning. Qi asked the boy in fear, "What should they do now?" The main character looked thoughtfully ahead and said that they needed to fight with God for life. Near a lonely and empty building, a bright pentagram appeared on the ground. From it, a light emanated upward. The main character saw his friends in front of him. The uncle shouted to the guide that they had arrived to pick him up. Qi asked the main character with fear to help them dig up this disaster. The old man Ba told the guy that he could take the place of the king. The main character stretched out his hands to his girlfriend to help her. She was unconscious. Chu walked and carried his girlfriend in his arms. He said in a stern voice to his friends that it was time to learn how to change the sky and the moon. Near the ancient building, the earth began to crack. Warriors were standing around. One fighter shouted that the seal was broken and there was no need to let the monster escape. A huge demonic bird suddenly flew up from the ground. It scattered the fighters to the sides. The flying predator headed towards the man. The fighter said in a frightened voice that he wanted to step over the corpse first. The main character suddenly appeared from the side. He pounced on the flying bird from above. The guy shouted words about a powerful general. Chu stood to the side. He shouted to his friends to get to work. The fighters with their weapons boldly rushed forward. Yusi started shooting at the monsters with pistols. She would never let them come and harm the world. The woman's pistol shots hit the monsters and wounded them. The main character rushed forward to attack the monsters. There were bright yellow flashes near his body. The boy attacked the demon with his magic amulet. Yui put her hands forward and used magic against the monsters. A pill began to glow brightly in the body of one of the demons, and rays emanated from it in all directions. Chu flew forward. A huge magic sword was hovering in front of him. Also, a pill was shining brightly next to him. Yusi came up to the boy's side and put her hand on his shoulder. She happily said that thanks to the spiritual power he gave her, they could now defeat this. The boy crouched down and saw a glowing ball on the ground. Chu juggled balls in his hand. He told the boy that this was the main demonic substance. Old man Yuanqi controls monsters and wants to eat their core. This will increase his spiritual power. The main character looked to the side and saw weakening old men. One of them shouted that the monsters could somehow break through from the volcano. Chu ran up to the old man and said excitedly that this was all a secret passage through which he was able to escape from his predecessors. The monster could not pass through it. Qi said proudly that the unusual monsters had been inactive until now because his king was sitting here. The protagonist held out a bag to his friends in his hand. They had to bring the treasures and return to the world to block the escaping monsters. Chu asked his friends to contact him at any time and tell him when they found something. Chu walked up to a large hole in the ground. He looked down and told his companions that he would come to them after repairing the broken seal. Yusi shouted from the side to the guy that she wanted to go with him. Chu didn't want to take his girlfriend with him. The girl kicked the guy and he flew into the abyss. She shouted at him with displeasure that they needed to get down to business immediately. Yusi jumped into the hole after the main character. Her friend stayed near the cliff and happily watched her. The uncle told his friends that it was time for them to leave. After that, they all quickly teleported away. Maotai found himself in a very dangerous place after teleportation. He saw explosions around him. The man looked up in fear and saw a fighter plane flying towards him. A very bright and powerful explosion was heard on the ground. The uncle and his companions ran away in different directions. The captain lay on the ground and looked up in surprise. He saw the planes flying towards the flying monsters. The man looked closely and was surprised to see a humanoid monster hovering over the city. The flying demon smashed the planes that flew towards him with powerful blows of its paws. There were armed men standing on the ground. Who was it that shouted that they needed to kneel down and seek shelter with Tan Zong? Otherwise, they would all burn alive. Uncle turned around and asked the passersby in surprise, "Does Tan Zong really have so many followers?" The people shouted at the guests to kneel down. A flying warrior appeared in the sky. A bright light fell on him. Someone said that the whole world would fall, and it is unclear whether they will be able to reverse this situation. In hell, the main character continued to destroy demons with his girlfriend. The guy thought that this should have happened because of the inflexibility of the knees and worship of God, who stretched his hand forward to attack the demon. He thought that the confrontation was carved into their insides. In the earthly world, the fighters continued to fight against the monsters. The uncle said in a joyful voice that there were people who wanted to bring them to their knees. The commander answered the man that they would break such people's legs. He beat the opponent with his hand. A group of people gathered in the gym. Someone said that everyone came here in an organized manner. Food and water were prepared inside. Suddenly, a bright lightning bolt struck the gym from above. People around ran away in fear. An unfamiliar girl appeared. She angrily shouted to the people that everyone under the sphere belonged to God. They had nowhere to run now. The inhabitants fell to their knees en masse. Someone shouted that he did not want to die but wanted to worship Tansun. An old man was descending from a great height onto the city. He was approaching the gym building. Yuanshi hovered high above. He said thoughtfully that people's hearts are filled with sadness for this place. But such resentment is stronger than the power of faith in the past. A demon, Shinten, flew up to the old man from the side with a huge axe and sword. He said that Yuan had become a devil. Now any evil that saddens him will be the source of his great power. Sun shouted to the old man that it was not too late to join. Yuanshi told his partner that the magic weapon had been stolen from him by a treasure hunter. If the demons helped the old man destroy the rebels, he would help execute their enemies. There were bodies of people lying all over the ground. Someone called for Tanzun to come to his rescue. The commander came up to the side and told his uncle that they might bring a dangerous enemy upon themselves. A huge predatory demon appeared in the sky. He descended from above onto the people. The commander grabbed the bag of artifacts. Uncle rushed forward with his blade against the monster. He grunted to his colleague to use blood to deal with it. The commander, in surprise, pulled out of the bag a huge pair of golden sea snake scissors. The blue demon suddenly rushed at the man from above and knocked him down with all his might. The fighter held out a pair of large scissors in front of him and shouted at the mutant that he would cut him. The captain used a pair of huge scissors to cut the demon into 2 pieces. The Maotai happily praised the fighter for his excellent work. Suddenly, someone threw a huge magic axe at the people from above. The fighters on the ground dodged the flying blade in time. The axe hit the ground and a loud explosion was heard. The captain threw scissors at the flying demon and shouted for him to get out quickly. The scissors flew up towards the demon, after which a bright fire dragon appeared in the sky. An angry sun grabbed the demon with his hands. He shouted that people can control magical weapons. It is truly selfless. The dragon shouted to the monster that they were created to protect mortals. The monster stretched out his hand and squeezed the dragon with all his might. The broken scissors fell to the ground. Sun landed and said that there was so much delirium that even the rats hid in their holes. At this time, the captain stood near the window in the building and carefully watched the monster on the street. Sun suddenly struck the wall with a powerful blow and grabbed the frightened man by the head. The monster grabbed the fighter by the head with his hand and pulled him towards himself. The man could not free himself. The man's body became wooden. He tried to free himself from the demon's hand. Sun said discontentedly that he saw another magical weapon of Xintian in front of him. A huge bell appeared above the demon. Sun asked the man with displeasure, how dare he become his enemy? The boy and the girl were standing on the roof of the building. They dropped a huge bell straight onto the demon's head. The stick inside the bell came to life. He began to cut it with fire from the inside. Sun smashed the huge bell into pieces and shouted to the people that he would kill them. The main character appeared from the side. He sternly told the demon that he was against it. Chu landed on top of the axe that the monster was holding. Sun looked at the man with great displeasure. The monster swung his axe and hit the ground with all his might. Chu swung his hand to attack the demon. He shouted that he used a mindless attack. The demon got angry. He put a shield in front of himself to protect himself from the main character's attack. Chu very quickly passed his opponent. Sun remained behind him. Shin was surprised that the guy used the purest air. He asked the man what kind of god he was. Chu turned to the side and calmly answered the monster that he himself was just a simple mortal man. Shin said it was impossible. His body exploded. A fountain of blood shot up. Chu turned to the side and said it was all a commotion. The main character remembered that he had one more rival. He turned his head to the side. The main character sharply pointed his finger at the old man and shouted that he would be the next to die. Yuanshi looked down at the boy and said that after 3,000 years he could see the return of the emperor. The main character stretched out his hand to the side, and a magic ball was flying above it. Two children ran up to him from the side. Yue shouted that Chu came just in time. Chu clenched his hand into a fist. He told the soldiers who ran up that the seal was broken and could not be repaired. A flock of birds of prey appeared above the city. Chu looked into the sky and said that all this could be cleared out. A bright blue beam appeared from the ground in the city. It struck upwards and attacked the birds. A bright beam hit the flying predatory bats powerfully. They began to fall down. A bright beam emanating from the ground began to spread out in all directions like the branches of a tree. Small white circles rained down from the sky onto the city. The man on his knees said that he felt a soft and pleasant warmth. The demon girl was scared. The woman on the ground shouted at her not to come near her. The woman held her hand out in front of her. She was unhappy because she saw the damned monsters in front of her. A passerby grabbed the demonic girl by her clothes. People around shouted that they needed to get rid of the stranger. A group of people with weapons ran and shouted that the traitors had to be killed. Maotai looked around carefully and said that all of this could resonate with his spiritual power. The man looked ahead confidently and said that his power had returned. Yue folded her hands and closed her eyes, and it became more convenient for her to use the spell. The boy raised his hand up and shouted that all this is very interesting. The main character looked thoughtfully in front of him at the city. He was silent. The guy was flying over the city and looking at the huge bright beam from the ground. He had thought of all this yesterday. The battle was supposed to be like a competition between humanity and the evil god. Chu said thoughtfully that this fight was not for life, but for death. There is no such thing as an honorable gentleman. An old man flew up from the side and told the guy that for him, an honorable gentleman is no match. The main character was flying in space. The old man continued to hover opposite him. Suddenly, the guy turned sharply to the side and wanted to fly there. The old man turned around and flew after the guy. He decided to attack him. Huge predatory snakes appeared from the Yuan-Shi's body. They looked angrily at the guy. The snakes attacked the main character with a bright beam of light from their mouths. The main character flew forward. He launched magic papers with a spell in front of him. The old man was flying in the air. Magic papers were circling around him. He was tied with a bright lightning. The main character flew up to the old man and prepared to hit him. He shouted that this was a slap in the face from a mere mortal. Chu slapped the frightened Yuan-Shi across the face with all his might. Suddenly, long dark tentacles appeared from the old man's body. They wrapped around the guy's body. A girl appeared from the side. She stretched out her hand forward and shouted at the main character to save her. The old man flew up to the guy and with all his might pierced him with a powerful blow of his hand. The wounded boy angrily shouted back at the old man to shut up. Chu fell from a great height next to the old man. They were badly injured. The main character fell from a great height onto a city street. There was a loud explosion. The beaten guy was lying on the ground. There were bloodstains all around him. The old man flew up to the lying guy and said that he would absorb the evil spirits with the help of the Philosopher's Stone. The master's power was mighty. Yuan-Shi shouted to the protagonist that the woman who was with him would be condemned to death. Chu remembered the girl Yusi with fright. He remembered her appearance in great detail. The main character stretched his hand forward. There was a gap above him and someone's tentacles were visible. Chu held his hand in front of him, and a bright yellow seal appeared in front of him. The main character broke the seal with a powerful blow. He did not understand why the reboot was happening. Yusi turned around and shouted to the guy that all around her were monsters. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, and a bright glow appeared near it. The main character hit the ground with his hand. He shouted to his companions not to worry about him. The monsters on the side ran towards the girl. Chu sat near the seal's fragments. He said in a thoughtful voice that all of this could be fixed. The girl from behind approached the guy and said that they were already too late. It had gotten to the point where all of this was almost irreparable. The main character stretched out his hands and began to collect the fragments of the pentagram. He wanted to put them together. Suddenly, a voice came from the fire. The stranger said that it was impossible to break the seal, even if the three emperors worked together. The protagonist looked at the stranger in surprise. A huge man appeared in front of the people. It was the lonely Emperor Shin. The main character and the girl were amazed that Shin could become the emperor. They knew him as a tyrant from textbooks. The emperor said with a smile that a loner is better for a tyrant than for the old city of Yuan-Shi. Chu asked the man if it could be that in the war, Yuan-Shi, who is destined for the gods, chose an assistant from the human world. The emperor said in a thoughtful voice that the loner was gifted and could receive the support of the Taoist deity. After Jedi, Tiantong and the second queen of earth and water gradually declined. Only the emperor can personally stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. The old thief Yuanqi deliberately wanted to unite the three worlds. However, the gods and the human race fought to the death. But in the end, they lost to heaven. People became servants of the gods and had to worship them. All human suffering is solely due to the human race itself. Those gods who helped people were cursed and locked in the depths of the created hell. The prisoners were imprisoned and suppressed by the power of the lonely emperor. Since then, Yuanqi became the master of the three worlds. A new order appeared on earth and in heaven. The main character answered his partner that times have changed now. People of the human race now believe in science and no longer worship gods. The protagonist told Shin that the gods kept rising because of someone's belief. Yuanqi demonized himself to save his life. The established order completely collapsed. The emperor was surprised by such words. Yuxi excitedly told the man that Tianzong was now controlling monsters to suppress the resistance of the human race. She asked for help. The protagonist asked the emperor to use human power to seal the enemies again. The man joyfully pointed his hand at the main character and said that the emperor's power had come. Sun informed his companions that the seal had been broken. The monsters drawn by the Yuanqi could no longer be sealed. They could only be purified. The man said in a stern voice that one person had to be sacrificed to become the seed. It would restore the emperor's strength. Chu looked away in fear. The main character grabbed his girlfriend by the hand and said that they had to leave. The emperor shouted after the guy that his girlfriend's heart was best combined with his pure strength. Chu looked away. He didn't want to win and sacrifice someone for this. Yusi abruptly pulled her hand away from the main character and demanded that he let her go. The girl told the guy that he couldn't make decisions for her. Chu, frightened, called her by name. The emperor extended his hand to the side and a fiery swirl appeared near it. Yusi looked at the guy and said that she will not die. She will always remain in his heart. The girl's body began to disappear in a fiery pentagram. The main character called her by name in fear. The guy grabbed his girlfriend to hug him goodbye. He swung his arms, but she was gone. Chu remembered all the episodes of life with his girlfriend. Yusi thanked him for being in her life. After the girl disappeared, the main character got his hands on a small yellow pill. Yusi shouted goodbye to the guy that he should do what they wanted. Chu looked at the pill and said that he would do everything. The old man was flying over the city. He raised his hand up and a big pill was hovering above him. He threatened the guy that he would soon go after the girl. Suddenly, a bright white beam began to appear from the ground. It rose upward. The beaten guy lay on the ground. The old man looked at him from above in surprise. The surprised Yuanqi repeated to himself the words about the restraining spiritual force. The main character jumped up sharply. He hit the old man with all his might with a powerful blow to the face. The main character beat the old man with all his might and shouted that this was people's justice. Chu swung his arm to finish off his opponent. The old man shouted at the guy that he was very arrogant. Chu finished off his opponent with a powerful blow. He shouted that the girl was his best friend. The frightened old man looked at his hand and noticed that drops of blood had appeared. He was wounded. Yuanqi looked down at the guy angrily. He didn't understand how this could be possible. The main character jumped up. He knocked the flying old man down to the ground with a powerful kick. A predatory snake suddenly appeared on the side of the old man's body. He decided to attack the guy with it. Chu swung his hand to try to kill the snake with all his might. Yuanqi, with the help of his huge and long claw, was able to tie up the main character and immobilize him. He launched magical blades at him. The main character found his strength. He spread his arms to the side and broke the bonds that bound him. Chu attacked his opponent with a stream of fire. He shouted that the old man would die for the girl. Yuanqi appeared behind the protagonist. He shouted that he was very self-confident. The protagonist rushed after the old man and shouted that he should not run away from him. Yuanqi defended himself from the guy's blows. He said that Chu decided, as if the pure heart of this tree could hold it back. The old man hit the guy on the head with his hand as hard as he could and shouted that this was very naive. Chu suddenly flew up. The old man turned around and shouted at the guy that this place would bring him defeat. The old man shouted at the boy that he had to destroy the hope of mortals so that they could only believe in this. Chu looked ahead at the sparkling city and called his girlfriend. The boy rushed forward. He shouted at the girl to stop. The old man grabbed Chu with a huge claw and demanded that he not dare. An arrow suddenly flew up from the side. It cut off the tentacles with which the old man was holding the guy. Yuanqi turned to the side and saw a girl. He asked in surprise, "What is she doing here?" The stranger held a bow in her hands. She said that Chain had fought with the Lord for 9 days for peace on Earth. The main character was falling from a great height. A small rabbit with a first aid kit flew up to him from below. Chanya shouted to the old man that she couldn't just sit back and watch people respect evil. The old man rushed to the girl and shouted to her that he would kill her without the right to pardon. Someone's angry voice was heard from behind. The warrior shouted at the old man not to dare move. The fighter with the huge axe threatened the Yuanshi that he would chop him down now. The fairy took out her bow and prepared to shoot a fire arrow. She shouted to the fighter to take care of Master Chu. Chan shot fire arrows at the old man. Yuangi put his hand forward. He shouted at the fairy not to overestimate her strength. An uncle appeared in space. He didn't understand how he had arrived here again. Next to him was a commander surrounded by a red dragon. The old man shouted to the girl that she was going to die now. The fighters rushed at Yuanshi as a group. They were confident that they could defeat him.